Chapter 1. The Substitute Bride versus the Indifferent Mr. Wan. In the Jiangnan Hotel, on the 28th floor of the banquet hall. The spacious hall, exceeding 300 square meters, was filled with guests. Bride, do you wish to marry the groom? Regardless of whether he becomes wealthy or impoverished in the future, whether he remains healthy or suffers ill health. Do you vow to be with him forever? As the pastor's voice resonated, the gaze of all present fixated on the exquisitely beautiful bride, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Qin Wan lifted her eyes to behold the groom, who stood before her in a sharply tailored suit. Huiyin, the male protagonist of this realm, her target of conquest, the aloof deity Ling Jue, who resided in the heavens, was also her former most trusted and relied upon mentor. Noticing the bride's prolonged silence, the eyes of the assembled guests began to converge upon her. At that moment, a melodious, clear voice pierced through the air. She does not wish to. Everyone turned in unison, and there stood a girl at the entrance of the banquet hall, clad in an equally resplendent white wedding gown, radiating youthful vitality. Sister, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. My weakness led me to faint just before the ceremony, nearly causing you to miss. Qin Wei rushed forward, lifting her skirt as tears blurred her vision, grasping Qin Wan's hand. As their eyes met, the redness around Qin Wei's eyes seemed to burst forth, crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks. Sister, I apologize for almost causing you to be misunderstood. Sister, it was my folly. I foolishly thought of having you take my place at the wedding. Sister, I'm fine now. I can complete the wedding myself. Before Qin Wei could finish her sentence, Qin Wan suddenly turned pale, clutching her chest, her body swaying as she fell. Witnessing this scene, Qin Wei's pupils constricted, her expression shifting. In that instant, Huiyin, standing closest to Qin Wan, swiftly caught her. Sensing her slight tremors, a thought flickered through his mind. In the next moment, Huiyin cradled her in his arms and strode out of the banquet hall, leaving behind the true bride, Qin Wei, and all the guests present. At this sight, the audience exchanged bewildered glances. Inside a black, extended Lincoln, a delicate snow-white hand silently and feebly grasped Huiyin's fingers. The man glanced down at the weakened woman in his arms, who had unknowingly opened her eyes. Medicine. Qin Wan's pale lips moved weakly. Upon hearing this, Huiyin paused. That will be at the hospital soon. As he spoke, Huiyin hesitated, his gaze fleetingly assessing Qin Wan, a complexity flickering in his eyes. When I carried you away, no one followed. Huiyin was informing her that the medications she typically consumed were absent from him, and none of her family had come after her. None of them cared for her well-being. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan's delicate hand slipped from Huiyin's finger, lifeless. Her once clear gaze dimmed in an instant, and she helplessly closed her eyes. In that moment, Huiyin clearly observed the tears that silently cascaded from the corners of her eyes. Huiyin's favorability increases by 5, current favorability, 5. This man remains as cold and indifferent as ever, Qin Wan mused inwardly. Facing the bride of his wedding, his favorability was a mere 0. At this moment, as her heart condition threatened her life, her family showed no concern for her fate. Such a desolate situation, coupled with her extraordinary acting skills, had garnered only 5 points of favorability. Indeed, he was utterly devoid of warmth. Reflecting on this, Qin Wan felt that she and Ling Jue were truly a match made in heaven. One was cold and unfeeling, the other obsessive and fervent. Chapter 2. The Substitute Bride versus the Indifferent Mr. Hui. In the hospital, VIP ward. When Qin Wan awoke, Huiyin was seated on the sofa beside her bed, engaged in a video conference, his languid form reclining as a sleek, slim laptop rested on his long legs. This plan will suffice. Noticing from the corner of his eye that Qin Wan had regained consciousness, their gazes met for a fleeting moment, causing Huiyin to momentarily pause. A second later, the video conference concluded, the laptop snapped shut and carelessly tossed onto the sofa. Huiyin stood and approached her. Would you like some water? Qin Wan responded faintly, her voice lacking strength. The man handed her the warm water and medication that had long been prepared. Qin Wan. Seeing Qin Wan hesitate to accept, Huiyin furrowed his brow, looking at her. Could you help me sit up first? Qin Wan asked, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. The moment her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the spacious, high-end ward. 1 minute later, leaning against the pillow, Qin Wan, with Hui Yan's assistance, drank water, and took her medicine, her pale complexion finally regaining a hint of color. Noticing her revival, Hui Yan's brows seemed to relax slightly. "That is it just you?" Hui Yan's hand, which was placing the cup down, froze abruptly. Turning his gaze, he immediately spotted the frail Qin Wan, cautiously scanning the room as if searching for someone, contemplating the situation with the Qin family. Hui Yan's previously relaxed expression tightened once more. His growing dislike for the Qin family intensified, along with a slight aversion towards Qin Wei, who had caused such turmoil. It was worth noting that when he had learned of Qin Wei's elopement, he had remained entirely unmoved. To him, it made little difference whom he married. Qin Wei was no different from Qin Wan. There was no distinction. Yet, with Qin Wei's sudden return and the chaos she had caused at the wedding, resulting in Qin Wan's hospitalization, the indifference displayed by Qin's parents was indeed distasteful. Conversely, Qin Wan was worry-free. Yes, reflecting on the events of the day, Hui Yan's impression of Qin Wan could be summed up in one word: worry-free. It all happened so suddenly my parents needed to address the aftermath of the wedding. Before you awoke, they called to inquire about your condition. They intended to come, but I feared their presence would disturb your rest, so I advised them against it. Due to Qin Wan's worry-free demeanor, Hui Yan's attitude towards her shifted slightly. Rarely, he exhibited a modicum of patience. "I'm fine, it's just an old ailment. A bit of rest will suffice, there's no need for uncle and aunt to rush over." Qin Wan responded with understanding. Once again, the spacious ward fell into an eerie silence. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Wan could no longer contain herself. "Did my parents call?" She hesitated before asking this question, clearly aware that her parents had not visited, hence her change of inquiry regarding any phone calls. "The doctor mentioned your condition isn't stable and that you need to maintain a calm demeanor," Hui Yan replied evasively. Qin Wan understood, a fleeting bitterness flickering across her face, but it was merely ephemeral, quickly concealed. She offered Hui Yan a faint smile, embodying a serene tranquility as if time stood still. "Thank you, I will take good care of myself. I appreciate your help today." Seeing her in such a state, Hui Yan's gaze imperceptibly lingered for a moment. A second later, he casually averted his gaze, responding indifferently with a quiet Hui Yan's favorability increases by 2, current favorability, 7. Perhaps it was sympathy, or perhaps it was her resilience that had pleased him. Chapter 3. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold-Hearted Mr. 3. As the sun dipped below the horizon, enchanting hues of dusk filtered through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, casting a soft glow upon the strikingly handsome man and beautiful woman in the hospital room, enhancing their already exquisite features with an ethereal touch. Witnessing this scene, Qin Wei felt a jolt in her heart as a wave of intense unease washed over her. Simultaneously, the system that had aided her rebirth, which had been silent since then, reappeared. To win over Hui Yan and raise his affection for you to 100, you will successfully be reborn and truly live on. Otherwise, you will repeat the tragic fate of your past life. Recalling the tribulations of her previous existence, Qin Wei shuddered violently to know she refused to tread the same path. She would not endure that life again. This time, she would never be deceived by that scoundrel Liu Bei. She would never relinquish what rightfully belonged to her. Hui Yan, he was hers. The position of Mrs. Hua could only belong to her, and everything that belonged to the Qin family must certainly be hers as well. With this thought, a flicker of determination flashed in Qin Wei's eyes. "Qin Wan, you have already enjoyed your share in the last life that I end this life. The things that belong to me shall no longer be monopolized by you. It is time for them to return to their rightful owner, sister." Qin Wei's voice suddenly broke the serene beauty of the room. Both Qin Wan and Hui Yan turned to look at her simultaneously. "Sister, are you all right?" Qin Wei approached the bedside, feigning concern as she gazed at Qin W and did I in reality. Her peripheral vision was keenly focused on Hui Yan, as she subtly adjusted her angle to present her most beautiful profile to his gaze. Observing this, Qin Wan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Mom and Dad haven't come. In response to Qin Wei's show of concern, Qin Wan's attention was not on her. Instead, she gazed with faint hope and expectation toward the door behind Qin Wei. There was nothing but emptiness devoid of anyone. Noticing Qin Wan's reaction, a fleeting sense of triumph flickered in Qin Wei's eyes. Whether in this life or the last, in the Qin family, before their parents, Qin Wan had always been outshone by her. Had it not been for her deception by that scoundrel Liu Bei, even in terms of marriage and status, Qin Wan would have inevitably fallen short. With this thought, Qin Wei's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Huiyin. She was enamored with this man. She adored his exquisite and outstanding appearance, admired his powerful identity as the heir of the Hu family, and cherished his immense wealth and influence that in her previous life. It had been her folly to hand such a remarkable man over to Qin Wan. This time, having returned from rebirth, she had awakened to the truth. The man and happiness that belonged to her would be fiercely guarded, never to be taken away by anyone. With this resolve, Qin Wei cast a cold glance at Qin Wan, her eyes filled with icy disdain. Observing Qin Wan's despondent expression, Huiyan's brows furrowed ever so slightly. 10 minutes later, in the VIP hospital room, Huiyan had stepped out momentarily, leaving only the two sisters, Qin Wan and Qin Wei, in the spacious room. Qin Wei had concocted an excuse to remain and care for Qin Wan, adamantly refusing to leave. Upon realizing her intentions, however, Qin Wan made no effort to dismiss her sister. As soon as Huiyan departed, Qin Wan ceased to engage with her, inciting a surge of frustration within Qin Wei. She had known it all along. Qin Wan, that cunning woman, was feigning weakness and innocence before Huiyan. It was the same way she had acted in their childhood, with the advantage of being a premature child with frail health. Qin Wan often feigned illness to attract their parents' attention. And in the last life, Chapter 4, the substitute bride versus the cold-hearted Mr. Hu, the mere thought of this unleashed a torrent of suppressed hatred within Qin Wei, which ultimately manifested in her gaze. When their eyes met, Qin Wei was momentarily taken aback. Having been discovered by Qin Wan, she no longer felt the need to conceal her animosity. "Sister, you knew all along, didn't you?" Qin Wei suddenly questioned. Qin Wan. Seeing Qin Wan's expression remain impassive, feigning innocence, Qin Wei's resentment intensified. "Sister, why do you treat me this way? Aren't we supposed to be good sisters? You clearly knew that Liu Bei was a scoundrel. Why did you stand by and watch as he deceived and hurt me?" Qin Wan. "Sister, I know you have always been envious of our parents' favoritism toward me and that you have never liked me. But regardless, we are sisters. How could you bear to scheme against me?" Qin Wan. Qin Wei erupted in a fit of rage, her eyes ablaze with hatred, as if the one responsible for her tragic fate in the past life was Qin Wan, not herself or the scoundrel Liu Bei. "Sister, I genuinely like Huiyin. Will you return him to me?" As Qin Wan pondered whether to summon a doctor or a nurse to escort Qin Wei out, Qin Wei abruptly shifted her tone, her expression of resentment transforming into one of vulnerability and pleading. Witnessing this, Qin Wan smiled knowingly, just as she had anticipated that in the next moment. Qin Wan suddenly turned pale, clutching her chest, gasping for breath as if afflicted by severe angina. "It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything. It truly I said yin. Please let me explain. Things are not as you perceive. Qin Wan is merely pretending. She is deliberately trying to frame me." Instinctively, Qin Wei reached out to grasp Huiyan's hand, hoping to convince him of her innocence and gain his support. However, Huiyan coldly evaded her outstretched hand and strode toward the bedside where Qin Wan lay, gasping for breath, her face ashen and glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. "I'm fine." Qin Wan grasped Huiyan's hand, struggling to speak in an attempt to reassure him, urging him not to worry. Yet the pain contorted her body, causing her to tremble, and her pallid countenance was coated in sweat. How could Huiyan remain indifferent? Not only Huiyan, but even Qin Wei was momentarily stunned by Qin Wan's reaction. How could this be? Wasn't she merely pretending? Why did it appear so genuine? Could it be that she truly fell ill? With this thought, Qin Wei's expression darkened to an extreme. How could it be so coincidental? The alarm at the head of the bed was triggered, and within a mere minute, doctors and nurses rushed in. Aside from Huiyan, all extraneous individuals in fact, only Qin Wei was expelled from the room. Inside the hospital room, the medical team surrounded Qin Wan, efficiently administering emergency measures, born prematurely with congenital heart disease. Under normal circumstances, someone like Qin Wan should have been cherished as their parents' most treasured possession. Yet, her parents, Qin father and Qin mother, were mercenary business people, not doting parents. Chapter 5, the substitute bride versus the cold-hearted Mr. Hu. Qin Wan had been declared unlikely to live beyond the age of 25 shortly after her birth, that a daughter with a frail constitution could not be nurtured into a capable heir to manage the family business. Nor could she form advantageous alliances for the Qin family. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that Qin father and Qin mother favored their younger daughter, Qin Wei. Although Qin Wei lacked the talent and aptitude for business, she excelled in health, possessing skills such as playing the piano, painting, and flower arranging, qualities befitting a high society lady. Moreover, with her lively and innocent disposition, Qin Wei had always been accustomed to mingling with various charming young men. As Qin Wei came of age, suitors from affluent families flocked to pursue her. Their parents were quite pleased with Qin Wei's flourishing romantic prospects. On the hospital bed, Qin Wan lay pale, her vacant eyes gazing out at the bright blue sky and white clouds. A single crystalline tear, unnoticed by its owner, silently rolled down, disappearing into her dark hair. Hui Yan's affection increased by 5, current affection level, 12. You woman. Observing Qin Wan's mesmerizing performance, the system felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. Yes, it was an act. Qin Wan's ailment was a pretense, yet not entirely false. She was indeed unwell. Otherwise, she could not have deceived the doctors, nurses, and sophisticated equipment. However, her condition was self-inflicted. She was fully aware that her body suffered from congenital heart disease and knew precisely how to provoke an episode. This was why even Qin Wei could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Are you not afraid of pushing it too far and dying on the spot? I know my limits. Qin Wan replied coolly, adding, moreover, to me, death is not something to fear. As she spoke, her gaze flicked toward Hui Yan. Indeed, death was not to be feared. What was truly terrifying was failing to obtain what she desired. If she could fulfill her wishes, she would not only welcome death, but would embrace it with open arms. Of course, she was merely contemplating. Did they truly think they could make her suffer? Such delusions were laughable. Confronted with Qin Wan's unguarded thoughts, the system fell into an eerie and prolonged silence. And no wonder the world says that the demonic realm is not to be feared. What is truly to be feared is the most beautiful person within that forbidden domain. Qin Wan emerged from danger. While Qin Wei was intent on proving her innocence, she found that the bodyguards arranged by Hui Yan steadfastly blocked the entrance to the hospital room, preventing her from entering. Move aside. Qin Wei glared furiously at the towering bodyguards before her. Hui Yan instructed that Miss Qin requires peace and quiet for rest. It is not convenient to disturb her. The bodyguard replied impassively. Qin Wan is my sister. I must go in and see how she is. Qin Wei exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. The mere thought of Qin Wan and Hui Yan sharing solitude in the hospital room, their conversations and actions unknown to her, rendered Qin Wei's heart in torment. Hui Yan is her fiancée, and Qin Wan is her elder sister. She would never allow Qin Wan to continue usurping her place. Absolutely not. Yet with the bodyguards obstructing her, she found herself unable to breach the barrier. At this moment, a glimmer sparked in Qin Wei's eyes, a shadow flitting across her thoughts. Qin Wan, you have forced my hand. It was you who feigned illness first. I am merely returning the favor in kind. With this resolve, Qin Wei ceased her attempts to force her way in, seemingly retreating in the face of adversity, and turned to leave the suddenly quiet doorway of the hospital room. Hui Yan cast a nonchalant glance, pausing for a fleeting second before he picked up the phone beside him. Are you thirsty? Hungry? Hui Yan inquired abruptly after setting down the device. Qin Wan pondered earnestly for a moment before shaking her head, admitting her slight fatigue, but assuring she could endure. Upon hearing this, Hui Yan's gaze lingered on her face for the briefest instant. Have you guessed? Yes, that a subtle smile graced Qin Wan's lips, tinged with self-deprecation. Having been sisters for years, how could I not be aware of her temperament? Given the distance between my home and the hospital, they should arrive in no more than 10 minutes. Qin Wan's sudden display of insight left Hui Yan mildly astonished. His gaze shifted towards her, as if something had changed in their dynamic. Hui Yan's affinity increased by 3, current affinity 15. Curiously, Hui Yan found himself intrigued. Why did you agree to stand in for the wedding? At this, Qin Wan looked at him, her eyes filled with regret, and murmured, I am sorry. Hui Yan raised an eyebrow, seemingly perplexed by her apology that my life was never destined to be long. The difference between standing in for the wedding or not is minimal. She paused, then added, Yet, it would be irresponsible towards you. Knowing that my days are numbered yet involving you in this predicament, I feel deeply remorseful that Hui Yin observed the sincerity etched on Qin Wan's face. He averted his gaze, avoiding the depth of her earnestness. That I end this wedding. No one is innocent. Neither she nor I end the brief span of a few breaths, just as Hui Yin prepared to speak to Qin Wan. The commotion outside the door shattered their silence. That we are Qin Wan's parents. Why aren't you letting us in? In the midst of the bodyguard's hesitation, Hui Yin and Qin Wan exchanged glances simultaneously. Let them in, Qin Wan stated, observing the faint bitterness in her eyes. Hui Yan's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, acknowledging that if she were unwilling, there was no need to force it. Qin Wan shook her head. It was something that must be faced sooner or later. Her refusal to evade responsibility and her courage to confront the situation garnered Hui Yan's admiration, adding a hint of appreciation to his gaze. Hui Yan's affinity increased by 2, current affinity 17. Let them in. Hui Yan's voice resonated just in time, rescuing the 2 bodyguards from the predicament posed by Qin's parents. The hospital door swung open, revealing a well-groomed middle-aged couple entering with Qin Wei, their demeanor stormy. Upon seeing Qin Wan's pale form lying on the hospital bed, the couple merely cast a cold glance and perfunctorily inquired, "How did the doctor assess her condition?" "There is no major issue," Qin Wan replied calmly. "That I told you there was nothing wrong. Yet your sister insisted we come." Qin Mother grumbled discontentedly. Hui Yan's brows furrowed. His eyes filled with disdain as he fixed his gaze on Qin Mother. Qin Wei, ever observant of Hui Yan's expression, felt a pang of unease upon noticing his distaste for her mother. Her heart sank, and she hastily pulled at Qin Mother's arm, attempting to halt her further comments. She then turned to Qin Wan, trying to smooth things over. "Sister, please don't misunderstand. Mother just has a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. You know she cares for you the most. Out on the way here, Mom and Dad were constantly asking if you had woken up, feeling better, or if there was anything uncomfortable. They also inquired if you had any cravings, saying they would fetch something for you." "Yes," Qin Wei spoke. Qin Wan instinctively glanced towards her parents. There was neither acknowledgement nor denial, only an overwhelming indifference, a void of concern. Witnessing this, Qin Wan lowered her gaze, attempting to conceal the fleeting glimmer of desolation and self-mockery in her eyes. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Qin Wan offered a polite smile towards her parents and Qin Wei, observing the coldness of Qin's parents. Witnessing Qin Wei's moment of triumph, and then gazing at Qin Wan's feigned strength, Hui Yan's last vestige of patience completely waned. Just as he was about to rise, 2 familiar figures appeared at the hospital door. Wan, we have come to see you. Are you feeling better? Is there anything still bothering you? What did the doctor say? I truly apologize for arriving so late. I got caught in the rush hour traffic. By the way, have you eaten yet? It must be said, the absence of comparison renders one oblivious to harm. That in stark contrast to Qin's parents' cold indifference, Hui's mother immediately filled the air with a flurry of concern for Qin Wan upon entering. The previously aloof and indifferent Qin parents exchanged glances upon witnessing the warmth and care from Hui's parents towards Qin Wan. Qin father interjected, stating, "She has a chronic condition. It's nothing serious. But we still appreciate the concern from Mr. Hua and M.R.S.HUOWY. The way, Mr. Hua and Mrs. Hua hurried here. Have you had dinner? If not, might I have the honor of hosting you both for a meal at Yushan restaurant?" As Qin father finished speaking, Qin mother seized the opportunity, eagerly moving closer to Mrs. Hua, linking arms with her. "To Mrs. Hua, Wan is still young and naive. Please do not hold it against her. That am my husband, and I would like to apologize on her behalf and hope that you will accept our invitation." Faced with the overly enthusiastic and somewhat peculiar Qin couple, Mr. Hua and Mrs. Hua exchanged glances, both turning their attention to the side where Qin Wan and Hui Yin stood. "What has Wan done?" Mrs. Hua asked, her expression one of suspicion as she subtly withdrew her arm from Qin Mother's grasp. Qin Mother replied, "It's just that Wan has always been a handful. We are quite frustrated with her. She has been spoiled since childhood and has become quite willful, causing us frequent headaches." Qin Wan's lips twitched involuntarily. Although Qin Wei felt her mother might have slightly overstepped, she nonetheless relished in the opportunity to tarnish Qin Wan's image in front of Hui's family. Hui Yin cast a bland glance at these individuals, his gaze pausing on his mother for a fleeting second. The next moment, Hui Yin approached the hospital bed, offering an apple to Qin Wan. She accepted it, puzzled, raising her eyes to meet his. Just watching the show, as Hui Yan's words fell, Mrs. Hui's voice rang out. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could she be the one being willful? Wasn't it your little sister, Qin Wei, who caused the disruption at the wedding? The moment Mrs. Hua spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the expansive hospital room. The Qin family had not anticipated that, in such a short span of a day, the Hua family would be so favorably inclined towards Qin Wan, even to the point of disregarding the niceties expected of them. Qin Mother's face darkened at the rebuke, yet she dared not voice her anger. After all, Mrs. Hua was the matriarch of the Hua family, a revered figure in the elite circles of the capital, an entity to which the Qin family regarded with utmost reverence. T.O.B. scolded by Mrs. Hua, she could only endure. Observing Mrs. Hua's defense of Qin Wan, and contrasting it with the usually arrogant and unreasonable Qin mother, who was left speechless, a flicker of uncontrollable jealousy appeared in Qin Wei's eyes. Aunt Hua, you have misunderstood. Upon hearing Mrs. Hua's discontent, Qin Wei could not help but speak up for herself. The one engaged to a yin is me, not my sister. That I did not cause a scene at the wedding because this wedding was meant for a yin and me. It was my sister. As she mentioned Qin Wan, Qin Wei instinctively hesitated. According to her usual disposition, she should have been casting blame on Qin Wan at this moment. However, the system intervened and cautioned her. Fool, do you think everyone is as shallow as your parents? If you continue to act thoughtlessly, just wait for your plans to fail and meet the same fate as in your past life. The system's harsh words jolted Qin Wei into awareness. Right? I cannot tarnish Qin Wan's reputation. The Hua family is clearly biased towards her now. Whatever I say will not be believed. It is my fault for falling ill before the wedding. It is my fault for asking my sister to step in for me. All of this is my mistake, and I beg you not to blame my sister or my mother. The one who has erred is me. All the issues rest upon my shoulders that I can apologize. As long as everyone can be placated, I am willing to do anything you ask. That as she spoke, crystalline tears rolled down Qin Wei's fair and flawless cheeks, evoking a pitiable image. Seeing their usually proud and strong-willed daughter display such vulnerability, Qin father and Qin mother immediately rushed to defend Qin Wei. Qin Wan, you must not be so unreasonable. Is this how an elder sister should behave? The one who is betrothed to young Master Hua is Wei Wei, not you, you frail creature. Have you even considered whether someone in your dilapidated state is worthy of marrying young Master Hua? The venomous words uttered by Qin's mother reverberated throughout the hospital room, causing the very air to feel as though it had stilled in that instant. A singular question simultaneously arose in the hearts of the three members of the Hua family. Is Qin Wan truly a biological child of the Qin family? Upon witnessing this, a flicker of fury flashed across Hui Yan's brow. His patience had been utterly exhausted. He could no longer tolerate the continued presence of such bizarre individuals. Show them out. Hui Yan's expression was frigid, his tone laced with disdain. That Yin, you've misunderstood. Mother did not mean it that way. Both my sister and I are her biological daughters. She merely wished to prevent us from becoming enemies in a moment of panic, which led her to say something inappropriate. That Yin, please do not blame her, nor should you fault my sister. All right? All the blame lies solely with me. If you must assign blame, let it be upon me. As she spoke, tears streamed down Qin Wei's face with increasing fervor. Faced with her pitiful plight, Hui Yin merely cast a cold glance before turning his attention to the bodyguards beside him. Upon noticing this, the bodyguards hesitated no longer, advancing to forcibly escort the two women out of the room. Disregarding the protests of Qin's mother and Qin Was for Qin's father, and he still possessed some semblance of dignity, opting to leave on his own accord. After the peculiar family was sent away, the spacious hospital room finally achieved a moment of tranquility. Hua's father, lacking in the art of consolation, left the burden of comfort to Hua's mother, who, before addressing Qin Wan, ensured the room was cleared. Indeed, Hui Yin and his father were unceremoniously expelled. Under the pretext of engaging in a private conversation with Qin Wan, Hua's mother proceeded to speak with her. As soon as Hui Yin exited the hospital, he was intercepted by a familiar figure. That Yin, we need to talk. I have something to say to you. Gazing at the lingering presence of Qin Wei, Hui Yan's indifferent gaze lingered on her for a mere 3 seconds. Very well. Hui Yan acquiesced. That a sigh of relief washed over Qin Wei, a flicker of triumph igniting within her heart. She had always known that Hui Yin harbored feelings for her. Otherwise, the Hua family would not have chosen her for an engagement with him, rather than with Qin Wan. I know a lovely saf nearby. Shall we go there? Qin Wei suggested tentatively, and just then, the driver arrived. Parking the car before Huiyin, the assistant opened the door, and as Huiyin entered the vehicle, Qin Wei prepared to follow suit, only for the door to slam shut with a resounding thud right before her eyes. Yin. Qin Wei's expression was one of wounded disbelief as she gazed at Huiyin. "What is the name of the CAF?" Huiyin asked calmly. Qin Wei felt a surge of anger, nearly choking on her frustration, yet she obediently relayed the name of the CAF, Qingxin. With a swift motion, the car surged forward, merging into the flow of traffic, vanishing from Qin Wei's sight. Witnessing this scene, her body trembled in fury, and her resentment towards Qin Wan grew exponentially. That it was undoubtedly Qin Wan who had defamed her in front of Huiyin, speaking ill of her. Otherwise, Huiyin would not treat her in such a manner. During their 2 prior encounters before the wedding, Huiyin, though somewhat aloof, had still been polite and considerate, unlike his current cold demeanor. Upon arriving at the Qingxin CAF, Qin Wei had to inquire with the staff before finally locating the private room where Huiyin was situated. As she entered the room, her heart brimmed with grievances, convinced that Huiyin was being excessively unfeeling. Regardless of the circumstances, she was still Huiyin's fiancée, had it not been for Qin Wan and Liu Beihing's interference. They might have already completed their wedding and become a genuine couple. Yet Huiyin's demeanor towards her was not merely distant, but even colder than that of a stranger. How could Qin Wei, who had been cherished and adored since childhood, possibly accept this? Yin, you never used to treat me this way, that I know I made mistakes regarding the wedding. But regardless, I am still your fiancée. Am I not? I thought you would at least feel differently towards me. Qin Wei attempted to draw closer to Huiyin, seeking to sit beside him. However, the reality was harsh. As she approached, the assistant immediately barred her path, preventing her from getting any closer. "What are you doing?" Qin Wei glared at the bodyguard in anger. "Miss Qin, President who does not appreciate others encroaching upon his personal space." Unfazed by her hostility or the threat in her gaze, the assistant spoke in a calm and indifferent manner. "I am not just anyone. I am a Yan's fiancée," Qin Wei insisted. Upon hearing this, the assistant merely glanced at her, offering a polite yet detached smile. Infuriated, Qin Wei turned to Huiyin, her face contorted with grievance. "Yin," she called out in a pitiful tone. The silence in the air was palpable. "Yin." Qin Wei, undeterred, called out once more in a voice laced with sorrow. "You have 3 minutes, Qin Wei." That ultimately, she reluctantly settled onto the sofa opposite Huiyin. Yin, she bit her lip, her exquisitely made-up face reflecting her distress. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Yin, did my sister say something to you? Qin Wei could no longer contain herself, voicing her most genuine suspicions. "She is not interested in you," Huiyin replied, casting a dispassionate glance at Qin Wei. Regardless of whether Qin Wei believed it or not, the reality was that Huiyin could clearly see that compared to her, Qin Wan was evidently more concerned about their parents' opinions and affections. "Yin, I do not know what my sister has told you to create such a misunderstanding between us. My purpose in seeking you today is to express my sincere affection for you." Due to the positioning of the furniture, Qin Wei leaned forward, nearly resting her entire upper body on the table in an attempt to bridge the distance between them. With her large, watery eyes gazing at Huiyin, her expression was one of both shyness and trepidation. "That I have already stated, she is not interested in you. She has never mentioned you in my presence," Huiyin remarked, casting another indifferent glance at Qin Wei, seemingly perceiving her every concealed thought. Feeling unnerved under his scrutinizing gaze, Qin Wei instinctively averted her eyes, attempting to distance herself from Huiyin's penetrating stare. Under the weight of Huiyin's focused gaze, she subconsciously straightened her posture, increasing the space between them, as if hoping to alleviate her anxiety through this action. "Yin, I came to discuss our engagement." She continued, "First and foremost, I must apologize for the turmoil my actions have caused regarding the wedding. The fault lies with me, and I am willing to accept all responsibility, as long as you can forgive me. I will comply with whatever you request." With that, Qin Wei gazed at Huiyin, her eyes filled with remorse and hope, seeking some sign of understanding in his expression. Yet Huiyin merely cast a fleeting glance at her and casually inquired, "Are you finished, Qin Wei?" But in that moment, she barely restrained herself, her finely crafted features nearly revealing her distress. Huiyin was simply insufferable. After her humble entreaty, he still chose to nitpick, clinging to this matter without letting go. It was truly unappealing for a man of his stature to be so petty, if not for his position as a powerful figure in the Hua family, and the fact that her fate was intertwined with his. She would never demean herself so. Yin, I would like to inquire about the rescheduling of our wedding. When might it be possible? Given Hui Yan's demeanor, Qin Wei found it impossible to continue with preamble. Opting instead to state her true intentions, upon hearing her words, Hui Yan appeared to find her question amusing, letting out a low chuckle, a rare display of mirth from his otherwise indifferent self. Reschedule the wedding. With you? As soon as Hui Yan reacted in such a manner, an ominous premonition surged within Qin Wei. Yin, what is the matter? Did I say something wrong? Or are you still unwilling to forgive me? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cautiously regarded Hui Yan. Hui Yan's gaze, tinged with an icy edge, swept across Qin Wei before settling upon the bodyguards by his side. Bring her in. Understood, President Hua. For reasons unknown, a wave of unease crested within Qin Wei at that moment. What could Hui Yan possibly intend? Who was he bringing in to meet her? Yin, I did as she began to speak. Hui Yan raised a hand, halting her. We will talk once she arrives. At his words, Qin Wei's apprehension deepened, mingled with a hint of fear. Who could it be? Someone related to her. And why must she wait until they arrive to discuss? Could it be as the realization struck her? Her eyes widened in terror, her enchanting eyes filled with dread. The next moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a familiar figure stepped in her line of sight. Upon seeing the man's fair and refined visage, her complexion drained of color. What are you doing here? At that moment, Qin Wei could no longer contain her emotions and shouted, Wei Wei, is it really you? Upon seeing Qin Wei, Liu Bei was overwhelmed with excitement. Without uttering a single word, he strode forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. The sight of Liu Bei was already enough to send Qin Wei into a frenzy. But his sudden embrace sent her emotions spiraling completely out of control. She struggled fiercely to free herself, and once she escaped his grasp, she raised her hand and struck him with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed throughout the private room. Liu Bei was taken aback. He raised his hand in disbelief to touch his reddened cheek, and for a fleeting moment, a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. Though it was brief, Qin Wei caught the glimpse. Scoundrel, I will never let you off in this lifetime. I'll make sure you suffer. The memories of the hellish existence Liu Bei had subjected her to in her previous life ignited an intense hatred within her. Wei Wei, what is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Or have I done something wrong? After the brief surge of malevolence, Liu Bei quickly reverted to his gentle, caring demeanor. Concern and affection etched across his face. Liu Bei, stop pretending. Even the system's warning couldn't help Qin Wei rein in her emotions. You are a scoundrel, a bastard. You approached me with ulterior motives. You never liked or loved me. The remnants of her past emotions still lingered. The affection Qin Wei once held for Liu Bei was now transformed into deep-seated hatred. Having been pampered since childhood, when had she ever been deceived, let alone by Liu Bei, who had cruelly manipulated her most cherished feelings? No, it was more than that. Because of Liu Bei, she had lost far too much in her previous life. The title of the second young lady of the Qin family, the position of the matriarch of the Hua family, and a husband as exceptional as Hui Yan. For Liu Bei, she had sacrificed countless dreams of wealth and glory, along with her loving parents. What had Liu Bei given her in return? Beatings, insults, humiliation, even her very life. Wei Wei, you are the woman I love most. That my sincerity is as steadfast as the sun and moon. How could I possibly not love you? At this, Liu Bei purposely paused, casting a guarded glance at Hui Yan. Wei Wei, did someone intentionally say something to you to cause this misunderstanding? Upon hearing this, Hui Yan couldn't help but let out a derisive snort. This pair was truly well matched. Their words echoed each other. No wonder they could come together. Qin Wei, accustomed to her old tactics, was not oblivious to Liu Bei's underlying intentions. What nonsense are you spouting? Yin doesn't even know you. Furthermore, Yin and I are engaged. It is you who shamelessly attempted to seduce me, trying to undermine my engagement with Yin, and now you dare to turn the tables. Liu Bei, I am now fully awake. You shall not deceive me any longer. In a bid to defend Hui Yan and win his favor, Qin Wei, in a fit of rage, stood up and forcefully pushed Liu Bei away. Liu Bei stumbled back several steps, staring incredulously at the suddenly cold and unfeeling Qin Wei. Wei Wei, how could you have changed so drastically? Just yesterday, we were fine. You even said you would only marry me in this lifetime. How can it be that less than a day later, you have become this way? Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's expression inevitably shifted to Liu Bei. Enough. I know I have not wronged you. Why must you slander me so? Qin Wei refused to acknowledge it. This was something Liu Bei had not anticipated. Wei. Liu Bei was rendered speechless, struggling to comprehend Qin Wei's abrupt change in demeanor. Just then, amidst the escalating tension between the former lovers, Huiyin suddenly broke the silence with applause, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Splendid. It is no wonder the Qin couple favors you. Huiyin cast a cursory glance at Qin Wei. Compared to Qin Wan's Navette, who is unaware of how to fight for herself, and who does not cry or cause a scene, Qin Wei is far more adept at, and indeed, more vibrant. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a faint irritation stirred within Huiyin that it was merely a heart condition. With proper care, it could be managed, yet it was not to the extent that Qin Wan currently exhibited such frailty. The Qin family clearly did not prioritize her care. Contemplating this, Huiyin's opinion of the Qin family soured even further. Huiyin's remarks caused Qin Wei's countenance to change dramatically. She opened her mouth to retort, but the words caught in her throat. That it was not that she was quick to react, but rather, the system intervened. Fool! If you wish to die, just say so. I will grant your wish immediately. Qin Wei's expression was a portrait of distress. Yet her life was in the system's hands, and she dared not act recklessly. I did not mean to. Qin Wei internally chastised herself. That is Huiyin, who has believed in Qin Wan's words and holds a prejudice against me. You have seen Huiyin's attitude. It's not that I am not trying, but his bias is too deep, and I am utterly unable to reach him. What can I do? I want to win his heart. I want him to love me. And I want to survive. As Qin Wei's agitation grew, so did her sense of injustice and frustration. She had never been so mistreated in her life. In her previous life, she had chosen to leave the Qin family and abandon everything. But now, when nothing had yet transpired, and she was still the cherished second young lady of the Qin family, why must she endure such suffocating circumstances, such discontent? To be blamed by Liu Bei, slandered by Qin Wan, and misunderstood and hurt by Huiyin, her fiancé. The more she contemplated, the more aggrieved and furious she became. Unable to vent her anger, she resorted to the only alternative and began to cry. Yes, Qin Wei was crying. Having always been strong-willed and never needing to suppress her emotions, she had never learned how to cry gracefully. With a loud wail, Qin Wei broke down. Though she was beautiful, her tears were so raw and genuine that they moved those who beheld them. However, it was difficult to evoke feelings of pity and compassion. Chapter 9. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold-Hearted Young Master. 9. Liu Bei. The man who harbored affection for her could not find it in himself to feel pity, let alone Huiyin, who despised her. After crying for a while, Qin Wei noticed Huiyin's indifference, which only fueled her anger and frustration. Why did Qin Wan's tears elicit Huiyin's compassion, yet hers did not? This thought pushed Qin Wei to her breaking point. She turned to flee the room, seeking a place to vent her emotions. However, as she reached the door, she found her path blocked. Move aside, she commanded the assistant, exasperated. Miss Qin, you and the boss have yet to finish your discussion, the assistant replied politely, with a smile. Qin Wei cast a pleading glance at Huiyin. You do not believe me at all. It is futile for me to explain. Huiyin raised an eyebrow, coolly stating, Have you finished? Now it is my turn. Hearing this, Qin Wei furrowed her brow, uncertain of Huiyin's intentions, yet instinctively feeling a sense of wariness. What do you wish to say? A trace of unease flickered in her eyes. Huiyin, who had consistently maintained a cold demeanor and refused to communicate with her, was now taking the initiative, which was not a good sign for Qin Wei. The assistant swiftly understood and retrieved a thick envelope from his briefcase, opening it in front of the puzzled Qin Wei and Liu Bei. Inside were a series of photographs. The assistant laid out the pictures neatly on the table. This is Miss Qin and Mr. Liu's romantic date on the Qixi festival. This is Miss Qin and Mr. Liu enjoying a candlelit dinner. This captures the beautiful day when Miss Qin helped Liu celebrate his birthday. Here is a picture of Miss Qin and Liu sharing a kiss. This is their first night spent away from home. This is the ticket purchase record, along with Miss Qin packing her bags to elope. Enough! Qin Wei screamed in a fit of rage, as she looked at Huiyin. who remained seated on the sofa. An icy chill coursed through her. He knew everything. This man, who clearly understood all, sat silently watching her flail about like a puppet. And no wonder she had explained herself so many times to no avail. No wonder he had always favored Qin Wan while treating her with such coldness. The more she thought about it, the more she felt a chill of dread. Why? Qin Wei looked up, incredulous, at Huiyin. Since you have known everything all along, why not reveal it? Is it amusing to watch me scramble for excuses? As she spoke, tears streamed down Qin Wei's face. Seeing this, Liu Bei couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Huiyan's actions were undeniably excessive. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Wei was still a girl. Huiyan's approach felt like a deliberate humiliation, leaving her utterly exposed. Although Qin Wei had indeed erred, they were still engaged. Huiyan's behavior was decidedly lacking in grace, quite unchivalrous. Upon hearing this, Huiyan cast a sidelong glance at Liu Bei, letting out a scoff. Is that so? As soon as Huiyan spoke, the vast room fell into an eerie silence. The truth was apparent to all present. Fool. Useless. Even if you were to live your life over, you would still squander a winning hand. As Qin Wei's hopes of a turnaround dwindled, the system's frustration boiled over. You'd never truly liked me, did you? Qin Wei asked, her face pale as she gazed at Hua. Yeah. And a faint glimmer of madness surged within Qin Wei's gaze, that if I had never contemplated eloping with Liu Bei. Would you have married me? Qin Wei remained undeterred, a flicker of fragile hope lingering in her heart. Huiyan's indifferent eyes locked onto hers, declaring, My wife shall only be Qin Wan that I in an instant. Qin Wei's complexion drained of color. It is I who holds the engagement with you, not Qin Wan. Unable to contain herself any longer, Qin Wei erupted in a desperate howl. Are you finished? Huiyan asked. Casting a cold glance her way, Qin Wei staggered backwards, her body succumbing to weakness as she collapsed onto the sofa. In that moment, it felt as though every ounce of strength had fled her. Huiyan departed. The vast private room was left with only the slumped figure of Qin Wei and the hesitant presence of Liu Bei. Wait, and I'm sorry did I in the hospital, after seeing off was mother. Qin Wan reclined on her hospital bed, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window. Huiyan mentioned an urgent meeting at the company that required his immediate attention. Beneath her words, Qin Wan's eyes shimmered with a hint of grievance. After all, you two have only just met. Your feelings have yet to deepen, so he surely cannot abandon everything for you. The system analyzed rationally. What if I insist? Qin Wan murmured softly, System. What are you planning? In that moment, the system sensed an impending crisis, an instinctive fear rising from the depths of its being, compelling it to silence itself. The system presumed that Qin Wan's silence indicated a change of heart. Yet half an hour later, upon witnessing Huiyan rush in, his brow furrowed in disapproval as he regarded Qin Wan, the system fell into silence. How absurd. Two absurdities. Why did you leave the hospital so suddenly? Your health is still precarious. Huiyan admonished Qin Wan that my condition is a chronic issue. It won't pose a problem. However, as she spoke, Qin Wan hesitated. Seeing you so concerned for me truly touches my heart. This is the first time in my life someone has cared for me so deeply. In that instant, Huiyan detected the faintest quiver of sorrow in her voice, observing her instinctively lower her gaze to conceal the redness around her eyes. Huiyan felt a stir of unease within him. Huiyan's favorability increased by 5, current favorability, 22. You may leave, but not just yet. Huiyan took the small bag from Qin Wan's hand, naturally pulling her back towards the ward. The moment their skin touched, the system keenly noted the brief flicker of joy in Qin Wan's eyes. An absolute word. Inside the ward, watching Qin Wan obediently stand beside the hospital bed, Huiyan set down the bag he was holding, guided her to sit on the sofa, and poured her a cup of warm water. Have you taken your medication? Huiyan inquired. Yes. Chapter 10. The Substitute Bride Versus. The cold was Xiao 10. Serving tea, pouring water, and delivering medicine. Huiyan executed these tasks with effortless grace, while Qin Wan accepted them with serene composure. Once Qin Wan finished her medication, Huiyan finally spoke. Did the Qin family call you? Yes, that a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Qin Wan's eyes as she responded softly. Yes, it related to Qin Wei. Huiyan pressed further that my parents said Wei cried uncontrollably and threatened to run away. Even contemplating self-harm. Qin Wan's expression bore a trace of self-mockery. Do you believe it? I do not. Qin Wan shook her head. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to it. That is not a good habit. Hui Yin remarked that I am aware, but that there are no other options. After saying this, Qin Wan seemed to sense the heaviness of the atmosphere and the weight of the conversation, so she lifted her gaze to Hui Yin with a gentle smile. I am fine, really, don't worry. Despite the turmoil in her heart, she feigned a smile, attempting to reassure him. Truly, she was a fool. Hui Yin's favorability increased by 2. Current favorability, 24. Would you like to take a stroll? Hui Yin suddenly suggested. Now? Qin Wan asked in surprise. Yes, they're still waiting for me at home. A hint of hesitation crossed Qin Wan's features. Hui Yin raised an eyebrow. Choose me or them? Qin Wan. A second later, Hui Yin's favorability increased by 2. Current favorability, 26. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, Qin Wan stared blankly at the identification card, household registration book, and the marriage registration application statement. This is quite absurd. Yet she found herself rather fond of it. Bewildered as she was, Qin Wan did not forget to fill out the forms, obediently cooperating with Hui Yin and the staff to complete the series of necessary procedures. Taking photos, registering, pressing fingerprints, and finally confirming the documents. Gazing at the freshly minted red booklet in her palm, Qin Wan asked, her expression intricate, How did you obtain my ID and household registration? Your parents provided them. Hui Yin replied. They gave them to me on the wedding day. The original plan was to obtain the certificate right after the ceremony. Hui Yin paused momentarily. At that time, they likely did not anticipate Qin Wei's sudden change of heart. Indeed, Qin's parents intended to hasten Hui Yin and Qin Wan to secure their marriage certificate immediately after the wedding, ensuring that even if the Hui family discovered Qin Wei's elopement, they would have no choice but to accept Qin Wan's position as the substitute bride. Only in this manner could the Hui family refrain from pursuing issues with the Qin family or causing trouble for Qin Wei. Although the wedding had been disrupted, these documents remained in Hui Yan's possession, which led to the red booklet now in Qin Wan's hands. Realizing this, Hui Yin noticed her misunderstanding. His warm palm quietly enveloped her cool hand. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan finally comprehended that she had misconstrued the situation. The delicate flush blossomed silently on her fair cheeks, her lively eyes momentarily flashing with a hint of panic. That I am fine with it. Just as she uttered those words, a thought crossed Qin Wan's mind. Her finely arched brows knitting together as a trace of distress surfaced in her clear gaze. All right, I will accompany you, Hui Yin responded without a moment's hesitation. En route, their vehicle suffered a flat tire. Hui Yin instructed the driver to come and pick them up, but shortly thereafter, the driver called to inform him of a car accident and that they were waiting for the police. Qin Wan suggested taking a taxi, but just as they climbed into one, Hui Yin received a call from his assistant, indicating that a multinational emergency meeting required his immediate presence, with a series of mishaps unfolding. Even the typically unsuperstitious Hui Yin could not help but furrow his brow, sensing something amiss. You go ahead and handle your matters. I can manage by myself, Qin Wan offered kindly. Very well. An hour later. At the Qin residence, upon seeing that Hui Yin was indeed absent, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Qin Wei's eyes. The system proved useful after all, hearing her refer to him as brother-in-law. Qin Wan's gaze faltered imperceptibly to, Is it true? At this point, Qin Wan paused, then shyly remarked, Sister, your news travels fast. It has been barely an hour since I registered my marriage with a Yin, and you have already taken to calling him brother-in-law. Hearing this, Qin Wei's expression darkened. Her deliberate use of the term brother-in-law was intended to provoke Qin Wan, to remind her of her position. However, Qin Wei had not anticipated that the once meek and easily bullied Qin Wan would learn to retaliate. Did she now feel emboldened by the support of Hui Yin and the Hui family? Did she dare to challenge her? Who did she think she was? With this thought, Qin Wei's eyes narrowed, and she stepped forward, raising her hand to strike Qin Wan's face. Qin Wei's hand was abruptly halted in midair, a powerful grip restraining her wrist, preventing her from drawing any closer to Qin Wan. Who are you? The pressure at her wrist sent waves of pain coursing through her, and in her frustration at failing to strike Qin Wan, Qin Wei's anger reached its zenith. How did you get in here? You are trespassing. I can report you, she yelled, struggling against the grip, yet the bodyguard's strength was overwhelming. After several futile attempts to break free, her face flushed with rage. Let me go. At that moment, the assistant stepped forward from behind Qin Wan, smiling politely as he addressed Qin Wei. Miss Qin, this is the bodyguard hired by Mr. Hua for his wife, specifically to ensure her safety, as long as Miss Qin refrains from any further attempts to harm her. The bodyguard will not pose any difficulty for you. The term wife twisted Qin Wei's expression momentarily. What right does Qin Wan have? She thought. She is undeserving of this title. If not for her elopement with Liu Bei, how could Qin Wan possibly take my place? This esteemed title of Mrs. Hua should belong to me. All of this was rightfully hers. Qin Wan was unworthy. With this thought, Qin Wei's gaze flickered. Qin Wan is my elder sister. How could I harm her? Are you all overthinking this? Upon hearing this, the assistant hesitated, glancing at Qin Wan for her cue. Yes, Qin Wan nodded slightly. Only then did the bodyguard release Qin Wei's wrist. Once free, Qin Wei adhered to her own words, not approaching Qin Wan again. Nor did she utter another word, turning on her heel to leave. The profound gaze of Qin Wei lingered in her mind before departing. Qin Wan could not help but smile faintly. Chapter 11. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold-Hearted Mr. Hua. 11. Not long after Qin Wei dashed inside, she descended the stairs with Qin father and Qin mother, radiating an aura of indignation. Qin Wan, do you intend to rebel? Faced with the reprimands of her parents, Qin Wan's long, delicate lashes fluttered a couple of times, her expression one of helplessness and sorrow. Observing this, Qin Wei felt a surge of triumph. She was well aware that familial bonds were an insurmountable knot in Qin Wan's heart, as long as their parents stood by her side. Qin Wan would never be able to surpass her. These are Yan's assistants. They are here to help me move. Qin Wan lowered her gaze and spoke with an air of vulnerability. Moving? Just as Qin mother was about to admonish Qin Wan, warning her against attempting to leverage Yan against them, the words caught in her throat as she scrutinized Qin Wan with skepticism. What are you moving? Qin Wan, what are you hiding from us? As the conversation progressed, Qin mother reached out, intending to pull Qin Wan closer to confront her, but as she approached, she was forcibly blocked by the assistant. Get out of my way. I will discipline my own daughter. What business is it of yours? Qin mother angrily chastised the assistant. Did I in the face of her wrath? The assistant calmly replied, You may not be aware, but Miss Qin has already obtained a marriage certificate with Mr. Hua, making her not only the young lady of the Qin family, but also the mistress of the Hua family. A marriage certificate? How could that be? There hasn't even been a wedding. Qin mother's eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Qin Wan. Who permitted you to get married? Did your father and I consent? How dare you act without permission? Do you possess any self-awareness? Do you think you are worthy of being Mrs. Hua? In her fury, Qin mother attempted to shove Qin Wan, but once again, the assistant and the bodyguard intervened. Frustrated, Qin mother glared at Qin Wan, her eyes almost ablaze. Mom, there are no overnight grudges between mother and daughter. There must be some misunderstanding between you and my sister. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's heart sank as she realized something was amiss. Noting the assistant's concerned gaze, Qin Wan gently shook her head, assuring, It's fine. I just wish to have a brief conversation with her. Seeing the assistant's continued disapproval, Qin Wei felt a pang of jealousy. You all stay here. Do you really think I would do anything to her? She added, besides, she is still my biological sister. There are no overnight grudges between siblings. It must be said that Qin Wei's hypocrisy was glaring. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with jealousy. Rest assured, if I need you, I will call for you at any time, Qin Wan stated. Upon hearing this, the assistant relented, stepping aside to allow Qin Wan and Qin Wei to enter. On the third floor, Qin Wei gestured for Qin Wan to enter first, following closely behind and locking the door behind them. Qin Wan subtly furrowed her brow, prompting Qin Wei to abandon her pretense. Her face alight with arrogance. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Hearing this, Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, non-committal in her response. Witnessing Qin Wan's fearless demeanor only fueled Qin Wei's anger. Qin Wan, do you truly believe that Huyen has feelings for you? I cannot say whether he likes me, but I am certain that he does not like you. Qin Wan replied with a smile. This. Qin Wei's expression twisted momentarily. Qin Wan, you are forcing my hand. Qin Wei narrowed her eyes, her voice laced with venom, and raised her hand to strike Qin Wan's delicate face. As her hand approached, a flicker of triumph danced in her eyes. However, in the next moment, the arc of Qin Wei's smile froze. You bang. The sound of a woman's scream intertwined with the thud of a heavy object hitting the floor. Strangely, the assistant and bodyguard downstairs seemed oblivious to the commotion. Minutes later, Qin Wan descended the stairs, her eyes red and her expression vacant. The assistant, sensing something was amiss, immediately approached her. "Madam, are you all right?" The assistant inquired with concern. Qin Wan shook her head, her complexion pale. Her frail body swaying slightly until the assistant caught her in time. "That AS for the luggage. Does the Hua family lack money?" At the entrance of the Qin family estate, as Qin Wan and the assistant arrived, they spotted a familiar figure emerging from a black Mercedes. Upon seeing Qin Wan's pallid complexion, Hu Yan's brows furrowed deeply as he quickly approached and took her hand from the assistant, leaning down to examine her. "What happened?" Qin Wan shook her head, and in that instant her eyes seemed to redden further. Just as the assistant was about to explain, a particularly irritating voice interrupted. "Oh, isn't this our esteemed Hua?" Following the source of the voice, they saw a handsome young man with a sunny disposition seated on the balcony of the adjacent villa at that moment. He grinned widely at them, revealing two charming little canine teeth that shone brilliantly in the sunlight, creating a rather endearing sight. Yet, Qin Wan did not miss the malice lurking in the depths of his gaze. Noting this, Qin Wan cast a glance at Hu Yan. It seemed the young man held a grudge against him. In the midst of her contemplation, the young man's malicious gaze suddenly fell upon her. "Hu Yan, is this the wife you just married?" Hu Yan shot the young man a dismissive glance, ignoring him as he guided Qin Wan towards the car. Observing this, the malice in the young man's eyes intensified. "Hu Yan, can you truly see this woman beside you for who she is?" The young man suddenly remarked his words. Qin Wan hesitated momentarily before turning to the young man. Her eyes filled with confusion. "Do you know me?" Witnessing the innocence and bewilderment on Qin Wan's face, and recalling the earlier scene on the third floor of the Qin family residence, a glimmer of wicked amusement flickered in the young man's eyes. "Quite the actress. This is the first woman I've seen who can wrap Hu Yan around her finger." Contemplating this, the young man decided to refrain from exposing Qin Wan's true nature for the time being. "Qin Jie, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Chun, Hu Yan's arch-rival, and furthermore, to this point." Jiang Chun deliberately paused, keenly observing Hu Yan's reaction, seemingly hoping to catch a glimpse of some emotional fluctuation on his face. Chapter 12. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold-Hearted Mr. Hua 12. And furthermore, Jiang Chun lingered for several seconds, but Hu Yan remained expressionless, unfazed. "Qin Jie, I look forward to our next meeting," he said, leaping off the balcony. Just as he turned to leave, he paused, his gaze once more landing on Qin Wan with a knowing glint. "Qin Jie, I saw everything just now, so what if you did?" Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, meeting Jiang Chun's gaze with calm indifference, her clear eyes devoid of any sign of panic. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. For some inexplicable reason, he saw a trace of Hu Yan's persona reflected in Qin Wan at that moment. "Host, aren't you feeling anxious?" "Why should I be anxious?" Qin Wan retorted confidently. "What if Jiang Chun exposes your true self in front of Hu Yan? Are you not afraid that your standing with him will diminish?" Faced with Qin Wan's steadiness and confidence, the system was at a loss for whether to feel relieved or speechless. "Let him expose me. Will I not simply admit it? I am not foolish enough to let him get away with it without evidence. Otherwise, he is merely slandering and defaming me. Moreover, he and Hu Yan are clearly bitter rivals. Do you think Hu Yan would believe him? Besides, he must await my permission before speaking." With that, a faint smirk curled at the corner of Qin Wan's lips. "Chilling. Get in the car." Hu Yan opened the car door, looking at Qin Wan. As the vehicle sped away, Jiang Chun lazily leaned against the balcony, intrigued. "Qin Wan, sister-in-law, I look forward to our next encounter. I hope you won't disappoint me." With that, Jiang Chun cast a meaningful glance toward a certain room on the third floor of the Qin residence, a flicker of shadowy intrigue passing through his deep, dark eyes. Inside the car, Qin Wan leaned her head against the window, lost in thought as the scenery outside rushed by. The howling wind tousled her hair, creating a disheveled yet ethereal beauty about her. Observing this, Hu Yan hesitated for a moment before finally taking hold of her hand resting on her lap. Qin Wan's long, delicate lashes fluttered slightly as her pale, slender hand instinctively moved, not quite accustomed to the contact. Qin Wan responded softly. Witnessing her obedient demeanor, Hu Yan's gaze softened unconsciously. Hu Yan's affection increased by 2, current affection level, 28. I apologize, I went back on my word today, Huiyin suddenly said. Hearing this, Qin Wan turned to him. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, it wasn't intentional. It was an unexpected situation that I asked if to reassure Huiyin. Qin Wan, who had just felt uneasy, took the initiative to hold his hand in return. Qin Wan's hands were small and soft, with a delightful texture that instinctively provoked the desire to squeeze and play with them. Indeed, Huiyin did just that. Qin Wan's understanding and obedient nature evoked an even greater sense of pity from Huiyin towards her. Huiyin's favorability increased by 2. Current favorability, 30. That person just now. Qin Wan hesitated. His surname is Hua, and his given name is Hua Chun. Huiyin did not withhold the truth, candidly revealing Jiang Chen's identity. What? Qin Wan exclaimed in surprise that he is my half-brother. Huiyin replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan understood that if her memory served her right, Hua's parents, although united through a business marriage, had a strong bond and never strayed outside their relationship. The origins of Jiang Chun became intriguingly complex. System, character profile. Host, you are cheating, the system accused. Qin Wan raised an eyebrow. Character profile transmitting. The system's voice sounded pitiful. Jiang Chun, originally named Hua Chun, was born to Zhou Rou, one of Hua's father's secretaries, who developed feelings for him through years of close companionship. During a business engagement where Hua's father was set up, she defied his orders and did not take the adversary to the hospital, instead forcibly engaging with him. Afterward, Hua's father dismissed the secretary, providing her with a substantial severance, and they lost contact. However, no one anticipated that such a singular incident would lead Zhou Rou to conceive Jiang Chun, whom she secretly bore and raised alone. Years later, when Zhou Rou brought the grown and articulate Jiang Chun to the Hua family, chaos ensued. Hua's parents' long-standing affection faced potential collapse, but Hua's father, resolute, declared he would never acknowledge Jiang Chun, nor accept Zhou Rou. Yet, he would cover all child support and anything beyond that was out of the question. Unwilling to yield, Zhou Rou caused a ruckus at the Hua residence, ultimately resulting in her expulsion. Despite Hua's parents, she rejected their overseas arrangements, insisting on staying in the country, where she and Jiang Chun settled in the capital, constantly seeking opportunities to confront the Hua family. Zhou Rou's antics became increasingly extreme. Yet the Hua family did not indulge her unreasonable behavior. They intervened when necessary, but never with excessive force, simply ensuring she remained distant from their circle. During those days when she couldn't see Hua's father or provoke Hua's mother, Zhou Rou grew more radical, and Jiang Chun became the outlet for all her pent-up emotions. This explains why Jiang Chun harbored such intense animosity towards Huiyin, that he absorbed too much of Zhou Rou's negativity and resentment, enduring her relentless pressure, which rendered his psyche far from healthy. With no other means of emotional release, he directed his ire at his brother. Huiyin, that is, a fellow son of Hua's father, Huiyin lived a life of unparalleled comfort and happiness. After learning about Hua Chun, Qin Wan softly lamented, "What a pity for that face." Under the sun, the youth donned a pristine white shirt with sharp features and exquisite features. His pair of peach blossom eyes sparkled with a captivating smile, and the 2 small canine teeth at the corners of his lips were quite endearing, evoking an instinctive desire to draw near. Jiang Chun, though not as refined and handsome as Huiyin, radiated a sunny charm that was irresistibly appealing. Huiyin appeared as an unattainable snow lotus atop a snow-capped mountain, undeniably beautiful, yet too cold to approach instinctively, while Qin Wan was lost in thought. The assistant seated in the passenger seat suddenly changed color dramatically. "Boss, something has happened." Huiyin and Qin Wan simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. The assistant promptly handed his tablet to Huiyin. A mere glance caused Huiyin's eyes to narrow dangerously, and his previously calm demeanor shifted to a subtle gravity. Chapter 13. The Substitute Bride and the Cold Hua Xiao. 13 Shocking. The unpleasant truth behind the century wedding of the aristocracy. The trending topic on Weibo referenced the grand wedding of Huiyin and Qin Wan, from the envy of their perfect match to Qin Wei's unexpected emergence. Revealing another bride. Did the aristocratic sisters turn against each other for love? The Hua family's heir, a beautiful disaster. Photos from the wedding, featuring all 3 parties involved, were leaked online, and oh wonder, even the composed Huiyin's expression changed. "I recall the privacy of Jiangnan Hotel is quite commendable. The guests present that day should have had no reason to provoke the whole family. Qin Wan hesitated. Hui Yin frowned in silence for a moment. Then addressed the assistant, "Contact Jiangnan Hotel. I want all the surveillance footage from that day. Also, reach out to Weibo's upper management and expedite the removal of this trending topic. Furthermore, investigate the identity of the individual behind this post. I must know who is orchestrating this." "Understood, boss." For some reason, as Qin Wan scrolled through the posts, Jiang Qin's sunny youthful face flashed through her mind. With this thought, she casually swiped through the photos on the screen. "Although this post primarily discusses my competition with Qin Wei for you, I can't shake the feeling that the true intention behind it isn't the Qin family." Qin Wan remarked seemingly nonchalantly. "It's the Hu family." Hui Yin stated calmly that Qin's parents are driven by profit. The Qin family is not clean, that if they truly wanted to target the Qin family, they have ample means, with no need to risk offending the Hu family by using this wedding as a farce. "Jiangxin?" Qin Wan boldly suggested. The system was stunned, utterly taken aback. It had never anticipated that its host would display such audacity, discarding even the frail White Lotus persona. "Host, have you lost your mind? Are you not afraid Hui Yin will suspect your usual frailty is merely a facade?" Qin Wan replied, "I am merely delicate. I am not useless to you believe a brainless woman could effortlessly hold the position of the Hu family's matriarch. Moreover, my gentleness is solely reserved for the Qin family, that if I could remain indifferent towards my blood relatives, would you not find such a person terrifying? How do you think the Hu family would regard me? How would they accept me? What you say is quite reasonable. I find myself unable to refute." Hui Yin regarded Qin Wan, revealing no secrets. His affirmative response surprised Qin Wan slightly. Did he already know? Liu Bei was arranged by him. Upon comprehending the astonishment in Qin Wan's eyes, Hui Yin explained. Hearing this, Qin Wan instantly understood. This clarified everything, including why Jiang Qin fortuitously resided next door to the Qin family. "Since you were aware from the beginning, why did you not intervene?" Qin Wan fixed her gaze on Hui Yin. "That I respect his choices, that I in that moment." Qin Wan recognized the familiar indifference in Hui Yan's eyes. She lowered her gaze, concealing the faint smile within her eyes. Respect. Such lofty words, he simply looks down upon Qin Wei and permits Jiang Qun and Liu Bei's actions that if he truly respected others. Why would he meddle in my affairs like an overbearing caretaker? With this thought, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Qin Wan's mouth, a gentle sweetness blossoming within her heart. Thus far, among the 6 realms, aside from her, Ling Jue had never intruded on anyone else's business. Hui Yin acted swiftly. The trending topic's existence lasted less than 10 minutes before it vanished, observing the seemingly restored tranquility of Weibo. Jiang Qin was not surprised by this outcome. Contemplating this, Jiang Qin took out his phone and dialed Liu Bei's number, but he should still have backup plans. Merely deleting posts and retracting trending topics might not suffice. "No rush. I've arranged everything, just waiting for his move," Qin Wan replied. Observing the worry in her eyes, Hui Yin reassured her, holding her hand. Feeling the warmth radiating from his grasp, Qin Wan instinctively glanced at the man beside her. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she surprisingly perceived a hint of softness in Hui Yan's gaze. Was he that comforting her? The sudden sensation of fullness enveloped her, the unfamiliar, yet soothing floral fragrance lingering in the air as Hui Yin momentarily dazed. He lowered his gaze at the girl nestled in his embrace, who appeared utterly reliant on him. For some reason, at that instant, a faint sense of familiarity blossomed in his heart, accompanied by a trace of tenderness in his eyes that even he had not fully realized. Hui Yan's favorability increased by 5, current favorability, 35. Upon witnessing the rise in favorability, the smile on Qin Wan's lips deepened, while beneath Hui Yan's notice, her eyes brimmed with intense affection and obsession. After observing Qin Wan's reaction, the system felt a complex swirl of emotions that IT understood the depth of its host's obsession with Ling Jue. The very reason for its creation was to assist Ling Jue in overcoming tribulations. The system was acutely aware of the myriad past interactions between its host and Ling Jue. Thus, it increasingly believed that Ling Jue's feelings for the host were merely those of a mentor, devoid of romantic affection. Alas, judging by its host's reactions and demeanor. Sigh. What is love? That it compels one to pledge life and death. As Hui Yin had anticipated, Jiang Qin's subsequent plans soon unfolded. Explosive, The aftermath of your chaotic aristocratic private life. Shocking. The truth behind the sisterly feud among the aristocracy. To marry an aristocracy, sister shamelessly seduces and seizes her own brother-in-law. Viperous sister, in pursuit of brother-in-law, brutally harms her own sister. Unworthy of humanity. At the first glance of these posts, Qin Wan realized that this round of revelations was clearly aimed at her, no longer targeting the Hu family or Hui Yin. The call from Hui Yin came swiftly that we need to delete the post now. What were your original intentions? Qin Wan countered without answering. Upon hearing this, Hui Yan's sensuous lips curled slightly. Compared to Qin Wei, Qin Wan was considerably more astute. Merely from his question, she instantly surmised that he had ulterior motives. Do you trust me? Hui Yin retorted, Ain't this? Qin Wan smiled, her eyes sparkling like stars, her grin radiating an unprecedented brilliance. Did I end this world? I only trust you. Hearing the voice emanating from the phone and sensing the peculiar determination in the girl's words, Hui Yin felt an almost imperceptible tremor in his heart, that a vague and indescribable emotion surged within him. Chapter 14. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold-Hearted Huishao 14. Hui Yan's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability 40. After concluding the call with Qin Wan, Hui Yin stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window of his study, gazing at the vibrant nightlife below, lost in contemplation that he had known Qin Wan for a short while. Yet, whether it was her trust and reliance on him, or his peculiar sentiment towards her, there seemed to be a faint familiarity. However, he was certain that he and Qin Wan had not been acquainted before. After a brief but fruitless pondering, Hui Yin chose to relinquish his fixation. At least for now, he did not find this sensation unpleasant. Moreover, remarkably, he harbored no disdain for Qin Wan. Their interactions were comfortable. Dingling. Just as Qin Wan finished her call with Hui Yin, she had yet to set down her phone when a call from Qin Wei came through. Upon answering, she switched to speakerphone and casually tossed her phone onto the table. Sister, you really haven't gone to sleep yet. Qin Wan ignored her, walking to the vanity and sitting down, picking up various skincare products from the table. Sister, your health is poor. Why are you still awake at such a late hour? Has something happened? Sister, if anything is amiss, please don't keep it to yourself and suffer alone. Although we have had some minor discord due to Hui Yin, no matter what, we will always be blood-related sisters. If you feel wronged, you must remember to tell me and Mom and Dad. We are your family, your eternal support, sister. Are you listening? Qin Wei's grip on her phone tightened, her breathing becoming heavier, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with malice. Sister, are you asleep? Qin Wei pressed on, barely containing her anger. Not asleep, just listening to your performance. Qin Wan replied nonchalantly to At this moment. Qin Wei could no longer hold back. She exploded. Qin Wan, you wretched woman. Just as Qin Wei finished her tirade, the sound of Qin Wan's light laughter came through the phone. I was just wondering how long you could keep up the act. Qin Wei ground her teeth in frustration. Wretched woman, why must you do this? You finally have a good mood thanks to those online posts. Yet you don't cherish this hard-won happiness, instead seeking to provoke me. What are you thinking? Or do you have a masochistic tendency? It must be said, when Qin Wan speaks, her words can be infuriating. On the other end of the line, Qin Wei's face flushed with anger, her hands shaking as she clutched her phone, teetering on the brink of losing control. Are you truly that furious? Do you regret making this call? Oh, wretched woman. Qin Wan, you wretched woman. I will never let you off the hook. Just you wait. Under Qin Wan's relentless provocation, Qin Wei ultimately snapped, her emotions spilling over. Listening to Qin Wei's piercing roar, Qin Wan raised an eyebrow and smirked, lightly chuckling. Overreaching. Hearing the mockery in Qin Wan's laughter, Qin Wei could no longer restrain herself, screaming as she hurled her phone against the wall. Bang! The exposed post remained unaddressed, and the accusations continued unabated, with public opinion on the internet escalating. Some individuals had even begun to dig into Qin Wan's identity and her life over the past 20 years. Watching the online vitriol and curses directed at Qin Wan, Qin Wei felt her anger gradually subside. Qin Wan, let us see how long you can revel in this. While the online battlefield raged, Qin Wan's life in reality was equally vibrant. Early in the morning, just as Hui Yin was about to leave for the office, he stepped out only to be confronted by an unwelcome figure standing at his door. Beaming at him. Good morning, President Hua. The familiar tone and infuriating expression were all too characteristic of Jiang Chen. "What are you doing here?" Hui Yin frowned, glaring at him. "I moved in last night, right next door. From now on, we shall be neighbors. That I brought some gifts to welcome you, hoping President Hu will like them." Despite his words, Jiang Chen did not hand over the gifts but rather peered eagerly into the living room behind Hui Yin, seemingly searching for something. Hui Yan's gaze darkened. Just as he was about to close the door, a familiar voice rang out. "Did you drop something?" Seeing Qin Wan appear behind Hui Yan, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. And taking advantage of Hui Yan's momentary distraction, he darted inside, standing before Qin Wan. "Sister Qin, we meet again. After 2 days apart, Sister Qin, you have grown even more beautiful." "Jiang Chen?" Qin Wan looked at him in slight surprise. "Allow me to introduce myself. I just moved in yesterday, right next door. From now on, Sister Qin and I shall be neighbors. If you find yourself bored, feel free to come over and visit me. Of course, even if you are not bored, you can still come over. Whenever Sister Qin needs anything, I, Jiang Chen, am at your service. Sister Qin, please open this and see if you like it. This is a welcome gift I personally prepared for you." Seeing that Qin Wan was taking her time to respond, Jiang Chen took it upon himself to unwrap the gift box, revealing a selection of wine-infused chocolates before her. "Sister Qin, I heard you enjoy drinking. But due to health reasons, you can't indulge too much, so I specially made these wine chocolates using my cherished red wine." As he spoke, Jiang Chen picked up a piece of chocolate and affectionately offered it to Qin Wan's lips. "Qin Wan, are you done with this charade?" Hui Yin, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to grasp Jiang Chen's hand, halting him. The slender, fair fingers were merely a fist width away from Qin Wan's rosy lips. Unfortunately, he was thwarted by Hui Yin. Suppressing his irritation, Jiang Chen looked at Hui Yin with feigned innocence. "President Hua, have you misunderstood something? I merely prepared a small welcome gift for Sister Qin. Surely, you wouldn't be jealous over this?" In a place where Qin Wan could not see, Jiang Chen deliberately provoked Hui Yin with his gaze and a faint smile. "President Hua, your grip is rather painful." Jiang Chen whimpered, casting a pitiful look towards Qin Wan. "Sister Qin, please help me explain to President Hua. I truly meant no trouble. Qin Wan, that this little green tea is far more skilled than Qin Wei. Ask her to explain." Hui Yin was clearly defending her. If she spoke up for Jiang Chen now, wouldn't that be akin to biting the hand that feeds her, showing ingratitude? Moreover, the little green tea clearly harbored ill intentions. It was evident to anyone with eyes. Was there even a need for an explanation? Chapter 15. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold-Hearted Huishao. 15. You certainly did not cause a ruckus. As Qin Wan's words left her lips, Jiang Chen's smile deepened, daringly glancing at Hui Yin. However, his moment of joy was short-lived. As Qin Wan continued, "You are merely trying to sow discord between us as a couple." Upon hearing this, Hui Yan's lips curved slightly. Hui Yan's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 42. "Sister Qin, do you not believe me either?" Jiang Chen's facade faltered for just a moment before his acting skills kicked back in. "You don't trust your own husband, but trust this outsider." Qin Wan countered with a question, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen, seemingly puzzled as to why he would pose such a bizarre inquiry. Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Hui Yan's brow relaxed, and he released his hold on Jiang Chen's hand. Hui Yan's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 44. Observing Hui Yan's reaction, Qin Wan's gaze flickered ever so slightly. It seemed he did not regard Jiang Chen as indifferently as he appeared. After speaking, Qin Wan did not cast another glance at Jiang Chen, but instead looked at Hui Yin with gentle eyes. "It's getting late. You should head to the office." Faced with Qin Wan's favoritism and defense, Hui Yan's expression softened as he regarded her. "All right." Just as Hui Yin was about to turn and leave, Qin Wan suddenly leaped into his embrace, her slender arms wrapping around his waist, her soft cheek nuzzling against him, silently seeking affection. In that instant, Hui Yin felt the girl's reliance and need for him. It was a sensation both unfamiliar and novel. Yet strangely, he found it not unpleasant, even somewhat agreeable. Upon contemplating the origins of Qin Wan, reflecting on the attitudes of her parents towards her, and considering the dismal existence she endured within the Qin household, combined with her current trust and reliance, a twinge of compassion blossomed in Hui Yan's heart. Hui Yan's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 46. "Jiang Chen, do these two think he is dead?" Qin Wan. So much theatrics. Just ignore him. Nevertheless, Huiyin reached out to take the box from her hands, saying, I shall handle it for you. All right, Sister Qin, how could you be so heartless? Jiang Qin gazed at Qin Wan with a look of sorrow. I exerted considerable effort to craft that with my own hands. How could you give it to that cold-hearted man? Huiyin, did you not see? Qin Wan suddenly replied. Jiang Qin feigned ignorance, pretending to be perplexed as he looked at Qin Wan. Sister Qin, what are you talking about? I do not understand at all. Qin Wan chuckled lightly. Is that so? If you didn't see it, then you didn't see it. It's not a significant matter. Her nonchalance was evident, lacking any trace of anxiety or trepidation, causing Jiang Qin to harbor a flicker of suspicion that aren't you afraid? As Qin Wan attempted to step past him into the house, Jiang Qin spoke up. Aren't you afraid I will inform Huiyin? Qin Wan paused in her stride, seemingly threatened by his words, setting aside whether he would believe you, even if you truly informed him. So what? Turning to face him with her arms crossed defiantly. She wore an expression of fearless indifference. Observing her demeanor, which radiated a sense of invulnerability, Jiang Qin could not resist asking, Aren't you concerned that your image in Huiyan's eyes will be obliterated after he finds out? Image? Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, humor glimmering in her voice as she retorted, What image do I hold in Huiyan's heart? A fragile, helpless little creature, or a purely innocent and kind-hearted maiden? Qin Wan's dismissive attitude was unexpected for Jiang Qin, who had believed her dependence on Huiyin to be substantial. She had feigned weakness and pity before Huiyin, had she not intended for him to cherish her, feel sympathy for her, and ultimately develop affection for her. Noticing the frown etched on Jiang Qin's brow, Qin Wan chuckled softly. Have you forgotten? Huiyin and I are already married. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's expression shifted as this revelation surpassed his expectations. He had not anticipated that despite the public uproar over Qin Wei's disruption of the wedding and Qin Wan's proxy marriage, Huiyin would still choose Qin Wan and marry her. Do you think that once you reveal the so-called truth to Huiyin, he would divorce me, Jiang Qin? That of course not. The years of rivalry had given Jiang Qin a profound understanding of Huiyin. He was acutely aware of the kind of man he was. Moreover, do you have any evidence? Qin Wan inquired further. Unless you possess a video recording or surveillance footage, how could you convince Huiyin? Even if you did have evidence, I could claim it was self-defense, for you witnessed the events of that day. It was Qin Wei who struck first, and I merely had to incapacitate her out of necessity. After all, that if I did not subdue her to the point of being unable to retaliate, how could I know whether she would rise again to attack me? Jiang Qin, that's self-defense, my foot. Although it was indeed Qin Wei who initiated the attack. She hadn't even touched the hem of Qin Wan's garment before being kicked away. Who could have foreseen that Qin Wan, this frail creature afflicted with ailments for over 20 years, could overpower the vigorous and healthy Qin Wei so effortlessly? It defied all logic. Furthermore, do you genuinely believe Huiyin wishes for a naive damsel to occupy the position of Mrs. Hua? Jiang Qin. Certainly not. Thus, whether you inform Huiyin or not holds little consequence for me. Jiang Qin found himself at a loss for words due to Qin Wan's assertions. However, her words also provided him with a new perspective on her character. It must be said, compared to Qin Wei, Qin Wan, the ailing one, was undeniably more intriguing and entertaining. It was no wonder Huiyin had chosen her over Qin Wei. That I have not finished speaking. As Qin Wan turned to leave, Jiang Qin stepped forward and grasped her arm firmly. Release me. Qin Wan frowned, fixing her gaze on Jiang Qin's grasp. Noting the blatant rejection in her demeanor, Jiang Qin's gaze shifted subtly, unconsciously tightening his grip on her It was at this moment. Chapter 16. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold Huashao. 16. Qin Wan's aversion incited Jiang Qin's rebellious spirit, prompting him to not only retain his hold, but also to overstep further. Brazenly rubbing his fingertip against her arm, Qin Wan's eyes darkened as she swiftly twisted Jiang Qin's wrist, lifting her leg to deliver a kick, effortlessly toppling him in an instant. The woman coldly stood upon the man's back, her toes applying gentle pressure as she rotated, causing him to wince in pain. Yet his eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, a mix of excitement and agony. Should you dare to lay a hand on me again, Qin Wei will be your fate. Jiang Qin, painfully rising from the ground, gazed at the closed door before him. Rather than feeling humiliated or angry, he found himself exhilarated. The game was becoming increasingly entertaining. As evening approached, Jiang Chen stood on the balcony of the adjacent second floor, relishing the spectacle of bustling figures entering and exiting the Hu family villa. Haha, this is hilarious. He had anticipated this. How could a woman like Qin Wan genuinely harbor deep feelings for a man? Look at how Hu Yin was treated. It was hardly superior to his own. They were officially married, yet she was unwilling to even prepare a home-cooked meal for him. Instead, she had ordered takeout from a hotel, which was utterly comical, observing the lavish dinner spread before them. Hu Yin wore a faintly surprised expression. Didn't the aunt say she would come tomorrow? Yes. Qin Wan nodded as she placed food on Hu Yan's plate. You made this? As his gaze fell upon the swollen bruise on her wrist, Hu Yin instinctively inquired that no after a brief hesitation. Qin Wan replied awkwardly. I doubt before Qin Wan could finish her sentence. An urgent knock at the door interrupted them. Exchanging glances, Qin Wan quickly freed herself from Hu Yan's grasp and moved towards the door. What brings you here again? Qin Wan's voice was laced with suspicion. Before Hu Yin could rise to intervene, Jiang Chun had already barged in. Sister Qin, have you seen Weibo? Is someone deliberately targeting you? Just as Jiang Chun attempted to approach Qin Wan, a tall figure stepped forth, shielding her behind him. Have you had enough of this commotion? The man's deep, displeased voice resonated. Jiang Chen's face betrayed his irritation as he regarded the obstructive Hu Yin. Hu Yin, who is causing the disturbance now? Sister Qin has been so severely slandered. As her husband, you did not defend her in a timely manner, and now you wish to help her. What? Now that I want to assist her, you intend to obstruct me. Do you genuinely care for Sister Qin? Or are you merely exploiting her? Using her to fulfill the Hu family's demands for your marriage and to smoothly inherit everything from the Hu family? Jiang Chen's probing questions caused Hu Yin to furrow his brow, but he had explained to Qin Wan the reasons for not addressing the matter. Yet it was undeniable that she had indeed been wronged. Although he intended to draw out the perpetrator behind this and resolve the issue once and for all, Hu Yan's affection level increased by 2, current affection level, 48. He felt a pang of guilt. This is a matter between Qin Wan and myself. It is not your place to interfere. Despite his guilt, Hu Yin, with Jiang Chen present, could not reveal any vulnerability and thus let Jiang Chen watch the drama unfold. With Hu Yin's approach proving ineffective, Jiang Chen redirected his focus towards Qin Wan. Sister Qin, since Hu Yin does not care for you, I shall. Though my capabilities are limited and do not rival the immense power of the Hu family. For Sister Qin's sake, I shall do everything within my power to ensure you are not subjected to humiliation. Is the performance over? Qin Wan's unexpected interjection left both Jiang Chun and Hu Yin momentarily stunned. If it is over, please leave promptly. We wish to continue our meal. That I in the face of Jiang Chun and Hu Yan's gazes. Qin Wan remained utterly unfazed. Sister Qin. Jiang Chen's expression bore a wounded look as he regarded her. Watching the two depart, Jiang Chen ground his teeth in frustration. How could this ungrateful woman not recognize his efforts on her behalf? Did she truly cherish Hu Yin to such an extent? What was so special about Hu Yin? Aside from being the heir of the Hu family, he was merely a handsome face, just an attractive, brooding older man, and yet Qin Wan seemed to be utterly blind, fixating on him to the exclusion of all else. The more Jiang Chen pondered, the more agitated he became, especially upon witnessing Qin Wan smiling tenderly as she served Hu Yin food. Enraged, he muttered a curse under his breath before slamming the door behind him. Bang! The resounding slam of the door signaled the conclusion of this farce. After maintaining his silence, Hu Yin finally spoke up. This incident was indeed a lapse in my consideration, and I regret the distress it has caused you. Qin Wan raised her gaze to meet his, and in that moment of eye contact, a gentle smile flickered in her eyes. That I am not aggrieved, that I am not a parasitic flower. What I require is not your meticulous attention and care. We both understand how this matter should be handled for a lasting resolution. As for the grievances Jiang Chun mentioned, these rumors are nothing compared to what I endured in the Qin household. As soon as Qin Wan's words fell, a warm, large hand silently enveloped her small one. Most 2 days that I will do my utmost, observing the determination and rare tenderness in Hu Yan's eyes. Qin Wan smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. All right. Hu Yan's affection level increased by 2, current affection level, 50. Qin Wan's clarity of mind, her understanding nature, and her experiences within the Qin family all stirred a feeling of compassion within Hu Yin. It was not an overflow of sympathy, but rather because this person was her. However, before the 2 days Hu Yin mentioned could elapse, that very evening, Qin Wei, Liu Bei, and Jiang Chun stirred up a storm online. After dinner, Qin Wan nestled on the sofa scrolling through Weibo, finally uncovering the reason behind Jiang Chen's sudden visit that afternoon. That it turned out that Qin Wei had unexpectedly posted a Weibo. Speaking out on the matter, Qin Wei, I beg everyone not to insult my sister any longer. Although she has made mistakes, she is, after all, my blood-related sister. She is in poor health, and as her younger sister, I should take care of her more. Whatever my sister desires, I am willing to give it to her, as long as she is happy. Regarding the marriage with Huiyin, while the Hua family specifically sought a union with me, my sister is also the daughter of our parents, the eldest lady of the Qin family. The marriage between the Hua and Qin families is legitimate for her as well. There is no question of me stealing my sister's fiancé. Truly, I hope this matter can come to an end. I implore everyone. Chapter 17. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold Hui Young Master. 17. Once Qin Wei's tea-flavored post emerged, the already one-sided public opinion intensified even further. Watching the vitriol directed at her, the curses and accusations, Qin Wan felt no tremor within her heart. After scrolling through Weibo for a while longer, she discovered that not only had Qin Wei posted, but Liu Bei had also shared a message. Liu Bei, taking money to do someone else's bidding, I should not have stepped forward, nor should I have divulged anything. However, with the recent uproar online, I finally learned the truth that my heart has been tortured these past few days. Choosing this profession was a necessity of life, not my desire that, if possible, I too would like to be a good person, to harm no one, but there are too many helpless situations in this world. Qin Wei is innocent. It was I who approached her for money, deceived her, and harmed her, hoping she would voluntarily abandon her engagement to the Hua family. Qin Wei, I am sorry that I do not wish for your forgiveness. I only hope you are no longer misunderstood and hurt. That I apologize. Upon reading this, Qin Wan could not help but let out a light laugh, her eyes glimmering with mockery. Finally, these two had taken action. She had thought they would remain composed. It turned out to be nothing more than that. With the release of Qin Wei and Liu Bei's Weibo posts, the online backlash against her intensified, with some individuals even beginning to dox her. After casting a nonchalant glance at these remarks, Qin Wan shifted her focus elsewhere. What surprised her instead was Jiang Chun. Qin Wan narrowed her eyes, fixating on the Weibo post by Jiang Chun for quite some time. Jiang Chun, the Qin Wan I know, is the most wonderful girl in the world. Though she is frail and ailing, she harbors goodness in her heart, bringing warmth to many. Jiang Chun understood that under such circumstances, words could feel utterly inadequate, so he refrained from elaborating and instead shared a collection of photos of Qin Wan. In the nursing home, Qin Wan donned a volunteer uniform, tidying up rooms for the elderly, assisting them on walks, and singing to bring them joy. Why did I end the orphanage? She was the gentle and kind-hearted big sister, teaching the children to sing, read, and draw, while also providing them with numerous books, stationery, and various learning tools. Upon seeing these photos, Qin Wan furrowed her delicate brows, and good deed goes unpunished. Where there's smoke, there's fire. What was this wicked man, Jiang Chun, up to now? A series of knocks interrupted Qin Wan's thoughts. Aren't you asleep? Opening the door, she was taken aback to find Huiyin standing there. Did you see Weibo? Yes, I just finished reading it. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Qin Wan's face as she seemed to recollect something. Sensing her mood, Huiyin spoke. I've arranged a press conference. You should accompany me to a press conference? Qin Wan was momentarily stunned. He spoke. Huiyin stepped past her into the room, picking up her coat from the rack and draping it over her shoulders. Put this on. It's getting chilly outside. He finished speaking. Huiyin naturally took her hand. The warmth radiating from his palm caused Qin Wan to momentarily lose her train of thought. Half an hour later, Huiyin led Qin Wan to the second floor of the press conference venue. In the hall below, her parents were surrounded and besieged by a throng of reporters. On stage, her father held a microphone, commencing his performance. Today, we are holding this press conference to clarify the recent online rumors regarding the substitute bride incident. The situation is as follows. Our Qin family indeed has a betrothal agreement with the Hua family, and the one they are interested in is my eldest daughter, Qin W. And at this juncture, Qin Wan's father hesitated for a brief moment, a flicker of struggle evident on his face. Yet, the hesitation was but a fleeting moment. He continued speaking. However, we have always favored our younger daughter. Additionally, the marriage with the Hua family is a matter of great significance. Qin Wan's health is poor, and doctors have indicated she may not live past 25. We feared she might not survive long after marrying into the Hua family, which could jeopardize the union, and we were also concerned about her passing, leaving our Qin family without benefit. Thus, when our younger daughter, Qin Wei, proposed to substitute Qin Wan in marrying into the Hua family and becoming Hua Xiao's wife, we were tempted and took concrete action. Everything was proceeding smoothly. We concealed this from Wan and informed the Hua family that she was unwilling to engage, and they did not press the matter. Wei smoothly became Hua Xiao's fiancée. However, we never anticipated that close to the wedding date, Wei would suddenly flee. Fearing the Hua family might make things difficult, and even more so, fearing the loss of the alliance with the Hua family. We found ourselves in the position of having to compel Wan to be the substitute bride. Once Qin Wan's father concluded his statement, the room erupted in astonishment. No one had expected the truth of the matter to unfold in such a manner. Reflecting on the two Weibo posts by Qin Wei and Liu Bei, as well as the frenzy of criticism directed at Qin Wan over the past few days, the reporters present could not help but express their sympathy for her. How tragic, so terribly tragic. Despite being daughters of the same family, the stark contrast in treatment between the sisters by their parents was as vast as heaven and earth. Qin Wei was the apple of their eye, a precious treasure they cherished as if it were made of glass. Meanwhile, Qin Wan was merely a freebie, treated with disdain and scrutiny. One could not help but draw parallels between Qin Wan's parents' behavior and the ancient tale of Qin Wan, where they favored the favored one in times of ease and neglected the other in times of trouble. Why is it always me who is cast aside, even though we share the same blood? Qin Wan's trembling whisper broke the silence. Huiyin turned to look and realized, unbeknownst to him, that Qin Wan's eyes had quietly reddened. Filled with unshed tears, he silently approached her side, grasping her hand in a wordless gesture of comfort. Noticing his hesitation, Qin Wan no longer hesitated, leaning into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his strong waist, burying her tear-streaked face in his broad, warm chest. Huiyin was taken by surprise, his body stiffening as he stood there, momentarily unsure whether to push Qin Wan away or to allow her to remain. Just for a moment, just a little while. Can you not push me away? Sensing his discomfort, Qin Wan's muffled, cautious plea emerged from within his embrace. Moments later, feeling the gentle pat of reassurance on her back, Qin Wan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Thank you. A low, heartfelt expression of gratitude escaped her. Huiyin's hand, which had been reassuringly patting her back, paused for a brief moment, a complex emotion surfacing in his heart. Despite her sorrow, she did not forget to express her gratitude. It was endearingly considerate, evoking a sense of tenderness within him. Huiyan's affection level increased by 5, current affection level, 55. After sobbing for a while, Qin Wan's emotions gradually settled, just as she lowered her head to gently wipe her cheeks. A deep, resonant voice filled with reassurance broke the silence, that I will be with you for the rest of your life. Qin Wan's body tensed momentarily. Did I end the next second? She abruptly lifted her head, gazing at him with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Chapter 18. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold Young Master. 18. Noticing her reaction, Huiyan's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a hint of warmth. You heard correctly, T confirmed her apprehension. Then do you like me? Qin Wan asked cautiously, her eyes filled with trepidation. Their gazes locked, and as Huiyin observed the unguarded affection reflected in Qin Wan's eyes, he momentarily lost himself. That I cannot deceive you, that I must admit that I do not yet harbor feelings of love for you. However, I will not conceal the fact that you are different from me. I do have feelings of fondness. Huiyin spoke sincerely and candidly. Moreover, we are already registered. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are my future. As their eyes met, the gentle warmth in Huiyin's gaze caused Qin Wan's heart to flutter for an instant. What if you meet another girl whom you like even more? My heart is small, and my time is limited. It has already been reserved for you. The man made a solemn promise, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Upon hearing this, a wave of sweetness surged within Qin Wan. Under Huiyan's watchful gaze, she raised her head, standing on her tiptoes as she gradually leaned closer to him. Their faces drew nearer, close enough for Huiyin to distinctly feel the warmth of Qin Wan's breath fanning across his face. Her delicate features gradually filled his vision, and as she approached, a subtle, enchanting fragrance enveloped him, lingering at the tip of his nose. His heart, usually calm and rhythmic, surprisingly slowed its beat by half a count. An indescribable and unfamiliar sentiment surged within him. Huiyan's affection level increased by 2. Current affection level 57. The young girl, with her delicate hands, silently wrapped them around his neck, her warm, soft lips gently pressing against his cool, stiff ones. Huiyan's body went rigid, and his pupils constricted sharply. Huiyan's affection level increased by 5, current affection level 62. Qin Wan's movements were awkward. At first, she merely pressed her lips against his, pausing for several seconds, seeing that he did not push her away. She mustered the courage to slightly part her lips, softly capturing his lower lip with a gentle touch. As a man of business with no romantic experience, Huiyan was utterly at a loss as to how to respond to Qin Wan's persistent advances. He could only stand there stiffly, allowing her to use him as a practice subject. Yes, a practice subject. Qin Wan's actions were inexperienced, clearly lacking finesse. After a simple, timid nibble, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. Hesitating for 2 seconds before retreating with an innocent look of confusion, their gazes locked. Meeting Huiyan's inscrutable eyes, Qin Wan bit her lower lip nervously and spoke. You didn't push me away just now. Does that mean, deep down, you actually like me? It's just that you lack experience and cannot comprehend what liking someone feels like. Huiyan's lips twitched imperceptibly. This girl was rather audacious to say he lacked experience. As if she possessed any. Remembering her earlier boldness, Huiyan frowned disapprovingly at Qin Wan. As for what just happened, it would be best not to repeat it in the future. Hearing this, Qin Wan looked at him in bewilderment, asking why, don't you like it? Huiyan was momentarily speechless. He gazed in her eyes, filled with confusion. This was not merely a question of preference. It was indeed a matter of preference, for the first time. The usually obedient Qin Wan challenged Huiyan that if you like me, then when I kiss you, you should feel joy in your heart. That if you don't like me with your nature, you would never allow me to get close to you, let alone steal a kiss. Huiyan, stop avoiding it. You do like me. Qin Wan's sudden assertiveness momentarily left Huiyan in a daze. Seizing the opportunity, she pressed on. You simply lack experience and cannot discern what liking someone truly feels like. As she spoke, taking advantage of Huiyan's distraction, Qin Wan grasped his hand and placed it over her heart. Feel this. Isn't your heart racing? And your mind, your thoughts, are they not in disarray because of that kiss? Huiyan, stop avoiding it. You do like me. We are legally married. Is it really so difficult to admit you like me? Looking into Qin Wan's slightly reddened eyes and seeing the sadness within them, Huiyan felt momentarily disoriented. Strangely, this scene seemed familiar. Watching Huiyan's prolonged silence, Qin Wan felt a chill in her heart, a fleeting moment of self-mockery crossing her features. It was just the same as it had been in the divine realm. Clearly harboring feelings for her, yet refusing to acknowledge them, escape her passionate emotions. He had forced her to betray the divine realm, plunging into the realm of demons. Qin Wan gazed deeply at him, as if having made a decision. She turned away, intending to leave. Witnessing this, a strange sense of panic surged within Huiyan, and he hurriedly grasped her hand, seeing Qin Wan's expression of profound despair. Huiyan felt an inexplicable discomfort in that moment. His usually steadfast rationality seemed to vanish, and he succumbed to his innermost desires, pulling Qin Wan into his embrace that instant. Huiyan could not help but let out a soft sigh, a mix of helplessness and compromise towards her. Huiyan's affection level increased by 10, current affection level 72. Once embraced, Qin Wan's body first stiffened imperceptibly, then she cautiously wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist. Noticing Huiyan did not reject her, she boldly buried her face deep into his broad chest. Once assured that Huiyan's gaze could not reach her, Qin Wan allowed her emotions to surface, her lips curving upward in a radiant smile. This man, much like in the divine realm, remained perpetually indifferent, yet ever so intriguing that he would not take that step unless gently urged. Their embrace lingered for an extended period until the sounds of Qin's parents' furious voices from downstairs shattered the tender atmosphere surrounding them. Blushing, Qin Wan withdrew from Huiyan's embrace, casting a shy glance at him before quickly averting her gaze. Feigning composure as she looked toward the chaos unfolding on the first floor, we have said all that needs to be said. Please step aside. We have the right to refuse your inquiries. If you unscrupulous reporters do not move, I shall issue a lawyer's letter against you. Qin's parents' angry threats echoed relentlessly. Qin Wan soon realized that perhaps their earlier clarifications had been a bit too shameless. As her parents were now being besieged by reporters, bombarded with microphones thrust into their faces. Chapter 19. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold-Hearted Xiao, 19. In a hotel suite on the second floor. After enduring great difficulties to shake off the throng of reporters, Qin's parents stood before Huiyin in a state of utter disarray. Observing Qin Wan seated beside Huiyin, and the subtle tenderness reflected in Huiyin's gaze towards her, Qin's parents felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their gamble had paid off. Huiyin truly harbored feelings for Qin Wan, though temporarily parting with Qin Wei, their daughter whom they had nurtured for over 20 years, was somewhat painful, especially given the immense time, effort, and love they had invested in her. They still deemed it a profitable exchange. Moreover, it was merely a temporary sacrifice that as long as it benefited the Qin family and elevated the Qin corporation. They would not hesitate to part ways, even if it meant severing ties with Qin Wei permanently. Wan, how have you been feeling lately? Are there any lingering discomforts? Have you been diligent in taking the medicine and supplements prescribed by the doctor? Have you been going for regular checkups? Are you comfortable living at the Hor residence? Do you have enough money? Qin's father handed Qin Wan a card from his wallet, pressing it into her hand without regard for her willingness to accept it, nor granting her a chance to refuse. Take this card. Buy whatever you desire without hesitation, but do not allow yourself to feel deprived. While your mother and I are away, you must take good care of yourself. Do not let yourself go hungry or cold, or else your parents will be heartbroken. You are our cherished daughter, spoiled for over 20 years, Qin Wan. Though when it comes to shamelessness, no one can rival the Qin couple. Noticing that neither Qin Wan nor Huiyin responded to them, Qin's parents remained unfazed, continuing to gaze at Qin Wan with affectionate indulgence, even taking the liberty of pulling out a chair to sit beside her. Especially Qin's mother, upon receiving a knowing glance from her husband, immediately reached out with a loving expression to grasp Qin Wan's hand. Wan, it was Wei Wei's childish antics that caused you harm. On her behalf, your mother and I sincerely apologize. However, rest assured, we are fair. While Wei Wei is your sister, she is also an adult and must face the consequences of her actions that I in response to her mother's feigned closeness. Qin Wan neither withdrew her hand nor responded coldly. Instead, she pretended to be aggrieved. But didn't you say that Wei Wei was your most beloved daughter? That I should not harbor delusions of competing with her? Qin's parents were momentarily at a loss for words. You must be mistaken, my child. Both you and Wei Wei are our precious daughters, born after 10 months of pregnancy. How could your mother possibly favor one over the other? Then, if Wei Wei has something, do I also have it? Qin Wan swiftly changed the subject, that of course. Sensing Qin Wan's willingness to engage, Qin's father seized the opportunity to continue. Both you and Wei Wei are treasured daughters. Your mother and I treat you equally, never favoring one over the other. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan's eyes brightened with anticipation as she looked at her father. When Wei Wei turned 18, the gift you gave her was 10% of the company's shares. Do I not also have a share, which perhaps you both forgot to mention because of my health issues? Qin's father, Qin's mother. But this daughter must be here to collect debts. That was 10% of the company's shares. Wei Wei received that honor because she utilized her vibrant charm to secure a major project for the Qin family. What right does Qin Wan have? Observing the silence from her parents, Qin Wan anxiously scanned their faces, cautiously inquiring, did I misunderstand something? Just as Qin's mother was about to instinctively reprimand Qin Wan, she caught sight of Huiyin's icy gaze. Qin's mother. Qin's father cautiously glanced at Huiyin, noticing the unmistakable chill in his eyes, and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It seemed they had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. No, my child. What are you imagining? Whatever Wei Wei has, you naturally have as well. The reason I never told you is that your health has been poor, and you have often been hospitalized in order to spare you from worry and trouble. Your mother and I chose to keep this from you. Rest assured, I have been managing the 10% of shares that belong to you. With me overseeing it, what do you have to fear? Upon hearing this, a deeper smile graced Qin Wan's eyes. Despite having come this far, he still refused to relent. Though it may not be entirely appropriate to say, but father, you are not getting any younger, and your energy is limited. Managing such a large company is inherently challenging. Now that I am an adult, if I continue to burden you with my concerns, it would reflect poorly on me as your daughter." Hearing Qin Wan's remarks about his age, Qin's father felt a surge of anger, nearly choking on his words. Disobedient daughter. Indeed, Qin Wan is nothing but a harbinger of debt. While it's true that over the years, my parents have been preoccupied with work and caring for Weiwei, leading to some neglect on their part, they are still my closest kin who gave me life, that I have always cared for you deeply. Seeing my father toil so hard for me, I truly cannot bear it. Thus, I discussed with the yin, and I would like him to manage that 10% of shares on my behalf. Qin's father. He had intended to leverage Qin Wan's marriage to Hui Yin for benefits from the Hui family, but now, he hadn't received any substantial benefits from Hui Yin yet, and this daughter of his dares to ask him to relinquish 10% of the company's shares. No, that is out of the question. Qin's father nearly roared in protest. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Qin's mother, who had been standing beside him, nudged him with her elbow, bringing him back to his senses. Yes, he must not offend Hui Yin. Hui Yin had just promised to gift them a piece of highly valuable land in the western part of the city, that if he were to refuse Qin Wan now, given Hui Yin's level of care for her, he might very well turn hostile. Indeed, he could not refuse. Yet, the thought of handing over 10% of the shares for free was something he could not stomach. Just as Qin's father wavered, Qin's mother unexpectedly agreed. Wan has grown up and understands the difficulties faced by you and me. However, this child truly has a way of making her father feel old, that Qin's mother feigned a doting demeanor. Yet her words subtly hinted at Qin Wan's lack of understanding. Rest assured about the shares. I will take charge of this matter. And do not blame your father. He simply worries about you, wanting to show more care, but he doesn't know how to express it. Yes, I understand my father's profound love. Qin Wan smiled sweetly, displaying an understanding demeanor to Qin's mother. That this sentiment sounds rather peculiar. Chapter 20. The Substitute Bride Versus. The cold Hui young master, 20. Though Qin Wan's words were somewhat discomforting to hear, her attitude remained relatively pleasant, allowing Qin's mother to continue her discourse. Mother knows, Wan, you are the most understanding. However, transferring the shares involves considerable red tape, and your father and I have been busy with a major project recently, so it may take time to finalize. The Qin's mother feigned difficulty upon hearing this. Qin's father's eyes brightened. Yes, why hadn't he thought of that? Since he could not refuse, he would simply delay. He would stall until he secured the land in the western part of the city. And once Qin Wan brought up the shares again, he could then propose some requests and extract enough benefits from Hui Yin. This way, even if he ultimately had to part with that 10% of shares, he could at least ensure he would not suffer a loss. Moreover, considering Hui Yin's level of care for Qin Wan, as long as she could be persuaded, Hui Yin would likely be willing to make sacrifices for her. Thinking of the immense wealth of the Hui family, Qin's father felt his breath quicken with excitement. Mom and Dad, you are truly wonderful, that I do not fully understand the shares. Seeing Qin Wan relent, both Qin's father and mother sighed in relief, their previously furrowed brows easing, and a subtle smile finally graced their well-maintained, refined features. That it is Wan who understands best. That Qin's mother smiled contentedly. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan also beamed with joy, recalling that Weiwei mentioned receiving a globally limited edition sports car for her 19th birthday from her parents. The smiles on Qin's father and mother's faces froze. Wan, you also mentioned that the sports car is a global limited edition, which has long been sold out. Even if your parents have money now, they cannot purchase it. Qin's father chuckled awkwardly. Qin Wan nodded in agreement, her expression one of understanding towards her parents' predicament. You are truly obedient. But Qin's father thought Qin Wan had relented and would no longer make demands, instinctively praising her while reaching out to pat her head, hoping to convey his affection and tenderness. However, he never anticipated that his hand would freeze mid-air. That I know that car is a limited edition and not currently available. I do not wish to put my parents in a difficult position. Additionally, considering my health is not robust, my parents must be worried about me driving alone. How about this? I will check the price of Weiwei's car, and you can simply give me the cash equivalent. Cash equivalent. For a moment, the features on Qin's father and mother's faces nearly contorted. How dare she make such a request? Hui Yin is watching, and does she not fear inciting his disdain? Mom and Dad. You are that unwilling? Not at all. How could that be? Qin's father and mother spoke simultaneously, though their tones bore a hint of grit. You are truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan's expression brightened, her smile radiating sweetness. Qin's father. Qin's mother. After exchanging glances, the couple closed their eyes for a moment, their breaths becoming noticeably heavier. However, did you think this was the end? By the way, Mom and Dad, Wei mentioned that her 20th birthday gift was a villa. I want to know if my villa is next to Wei so that I can visit her often. Qin's father. Qin's mother. Qin Wei. It is said that wealth should not be flaunted. Yet, she has told Qin Wan everything we gifted her, that she afraid Qin Wan will not compete with her. She could easily keep it to herself, yet she insists on boasting, leaving Qin Wan, this debt collector, to start calculating her debts. Observing the twisted expressions on Qin's father and mother's faces, and then glancing at Qin Wan's seemingly indifferent yet pitiful gaze directed at this unprincipled couple. Hui Yan's gaze darkened. Hui Yan's favorability increased by 3, current favorability 75. He felt a pang of sympathy. While he had long anticipated that Qin Wan's life in the Qin family would be fraught with difficulties and neglect, it was one thing to know and another to witness her recounting the gifts and happiness that Qin Wei possessed, while she could only plead for her own, especially since she had had to voice her desires. Yet this couple still bore expressions of reluctance, as though they were being coerced at knife point. With this thought, Huiyin shut his eyes, suppressing the sudden surge of fury within him. Did I recall that Qin Wei is 22 this year? Huiyin stated Qin's father, Qin's mother. What was her gift for 21? Huiyan's chilling gaze fell upon Qin's father, Qin's father replied stiffly, his teeth chattering. And for 22? Huiyan's voice seemed even colder. It was that it was, Huiyin raised an eyebrow, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. Upon noticing, Qin's father felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. Yet he could not bear to offend the Hua family, this colossal support, nor dare to provoke the formidable Hua Yan. That it was a complete set of pink diamond jewelry purchased at the New York auction. Upon hearing this, Huiyin seemed to recall something, raising an eyebrow to inquire. The Heart of Dreams? Yes. Qin's father nodded, his complexion darkening, that he had not anticipated that Huiyin would remember such a commonplace auction item. After the questioning concluded, Huiyin turned to his assistant, signaling him to pass over the tablet. After a series of operations, Huiyin handed the tablet to Qin Wan, asking her to select which set she preferred. That on the tablet screen, exquisite pieces of jewelry were displayed, silently showcasing their beauty. There was a complete set of ruby jewelry, a complete set of sapphire jewelry, and an invaluable complete set of imperial green jade jewelry. Qin Wan smiled, placing the tablet on the table and sliding it toward Qin's father and mother. Her face adorned with a sweet smile as she gazed at the couple. Mom and Dad, which set do you think suits me best? I heard from Wei that her set of pink diamonds was specially chosen by you. The spacious private room fell into a prolonged silence. That Qin's father and mother trembled with rage, struggling to contain themselves. Several times, they nearly broke their restraint, but each time they lifted their heads, they would invariably meet Huiyan's penetrating gaze. In the end, they were forced to settle their sights on the least expensive set of sapphire jewelry. Then, let's go with the sapphire set. You are still young, and the other 2 sets are rather mature. Not quite suitable. Qin's father gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger as he spoke against his will. Actually, I find the sapphire set somewhat old-fashioned as well. Qin Wan feigned a conflicted expression upon hearing these words. Qin Fu's anger momentarily faltered. He seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, eagerly gazing at Qin Wan, anticipating her rejection of the jewelry set. Chapter 21. The Substitute Bride and the Indifferent Young Master Hua. 21. Although these 3 sets of jewelry were not particularly suitable for me, I could not decline the thoughtful gift from my parents. Thus, I shall choose this set of imperial green jewelry. Upon concluding her statement, Qin Fu and Qin Mu fell into a profound silence. The couple's faces became rigid, their expressions grim, as their gazes towards Qin Wan brimmed with resentment, despite their efforts to conceal it. Qin Mu still wished to dissuade Qin Wan from her decision, but Huiyan's patience had already worn thin. See them out. The assistant instinctively stepped forward to open the door, smiling at Qin Fu and Qin Mu. Qin Fu and Qin Mu. In the hotel's underground parking lot. Qin Mu trembled with rage, questioning uncontrollably, how dare she? How dare she? Qin Fu's fury reached its zenith, yet upon witnessing Qin Mu's departure from her usual poised demeanor into that of a shrew scolding in the street, a flicker of disdain surged within him. The hatred he harbored for Qin Wan began to shift partially towards Qin Mu. Isn't she your well-bred daughter? A child raised without maternal guidance. How could she possess any conscience? Initially, Qin Mu had been resentful towards Qin Wan. However, upon hearing Qin Fu's venomous remarks, her ire swiftly redirected towards him. Qin Xiaojie, do you have no shame? The one who incited your anger is Qin Wan. If you possess the audacity, reprimand her directly instead of veiling your scorn. Indeed, Qin Wan is my daughter, but do not presume to distance yourself from responsibility that I alone could not have brought her into this world. You share in this as well. As tensions escalated, Qin Mu, unable to contain her fury, began to tug at Qin Fu's clothing, demanding an apology. You heartless man, I toiled and risked my figure to bear your children. Wei Wei is obedient due to your good genes. Yet Qin Wan's lack of gratitude becomes my fault, does it? If you claim Qin Wan lacks upbringing, then it is you, as her father, who has utterly failed to educate her. You shall not cast all blame upon me. You madwoman, cease your antics at once. The scene of the couple grappling was nothing short of captivating, while Qin Wan observed calmly, a subtle hint of self-deprecation flickering in her eyes. I had thought that, regardless of their disdain for me, I would still hold some semblance of closeness as their biological child. Hui Yin frowned slightly, poised to speak, yet Qin Wan's countenance brightened once more with a gentle smile. It is all in the past. There will be you in the future. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anxious anticipation as she gazed at him. May I have a hug? Their eyes locked. And upon witnessing her unease, Hui Yan's lips curled faintly. Time trickled by, yet Hui Yin remained motionless. Just as Qin Wan's expression began to reveal disappointment, he suddenly stepped forward, drawing her into his embrace. Warmth enveloped her, and as she inhaled the faint, cool scent emanating from him, a smile graced Qin Wan's lips, her arms wrapping silently around his strong waist. Hui Yin, I am truly fortunate to have you. Sensing the reliance in her tone, Hui Yin rested his chin atop her head, affectionately rubbing it. Fooled, I am truly fortunate to have you, Hui Yin echoed in his heart. Before her arrival, he had never envisioned experiencing the sweetness of love himself. With this thought, a gentle smile emerged in his usually calm eyes. Qin Wei had been attempting to contact Qin Fu and Qin Mu all night, only to be met with constant responses of busy or no answer. Guided by the system, she eventually located her quarreling parents in the hotel's underground parking lot. Mom, Dad, what on earth are you doing? Qin Wei glared angrily at her parents. Wei Wei, what are you doing here? At her unexpected arrival, Qin Fu and Qin Mu finally ceased their altercation. After exchanging resentful glances, they straightened their clothes and regarded Qin Wei with disapproval. At such a late hour, why are you, a young lady, out and about instead of staying at home? Qin Fu, shedding his usual benevolent father persona, chastised impatiently. Qin Wei sensed the shift in her father's demeanor. However, her immediate concern lay elsewhere. Mom and Dad, why are you doing this? Why are you treating me this way? It is clearly all Qin Wan's fault. She has taken my fiancé, stolen everything that belongs to me. Why are you siding with her against me? Having faced humiliation from Hui Yin and Qin Wan earlier that evening, the couple was already simmering with frustration. Had Qin Wei been more docile and understanding, they might have felt guilt. Instead, her accusatory tone was intolerable. How we conduct ourselves is not for you to dictate. Qin Fu coldly rebuked. Dad, how could you change so much? Didn't you promise to help me? Didn't you assure me that the position of Mrs. Hua belongs solely to me? How can you go back on your word? What benefits has Qin Wan bestowed upon you that you would show her such favoritism? Hearing Qin Wei mention Qin Wan, Qin Fu's already foul mood darkened further. Faced with the aggressively accusatory Qin Wei, he had reached the end of his patience. Slap. The resounding sound of a slap echoed throughout the underground parking lot. Even Qin Wan and Hui Yin, who had been embracing nearby, released each other and turned in unison to observe this dramatic spectacle. You hit me. How dare you strike me? You have never laid a hand on me before. Now, you dare to hit me for Qin Wan. Dad, you have gone too far. Qin Wei trembled with fury. She had believed that after her rebirth, she could alter her destiny and start anew. Yet, the changes in Qin Wan, Hui Yan's indifference, her parents' betrayal, and Liu Bei's treachery had driven her to madness. At present, Hui Yan's fondness for Qin Wan had reached a staggering 75%. if she did not act soon, and Hui Yan's feelings for Qin Wan escalated to 100%. She would face a fate as tragic as her past life. The issue was that not only had she struggled to find a way to approach Hui Yan, but her parents had also impeded her progress by holding press conferences to tarnish her reputation. How could she possibly endure this? I have gone too far. Qin Fu was almost amused by her audacity. Until Qin Wan spoke, he had not realized the extent of his indulgence towards Qin Wei. Each of her birthdays had seen gifts amounting to billions. Despite his generosity, Qin Wei still had the audacity to accuse him of favoritism towards Qin Wan. Furthermore, recalling the financial strain he had endured due to Qin Wei's actions that night, he felt a surge of anger and raised his hand to deliver another slap. Smack! As the sound of the slap reverberated, the entire underground parking garage fell into a profound silence. Chapter 22. The Substitute Bride and the Indifferent Young Master Hua. 22. Qin Wei screamed uncontrollably. From childhood to now, this was the first time her father had struck her, and following the blow, she caught sight of Qin Wan and Hui Yan standing not far away. One was her arch-nemesis, the thief of all her possessions. The other was the man she needed to win over to survive. Being struck by her father in front of these two shattered Qin Wei's composure. She screamed, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at Qin Fu. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, she forcefully shoved him. Qin Fu stumbled several steps back, nearly losing his balance, but Qin Mu managed to catch him just in time. As Qin Fu, enraged, prepared to reprimand his disobedient daughter further, he noticed that Qin Wei had already rushed towards Qin Wan and Hui Yan. Sister, I beg you, please return Hui to me, that I cannot live without him. I implore you, that she spoke. Qin Wei pretended to kneel before Qin Wan. Unfortunately, Qin Wan ignored her, while Hui Yan stepped back, shielding Qin Wan from her. Thus, her awkward attempt to kneel remained frozen in place. Hui, I truly love you. Please grant me another chance, will you? With the mindset that as long as she was not embarrassed, it was the others who would feel awkward, Qin Wei took this attitude to the extreme. Seeing that neither Qin Wan nor Hui Yan acknowledged her, and they made no effort to prevent her from kneeling, she decided against kneeling, standing tall with a deeply affectionate gaze fixed on Hui Yan. Hui, my sister does not love you. She is merely marrying you in my stead. You will not find happiness with her. The surroundings fell silent. Neither Qin Wan nor Hui Yan paid her any mind. Qin Wei seethed with hatred, yet was forced to suppress her feelings. Sister, I implore you, please have mercy. Whether for my sake or yours, spare Hui. Sister, do you remember? The doctor said you would not live past 25. Yet you are already 22. You have only 3 years left. You cannot be so selfish. Your actions harm both yourself and others. Silence. Hui Yan's icy voice rang out. The typically stoic visage of the man revealed an unmistakable shift in emotion for the first time. An expression marked by an icy disdain that I do not wish to see her again. Hui Yan openly conveyed his aversion towards Qin Wei. Yes, boss. The assistant responded promptly, stepping forward to usher Qin Wei away. Unwilling to relent, Qin Wei, disregarding the system's vitriolic admonitions within her mind, resisted the assistant's attempts to distance her from Hui Yan and Qin Wan. Brother Hua, please allow me to explain. Brother Hua, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to protect you from my sister's harm, and I dread the thought of your suffering because of her. That Qin Wei continued to plead incessantly. Both systems present sensed another shift in Hui Yan's affections. Hui Yan's affection increased by 5, current affection level 80. Qin Wan's system. That this supporting character is quite the assist. Qin Wei's system. That fool. Hopelessly foolish. In response to Qin Wei's queries, Qin Wan lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions. Yet in that fleeting moment, Hui Yan clearly observed her subtly shift to the side, that a small movement, yet it did not escape his notice. This, Hui Yan's gaze darkened, seizing the opportunity while Qin Wan was distracted. He silently grasped her small hand. Where are you going? Hui Yan inquired in a low voice. Qin Wan raised her eyes to meet his. In that instant of connection, Hui Yan keenly detected the unmasked sorrow and hurt lingering in her gaze. Furthermore, her hand instinctively recoiled from his grasp. She wished to evade him. Realizing this, a flicker of agitation rose within her. But he tightened his hold on Qin Wan's hand, stepping closer to her, lowering his gaze to lock onto hers. Do you regret it? Hui Yan asked. You are afraid, he stated in a deep tone. Yes. After a brief silence, Qin Wan conceded. no longer shying away from his probing gaze, allowing him to perceive the fear and unease in her eyes. Huiyin, am I selfish? She voiced anxiously. Huiyin remained silent, listening intently. Because I like you, I instinctively overlook my own health issues that I am acutely aware that I may not live beyond 25, yet I selfishly desire to be with you. In fact, when Qin Wei questioned me earlier, for a fleeting moment, I thought that even if I had but one day left, I would still wish to be with you. Huiyin, I like you intensely, fervently so much, so that I yearn to be selfish, to possess you entirely, without regard for the consequences so much that Qin Wan's unfinished thought was abruptly silenced, gazing at the handsome face so near. Her pupils dilated slightly. The warmth of his lips was almost searing, and those once cold black eyes finally softened with a hint of warmth due to her presence. Huiyan's affection increased by 10. Current affection level 90. Qin Wan's declaration was genuine and fervent. Faced with such profound emotion, Huiyan, despite knowing that her feelings for him might stem more from dependency than genuine affection, found himself ensnared. I permit you to act as you wish. After their kiss, Huiyan rested his forehead against hers, his dark eyes, now bearing a gentle warmth, fixed intently upon her. Act as you wish. To so blatantly allow her to deceive you, do you truly trust her? What if, as the doctor claims, I do not live past 25? What then? In response to Qin Wan's gaze filled with concern, Huiyan's lips curled into a slight smirk that do not worry unnecessarily. Do you truly believe I would lack for female companionship? Qin Wan. How infuriating. She should have anticipated that this cold-hearted man was not one to possess deep, unwavering devotion. If he had the slightest shred of conscience, he would not have heartlessly confined her to the realm of darkness. Very well, since this is your own assertion, I shall proceed without reservations. After all, should I perish, you, as the head of the Hua family, could certainly find someone younger and more beautiful than I. Qin Wan declared, surrendering to despair. Upon hearing this, Huiyan's expression darkened, and he suddenly bent down to capture her lips. Ah! Qin Wan gasped in pain, drawing in a sharp breath as she lightly pounded her fists against his chest in protest. Let go, Huiyan. She muffled her protest. Initially, Huiyan's grip was firm, but upon sensing her discomfort, a flicker of empathy crossed his gaze, and he unconsciously softened his hold, becoming tender. Ultimately, his actions shifted to gentle caresses, soothing the small wound he had inflicted. I am sorry. The man's soft apology drifted between their lips. Chapter 23. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold Hua Xiao. 23. How can you do this? Witnessing the scene before her, Qin Wei trembled with rage. However, neither Qin Wan nor Huiyan paid her any heed. Moreover, the assistant obstructed her path, preventing her from disrupting Qin Wan and Huiyan's moment. Infuriated, Qin Wei screamed internally, System, are you truly going to stand idly by? Useless. What good does it do to insult me? If your curses could alter the current situation, I would gladly endure them. Wake up. What you need to do is help me change this circumstance. Otherwise, Huiyan will surely fall completely for Qin Wan. If that happens, not only will I be doomed, but you will also fail your mission. If you do not wish for your mission to fail, you must assist me. Fool! Qin Wei! Damn it! Have you finished your tirade? Once you're done, hurry and help me. Otherwise, if the mission fails, neither of us will have it easy. Trash! Qin Wei. Enraged, her face flushed, she trembled uncontrollably, just as she was about to take matters in her own hands and break through the assistant's defenses to separate Qin Wan and Huiyan. Her system finally reached its breaking point. Fool, can you not use your brain for once? Damn it! How infuriating! I've seen foolishness, but never quite like yours. Do you not realize what you've done? Given Huiyan's aloof nature, barring any major incident, it would have been impossible for Qin Wan to conquer him so swiftly in this steady, uneventful existence. The current predicament is entirely of your making, and yet you dare to shirk responsibility and drag me down with you. I must have been cursed for 8 generations to be bound to you. The pent-up frustration and resentment exploded at that moment. The system could no longer tolerate Qin Wei's foolishness. It was the first time it had encountered such a level of incompetence since its inception, and even though Qin Wei was its first host, it could not endure any longer. Observing the sudden collapse of Qin Wei, Qin Wan, as the elder sister, ultimately felt a pang of compassion and dialed for emergency services. As the ambulance departed, Qin's parents exchanged hesitant glances towards Qin Wan and Huyen. Recalling the significant financial loss incurred that night, the couple ultimately decided against following after them. Witnessing this, a flicker of irony flashed in Qin Wan's eyes. Ding dong. Glancing at the WeChat message that popped up on her phone, Qin Wan's lips curled into a smile. Reporter Lu, material secured. Please have Miss Qin review the results in 1 hour. While doing all of this, Qin Wan did not shy away from Huyen's presence. He, too, observed her actions, yet his expression remained indifferent, unresponsive. This left the system feeling quite conflicted. It was as if it had witnessed a scene where Ling Jue was entirely captivated by Qin Wan. With a forced smile, Qin Wei's parents watched Qin Wan and Huyen leave in a car. Then, after exchanging cold huffs at one another, they turned away in unison. It must be said, the efficiency of this reporter Lu was remarkable. Although he stated it would take an hour, he had everything wrapped up in under 30 minutes. As Qin Wan scrolled through Weibo, suddenly, a long hand extended to present her a tablet. Use this. It's more convenient, Huyen said thoughtfully to his words. Qin Wan smiled and accepted the tablet. Breaking. The inside story of the substitute bride. Clicking on the post, she took a glance and was not surprised to find the video's subjects were Qin's parents and Qin Wei. The seemingly enviable couple from the Qin family was seen brawling in public. Was their model family merely a facade? Were they at odds as a couple, or was it a case of an unfilial daughter leeching off them? The footage of Qin's parents fighting was nothing short of sensational, leaving online viewers in uproar. The recorded shouts and accusations exchanged between Qin's parents, along with Qin Wei's frantic questions, were vividly captured in the video. Heartless Sea King. Watching this, even I, with a heart of stone, cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy for that unfortunate Qin Wan. Top-notch scumbag. If I were a man, I would thoroughly ruin that Qin Wei, internet's most handsome man. Yet another day of fear for women. Ironclad straight man. You upstairs, quit pretending you're just a bendy. I'm cold, heartless, and unreasonable. Some heal childhood wounds with their entire lives, while others spend a lifetime healing their childhood wounds. After watching the entire video, I can only say Qin Wan is truly unfortunate in a way that's beyond words. Kyoto's most spoiled brat. After witnessing the Qin family's drama, I can only say that Qin Wan was born in the wrong gender. Had she been male, her life would have been the exact opposite of Qin Wei. For instance, I am like that. With a smile. Kyoto's most spoiled brat. If you think you can do better, give it a go. Top-notch scumbag. I'm straight. I can ruin men, but I'm not worthy of ruining old men. The most handsome man on the internet remarked, though I have a preference for men. Chairman Qin is far too old for my taste. The straightforward gentleman added, while I appreciate beautiful women, I have no fondness for venomous beauties. Qin Wei is not worthy. The emotionally detached Sea King stated, though my heart is as vast as the ocean, accommodating all, Qin Wei's unique nature renders her unworthy of entering my boundless waters. Upon encountering these astonishing comments from netizens, Qin Wan couldn't help but chuckle. She took a screenshot and sent it to reporter Lu. Qin Wan inquired, "Are these your hired supporters?" Reporter Lu replied, "The individuals in the screenshot are internet celebrities who attract traffic through various humorous remarks to build their own personas. Since I paid to promote this post, it gained considerable traction and discussion, prompting them to ride the wave of popularity." Realizing this, Qin Wan nodded in understanding, reflecting on the personas and statements of those individuals. She found them indeed amusing and eye-catching, explaining their rise to fame as internet personalities. With this thought, Qin Wan sent a few more messages to reporter Lu. Lu responded, "No problem," as expected from a top-tier heiress. Your words carry such authority. Chapter 24. The substitute bride and the cold-hearted young master of the Qin family has gained notoriety that Qin's father, mother, and Qin Wei have become a topic of discussion due to their inappropriate remarks and poor character. The reputation of the Qin group has plummeted drastically. Several celebrity endorsers have proactively requested to terminate their contracts, expressing their willingness to pay the penalties. Furthermore, ongoing negotiations for various collaborations have collapsed. And even long-term investors have abruptly withdrawn their funds. In a sudden turn of events, the once mighty Qin group found itself in dire straits. When Qin's father realized something was amiss, he immediately allocated funds to manage the online discourse. However, not only did the trending topic remain, but the Qin group was also anonymously reported for tax evasion, leading to the arrival of a special investigation team. With no avenues for assistance, Qin's father had no choice but to seek help from his newly appointed son-in-law. Huayan.at the Hua residence. Upon seeing Qin's father arrive, Qin Wan was not surprised. With a smile, she welcomed him inside, despite her father's anxious gaze that I in the living room, after the nanny served tea and snacks. She withdrew. This was not the first time Qin's father was alone with Qin Wan. Yet it was the first time he felt uneasy and diminished in her presence that it's already on the way. Qin Wan remarked with a smile that, "Oh, it should be arriving soon," he replied. Following their brief exchange, an eerie silence enveloped the spacious living room. Qin Wan sat composedly, while Qin's father felt increasingly uncomfortable, observing the calm and elegant demeanor of the girl before him. He couldn't help but feel a wave of discontent. Once, Qin Wan had been the most overlooked and undervalued member of the Qin family. That time, he held absolute authority within the family, and Qin Wan merely acted according to his whims. Now, however, their positions had completely reversed. The realization filled Qin's father with discomfort and irritation. Yet, as he needed Huiyan's assistance, and with Qin Wan being favored by Huiyan, he had to swallow his resentment. Amused by the changing expressions on Qin's father's face, which shifted from pale to flushed, Qin Wan found the situation entertaining. When their gazes met, Qin's father's face turned crimson, not from embarrassment, but from anger. He felt that Qin Wan's smile held a deeper meaning. "Did he not hear yet?" Qin's father asked, his tone rigid. His irritation caused him to tremble, but he could only suppress it. While Qin Wan felt a sense of satisfaction. "This is just the beginning, and you react so strongly. What will happen later? Will you be driven to the brink of madness?" she mused with a raised eyebrow. An hour passed, and Huiyan, who should have been home long ago, still had not arrived, causing Qin's father's patience to wear thin after repeated inquiries that "Weren't you supposed to be here soon? It's been an hour. Where is Huiyan?" "Qin Wan, you must provide me with an explanation today. Otherwise, I shall not let this go." In front of Qin Wan, Qin's father was accustomed to being domineering. His previous restraint and humility were merely temporary. Without achieving his desired outcome, his true nature was laid bare. "Not let it go?" Qin Wan asked lightly, "What do you intend to do? Or rather, what can you do?" At her words, coupled with her casual tone, Qin's father erupted. "Qin Wan, what do you mean by that? Are you mocking me?" He slammed his hand on the coffee table and stood abruptly. "Mocking you? Not at all. I merely find it amusing," Qin Wan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin's father's face darkened, and in a fit of rage, he temporarily forgot Qin Wan's current status, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap to her fair cheek. However, the anticipated sound of a resounding slap never came. Qin's father, face flushed, stared in disbelief at Qin Wan, who was smiling and holding his hand. You unfilial daughter. Filial piety is not for you to determine," Qin Wan replied cheerfully. "Father, it's not that I wish to criticize you. But at your age, having experienced various human emotions, how can you still fail to perceive the situation?" As she spoke, Qin Wan released his hand, the force causing him to tumble heavily onto the sofa. "How could you possess such strength?" The pain from the impact jolted Qin's father back to reality. He gazed at Qin Wan, who seemed transformed into an entirely different person, with disbelief. "Who are you?" "You are not Qin Wan," he suddenly shouted. Qin Wan smiled softly. "I am Qin Wan." With that, she moved closer to him. I in the neighboring villa, on the second-floor balcony, Jiangchen watched the unfolding drama with great interest. Munching on an apple. Last time it was the twin sister. Now it's the biological father. She truly knows how to take action. As he spoke, Jiangchen pulled out his phone to capture the moment. That woman claimed he lacked evidence and doubted he would report her to Huiyan, but now he had it. A wicked smile crept across Jiang Chen's face as he promptly sent the photos to Huiyan. At the Hua Corporation building, unexpectedly, this casual glance captured Huiyan's attention. In the next moment, he swiftly dialed Qin Wan's number. The busy tone echoed for a considerable time, yet the call remained unanswered. Speeding down the road, Huiyan managed to cover the short 30-minute journey in merely 10 minutes to the Hua residence. As Huiyan stepped through the door, Qin Wan immediately released her hold on Qin's father, standing up straight to tidy her disheveled hair and clothing. Once satisfied with her appearance, she obediently stood aside, her face adorned with a familiar gentle smile, her bright eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed toward the entrance. As the door creaked open, Qin Wan instinctively jogged forward to greet the hurriedly returning man. Seeing the obediently charming Qin Wan before him, Hui Yin silently exhaled. Without hesitation, he enveloped the girl in his embrace. "Are you all right?" Hui Yan's deep, husky voice resonated in Qin Wan's ear. Chapter 25. The substitute bride and the cold-hearted young master. Hui Yin cast a fleeting glance at the neighboring villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, a flicker of light crossing his dark eyes. Qin Wan did not miss Hui Yan's casual glance. She smiled sweetly, seemingly filled with happiness at Hui Yan's concern that I'm not a child anymore. There is nothing to worry about. But seeing how much you care for me makes me so happy. With that, Qin Wan eagerly leapt into the man's embrace, burying her face deeply into his chest, effectively concealing the upward curve of her lips. "Jiang Chun, if you wish to compete with me, you still have much to learn," in response to the delicate tremor in his arms. Hui Yin assumed she was merely startled and gently patted her back, offering silent comfort. Meanwhile, Qin's father lay in agony on the floor, his expression twisted with rage as he glared at the newlywed couple, oblivious to his presence as they displayed their affection. Did they think he was invisible? And what of Hui Yin? Was he blind? After lying there and wailing for so long, why hadn't Hui Yin even glanced in his direction? Enraged, Qin's father's face turned red and his neck thickened with fury, itching to roar questions. Yet the intense pain coursing through his body left him only able to moan in torment. "Are you hungry?" Hui Yin gently asked as Qin Wan calmed down. "Yes, I'm a bit hungry," she replied reluctantly, pulling away from his embrace and nodding obediently. "Let us eat first." Hui Yin grasped her hand and led her toward the dining room. That Qin's father sat in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting his pain. In the neighboring villa, on the second-floor balcony, Jiang Chun dropped his half-eaten apple, which thudded onto the lawn below with a muted thump. In the dining room, Qin Wan and Hui Yin sat together, one focused on eating, the other devotedly serving her dishes. Their eyes met, and Qin Wan broke into a sweet, radiant smile. She savored her meal, and he relished watching her, both engaging in a delightful charade. They truly were a perfect match. Jiang Chun seethed with frustration. Although he couldn't hear the words exchanged between Qin Wan and Hui Yin, their body language spoke volumes. Damn it. No wonder Qin Wan is so audacious and confident. She must have known all along that Hui Yin would stand by her side and indulge her recklessness. With this realization, Jiang Chun kicked the balcony railing in anger and stormed away. "Hui Yin, you cannot go back on your word." As dinner progressed, Qin's father, having endured countless hardships, finally managed to rise from the ground. Weakly leaning against the wall, he glared at Hui Yin with an expression of accusation. Hui Yin paused in his actions of serving food, and upon noticing this, Qin Wan immediately replied with obedience. "I'm full." Hearing her words, Hui Yin set down his chopsticks and gracefully took a wet towel to clean his hands. "What did I promise you?" Hui Yin asked nonchalantly. "You said that as long as I obediently complied, you would elevate the Qin group to greater heights." As she spoke, Qin's father gasped in pain, his features contorting, and his resentful eyes rendered him a fearsome sight. "That I merely said I would consider it," Hui Yin replied, casually glancing at Qin's father, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips. "Damn, Hui Yin, you're inhuman. I even offered my own daughter to you, and yet you turn your back on me." Driven by fury, Qin's father's words grew increasingly harsh. A flicker of disdain appeared in Hui Yan's cold black eyes as he swept a glance at his assistant. Understanding the unspoken cue, the assistant promptly summoned bodyguards to forcibly drag the resentful and struggling Qin's father out of the villa. "The meeting is about to start. I need to step out for a moment. Please rest well at home, and once I'm done in a couple of days, I'll spend quality time with you," Hui Yin said after dealing with the troublesome Qin's father. He then embraced Qin Wan affectionately, tenderly stroking her dark hair. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Qin Wan gazed at him with warmth. "No, the meeting will be tedious, and I fear you might find it dull," he replied. This. Hui Yin seemed to ponder something for a fleeting moment, then smiled gently at Qin Wan. "If you find yourself bored, you can chat with Jiang Chun." A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Wan's eyes, and her lips twitched slightly. Such a tease, truly. Noticing the momentary daze on Qin Wan's face, Hui Yin couldn't help but smile faintly. After Hui Yin departed, Qin Wan sighed as she watched his retreating figure. "I am not Lu Xiaohui, nor am I a living bodhisattva. How could I possibly keep my composure in front of such a man every day? Back in the divine realm, it had always been this way. Whenever she returned from causing chaos, amidst the outcries of the six realms, he would calmly shield her, proclaiming his belief in her. From beginning to end, he stood by her side against the opposition of the six realms. Even when she sought to destroy all beings as the sovereign of the realms, he could not bring himself to harm her, merely sealing her within the demon domain to prevent her from wreaking further havoc. With this thought, a smile graced Qin Wan's lips, the corners of her eyes tinged with a soft blush, her gaze becoming alluringly enchanting. Witnessing this scene, the system quivered uncontrollably. This is bad, very bad. As expected, 10 minutes later, the door to Jiang Qin's home was kicked open. Half an hour later, Jiang Qin lay on the ground, barely breathing. An hour later, he was taken away by an ambulance, the moment Qin Wan exited Jiang Qin's house. Her previously casual stride abruptly halted. The next instant, a radiant smile spread across her face as she dashed into the embrace of a man. Did you have fun? Huiyin gently stroked her head. Yes. Jiang Qin is actually quite nice, she replied, fabricating a pleasant lie. Glancing at the ambulance that had just raced past, and then at the beaming girl before him, Huiyin's fondness deepened. Are you tired? He asked, tenderly caressing her small face. Not at all, Qin Wan said, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Huiyin nodded. So do you wish to find someone to chat with? Qin looked at him, bewildered. Half an hour later, at an upscale boxing gym.as, she looked at the two familiar faces filled with resentment in the ring. Qin blinked her confused eyes at the man beside her. They, meeting Qin innocent gaze. Huiyin leaned down, tenderly kissing her enticing red lips a few times. Did I have a video conference? It will end in half an hour. You can entertain yourself for a while. Qin. Chapter 26. The Substitute Heiress versus the Cold Huashao. 26. Qin, you cannot treat me this way. As Qin drew closer, Qin Wei trembled uncontrollably, her fear evident in her eyes. You have taken everything from me. Why won't you let me go? In the ring, Qin Wei continued to retreat, to prevent Qin from advancing. She even pushed Liu Bei, who was still in a daze, into her path, reacting instinctively to the sudden approach of Liu Bei. Qin raised her leg. Bang! The sound of the man's scream intertwined with the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. Qin, appearing innocent, lowered her long leg, her delicate features radiating innocence. You rushed, and all of a sudden, she stated matter-of-factly. Qin Wei, that system, come out. Good for nothing. The system, while continuing to draft a complaint letter, lazily lifted its eyelids to glance at Qin Wei. Enraged, Qin Wei trembled all over. If you don't save me soon, this mission will truly fail. Oh, I've already applied to abandon the mission, so whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. The system replied with a sense of self-preservation. Upon finishing, it cast a haunted glance at Qin. Although it could not ascertain this woman's origins, its sixth sense as a system warned it that Qin was exceedingly dangerous, someone not to be trifled with. Observing its utterly useless host, who was merely beaten by Qin, it noted her cowardice, to the point where she didn't dare approach Huiyin, let alone pursue him. Qin, you vile, despicable person. Despite her pitiful cries, she continued to hurl insults, and for a fleeting moment, the system regarded Qin Wei with newfound respect, acknowledging her as a tough character. In the corner, Liu Bei, having regained some composure from his pain, initially intended to struggle to rise. However, upon seeing Qin Wei's unfortunate state nearby, he froze for a second, then without a hint of hesitation, lowered his head again, closing his eyes to play dead. Yes, he hadn't seen anything, knew nothing, and was currently in a state of unconsciousness. Indeed, that was the case. Finally, as Qin Wei lay on the brink of collapse, her cries fading, Qin finally felt a sense of relief and released her. Rising, her gaze landed on Liu Bei in the corner. What to do with such a cowardly fool, whom she found unworthy even for practice? Qin pondered, tilting her head. Yet if she refrained from striking, it would undermine Huiyin's good intentions. So did I. Liu Bei was utterly baffled by the sudden turn of events. He had been lying there, playing dead perfectly, convinced that Qin had forgotten his existence. Just as he was about to drift off, his body was suddenly kicked away again, and then that he truly lost consciousness. After stretching her muscles and bones, Qin Wan walked with a light step and a cheerful smile towards the lounge. Happy, thinking of Huayan, that I in the lounge. Huayan was engaged in a video conference when a petite figure came rushing toward him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, reflexively embracing her. Finished? Qin Wan nodded obediently. So soon? Huayan expressed mild surprise that I missed you, so I was a bit quicker with my actions. She looked up at him, her black pupils entirely consumed by his figure. Their eyes met. Seeing the familiar hint of affection in his gaze and the slight curve of his sensuous lips, Qin Wan's eyes darkened. In the next moment, she could no longer restrain herself. On the sofa, the tall man found himself pinned down by the petite girl in his arms. The executives in the video conference abruptly fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Huayan, whom they had always perceived as composed, was now the one being dominated. In that instant of being overpowered, Huayan's face was filled with helplessness, and the affection in his eyes only grew stronger. Huayan's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 92. Huayan, I missed you. Her words. The man chuckled helplessly. Wan. Have I ever told you what? I like you so much so that it drives me mad. The latter part of her statement remained unspoken. She chose to express it through her actions. The little wife pressed her lips against his, fervently and enticingly. Huayan transitioned from initial shock to helpless laughter. And eventually, he too was swept away by her passion. Unbeknownst to him, his once cold gaze now harbored traces of desire, and a hint of madness intertwined within, ensnaring Qin Wan even deeper, rendering her utterly uncontrollable. Bang crash, the executives, captivated by the unfolding drama, suddenly found their screens blacked out. As they stared at the abruptly vanished figure of Huayan from the video call, they exchanged glances of astonishment. Well, who could have imagined that Huayan had such a side to him? One executive couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Indeed, while working, he always exudes a level of maturity far beyond his years. Who would have thought we'd witness this youthful side of him one day? After all, he is still quite young. I suddenly miss my wife by chance. I too am in the same situation. However, I must make a call to my wife. As the conversation progressed, several senior executives gradually exited the video conference. In the lounge, after inadvertently knocking over a notebook, Huayan turned the tables, firmly restraining a certain troublesome woman beneath him. His gaze, shrouded in ambiguity, fixated on her sparkling eyes. Where did you learn that? The man's deep, husky voice resonated. I didn't need to learn. Qin Wan replied, her fervent gaze unwavering upon him, her arms tightly entwined around his neck. Seeing you was enough for me to grasp it instinctively. Huayan's breath hitched, and the tumultuous emotions swirling within him spiraled out of control, in a bid to prevent the spirited woman beneath him from uttering words that could incite his loss of composure. Huayan lowered his head, sealing her enchanting red lips with his own. Huayan's affection increased by 5, current affection level, 97. Under Qin Wan's provocation, Huayan felt an unprecedented surge of impulse. It was an unfamiliar sensation, yet not unwelcome. In fact, it brought him a delightful joy, all thanks to Qin Wan. Outside the lounge, a profound stillness enveloped the space as the assistant and bodyguards retreated to avoid disturbing them. Within the lounge, the temperature of the air seemed to rise considerably. Qin Wan opened her eyes, gazing bewilderedly at the man who had suddenly halted. What is wrong? Be good, Huayan murmured, planting a tender kiss upon her eyes. Then rolling over to embrace her, pressing her face into his chest, unable to bear the sight of her flushed cheeks or her beguiling, dazed eyes. Chapter 27. The substitute bride versus the cold-hearted Huashao investors withdrew their funding. The higher-ups ordered tax supplements. Cash flow was severed, and the Qin group found itself ensnared in dire straits that Qin's father scurried about daily, seeking assistance. And even Qin Wei was not spared, being compelled by her father to solicit help from her admirers. However, the press conference called by Qin's parents, coupled with the public confrontation in the underground parking lot, obliterated the image Qin Wei had meticulously crafted over the years. The men who had once been enamored with Qin Wei were, after all, frivolous scions lacking in intellect. Their affections were fleeting, easily swayed from love to indifference, displaying a callousness that was all too apparent. The father and daughter faced one setback after another, with no avenues for assistance. Even Qin's mother sought help from her circle of affluent friends, only to be met with rejection that I end their desperation. The trio once again turned to Qin Wan the Hua family villa upon learning of the Qin family's arrival from the bodyguards. Hua Yin merely stated, "Listen to the lady," before concluding the call and re-engaging in the meeting that I end the Hua family hall. Qin Wan reclined on the sofa, casually crossing her legs, indulging in fruit while watching a drama. Utterly at ease. Witnessing her contented demeanor, Qin Wei's face was etched with jealousy. Why should Qin Wan be afforded a life superior to hers? Clearly, throughout their upbringing, Qin Wan had always been overshadowed by her. The affection and concern of their parents had been directed solely towards Qin Wei. Even as they matured, it was Qin Wei who basked in the adoration of the boys, while Qin Wan remained in her shadow, dim and unremarkable. Yet now, due to a single misstep on Qin Wei's part, their positions had completely reversed. Huiyin, all the trouble stemmed from this man. Contemplating this, Qin Wei's expression morphed through a spectrum of emotions. A vivid display. Wan, how have you been feeling lately? Is there any improvement? What did the doctor say? By the way, how does Huiyin treat you? Has he made you feel wronged? It must be said that Qin's mother was truly shameless. Upon seeing Qin Wan, she seemed to forget all past grievances, approaching her with a beaming smile, settling beside her with an air of warmth and motherly affection, grasping Qin Wan's hand with a gentleness that was feigned. A torrent of insincere compliments flowed forth that in stark contrast. Qin Wei maintained a demeanor of imbalance, but under the stern gaze of their father, reluctantly approached Qin Wan. "Sister, it's been a long time." Qin Wei forced a smile, her expression one of unwillingness. "That you are here to see Huiyin, aren't you? He is at home." Qin Wan replied dismissively, casting a perfunctory glance at the three of them. "What kind of talk is that? We've come specifically to see you," they retorted. This. Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise at me. "What is so special about me? During my 20-plus years living with the Qin family, you hardly ever paid me any mind. Why is it that now, merely 2 months after my marriage, you suddenly find me so precious?" As she spoke, Qin Wan tilted her head thoughtfully, starting to count on her fingers. "Let me see. In the past 2 months, you've called and messaged me more than in my entire 20-plus years at the Qin family." Qin's father, Qin's mother, observing the rigid and awkward expressions on her parents' faces. Qin Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. Although she too had been rebuffed by Qin Wan, she and Qin Wan had never been on good terms to begin with, so it mattered little to her. However, the sudden favoritism shown towards Qin Wan by their parents, coupled with the pressure to appease her, left Qin Wei feeling utterly overwhelmed. "Let us get to the point. I have little patience," Qin Wan remarked. Her brow raised as she casually tossed a grape in her mouth. Qin's father and mother exchanged glances, their faces betraying their discomfort. Yet compelled by their needs, they suppressed their anger and began to recount their struggles. "Wan, though you are now the young mistress of the Hua family, your maternal family remains paramount for a woman, especially in this realm of aristocratic unions, without a robust maternal family as support. Should Huiyan's affections wane one day, your standing within the Hua family could become precarious. We, your parents, have only you and Wei Wei as daughters. The Qin family will eventually be yours and Wei Wei's. Although you two have had your disagreements, you are still blood relatives, and in times of hardship, you must assist each other." Upon hearing this, Qin Wan couldn't stifle a laugh as she countered. "Compete with me for a man, my dear sister?" Qin's mother. "I am the one engaged to Huiyin. It is you who has taken my man." Qin Wei retorted, unable to contain her anger as she faced off against Qin Wan. At this, Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, is that so?" Under Qin Wan's piercing gaze, which seemed to see through her very soul, Qin Wei's eyes flickered momentarily with uncertainty, but she quickly suppressed. It is indeed the case. Had you not deceived me with Liu Bei, I would never have fled from my wedding, and it would not have been your fortune to wed Huiyin. Everything you possess now has been taken from me. Considering our sisterly bond, I could choose to overlook this. But given the current predicament at home, I implore you to have a conscience and not drag our parents into our personal grievances. They are innocent." Upon hearing Qin Wei's words, both Qin's father and mother regarded her with softened expressions, visibly pleased with her demeanor. Witnessing this, Qin Wan smiled, tossing the now empty fruit plate onto the coffee table with a resounding thud. "Innocent? I must commend you all for being such a family. Your shamelessness is truly hereditary. You know precisely how you have treated me over the years. However, as you say, having shared the same womb, I should not be excessively harsh. Here's the deal. If you want me to help you plead with Hui Yin, it is conditional upon you, Qin Wei, kneeling before me, apologizing, and striking your own face several times. Then I shall consider it. The moment those words left Qin Wan's lips, the expansive living room fell into a profound silence. Impossible. You must be dreaming. Qin Wan, you wretched, you. Qin Wei's tirade was abruptly silenced by her quick-witted mother covering her mouth, forcibly stifling her words. Chapter 28. The substitute bride versus the cold-hearted Huashao. Qin Wan remained unfazed, leisurely crossing her arms and reclining against the sofa. Kneeling, bowing, apologizing. The trio of inquiries, laced with mirth, ignited a new blaze of fury within Qin Wei. Just as she prepared to push her mother aside and continue her tirade, a sharp slap landed on her delicate visage, producing an exceptionally crisp sound. Qin Wei stood stunned, clutching her face in disbelief as she stared at her father. Yet, he afforded her no opportunity to retaliate, swiftly delivering a forceful kick to her knee. Caught off guard, Qin Wei stumbled to her knees before Qin Wan. A wave of humiliation washed over her, causing her to tremble with rage, her complexion pale, and the hatred in her eyes nearly tangible. Just as she attempted to rise, her father firmly pressed down on her shoulders, his gaze icy and threatening, as if to convey that any attempt at resistance would result in even graver consequences. The act of kneeling was instigated by her father's kick. The bowing was enforced by her father pressing her head down. The apology was coerced by her father gripping her face, compelling her to utter the words. Once free from the family's sight, Qin Wei succumbed to a frenzy that I will not let you get away with this. Absolutely not. She screamed as she fled. As she dashed away, the figure of Qin Mu bore an expression of disapproval. Although today's events had indeed been a source of grievance for her, the child was simply too ungrateful. The Qin family was currently in a precarious situation. It was a rare opportunity for Qin Wan to relent and agree to assist, yet all it required was for her to acknowledge a mistake. And her reaction was far too extreme. Qin Fu cast a cold glance in the direction of Qin Wei's departure, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation save for indifference. Indeed, the priority was to navigate this immediate crisis. On the balcony of the villa's second floor, Qin Wan languidly leaned on the railing, her eyes glinting with scorn as she watched the retreating figures of the three members of the Qin family. How chillingly callous. Host, do you truly intend to intercede on their behalf? Qin Wan chuckled softly, feigning innocence as she replied, I merely stated that I would consider it. I never agreed. Truly, it was quite excessive. Reflecting on everything Qin Wei had just endured, and recalling the visible sigh of relief from her parents before they left, the system's emotions were notably complex. Host, do you not think you should relocate? I fear that once the Qin group is no more, this trio will seek vengeance upon you. What is there to fear? Simply informing the security of the villa complex to deny them entry in the future would suffice. Qin Wan replied with an air of nonchalance. You ought to be more concerned about them, Qin Wan suddenly remarked. What? The system asked, utterly bewildered. With only 3 points of goodwill remaining, given your capabilities. Should I still be worried? The system inquired, its expression one of confusion. This, Qin Wan smiled. Indeed, she found amusement in the system's reaction, that IT was quite adept at flattery. Qin Wan chuckled softly, I was merely speaking the truth. The system mumbled under its breath that IT had recently devoured several novels, and its knowledge of romantic matters had significantly expanded, that in scenarios like the host's, there was no need for excessive concern. A candlelit dinner accompanied by an alluring evening gown would suffice, that a dreamlike, romantic night, enchanting beauty, and a glass of cherished vintage Lafite wine would set the perfect atmosphere, with a touch more initiative. A tender kiss and a sweet embrace. Everything that followed would unfold effortlessly. Why then? Not only would a 3-point increase in goodwill be achievable, it would be a breeze to surpass that. Where on earth did you learn all this? After listening to the system's musings, Qin Wan couldn't help but twitch her lips. From reading novels. Host, would you like to take a look? I have recently read several quick transmigration novels, and I believe they would be particularly beneficial for our tasks. Perhaps after you read them, completing tasks will be even more effortless. Do you think I need them? Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, her smile enigmatic. Never mind. It might be better for it to read by itself. She had no need for it. It was the system that needed it. Observing the little system's dejected silence, Qin Wan chuckled lightly. You could indeed benefit from expanding your knowledge base. Excessive, concerned about Qin Wan waiting for him, he promptly called to inform her to rest early, also mentioning that starting tomorrow, he would be on leave to accompany her abroad for their honeymoon. Qin Wan responded gently over the phone. As the lights in the hall brightened, her gaze fell upon the curled figure on the sofa, and Huiyan was momentarily taken aback. Huiyan's goodwill increases by 1, current goodwill 98. A warm current coursed through him, and Huiyan's gaze grew, increasingly tender. He set down his briefcase and with gentle steps, approached the sofa, delicately lifting her into his arms. She seemed to sense something, her brows knitting slightly, her body shifting, but soon relaxed, finding a comfortable position in his embrace and drifting back to sleep. Witnessing this, Huiyan's lips curled into a smile, his eyes bending in a crescent, the usual coldness in his dark eyes now completely filled with affection. On the second floor, in Qin Wan's room, Huiyan gently laid her down, ensuring she remained undisturbed before cautiously withdrawing his hands to rise. However, just as he moved, delicate arms encircled his neck. His motion froze, his icy gaze reflecting surprise as he looked at her. Indeed, the one who had been fast asleep had opened her eyes at some point, gazing at him with a look of reproach. "Did I wake you? My apologies," Huiyan spoke softly. Qin Wan shook her head gently, remaining silent, yet her hands exerted a slight force, pulling the unsuspecting man down upon her. Huiyan stumbled, falling onto her, while Qin Wan nestled her face deeply against his sensitive neck, affectionately nuzzling against him. "I missed you." Huiyan's dark pupils constricted violently, his breath involuntarily becoming rapid and heavy. "Kiss me," a whisper escaped her lips, the soft murmur intertwining with their lips. Huiyan's eyes darkened, abandoning his gentlemanly demeanor. He became the initiator, enveloping his petite wife completely within his long frame. The air in the room seemed to be affected, gradually heating up. The delicate sounds of the girl's moans mingled with the man's low, restrained soothing, creating a symphony of intimacy. Outside, the night deepened, and even the moon appeared to blush, retreating behind the clouds while people's eyes were averted. Huiyan's goodwill increases by 2, current goodwill 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Chapter 29. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold-Hearted Huishao. 29. After much contemplation, Qin Wan chose not to advocate for the Qin family in front of Huiyan. Confronted with creditors and banks pursuing debts, the Qin family was compelled to declare bankruptcy. The wealth accumulated by Qin Fu and Qin Mu over the years was frozen, used to settle the bank's debts and pay off suppliers. Ultimately, as a father and daughter bound by blood, borrowing the original owner's body, Qin Wan did not forget to assist in repaying this karmic debt. Consequently, Qin Wan stepped forward to help Qin Fu and Qin Mu repay a significant portion of their debts, enabling the couple to retain a substantial portion of their assets and avoid the dire fate of being left destitute. Due to Qin Wan's intervention, while Qin Fu and Qin Mu harbored grievances against her, they also felt a glimmer of hope and sought her out in various ways, attempting to persuade her to help them rise again. Unfortunately, since that incident, they had not succeeded in meeting Qin Wan again. In contrast, Qin Wei, no longer eager to curry favor with her parents due to the bankruptcy of the Qin group, harbored resentment towards her father for once compelling her to kneel before Qin Wan. After her parents cut her allowance, Qin Wei began to twist her character. Taking advantage of her parents' aspirations to revive their fortunes, she colluded with a suitor to lure Qin Fu into investing in a startup under the pretense of entrepreneurship. When Qin Wan learned that Qin Wei had swindled her parents out of all their savings, she was not overly surprised. "Host, did you already suspect this?" "It was a predetermined outcome." Qin Wan chuckled lightly. Over 20 years of a lavish life had doomed that family of 3 to be unwilling to settle for mediocrity. The sum of money she had kindly helped them retain would not be a blessing for the Qin family. Given their selfish nature, it would only serve as a catalyst for internal strife and scheming. "Host, look downstairs quickly," the system exclaimed. Following the system's guidance, Qin Wan glanced at the 2 men conversing outside the iron gate, a smile creeping on her lips as she thought, "I almost forgot about him." Jiang Chen glared at Huiyan with narrowed eyes, filled with hatred. "Were you the one pulling the strings overseas?" Huiyan shot him a glance, his tone icy. "This is a lesson for you." Jiang Qin's eyes brimmed with animosity, unable to suppress his derision. You and that woman, Qin Wan, are truly well matched, both equally hypocritical. One pretends to be weak to deceive, the other feigns blindness to cooperate. Huiyin, do you really believe that Qin Wan loves you? She presents one facade in front of you while maintaining another behind your back. Are you not afraid of being merely a stepping stone for her ascent? Are you not concerned that one day you will meet the same fate as the Qin family? In the face of Jiang Qin's mockery, Huiyin remained composed, unaffected that if she wishes to ascend, then I shall forever remain at the pinnacle, leaving her with no other choice that I cannot be her stepping stone, nor will I allow anyone to approach her. Not even as a stepping stone. Jiang Qin, not a madman. They are both utterly insane. Huiyin coldly regarded the agitated Jiang Qin. Now, as for going abroad, I can overlook your antics from these past days. In your dreams, Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. You can choose not to go abroad. Huiyin said dismissively, his words causing Jiang Qin to lose control. Huiyin, you bastard! Jiang Qin erupted in a fit of rage. His fist clenched tightly, the last remnants of his rationality barely keeping him from charging forward. That I do not wish to see you again tomorrow. Jiang Qin, furious, kicked the iron gate with all his might. Immediately regretting it as pain shot through his foot, leaving his face pale. Observing this, Qin Wan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hearing her laughter, Jiang Qin abruptly looked up, his gaze filled with malice directed at Qin Wan. Long time no see. Qin Wan smiled politely at her little uncle, her demeanor cordial. That it will be quite difficult to see each other again. Qin Wan said, feigning regret, that I wish my little brother safe travels. Take good care of yourself in a foreign land. Qin Wan smiled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's face turned ashen with rage, his hatred for the couple, Qin Wan and Huiyin, intensifying. That I wish for you and Huiyin to divorce soon, and for it to be anything but perfect. Jiang Qin spat venomously. That I in response. Qin Wan scoffed, then your brother is likely to be disappointed. Damn. Jiang Qin could not restrain himself, and delivered a fierce kick to the iron door before him. Instantly, his face contorted in pain. That I in the grand hall of the Hor residence. Qin Wan descended the stairs and caught sight of the tall figure busy in the kitchen, approaching the kitchen doorway. She gazed in astonishment at the man deftly flipping a spatula. You can cook. Huiyin, taking a brief moment from his tasks, glanced at her and explained, I couldn't get used to the food while studying abroad, so I took the time to learn. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan silently raised her thumb in approval. Observing the delectable dishes simmering in the pot, a subtle expression of regret crossed her face. I tried to cook last time too. She paused, casting an uncomfortable glance at Huiyin. Actually, the meal I prepared last time wasn't made by me. That I know, Huiyin replied, his eyes filled with affection as he smiled at her. You know? Qin Wan was taken aback. The dishes you ordered were all my favorites, and the restaurant you chose is one I frequent. The deal you think I wouldn't notice? Huiyin chuckled lightly. Well, that's true. I apologize, Huiyin suddenly stated. Startled, Qin Wan looked at him, bewildered as to why he would apologize so out of the blue. After plating the dishes and washing his hands, Huiyin stepped forward to take her hand. Although her wound had healed, Qin Wan finally realized he was referring to the incident when oil splattered on the back of her hand while she was cooking. That it was my oversight. I didn't even help you tend to your wound. Observing the man's serious expression of remorse, Qin Wan felt a mixture of emotions, sweetness, satisfaction, and a desire to laugh. That it really hurt, she suddenly said, her eyes filled with a playful accusation. Looking at him with a hint of grievance. That was my first time cooking. Yet you not only didn't taste it, but you didn't even see that my hand got hurt, and you didn't comfort me or help me tend to the injury. I felt so miserable that night, alone in my room. I almost cried. He first brought her hand to his lips, kissing it gently twice, then enveloped her in his arms, lifting her delicate chin and planting a fervent, soothing kiss on her alluringly rosy lips. That I'm sorry, and that I love you. Chapter 30. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold Huishao. 30. Having lived in the country for several years and established his career, Jiang Qin's departure abroad was not something that could be resolved hastily. Although Huiyin claimed he did not wish to see him again the next day, upon learning that Jiang Qin had postponed his departure, he did not take any drastic measures, merely sending a reminder to Jiang Qin's biological mother abroad. This warning infuriated Jiang Qin to no end. For instance, at this very moment, Huiyin, Do you truly believe that the woman by your side loves you deeply? She won't even cook you a meal. Tell me, how could a woman who genuinely loves you refuse to make you even one meal? Huyen shot him a cold glance, signaling his assistant nearby. The assistant understood immediately, making a call to have the raucous Jiang Chun forcibly removed. Naturally, they did not forget to give him a lesson afterward. You are quite tolerant towards him, Qin Wan remarked with a smile at the man beside her. He's somewhat innocent. His actions over the years haven't been excessively outrageous. Huyen paused, recalling the days Jiang Chun suffered under his biological mother before reaching adulthood, his brow furrowing slightly. The Hua family had reached out to Jiang Chun, but he had outright rejected their assistance. It wasn't until after he became independent that he sent his mother abroad, severing ties with her completely. Yet he still harbored resentment towards the Hua family because of that woman, which is why he had been reluctant to leave, orchestrating schemes against Liu Bei, manipulating Qin Wei, and subsequently attempting to sabotage his relationship with Qin Wan, while Jiang Chun persistently probed his limits and danced perilously close to crossing the line. It was evident that he was aware of the boundaries he dared not breach. This was also the reason why both he and the Hua family endured each other's presence. After all, he was of Hua lineage. At the entrance of the villa, Jiang Chun shamelessly tossed his luggage into the car, swiftly opened the door, and instructed Qin Wan to drive him to the airport. Have you suddenly realized I am far more handsome than Huyen? Jiang Chun boasted shamelessly as Qin Wan regarded him. You truly lack his audacity, she retorted. Jiang Chun frowned, grinding his teeth. You two are indeed a perfect match. Thank you for the compliment. We are indeed a well-matched pair. Qin Wan raised an eyebrow. Jiang Chun exclaimed, damn. In terms of shamelessness, Qin Wan surpasses him. To avoid further provoking Qin Wan, Jiang Chun chose to remain silent during the drive, occasionally kicking at the dashboard in frustration. Observing the battered passenger seat, Qin Wan raised an eyebrow but chose not to engage in a petty argument with him. At the airport, the sleek red sports car came to a halt, its door automatically opening. Qin Wan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chun, who remained stubbornly seated in the passenger seat. Hurry up, that I'm about to leave. Can't you get out to see me off? Jiang Chun feigned innocence and no need. Qin Wan replied coldly. Jiang Chun was puzzled as to why he was seeking discomfort. Gazing at her exquisite profile, he noted her indifferent expression, and for a fleeting moment, a vague sense of reluctance welled up in his heart. However, it was merely a fleeting emotion, one that dissipated before he could fully grasp it. Humph. Under the urging of Qin Wan's icy stare, Jiang Chun let out a reluctant huff and exited the car. Just as Qin Wan prepared to drive away, Jiang Chun suddenly called out to her. Hey! Qin Wan paused, her foot hovering above the accelerator as she turned to look at him. Jiang Chun, awkwardly looking at her, seemed unable to voice his thoughts. After a long moment of silence, Qin Wan's expression darkened, tired of his antics, and she turned to leave. Just as she did, a hesitant voice broke the silence. I'm sorry. Qin Wan froze, surprised as she turned to face Jiang Chun. I don't care if you heard me or not. I won't repeat good words that I'm leaving, and I wish you and Huyen endless arguments and unrest. With that proud declaration, Jiang Chun grabbed his suitcase and turned to leave. As she watched his retreating figure, Qin Wan rolled her eyes and was about to drive away. However, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a rapidly approaching vehicle in the rearview mirror. Frowning, she instinctively shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. Bang crash! The sudden sound of a violent collision startled Jiang Chun, who turned instinctively at the startled cries of bystanders. He could see the familiar red sports car, now emitting white smoke, having collided forcefully with a black sedan against the wall. What the hell? Qin Wan, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Qin Wan, if you're all right, just say something. Jiang Chun dropped his suitcase and sprinted towards the red sports car, anxiously pounding on the driver's side window. Amid his frantic shouts, the window slowly rolled down, revealing Qin Wan's exquisitely beautiful face. Her expression maintained the familiar cool detachment. You're so noisy. Relieved to see she was unharmed, Jiang Chun exhaled deeply, the urgency and worry in his eyes fading. What happened? How could your driving be so poor? How did Huyen allow you on the road? Why on earth would you crash into someone? Just as Jiang Chun continued his tirade, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar face in the black sedan. Qin Wei. Why is she here? Qin Wan gazed at him, a hint of reproach in her voice. Who else would you expect? Jiang Chen's expression shifted, realization dawning upon him as he regarded Qin Wan with a more complex gaze. 1 hour later, outside the police station, after learning the complete truth from Qin Wei and the police, Jiang Chun looked at Qin Wan with an even more complicated expression. "Why did you save me?" he asked awkwardly. Qin Wan glanced at him. "I didn't intend to save you. I simply drive poorly." Jiang Chun replied, "I don't believe you." Just as he was about to say more, a familiar black Mercedes pulled up beside them, and a tall figure stepped out, striding towards them. "Damn." Jiang Chun couldn't help but mutter under his breath, kicking the nearby flower bed in frustration. "I in broad daylight, with everyone watching. Can you both show some restraint? Can you exhibit a sense of public decency?" As he watched the two of them embracing without a care in the world, Jiang Chun held back his frustration, but ultimately couldn't resist interjecting. Chapter 31. The Substitute Bride versus the Cold Huashao. End. Self-inflicted suffering is not to be endured. After releasing Qin Wan from his embrace, Huiyin coldly fixed his gaze on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun exclaimed, "Damn it. Huiyin, I've tolerated you for a long time, that if it weren't for Qin Wan, I would have beaten you up long ago." Jiang Chun's patience finally wore thin, unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking. The cold-hearted Qin Wan interjected, "Don't mind me. Feel free to act as you wish." Jiang Chun. But how infuriating! As he watched the heartless couple prepare to leave, Jiang Chun could no longer remain stationary and hurriedly dragged his luggage to catch up. The moment Huiyin and Qin Wan stepped into the car, he independently opened the door and seated himself. Huiyin, the Qin Wan. Under the weighty gaze of the heartless couple, Jiang Chun mustered his courage and retorted, "I missed my flight because of your wife. You two cannot simply abandon me." Qin Wan replied softly, "That because of me, Jiang Chun? Feeling guilty that I refuse to care. In any case, you cannot leave me behind." With that, he hastily fastened his seatbelt, gripping it tightly, determined not to let them eject him from the vehicle. Qin Wan, the childish. Huiyin cast a fleeting glance at the back seat, but chose to ignore him. Instead, leaning closer to Qin Wan, meticulously fastening her seatbelt, and even taking a moment to arrange her bangs. Not stopping there, the man's slender fingers delved into her dark hair, gently pressing her head towards him. Jiang Chun was once again unwillingly subjected to the sight of a passionate kiss that he couldn't help but clutch his chest, feeling as if he had been overwhelmed by dog food, or perhaps utterly vexed. 10 minutes later, gazing at the familiar airport before him, Jiang Chun's expression darkened. His eyes widened in disbelief as he directed his gaze towards the driver's seat. "Are you even human? Get out of the car. Don't make me say it twice." Huiyin coldly fixed him with an impassive stare. "That I just endured a car accident and nearly lost my life. Do you have any idea how utterly shattered and desperate I feel right now? I don't expect your conscience to awaken and sympathize with me, to pity me and allow me to stay in the country. But can you at least act like a decent human being? I've already missed my flight. Can't you let me rest for another night? Is it too much to ask to fly out tomorrow?" Faced with Jiang Chun's emotionally charged accusations, Huiyin was indeed affected, and a flicker of conscience softened him. The car door slowly opened. Yes, Huiyin had experienced a pang of compassion. Seeing Jiang Chun in such a pitiable state prompted him to press a button, opening the door for Jiang Chun without requiring him to lift a finger. "Jiang Chun, the beast. I've arranged your ticket. Just take your ID to the counter to collect your boarding pass and check your luggage, and you'll be flying in no time." Fuming, Jiang Chun exited the car, dragging his suitcase and preparing to leave, only to have Huiyin's voice drift from behind him. "Jiang Chun, who the hell asked you to help me buy it?" "Huiyin, let me tell you, I've tolerated you for far too long." Before Jiang Chun could finish his retort, Huiyin pressed the accelerator, and the sleek black Mercedes surged forward, merging into the traffic and vanishing from Jiang Chun's sight. Jiang Chun, but how infuriating! Regardless of his indignation and reluctance, Jiang Chun ultimately boarded the plane to travel abroad, that is for the attempted murderer, Qin Wei, even if Jiang Chun had not been in the country. Dealing with the already bankrupt second young lady of the Qin family would still have been a trivial matter. Moreover, since Qin Wei had nearly implicated Qin Wan, it was inevitable that Huiyin would intervene in this affair. Under Huiyin's orchestration, Liu Bei was charged with incitement to commit a crime, while Qin Wei faced attempted murder charges. Both remained unrepentant, exhibiting a contemptuous attitude, leading to harsher penalties that in the end, Liu Bei and Qin Wei found themselves reunited within the confines of prison, becoming a pair of ill-fated lovers unable to part. Meanwhile, Qin Wan's parents, having been swindled by Qin Wei, initially attempted to seek Qin Wan's assistance, attempting to emotionally blackmail her. However, after several years of effort, they had yet to even catch a glimpse of Qin Wan. As time passed, they observed their former acquaintances thriving, frequenting various upscale clubs, driving luxury cars, and occasionally appearing on financial channels or news broadcasts. In stark contrast, they found themselves relegated to a life in a poverty-stricken area, enduring daily hardships. Upon learning of her parents' departure, Qin Wan contacted a relative back home to assist in taking care of them. She also secured them a relatively easy job that ensured their basic needs were met, allowing them to live somewhat decently in their rural hometown, thus repaying the debt of gratitude for raising her. Upon hearing of Qin Wan's actions, Huiyin merely commented casually. Qin Wan shook her head in refusal. "Did I know that with you around, even if the Qin family hadn't gone bankrupt, they would still be unable to stir up any trouble. But there's no need. They have engaged in numerous insidious acts in their pursuit of advancement. Since they lack the virtue to match their aspirations, it is better for them to lead a humble and ordinary life, which is beneficial for everyone." Listening to her, Huiyin chose not to press further, instead stepping forward to gently envelop Qin Wan in his embrace, lowering his head to nibble lightly at her neck. "I heard that Jiangchen has sent you gifts again." Qin Wan twitched her lips. "That you know he is doing it intentionally. Why bother stooping to his level?" With a resigned expression, she responded. "You saved him," as he spoke. The man bit her slightly harder, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Qin Wan. "Huiyin, you've been nursing this old grudge against Jiang Chun for 2 years now." Qin Wan remarked softly, "Oh, is that so? My memory isn't the best. Please don't deceive me," the man brazenly countered, shedding his previously aloof demeanor. Qin Wan, "That all this talk is merely an excuse. His ultimate aim is to make me obedient to him." With that thought, Qin Wan helplessly allowed him to continue his antics. Once the commotion subsided, and a fatigued Qin Wan lay nestled in his arms, Huiyin began to revisit an old topic. "He has been sending you gifts for 2 years." Qin Wan, "That it's been 2 years, and he remains single." Huiyin responded lightly. Qin Wan, that stop beating around the bush. Just say it plainly." With a look of melancholy, she raised her gaze towards the man. Upon hearing this, the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards, his dark eyes shimmering with brilliance as they focused on his delicate wife. Wan, let's have a child." Qin Wan was momentarily taken aback. She had never considered. Furthermore, given that she and he were not truly ordinary beings, it was impossible for them to conceive children in the same manner as mortals. With this in mind, Qin Wan met the hopeful gaze of the man and smiled, nodding her agreement. Yet for reasons unknown, Huiyin felt an inexplicable sense of unease upon seeing her meaningful smile. In an effort to quell his anxiety, and with Qin Wan having already acquiesced, Huiyin took the most direct action. End of this dimension, Chapter 32, The Enchanting Agent versus the Narcissistic Movie Star 1, in the tranquil and serene confines of an afternoon CAF. A woman gazed expectantly at the man opposite her, her heart racing with anxiety. "Songzae, I miss you so much." As she spoke, the woman reached out to grasp the man's hand resting on the table, only to have him withdraw it. "Qin Wan, let's break up." What? The woman was momentarily stunned, as though struck by lightning, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded the familiar, yet unfamiliar man before her. Just moments ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. The man looked at the exquisitely beautiful woman before him with disdain. While her features surpassed those of most female stars in the entertainment industry, she was not his type. "Qin Wan, I will say this once more. We are breaking up. I am not seeking your opinion. I am merely informing you." The man continued to voice his thoughts, oblivious to the changing expressions on the woman's face, which transitioned from devastation to a calm demeanor, her brows furrowing as she stared at him coldly. "Initially, I was young and naive, and upon entering the entertainment industry, I lacked security. Your presence gave me hope. And I instinctively believed in you, relying on you deity first. I thought it was romantic attraction between us, but only recently did I realize that I merely viewed you as an older sister. My feelings for you are not those of a lover." As he spoke, the man raised his gaze to meet Qin Wan's, and a fleeting flicker of disdain crossed his dark eyes, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. Yet it did not escape Qin Wan's keen observation. Disdain for her? How dare he? Qin Wan, I hope you can accept this outcome with composure. After all, you are older and wiser than I, having experienced more than I have. I believe you will be able to move on quickly. Moreover, our relationship was one of free love, and this breakup is amicable, that I request that you keep this matter confidential. It is the best outcome for both of us. Though she had yet to grasp the plot of this dimension, Qin Wan gleaned a general understanding from the man's words. Are you done? I accept the breakup, but whether or not to keep it confidential depends on my mood. I have no obligation to you. Qin Wan's sudden coldness left Song Zhe momentarily speechless. Qin Wan, what is this attitude? Do not push your luck. I have been reasonable in discussing this with you. Do not take it too far. Qin Wan, realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Zhe glared angrily at Qin Wan's retreating figure, exasperated. How excessive! This woman is utterly outrageous. Fortunately, he had seen through her true nature early on. Preventing himself from being further deceived, he could scarcely imagine the scene that might have unfolded had he and Qin Wan truly entered into marriage. This hypocritical woman was an expert at feigning innocence. Previously, she had lowered herself to please him in every way possible to win his affection. Now, having just ended their relationship, she promptly turned her back, exposing her most callous side to the man seethed with anger. He dialed the phone number of his beloved junior sister. Yeah, I've broken up, he exclaimed. Yes, I am single again. I no longer have to endure that old woman, Qin Wan in a SAF by the window. Qin Wan held a cup of bubble tea, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the exuberant figure of Song Zhe outside. The original host was indeed blind to his shortcomings. She commented flatly, truly blind. Noticing Qin Wan's less than cheerful demeanor, the system dared not make a sound, obediently echoing her sentiment. What about the plot? Coming right up, the system quivered, not daring to delay a second. Plot transmission in progress. Transmission complete. Wishing the host a pleasant task. This is a narrative set in the entertainment industry, where the original host, Qin Wan, is a terminally lovesick individual. Song Zhe, her former boyfriend and university classmate. Graduated from a performing arts school, the original host, with her striking beauty, received numerous offers for film and television roles before graduation, but consumed by romantic entanglements, she declined those invitations under the pretext of focusing on her studies. After graduation, unable to part with Song Zhe, she abandoned her promising career to become his manager. It must be said that the original host was quite capable. Her sudden shift in profession led her to successfully elevate Song Zhe's status, turning him into a popular young star. The original host believed that with Song Zhe's rise to fame, her sacrifices would finally bear fruit. Yet the outcome was a breakup, as Song Zhe cast her aside. His justification? She was older than him, and during their time together, he merely regarded her as an older sister, relying on her as family rather than experiencing romantic feelings. Having received the plot, Qin Wan, observing Song Zhe as he conversed on the phone and gradually walked away, felt an impulse to strike him, though the original host had brought this upon herself with her lovesick nature. Song Zhe was undeniably despicable, disdainful of the original host's age, 3 months older than him. He dismissed her as an old woman that he felt entitled to benefit from her unwavering support while conveniently ignoring her sacrifices, only to turn his back on her once his needs were satisfied, disingenuously claiming to have viewed her as merely a sister. Reflecting on Song Zhe's criticisms, Qin Wan could no longer restrain herself. Clenching her bubble tea tightly, she strode purposefully towards the familiar figure outside the window. Suddenly, Song Zhe felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned in confusion, but a moment later, darkness engulfed him as a sharp pain shot through his left eye, leaving him disoriented in a deserted alley. Bang! Crash! Ah, Qin Wan, you lunatic! Let go of me! Ah! The man's cries echoed through the AI. It must be noted that physical exertion truly generates dopamine, evoking a sense of euphoria. After releasing her pent-up energy, Qin Wan elegantly adjusted her attire, smoothing her cuffs and hem, before playfully flipping her hair and casting a sidelong glance at the crumpled form of Song Zhe on the ground. Scoundrel, she murmured in disdain. Fuming with rage, Song Zhe ground his teeth, trembling uncontrollably, unable to discern whether it was from pain or fury. Qin Wan, you wait for me, scoundrel. The woman's scornful voice rang out once more. Song Zhe. Chapter 33. The glamorous manager versus the narcissistic actor. 2. Song Zae had been struck. After delivering her blow, Qin Wan dusted off her hands, lifted her bubble tea, and left with a light-hearted step. Her spirits lifted as he glared at her departing figure. Song Zae seethed with rage, gripping his phone tightly, but hesitating to call the police. Indeed, he dared not. The incident was trivial, but involving the authorities was a significant matter. Although he could adamantly deny it, the traces of their past relationship would forever linger. Otherwise, his career would be ruined. Qin Wan, you wait. This matter won't end here. I will ensure you understand the consequences of crossing me. After muttering his threats, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. Brother Qin, an audition? All right, I'll be there shortly at the World Trade Center, right? I'm nearby and will arrive within half an hour. Song Zae obediently ended the call. Suppressing the intense pain as he struggled to rise from the ground, he hastily adjusted his appearance before limping towards the nearby World Trade Center, then on the 18th floor of the World Trade Center. Qin Wan sat calmly at the judge's table, relishing the curious glances from those around her. Isn't that Qin Wan? Who is Qin Wan? Song Zae's manager. You know him, right? He is currently in the hit drama Tang Dynasty as the deeply affectionate second male lead. Nangong Yi, and has been gaining popularity lately. This Qin Wan is the one who helped Song Zae land the role of Nangong Yi. However, I've only heard that she possesses high emotional intelligence and good drinking skills. Adept at socializing, yet I haven't heard of her significant background. As the agent continued to elaborate on Qin Wan's identity, a look of suspicion crossed her face. Those who could sit at the judge's table were certainly not ordinary individuals. They must possess some standing or background that if Qin Wan was truly so remarkable, how could Song Zae have only achieved modest success under her management after more than a year? Conversely, if she lacked any background, her presence at the judge's table was utterly perplexing. Not only were the onlookers intrigued, but Song Zae's newly appointed manager, Chen Chong, wore an expression of uncertainty, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Wan. What was her true situation? If she truly had connections, how could she allow Song Zae, her cash cow, to be snatched away? Yet if she lacked connections, why was she seated at the judge's table? Contemplating this, Chen Chong's face darkened as he dialed Song Zae's number. Brother Qin, wait for me. I'm almost there, down on the other end of the line. Song Zae spoke urgently, evidently preoccupied and uninterested in conversation. Chen Chong's question, which had been on the tip of his tongue, was abruptly halted, and he settled for a few perfunctory remarks before hanging up that it was better to wait until Song Zae arrived to inquire. It was impossible to clarify everything over the phone, unfazed by the weighty gazes and hushed whispers surrounding her. Qin Wan remained focused on the entrance. When will Jiang Yin arrive? She asked, a hint of boredom in her tone, that he is on his way and will arrive shortly. After all, he is a grand, slam-winning actor. He must have a bit of flair, right? The system replied that you're really bothersome. Qin Wan grumbled, her mood souring. Old man? In the next moment, the ringtone of a phone abruptly pierced the air, drawing the attention of everyone in the spacious venue towards Qin Wan. Old man, I'm at the audition site. Qin Wan answered the call with evident impatience. The other party was about to unleash their frustration, but suddenly paused, their curiosity piqued. Have you seen him yet? No, perhaps he is not coming. Qin Wan replied, her tone laden with annoyance that he wouldn't dare. The older man cursed under his breath before abruptly hanging up. Just you wait. I'll call him to give him a piece of my mind. No sooner had Qin Wan ended the call than another familiar ringtone echoed at the entrance of the venue. Uncle Jiang? Yes, just arrived. I've already met him. A deep, resonant voice filled the air. And moments later, a tall figure stepped into view. In that instant, all eyes in the vast venue converged on the man in unison. Jiang the actor. How could Jiang the actor be here, with his current status? What script or role could he not secure? Surely, Jiang the actor had come as a judge, right? Someone murmured in disbelief. As they glanced towards the judge's table, they realized it was fully occupied, leaving no room for him. So, Jiang the actor was auditioning. The crowd was left in astonishment. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 6'3", even in casual attire, he exuded an air of nobility and distinction. His chiseled features and strikingly handsome visage, thanks to his mixed heritage, made him enviably attractive. With clean, short black hair and a few strands falling casually over his forehead, he possessed a pair of beguiling fox-like eyes. His long, curved eyelashes framed his amber-hued irises, with a beauty mark at the corner of his eye adding to his allure. His prominent nose and vividly colored lips slightly curled at the corners, presented a charming, almost mischievous smile. That it must be said that Jiang Yan's appearance and personality in this world were entirely different from Ling Jue's. The previous world's Hui Yin had an air of cool aloofness, but this Jiang Yin was playful and roguish. Favorability toward Jiang Yin increased by 5, current favorability, 25. Qin Wan. Having confirmed with my eyes, Jiang Yin is much more charming than Hui Yin. His personality is irrelevant. What matters is that he is Ling Jue. The woman is remarkably pragmatic. Upon the arrival of Jiang Yin, the director, assistant director, and screenwriters seated beside Qin Wan rose in unison to greet him. Master Jiang, you have arrived. Please take a seat, Master Jiang. Yes, Master Jiang, you may take my place. The assistant director willingly offered his seat. No need, just bring a chair over here. I merely came to observe. Jiang Yin graciously declined the assistant director's warm gesture, indicating the vacant space beside Qin Wan. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? The director cast a complex glance between Jiang Yin and Qin Wan. What is the nature of their relationship? Are they acquaintances? The usually reserved Jiang Yin, known for maintaining a distance in the entertainment industry, is now requesting to sit beside this young lady. I believe it is quite suitable. Jiang Yin remarked, disregarding the prying eyes of those around them, that he instructed his assistant to bring a chair and seated himself next to Qin Wan. Did you miss me? His deep, sultry voice resonated in her ear. Startled by his sudden proximity, Qin Wan instinctively stiffened. Your reaction clearly indicates that you have thought of me, he continued, a smirk playing on his lips, his expression one of mild satisfaction. Did I know, you sweet girl? You are too shy to admit it. Rest assured, I shall not expose you. Qin Wan. Jiang Yin is rather audacious. After several years apart, brother Jiang, you remain as charming as ever. After much deliberation, she decided to grant her beloved a modicum of grace. Our Wan simply has a sweet tongue. Jiang Yin beamed, playfully pinching Qin Wan's fair cheek and commenting, the texture is delightful. Qin Wan. The brother Jiang, there are so many people watching. She gently reminded the man who seemed oblivious to his celebrity status. You'll get used to it. After all, I am Jiang Yin, renowned for my handsome visage, and wherever I go, I am the center of attention, he replied, utterly unfazed. Qin Wan, you are truly audacious. Are we perhaps a bit too close? You are a star, brother Jiang. I fear it may negatively impact your image if someone captures this moment and shares it online. She once again subtly cautioned him. Close, I hardly perceive it that way. Jiang Yin said, shifting his chair even closer to her. Qin Wan. The Wan, you're not feeling shy, are you? Mischief danced in his alluring fox-like eyes. That am I blushing? Qin Wan retorted with a stoic expression. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's gaze lingered on her cheek for a brief moment. Indeed, you are not. Affection level for Jiang Yin increases by 2, current affection level, 27. Qin Wan. This is perplexing. After several years apart, Wan, you have blossomed into an even more graceful beauty. Jiang Yin regarded her exquisite features with satisfaction. Your beauty could easily overshadow anyone in the entertainment industry. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan realized that this fellow was not only narcissistic, but also rather superficial when it came to appearances. Merely gazing at her for a couple of seconds was enough for him to boost his affection level. He is exceptional, indeed. Though Jiang Yan's personality may be somewhat eccentric and hard to handle, it must be said that he is quite easy to get along with. Just from their initial meeting, his affection level seemed to soar without restraint, lifting her spirits immensely. With this in mind, Qin Wan found herself more accepting of his flamboyant and narcissistic nature. You flatter me, brother Jiang, in terms of looks. You are the true pinnacle of the entertainment industry, she responded humbly. Considering Jiang Yin complimented her, it was only fitting that she return the favor. Affection level for Jiang Yin increases by 3. Current affection level, 30. Qin Wan. This man is genuinely sincere. You, my dear girl, have only become more endearing over the years. Jiang Yin found the brief exchange with Qin Wan to be exceptionally delightful. Time truly possesses the power to heal and transform many things that in the past. Qin Wan had always looked at him with disdain and frequently called him narcissistic. Now, the young lady had matured, learning the subtleties of human interaction and concealing her true feelings. How swiftly time had passed, and how distant she had become. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yin felt a wave of nostalgia and ceased his playful teasing of Qin Wan. Due to their intimate conversation, the audition venue had descended into an unusual silence. The onlookers exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by Jiang Yan's presence, yet they hesitated to gossip openly. Thus, the spectators demonstrated their remarkable social skills, exchanging WeChat contacts and establishing a group chat for the audition of the Legend of Nine Provinces. Onlooker 1. Oh my goodness, I just saw Master Jiang pinch Qin Wan's cheek. Onlooker 2. We have eyes. Not blind. We all saw it, all right. Onlooker 3. The interaction between Master Jiang and Qin Wan appears quite intimate. They must be acquaintances. Onlooker 4. Their interaction suggests more than mere acquaintanceship. Did you not notice the affection radiating from Master Jiang's gaze? I seriously suspect they are secretly dating. Onlooker Director. Though I think Master Jiang's personality may hinder him from being single, it is undeniable that Qin Wan's beauty aligns with his aesthetic. Onlooker Assistant Director. I agree. Seeing them side by side, I couldn't help but be captivated when I glanced over. Onlooker Screenwriter. May I timidly ask, is Qin Wan truly here as a judge? Not as an auditionee. Onlooker Director. That I am unsure. Onlooker Assistant Director. That what about Master Jiang? Has he confirmed his participation in our production? Onlooker Director. That I wish to know as well. That as the director finished speaking. A flurry of question marks flooded the group chat. That as a director. How could he be so uninformed? It was rather excessive for a director to be uncertain about the leading roles in his own production. Onlooker Assistant Director. Director Zhou, why not ask Master Jiang directly? Onlooker Director. You know Master Jiang's temperament. I inquired earlier, and he said it depends on his mood. Onlooker Screenwriter. Director, should you not also ask Miss Qin? She seems to have a splendid rapport with Master Jiang, and his gaze towards her is rather exceptional. Onlooker Screenwriter. If Miss Qin were to participate, Master Jiang might consider it as well. It must be said screenwriters possess a unique sharpness of mind. Upon the screenwriter's suggestion, the director no longer hesitated. Onlooker Director. Onlooker Screenwriter. I find your proposal quite agreeable to as the proposer. I trust you have a plan to persuade Miss Qin. So I shall delegate this significant task to you. Onlooker Assistant Director. Onlooker Screenwriter. Then it is a delightful decision. Thank you for your efforts, Screenwriter Sue. Onlooker Screenwriter. Are you all even human? Screenwriter Sue stared incredulously at the barrage of new messages on his phone. Overwhelmed by a singular thought. Regret. Utterly regretful. Had he known the director and assistant director would be such a burden, he would never have dared to speak up. Alas, had he foreseen this, he would certainly have refrained from envying the beauty of Qin Wan and Jiang Yin. Though their looks are indeed breathtaking. Miss Qin. Qin Wan. Just as screenwriter Sue gathered the courage to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by a sharp voice. Qin Wan. What are you doing here? Songze exclaimed, his voice breaking the tension. His unexpected outburst drew the attention of everyone present, including his agent, Chen Chong. Having witnessed the affectionate interaction between Qin Wan and Jiang Yin, Chen Chong had resolved to be on good terms with Qin Wan at all costs. Even if he could not befriend her, he must not offend her. However, he never anticipated that Songze would open with a remark that would offend Qin Wan. At this moment, Chen Chong was not willing to abandon Songze, his cash cow, so he hurriedly approached to smooth things over. Songze, why have you arrived so late? You really ought to be more mindful. Even if there were a car accident, you cannot afford to be tardy. It must be said, Chen Chong was indeed a cunning strategist to divert attention and assist Songze. He fabricated a tale of a car accident based merely on the visible marks of distress on Songze's face. Songze remained silent, tacitly accepting Chen Chong's excuse, yet instinctively his gaze drifted towards Qin Wan. Indeed, while he believed Qin Wan would not be foolish enough to admit she had struck him in such a setting, he could not shake an unsettling feeling. The primary reason for his discomfort was the sheer unexpectedness of Qin Wan's presence. This was the audition for the major IP The Legend of Nine Provinces. And why would a little-known agent like Qin Wan be here? He was the only artist under her management, and now that he had switched to Brother Chen's agency, it was inconceivable for Qin Wan to have brought an artist to audition. Moreover, given Qin Wan's capabilities, it is implausible that she could assist her subordinate artists in securing audition qualifications for the Legend of the Phoenix in the 9 regions that if Qin Wan possessed such remarkable talents, she would not have resorted to switching to Chun Ji's side, nor would she have chosen to end her relationship with him in favor of stirring up romantic rumors with her junior sister. The more Song Zhe pondered this, the more he found it to be logical. Yet for reasons unknown, a sense of unease deep within him intensified. The sight of Qin Wan's position, the person seated beside her, and Chunji's obsequious demeanor towards Qin Wan all unfolded vividly before his eyes, making it increasingly difficult for Song Zhe to ignore. Ultimately, under Qin Wan's scornful gaze, he found himself in a daze as Chun Chong pulled him to a seat at the back of the audience. You ask me, I ask whom? I'm not even familiar with Qin Wan. Conversely, you have known her since university, studying the same major. After 4 years as classmates, she even served as your agent for 2 years post-graduation. You, as her ex-boyfriend, do not know anything about her family background or identity. Song Zhe. But he was at a loss for words. Indeed, he had no knowledge of Qin Wan's family background. After 6 years of acquaintance and 3 years of dating, he had never heard Qin Wan mention her family, nor had he ever seen her family visit her at school. Even after graduation, when Qin Wan was unwell, she either endured it alone or sought help from colleagues at the company. Unless she truly had no one else to turn to, she would only call in to ask if he was filming, if he had time, and if he could come over to keep her company and take care of her. At first, he genuinely liked Qin Wan, but this affection did not last long. Despite Qin Wan's stunning beauty, her demeanor starkly contrasted with her appearance. Who would believe that their 3-year relationship was purely platonic? They had held hands, embraced, kissed, and even shared a bed, wrapped in each other's arms. However, that was the extent of it. Qin Wan had consistently refused to take their relationship further, insisting that they should wait until after marriage. Initially, due to his affection and the envy he garnered from classmates for dating Qin Wan, he chose to endure. After graduation, he continued to endure as Qin Wan provided him with significant assistance in his career. After all, since Qin Wan wouldn't let him touch her, there were plenty of girls willing to be intimate with him. This thought led him to consider his junior sister, who was dubbed a little fairy by fans. With her innocent appearance, she was fiery and creative in bed. Just thinking about it made Song Zhe feel parched to ensure a peaceful breakup with Qin Wan and avoid a messy situation, as well as to placate her and prevent her from discovering any signs of trouble before their split. He had not been intimate with his junior sister for over a month. The mere thought of this left him restless. Seeing Song Zhe remain silent, Chun Chong felt a sense of frustration building within him. Had he known Song Zhe was such a hot potato, he would have never dared to compete with Qin Wan for him. Have you never asked her? During your relationship, did she never mention anything? Song Zhe grimaced and shook his head, no upon hearing this. Chun Chong's breath hitched, feeling increasingly despondent. Then during your lengthy relationship, didn't she ever display any signs? For instance, regarding daily expenses, what was her spending level when shopping? Song Zhe's face darkened. Didn't pay attention. Chun Chong. That she does have a few designer handbags but aren't most girls studying performing arts like that? Song Zhe tentatively inquired. Chun Chong. Do you know what brand or price range those bags are? Or if they are limited editions? Song Zhe shook his head. I am not particularly interested in luxury goods and don't know much about them, that I only learn a little after entering the industry. But I'm still not very clear. Chun Chong. That he felt a sudden urge to exclaim a curse. What about other aspects? Where does she live? What kind of car does she drive? Where does she take you out to socialize? And are those expenses covered by the company, or are they out of her own pocket? What is the typical expenditure for these outings? Do you not know anything at all? As Chun Chong's expression grew increasingly grim, Song Zhe racked his brain to recall any useful details. That I do know where she lives, but I don't know if she rents or owns. The car she drives is provided by the company. Just a regular vehicle for transportation. As for the places she frequents for socializing, I've been there a few times, but she always pays the bill. I didn't pay attention to the specific amounts. Chun Chong. Had he known Song Zhe was such a clueless fool, he would have never risked offending Qin Wan to dig into him. Chapter 36. The Stunning Agent versus the Narcissistic Film Emperor 5. Do you know that Song Zhe? Jiang Yin leaned closer to Qin Wan, his eyes filled with curiosity. Just a scumbag. Qin Wan replied indifferently, unperturbed. That a scumbag? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow, savoring the weight of those words. Did you have a good time together? Jiang Yan's curiosity suddenly piqued. Hearing this, Qin Wan cast him a casual glance. Why? Are you interested in him? Jiang Yin. After years apart, Wan, you've become even more wild. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Wan replied calmly, showing no signs of modesty. Jiang Yin. That observing the young woman's composed demeanor, Jiang Yin felt a sudden surge of amusement. Seizing the moment when Qin Wan was off guard, he affectionately adjusted her coat, his expression softening as he said, "Though Wan misunderstands me, I can't bring myself to blame you. However, to avoid future misunderstandings, it would be best to clarify a few things that I have no interest in Songze. Or rather, I'm not interested in any man in this world. Your Jiang Yin is a straight man, and I am drawn to exquisite beauties like you did." As he spoke, Jiang Yin couldn't help but gaze at Qin Wan with a heartfelt expression, feigning genuine affection. With a mere 30 points of favorability, he dared to act so sentimental. I rather think that Jiang Yan's heart is vast enough to encompass many, and one person alone, like Wan, would hardly suffice to fill it. Jiang Yin, but how old are you, and yet you speak such nonsense? Who have you learned this from? Unable to best Qin Wan in their exchange, Jiang Yin quickly switched to a teaching mode. Qin Wan shot him a sidelong glance, a smile playing on her lips. "Don't you find my words familiar?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin paused imperceptibly. Familiar? It did seem somewhat, under the weight of Qin Wan's meaningful gaze. Jiang Yin cleared his throat awkwardly, and "Oh, wonder you've thrived in the entertainment industry these past 2 years." Jiang Yin remarked, casting a glance at Qin Wan, unable to suppress his murmurs, "that I had no choice. I was forced by the old man." Qin Wan replied softly. Jiang Yin. Though reflecting on the dynamics between Qin Wan and her father, Jiang Yin found himself at a loss for words. Sometimes he found it puzzling how, despite being father and daughter, their attitudes towards relationships could be so profoundly different. One was a flamboyant and unrestrained tycoon, while the other was a romantic idealist. Growing up in the Qin household and witnessing her father's approach to relationships, it was indeed remarkable that Qin Wan had developed her current outlook. "That Songze is your ex-boyfriend, right?" Jiang Yin suddenly inquired. Qin Wan gave him a sidelong glance and replied with a barely audible "hm." "I heard you were the one who got dumped?" Jiang Yin asked provocatively. Qin Wan. Facing the unfriendly gaze from Qin Wan, Jiang Yin coughed awkwardly. "I'm just concerned for you, looking out for your best interest." "I heard he cheated on you," Jiang Yin pressed on. "Speak. What exactly did the old man send you here for?" Qin Wan addressed Jiang Yin with an expressionless demeanor. "Jiang Yin, Uncle Qin is genuinely concerned about you." Realizing that Qin Wan had already guessed, Jiang Yin ceased to hide the truth, "that I heard you were being mistreated. He originally intended to come and help you seek revenge himself, but you were still angry with him and refused his assistance. So, he could only send me here to support you." Reflecting on the emotional entanglements between the original host and her father, Qin Wan merely furrowed her brow slightly before relaxing. The relationship between the father and daughter was not fraught with major conflicts. Rather, it stemmed from their differing approaches to life. Qin father wished the original host to live freely and without being burdened by love, much like himself. Yet the original host had inherited her mother's obsessive romantic tendencies, displaying a dangerously singular devotion to love that in his attempts to change her. Qin father had made numerous efforts, such as finding a childhood husband for her and scouting various wealthy suitors for her. Even during the original host's relationship with Songze, Qin father did not relent, occasionally arranging for handsome men to appear before Qin Wan, orchestrating fortuitous encounters and heroic rescues. Initially, the original host might have considered these mere coincidences. However, as they accumulated, even the most oblivious of individuals would begin to sense something amiss. With Qin mother having passed away and the Qin family being relatively simple, without many relatives to interfere in the original host's romantic affairs, Qin father stood alone in this regard. Following an incident where Songze witnessed one such heroic rescue, the original host could no longer tolerate it and erupted in frustration until the moment of Songze's infidelity. Qin's father could no longer contain his anger and personally confronted the original owner with a plethora of photos evidencing Songze's betrayal. The original owner, unwilling to accept the truth, insisted that Songze would never betray her, even deluding herself by claiming those photos were merely stills from his acting. Once again, the father and daughter parted on unfriendly terms. Unfortunately, while the original owner chose to deceive herself, Songze had already lost patience and refused to waste any more time with her. Just after the original owner had a falling out with Qin's father, Songze sought her out and initiated a breakup, hurling insults at her that he remarked on her age and lack of charm, stating that his feelings for her were merely akin to a brotherly reliance, and that he had never truly liked her. Qin Wan, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed her temples, and turned to Jiang Yin, stating, "I will handle this myself." However, after a brief hesitation, she relented and added, "You tell him that if I need help, I will reach out." Observing the fleeting discomfort in Qin Wan's eyes, Jiang Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. The young girl had indeed matured and become more sensible. "That I've heard that Song Zhe is determined to secure the role of the second male lead in the Legend of the Nine Provinces?" Jiang Yin suddenly inquired. "Does he even deserve it?" Qin Wan scoffed that if I recall correctly, he initially lacked the qualifications for additions. "You went out of your way to invite Uncle Zhou to dinner to assist him, didn't you?" Jiang Yin continued. Qin Wan retorted, "That was the original owner's doing, not mine. Uncle Zhou merely mentioned he would provide an audition opportunity. Whether he gains the director's approval depends on his own capabilities." Qin Wan was acutely aware of Song Zhe's acting prowess, that he could barely manage to keep up with the mediocre performances of popular actors in ordinary idol dramas. However, The Legend of the Nine Provinces was a major production with a staggering investment of 10 billion, featuring seasoned actors with numerous accolades and successful works to their names. Song Zhe might scrape by with a minor role, but to aspire to the second male lead, a mere fantasy. Ultimately, he did indeed secure the role of the refined second male lead. Shangguan Mo, through backdoor connections. Chapter 37. The Gorgeous Agent versus the Narcissistic Movie Star 6. "What do you like about him?" Jiang Yin asked, perplexed as he looked at Qin Wan. "He has helped me." Qin Wan struggled to extract from the depths of the original owner's memories the reasons for her infatuation with Song Zhe. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. "During my sophomore year, there was a time when I had a severe argument with my father, and I was left unnoticed in the school dormitory with a high fever. That weekend, coincidentally, Song Zhe was also on campus. He carried me to the hospital for N4 and stayed by my side the entire night. With Qin's mother having passed away and her father being a workaholic, preoccupied with his various affairs, he had little time to show concern for his daughter. Although the original owner enjoyed a life of abundance, she lacked emotional warmth. Song Zhe's appearance was akin to a timely boon, and the original owner was touched by his kindness. Being a handsome couple, their mutual attraction blossomed naturally into a romance. Initially, Song Zhe had treated her quite well. This was Qin Wan's true sentiment, that at the very beginning, the couple had shared sweet moments, and Song Zhe had genuinely invested effort into the relationship. Regrettably, one partner was a love-struck fool lacking the ability to nurture the relationship, while the other was insatiable and quick to stray the moment their desires went unmet. "You are truly gullible," Jiang Yin remarked disdainfully after listening to Qin Wan's lengthy recounting of her romantic history. "When you were sick, did no one inform you to call an ambulance? Or at the very least, couldn't you have contacted the family doctor? Isn't it more appealing to have an ambulance come for you? Or to have the family doctor treat you personally?" He continued, incredulous that in the dead of winter, with the cold winds howling, you insisted on enduring a high fever while being carried to the hospital by that frail little chick. Didn't you feel cold, uncomfortable, or in pain during that arduous journey? Your fever could have worsened, Qin Wan. That your reasoning is quite compelling. I find myself unable to refute it. To be honest, she could not fathom the original owner's mindset. Born into a wealthy family, why would she choose to endure unnecessary suffering and tribulations? Was she not seeking self-inflicted torment? Had she not realized her own foolishness? Jiang Yan's sharp tongue cut through the air. Qin Wan glanced at him expressionlessly. After all, Song Zhe was indeed quite handsome, and engaging in a relationship with him was not a loss on her part. Handsome? Jiang Yan looked at Qin Wan with disbelief, as though questioning his very existence. Noticing Jiang Yan's reaction, Qin Wan's heart sank with foreboding. Sure enough, Jiang Yan pulled out his phone, searched for Song Zhe's most flattering photo on Weibo, and presented it to Qin Wan. "Tell me, does this qualify as handsome?" Qin Wan shot a glance at the photo, noting the disapproval and faint excitement in his eyes, and she couldn't help but smirk slightly, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her gaze. He was indeed quite good-looking, fair-skinned and delicate, with his naturally charming oval face, appealing almond-shaped eyes, and a straight, prominent nose, along with those rosy lips. Song Zhe's appearance fit the current trend of youthful, charming boys. After hearing Qin Wan's compliments on Song Zhe's looks, Jiang Yin furrowed his brows, looking at her skeptically. "Are you serious?" Qin Wan looked back at him innocently. "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? What have you experienced in these past few years? Who has poisoned your perception?" Jiang Yin retorted sharply. Setting aside everything else, your own looks could rival anyone in the entertainment industry that if it weren't for your infatuation. Neglecting your own potential and choosing to be Song Zhe's manager, you would have already become a sensation in the industry. Let us get back on track. Qin Wan, with your looks, your standards shouldn't be this low. Look me in the eye and, with a clear conscience, tell me you genuinely think Song Zhe is handsome. Qin Wan. Under Jiang Yan's serious gaze, Qin Wan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Although he can't compare to you, he is indeed somewhat of a handsome guy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's expression visibly darkened. Qin Wan, I must tell you, you have truly gone too far to even compare me to Song Zhe. I am angry, very angry. As he spoke, Jiang Yan lost all desire to continue the conversation, turning away from her. Qin Wan. 0.1 second passed. Qin Wan did not initiate an apology. 0.3 seconds passed. Qin Wan still remained silent. 10 seconds passed. The unfeeling woman showed no sign of remorse that I can't take this anymore. Jiang Yan was about to turn back in annoyance when he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. A glance revealed Qin Wan looking at him, her expression one of helplessness, which slightly softened Jiang Yan's demeanor. What is it? He asked, feigning indifference that I did not mean to compare him to you. Qin Wan clarified. Anyone with eyes can see that while Song Zhe is merely passable, you are undoubtedly a handsome man. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's tense expression immediately relaxed. However, he did not forgive her outright, letting out a huff. Don't think that this will earn you my forgiveness. Yes, I know that I was indeed excessive just now to her admission. Jiang Yan's furrowed brow also eased. Your attitude in admitting fault is commendable. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's mood lifted as he felt a surge of goodwill. I understand that your intention in saying that was to undermine Song Zhe's image in my eyes, to convey that he is unworthy and not a suitable match for me, that I did not intend to contradict you. I was simply stating the truth to as she spoke. Qin Wan paused, glancing hesitantly at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was thoroughly delighted by her words, his mood soaring. Observing her fidgety demeanor, he decided to let bygones be bygones. Not wanting to dwell on the minor squabble. Speak your mind. There's no need for formality between us. With his encouragement, the troubled expression on Qin Wan's face faded, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, eagerly asking, So, have you forgiven me? Have I ever been angry with you? Jiang Yan countered, raising his chin defiantly and casting a sidelong glance at Qin Wan. Qin Wan. That Amen. Chapter 38. The Gorgeous Agent vs. The Narcissistic Movie Star 7. I merely wish to convey that it is not my intention to overly praise Song Zhe. Among ordinary individuals, he truly qualifies as handsome, that if there were absolutely nothing commendable about his appearance, he wouldn't have gained admission to the film academy, nor would he have entered the entertainment industry to achieve a modicum of fame. Jiang Yan frowned, appearing ready to refute her, but Qin Wan quickly interrupted him. Allow me to finish. Jiang Yan gazed at her with a hint of melancholy and remarked, I no longer wish to hear you speak of Song Zhe's handsomeness. Very well, Qin Wan replied without a moment's hesitation. What I truly meant to convey is that you are exceedingly handsome, and I cannot use you as a standard for finding a boyfriend. Otherwise, I shall remain perpetually single. Not just you. I too face the same predicament. My looks are so exceptional that finding someone worthy of me is quite the challenge. Qin Wan lamented with a look of helpless resignation. Jiang Yan responded, Your reasoning is undeniably sound. I find myself unable to counter it. And I must admit, the flattery has somewhat uplifted my spirits. After contemplating Qin Wan's words, Jiang Yan expressed his understanding, even feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. Jiang Yan's affection level increased by 5. Current affection level 43. Although I still perceive Song Zhe as rather ordinary in appearance, your argument holds merit, and I empathize with you. Given our looks, it is indeed a daunting task to find a suitable match. Jiang Yan remarked with a sigh. Qin Wan replied, I would not mind if we were to make do together. Upon sensing Qin Wan's intentions, the system could not help but scoff internally. The host is truly mischievous. This statement is clearly intended to lead the esteemed deity into a trap. It subtly reminds him that he, being a face-conscious individual, prefers those of appealing appearance, and coincidentally, I happen to fit that description. Recognizing the system's thoughts, Qin Wan stifled a laugh in her heart, acknowledging its understanding. Those who are close to vermilion become red, and those close to ink become black. It is difficult not to be astute when one is constantly surrounded by the host. The system sighed deeply, observing the system's comical reaction. Qin Wan could not help but chuckle that in truth, it is not only you who must comprehend my situation. You should also adopt a more relaxed perspective. If it proves too difficult, perhaps consider lowering your standards. For you, Jiang Yan, are not exactly in the prime of youth that if you delay any longer, you may become an old man. Jiang Yan exclaimed, an old man? Me? Ha, Qin Wan, do you dare to label me as an old man? Jiang Yan was both amused and indignant that I am not. I have not, so do not slander me. Noticing the change in Jiang Yan's expression, Qin Wan quickly clarified with an innocent demeanor. I merely meant to suggest that you are of an age where you should contemplate your lifelong commitments. Look at you, still a lifelong single, while I fear that I may have children in the future. And you will still be single. Qin Wan provocatively teased her words. Jiang Yan's temper flared. Jiang Yan's affection level decreased by 1, current affection level 42. Jiang Yan's affection level decreased by 2. Current affection level 40. The affection level's decline halted at 3 points, which took Qin Wan by surprise. Jiang Yan appeared quite irate, yet surprisingly magnanimous. Jiang Yan, I am only looking out for your best interests. If my words offend you, I shall refrain from speaking further, Qin Wan said. Jiang Yan cast her a sidelong glance and coldly retorted, You, my dear girl, are no longer a child and seem rather resentful. I am merely perplexed. Is Song Zhe truly that remarkable? Upon hearing this, Qin Wan's gaze flickered momentarily. He is not. It is simply that I like him, and thus he appears to be the best in my eyes. Jiang Yan replied, as a lifelong singleton, that is not something he can grasp. Is it truly because he took you to the hospital that you developed feelings for him? Jiang Yan questioned with a soul-searching inquiry. This young lady is indeed pitiable. Qin Mu passed away early, and Qin Shushu is perpetually busy with his career, juggling various romantic entanglements. The young girl has been alone since childhood, spending her days either learning piano or dance, studying foreign languages, or attending various tutoring sessions. While other children are picked up and dropped off by their parents, Qin Wan is merely chauffeured around. Though the differences may seem subtle, they are indeed significant. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yan's typically stoic heart stirred with a faint sense of compassion. Indeed, it is rather pitiable, he conceded, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Jiang Yan's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 42. Qin Wan felt a warmth enveloping her hand and looked up in surprise to see Jiang Yan's large hand enveloping hers. Since you have called me brother, from this moment forth, you shall be my beloved sister. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to your brother. By the way, the next time you have a high fever, just call me, and I shall personally summon an ambulance for you. If necessary, I can even bring a family doctor to treat you at home. Of course, if you truly wish for someone to carry you to the hospital, given your light weight, I could manage that as well. Qin Wan mused. What was meant to be a heartfelt statement has somehow turned peculiar coming from your lips. Very well, you have made this promise yourself. Should I require your assistance in the future, do not offer excuses to decline, Qin Wan asserted, her teeth clenched. Jiang Yan, appearing unconcerned, replied, Feel free to seek me out for any matter, great or small. As long as it pertains to you, I shall never refuse. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Qin Wan's eyes. You are quite endearing and easily persuaded, the system thought, its emotions complex, recognizing that the latter part of that statement was indeed crucial. Jiang Yan, I am feeling a bit parched. Qin Wan began to assert her will over Jiang Yan. There is water right on the table. Cannot you quench your thirst yourself? Jiang Yan, the lifelong singleton, appeared utterly bewildered by Qin Wan's insinuation, staring at her with a puzzled expression, unable to fathom why her thirst warranted his attention. Qin Wan replied, If you are not single, who is? Song Zhe used to help me open bottles. She explained softly, deliberately glancing at Song Zhe seated behind her. Jiang Yan retorted, Is this how couples in our time behave? Though Jiang Yan is straightforward, he is not truly ignorant, as a celebrated actor in the entertainment industry. He has portrayed a myriad of characters and is not naive to the dynamics of romantic relationships, that he simply has yet to experience genuine love and thus finds such rituals to be rather pretentious and devoid of significance. Chapter 39. The Stunning Agent versus the Narcissistic Actor. 8. What a bother. Despite his disdainful words, his actions betrayed his sincerity as he not only opened the bottle for Qin Wan, but also cautioned her to sip slowly lest she choke. Hearing this, Qin Wan's lips curled into a smile of delight. Behind them, Song Zhe glared intensely at the unfolding scene. Had Qin Wan and Jiang Yin become involved? They had only parted ways an hour ago. How could Qin Wan move on to Jiang Yin so swiftly? With this thought, Song Zhe's realizations began to crystallize. He had thought he was the one who had strayed, feeling a twinge of guilt for Qin Wan, and even refrained from seeking retribution after their altercation. But now he understood. Qin Wan had already betrayed him. She had clearly been entangled with Jiang Yin while feigning devotion before him, shamelessly professing her singular love for him. The more Song Zhe pondered, the angrier he became, his expression darkening further. Observing the resentment in Song Zhe's eyes, Chen Chong furrowed his brow, his opinion of Song Zhe plummeting. What right did he have to harbor resentment? Even if Qin Wan had indeed betrayed the esteemed actor, Song Zhe and Qin Wan were of the same ilk, neither superior to the other. What grounds did Song Zhe have for resentment? And Chen Chong felt a nagging suspicion that Jiang Yin and Qin Wan's relationship was not what it seemed. The two appeared close, yet there was no hint of romantic tension or intimacy. Even when Jiang Yin opened the bottle for her, he bore an expression of disdain and impatience, albeit with a hint of gentle indulgence in his eyes. Chen Chong, having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, was not someone Song Zhe could compare himself to. You have broken up with Qin Wan. Chen Chong suddenly recalled this pivotal detail. Indeed, Song Zhe nodded, his face a mask of displeasure. Chen Chong, receiving confirmation, also looked rather grim. And your injuries that I presume they are somehow tied to Qin Wan. Chen Chong seemed to have realized something, his countenance growing increasingly grim, that it was her doing. Damn it, this woman is far too adept at masquerading. After dating for so long, this is the first time I've discovered her propensity for violence. Had I known she had such tendencies, I would never have entered into a relationship with her. Despite their time together, he had invested considerable time and energy into Qin Wan. Yet aside from fleeting kisses and embraces, he had gained nothing of substance. Song Zhe, rein in your emotions, Chen Chong admonished, his expression darkening and his tone sharp. I care not for your feelings toward Qin Wan. What I desire is for you to face reality. First, open your eyes and observe where Qin Wan is currently seated. Second, take note of those who surround her and their attitudes towards her. Finally, I ask you, do you still wish to remain in the entertainment industry? Do you still aspire to secure the role of Shangguan Mo in the Legend of the Phoenix of the Nine Realms? Your audition is imminent. I shall grant you 3 minutes to contemplate your decision and then inform me of your choice. With that, Chen Chong turned his attention away from the increasingly sullen Song Zhe, focusing instead on his phone as if engaged in a messaging exchange at the judge's table. Qin Wan was fully engrossed in watching the male actors auditioning on stage. One could not deny that the entertainment industry was a feast for the eyes, filled with individuals of striking beauty, making for an aesthetically pleasing and uplifting experience. Are they truly that attractive? Jiang Yin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the actors on stage. While they may not match your exquisite features, they possess the advantage of youth and vitality. Qin Wan retorted, striking a nerve. Jiang Yin responded with a puzzled expression. Is what you said even human language? In the midst of their conversation, Song Zhe took the stage. I must admit, Song Zhe's appearance is rather fitting, yet his acting leaves much to be desired. After his performance, neither the director, the assistant director, nor the screenwriter displayed any significant reaction, offering only a few tactfully articulated comments. However, it was clear to all present, including Song Zhe, that there were deeper implications in the director's words. Observing Song Zhe's disheartened expression, Qin Wan couldn't help but smile. Personally, I thought Song Zhe's performance was quite commendable. Song Zhe was taken aback. Chen Chong was likewise stunned, while Jiang Yin cast a peculiar glance towards Qin Wan. Nevertheless, the character of Shangguan Mo is complex and profound, and Song Zhe, being relatively inexperienced, struggled to capture the true essence of this role. However, I believe the character of Shangguan Yu, Shangguan Mo's younger brother, might be a suitable fit for Song Zhe to explore. Upon hearing Qin Wan's suggestion, although the director, assistant director, and screenwriter did not fully grasp her underlying intent, they ultimately agreed to allow Song Zhe another opportunity, considering Qin Wan's status and the presence of Jiang Yin beside her. Shangguan Yu is a carefree playboy, and compared to Qin Wan Mo, this character is indeed easier to portray. Moreover, Song Zhe's inherent charm lent itself well to embodying the essence of this role, impressing the directors. Miss Qin truly has an eye for talent. Indeed, it was unexpected how well Song Zhe managed to portray the flamboyance of Shang Guanyu. The director, assistant director, and screenwriter took turns praising him, and a look of joy gradually surfaced on Song Zhe's face. He realized that although he had missed out on the role of the second male lead, Qin Wan Mo, the director's reaction suggested that the role of Shang Guanyu was now within his grasp. Despite his disdain for the character of Shang Guanyu, The Legend of the Phoenix in the Nine Regions is no ordinary production. Securing a role in this drama, provided he performs well, could enhance his career trajectory significantly, even if it doesn't stand out remarkably. Shang Guanyu is a relatively inconsequential character, and given Song Zhe's commendable performance, the director decided on the spot to cast him, taking into account the influence of Qin Wan and Jiang Yin. Upon seeing Song Zhe successfully land the role, although it diverged slightly from their expectations, at least he had not completely lost the chance to participate in the Legend of the Phoenix in the Nine Regions. And Chen Chong's expression remained somewhat favorable. However, both Song Zhe and Chen Chong appeared to simultaneously ponder the same question, their expressions complex, as they glanced towards the judging panel, where Qin Wan Saturday. "Why is she helping me?" Song Zhe couldn't help but murmur. This was also what Chen Chong was eager to understand. Regardless of her motivations, securing a role in the Legend of the Phoenix in the Nine Regions would undoubtedly bring you advantages. Remember, you must seize this opportunity, and during the filming, be mindful of your conduct. Establishing good relationships with the senior members of the cast will benefit your future development. "Yes, I understand," Song Zhe replied absent-mindedly, his focus entirely on Qin Wan. During the audition, he noticed Qin Wan rising from the judging panel, seemingly heading to the restroom. Seizing the moment, he hurriedly followed her. Chen Chong, preoccupied with a phone call in the corridor, failed to notice and thus could not intervene. Jiang Yin, casually observing the auditions, inadvertently caught sight of this unfolding scene. Chapter 40. The Enigmatic Agent versus the Narcissistic Film Emperor. 9. Qin Wan noticed her little follower behind her, but remained unhurried. Lingering in the restroom for quite some time, before leisurely exiting, as she rounded the corner of the hallway, Song Zhe seized her hand, pulling her into a secluded spot, with a wall at her back. He cornered her, lowering his gaze. He fixed his eyes on Qin Wan, his voice low and intense. "Qin Wan, who are you really?" Qin Wan looked at him with amusement, reminding him, "We've broken up," her words. Song Zhe's temper flared. "How dare you bring that up? I haven't even asked you when you and Emperor Jiang started your affair. Have you been with him behind my back all along?" "Qin Wan, it was you who wronged me first. How can you still act this way towards me? You heartless woman." As he spoke, Song Zhe felt the lingering pain from where he had been struck earlier. In the face of Song Zhe's accusations and his seething glare, Qin Wan maintained her composure, a smile playing on her lips, radiating a teasing demeanor. Indeed, her presence provoked him. Were it not for Chen Chong's earlier warning still echoing in his mind, he would have likely lost control and acted against Qin Wan by now. "That I'll just hit you. What can you do about it?" Qin Wan raised an eyebrow provocatively. Song Zhe, "Damn, Qin Wan, don't push your luck," he gritted out. "And if I do, who's to blame for your incompetence?" she retorted sharply. "Song Zhe, it's not that I look down on you. It's simply that there is nothing about you, from head to toe, that deserves respect." As she spoke, Qin Wan's gaze scrutinized Song Zhe from head to toe, her disdain unmistakable. "Without me, you were insignificant in school, struggling even with your graduation project. All your resources were obtained through me. Without me, you are nothing." Qin Wan's words became increasingly harsh, effectively trampling all semblance of dignity Song Zhe had left. He was inherently proud, unable to reconcile his reliance on Qin Wan's support with his desire to deny that he owed his success to a woman. Now, with Qin Wan so brazenly exposing this truth, Song Zhe's face flushed with rage, and he could no longer contain himself. "Qin Wan, you are asking for it." In a blind fury, Song Zhe completely forgot the harsh reality that he could not prevail against Qin Wan. He raised his hand, intending to strike her delicate, exquisite face. With his eyes blazing with anger, Song Zhe turned to see Jiang Yin. "What are you doing here?" Taken aback, Jiang Yin coldly brushed him off, positioning himself protectively in front of Qin Wan. The once carefree Jiang Yin now bore an icy expression, his eyes fixed on Song Zhe. I initially thought you were just a scoundrel, but it seems you are truly a despicable person. To cheat and betray first, and now to raise your hand against your ex-girlfriend who has selflessly aided you. You truly do not deserve to be called a man. As he spoke, Jiang Yin could no longer restrain himself, delivering a powerful punch to Song Zhe's face. Song Zhe cried out, momentarily stunned. Yet his attention was drawn to Qin Wan, who was grinning with a sense of schadenfreude that in that instant, an overwhelming surge of anger ignited in Song Zhe's mind. Qin Wan, you vile woman, he shouted uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's fury reached its peak. Bang! The sound of fists meeting flesh and the anguished cries of a man intertwined, reverberating through the corridor, around the corner. Chun Chong stood expressionless, his phone in hand, observing the scene unfold before him. During this time, his gaze inadvertently met Song Zhe's, who looked utterly bewildered and helpless, faced with Song Zhe's desperate plea for help. Chun Chong chose to silently turn away, as if he had seen nothing. Witnessing this, Qin Wan's laughter grew even more exuberant. The scoundrel thought he could seek rescue, that if only he had considered that Chun Chong might ever save him. Just the fact that she held sway over the casting of the legend of the Phoenix in the 9 regions was enough for Chun Chong to recognize her extraordinary status. Not to mention, Jiang Yin, who was currently pummeling him, was right beside her. Chun Chong's indifference and cold detachment, Jiang Yan's one-sided assault and humiliation, and Qin Wan's mockery and glee, all of it fueled the flames of resentment within Song Zhe. He gritted his teeth, his handsome features twisting in rage, his suppressed hatred intensifying. Observing this, Qin Wan merely smiled, her eyes glinting with an unusual anticipation and amusement. Everyone must face the consequences of their actions. Whether it be her or Song Zhe, none are exempt. It is worth noting that in the original plot, Song Zhe's betrayal and scheming ultimately cost the original protagonist their life. And here was Song Zhe, reduced to a state of despair after just a few punches. This was merely the beginning. Watching the hatred burning in Song Zhe's eyes, Qin Wan softly murmured. Jiang Yin, being a man of education and principles, ceased his assault after a few punches. Noting Song Zhe's complete lack of will to fight back, let's go, he said, stepping forward to take Qin Wan's sleeve, his clear eyes filled with gratitude and reliance on him. Seeing this and recalling the events that had transpired, Jiang Yan's heart softened. From now on, I will not allow anyone to bully you. He spoke as if making a promise. All right, if anyone bullies me or deceives me, I will come to you to complain, Qin Wan replied softly. Yes, Jiang Yan said, feeling a sense of discomfort from the gratitude reflected in her eyes. Favorability with Jiang Yan increased by 5, current favorability, 47. For a brief moment, Jiang Yan seemed to comprehend why Qin Wan had developed feelings for Song Zhe. In another fleeting instant, he grasped the pain and turmoil within Qin Wan's heart. It was an unfamiliar, yet not unwelcome emotion that stirred within him, a flicker of sympathy. After a brief embrace, Jiang Yin suppressed the complex thoughts swirling in his mind and released Qin Wan. Holding hands has become somewhat ambiguous to prevent any misunderstanding that might cast a negative light on Qin Wan. Jiang Yin opted to wrap his arm around her shoulders, presenting a brotherly demeanor. Thus, Qin Wan was led away from the audition site, her shoulders embraced by him. Chapter 41. The Stunning Agent versus the Narcissistic Film Emperor 10 at Qin Wan's residence. After escorting Qin Wan home, Jiang Yin received a phone call and hurriedly departed. As she watched his retreating figure fade into the dimness of the night, Qin Wan's expression remained obscured, making it difficult to discern her true feelings. Did you hear that? Qin Wan murmured softly. The system, looking bewildered, scanned the surroundings multiple times to confirm that no one was present, finally realizing that Qin Wan was addressing it. What did you hear? The system inquired, puzzled. The person who just called him was a woman, wasn't she? Qin Wan said quietly. A wave of ominous foreboding enveloped the system. Sensing trouble, it contemplated making a discreet exit. However, the moment it moved, it discovered that the small dark room had been silently locked. You're cold, heartless, and unreasonable. Should we follow and take a look? The system tentatively suggested. Qin Wan remained silent, standing still, her gaze penetrating the direction Jiang Yan had taken. 1 minute later. Creak. The sound of sudden braking echoed through the night, and a green sports car, shot away like a bullet. Creak, creak, creak along the way. Qin Wan's green sports car wildly performed drifts, sharp turns, and abrupt stops. What astounded the system was that despite her reckless speed, she managed to obey every traffic light. For a moment, it was at a loss whether to commend her that I exceeded the speed limit. Qin Wan's cold reminder rang out. So what? So I do not deserve praise, Qin Wan stated earnestly, leaving the system speechless. At this moment, I genuinely cannot tell if you were joking or being serious. Soon, the car halted in front of a bar. After exiting, faced with the approaching bar staff, Qin Wan casually tossed the car keys into the person's arms. Along with a handful of cash she retrieved from her bag. Suddenly struck by the keys, the staff was momentarily dazed, but upon seeing the money, his face instantly brightened, and he eagerly rushed to park the car for Qin Wan. Within the bar, the atmosphere was vibrant with flashing lights and deafening music. Guided by the system, Qin Wan stood before the door of a private room on the second floor. Did I ask Jiang Yin inside? Yes. Aren't you going in, host? The system asked, looking perplexed. Why would I go in? Under what pretense? What would I even do inside? Qin Wan posed a series of existential questions. The system took a moment to process, realizing that, indeed, the host had yet to be with the divine being. So, what do you plan to do, host? Ignoring the system's inquiry, Qin Wan dialed a number that had lain dormant in the original owner's phone for quite some time. Wenro, is this a ghost calling? The woman on the other end exclaimed in surprise. What is your condition? Did you take the wrong medicine? Does what you said last time still hold? Qin Wan replied, her expression unreadable. Last time? What did I say? When did we last meet? Could you be clearer? You suddenly call out of the blue. Have you forgotten how long it's been since we last spoke? The woman named Wenro had a fiery temperament. The enchanting bar. Qin Wan abruptly hung up the phone. Wenro, the damn. Qin Wan is becoming more and more difficult to please, increasingly unlikable. Grumbling about Qin Wan's flaws and troubles, 10 minutes later, Wenro appeared before Qin Wan at an impressive speed. Wait, how did you end up at the bar? Did something provoke you? Did you have another argument with your old man? While questioning, Wenro scrutinized Qin Wan's facial expression. Seeing Qin Wan's calm demeanor, which revealed no emotion, only heightened Wenro's unease. You didn't get into a fight with your old man, did you? No, stop overthinking, Qin Wan said, pulling Wenro to sit down to prevent her from obstructing the view. I remember you're quite familiar with these bars in Kyoto. Qin Wan raised an eyebrow at Wenro. They read decent enough. I just change venues every day, as she spoke. Wenro casually picked up a drink and began to sip. Do you have any requests? Wenro inquired, looking at Qin Wan. I wish to broaden my horizons. A faint smile graced Qin Wan's lips, exuding a profound meaning. Broaden my horizons? That's simple. Wenro felt a shiver run down her spine from Qin Wan's smile. Shifting slightly to sit further away, while others sought out bartenders or managers, Wenro directly made a phone call. 5 minutes later, a row of dashing young men stood before Qin Wan, awaiting her selection. Take a look and see what you like. There are sunny youths, clingy puppies, fierce little wolves, refined older gents, scholarly bespectacled men, and muscular types. Choose whichever you fancy. While introducing the young men, Wenro shamelessly flirted with them. Clearly a seasoned player in the realm of pleasure, that I like them all, Qin Wan replied, her expression unchanging. Wenro, that is a bit excessive. While I'm here to entertain you, you should at least consider my experience too. If you take them all for yourself, what am I supposed to do? Just sit by and watch you enjoy. Wenro shot Qin Wan a resentful glare. Then you choose first, and whatever's left is mine. Qin Wan said. Wenro, what is going on with you, Qin Wan? I can't shake the feeling that something is off today. Pushing away the handsome guy in her embrace, Wenro leaned in closer to Qin Wan. Her curiosity piqued. There's nothing off. I'm just bored and wish to broaden my horizons. Saying this, Qin Wan mimicked Wenro's earlier actions, wrapping her arm around the shoulder of a nearby young man. The next moment, Qin Wan frowned and pushed the young man away, looking at him sternly. Your cologne is too overpowering. Young man. Wenro, ahem, come over here. I prefer boys who wear cologne. Wenro waved at the embarrassed young man, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she embraced the one Qin Wan had just rejected. It's important to note that she had chosen the most handsome and well-built individuals for Qin Wan. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Wan had done her a favor, she wouldn't have been willing to let go of such top-tier handsome men. Thankfully, it was Qin Wan who found them lacking, not her stinginess in keeping the best-looking men for herself. With this in mind, when Ro turned her gaze to the remaining young men, giving them instructions, one cannot deny that when Ro truly knew how to enjoy herself. Chapter 42. The Stunning Agent versus the Narcissistic Film Emperor. 11. Qin Wan sat with a young man on either side, one feeding her drinks while the other offered her fruits, a sight that was enviably indulgent. Initially, when Ro worried that Qin Wan might not adapt well, but seeing that Qin Wan, aside from her initial distaste for the strong scent, did not complain further, when Ro sighed in relief. Just as the two beautiful women were immersed in the service of handsome men, a sudden male voice shattered the harmonious atmosphere. Qin Wan, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be at home sleeping? The familiar voice made a subtle smile tug at Qin Wan's lips. She raised her gaze towards the source of the voice, and upon seeing Jiang Yan's astonished and incredulous expression, her heart soared with delight. Jiang Yan, but that damned eerie sense of familiarity. Jiang Yan opened his mouth to explain. But a group of young men suddenly stepped in front of him, forming a neat line in front of Qin Wan, blocking his view. Deity this sight. Jiang Yan's dark pupils constricted. Trembling, he pointed at the line of young men. Looking at Qin Wan. Did you order all of these? Qin Wan did not deny it. Instead, she patted the space beside her, inviting Jiang Yan to join her for a drink. When Ro told me that the princes here are exceptionally good-looking. Jiang Yan. 3 minutes later. Qin Wan leaned on Jiang Yan's shoulder, playfully pretending to beat his back. Qin Wan, I must tell you, you are becoming increasingly wild. Jiang Yan ground his teeth in frustration. What is wrong with that? Why is it acceptable for you men to seek out princesses, but I can't choose young men? You're applying double standards. As she spoke, Qin Wan feigned a struggle. Her delicate, fair hands lightly thumping Jiang Yan's back a few times. In his anger, Jiang Yan failed to notice anything amiss. Feeling Qin Wan's struggles only fueled his irritation. Qin Wan, if you keep moving around, believe me, I'll hit you. Jiang Yan threatened through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan's body suddenly stiffened. The next moment, she began to struggle even more fiercely. Go ahead, if you dare hit me. After all, no one likes me. Even less so, no one cares whether I live or die. You might as well beat me to death. As the conversation progressed, Qin Wan's struggles intensified. The more Jiang Yan listened, the more he sensed something was amiss. Suddenly loosening his grip on her arm, Qin Wan seized the opportunity to escape from his shoulder and turned to flee. In a moment of panic, Jiang Yan acted impulsively, reaching out to embrace her from behind. Let go of me. Who do you think you are to control me? Her voice, tinged with nasality, struck a chord in Jiang Yan's heart, causing him to release her and forcefully turn her around. To his astonishment, he found that Qin Wan was crying. Why are you crying? He asked, somewhat helplessly. I was only trying to scare you. I didn't actually hit you. Qin Wan glared at him with red-rimmed eyes, filled with unshed tears, determined not to let them fall. Seeing this, Jiang Yan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, uncertain of how to respond. Of all people, it had to be Qin Wan. Had he known she would cry, he would have to know. That was impossible. Even if he had anticipated her tears, he would still have meddled. Taking a deep breath, he pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her back in an awkward attempt to soothe her. He murmured, I was wrong. It's my fault. Even if you were in the wrong, I shouldn't have frightened you. Qin Wan paused her sobbing, indignantly retorting, I didn't do anything wrong. Fine, I was wrong. Is that enough? I shouldn't have scared you. That was my mistake. Still glaring at him with tear-filled eyes, she remained defiant. Jiang Yan, feeling exasperated, sighed heavily. You're being unreasonable. Is this even human language? Jiang Yan. You're being too much, Qin Wan exclaimed, her voice laced with a hint of lingering sobs. All right, I admit it. I was too much, excessively so. Just stop crying, and you can hit or scold me as you please. How about that? It was evident that Jiang Yan had never been in a relationship, as his attempts at consolation were painfully straightforward. His dismissive tone and half-hearted gestures would have surely infuriated any future girlfriend. Unfortunately, Qin Wan was not in that kind of relationship with him. Seeing her still upset, Jiang Yan, without a second thought, bent down and hoisted her onto his shoulder once more. Qin Wan, this is your own doing. I was trying to be kind and soothe you, but you wouldn't have it. You had to cause a scene. As he spoke, A hint of frustration crept into his voice, and he lightly slapped her leg. I spent all day teaching you. Why haven't you made any progress? You find those rich boys appealing? Besides, have you considered how many people they serve? Aren't you worried about that? In defiance, Qin Wan shot back. I'm not looking for a boyfriend. I just want them to accompany me for drinks and to cheer me up. That's not acceptable. Jiang Yin interjected without a moment's hesitation. Even if it's just for chatting and drinking, they must meet my standards of attractiveness. He suddenly realized how useful this criterion of physical appearance could be. This way, even if Qin Wan wanted to engage in reckless pursuits, she would struggle to find someone suitable that in your eyes. Is there anyone else whose looks meet your standards? Qin Wan inquired wistfully. That I must say, you have good taste, Jiang Yin replied, unable to hide his confidence and pride. Don't you think you're being unreasonable? Qin Wan questioned. They both gradually calmed down, their tones becoming more amicable. Where have I been unreasonable? I'm simply teaching you to be someone with standards, not to settle for anything. Jiang Yin defended himself emphatically. That it seems to me that you're just hopelessly single and want to drag me down with you. Qin Wan retorted sharply. Jiang Yin chuckled at her words. Hopelessly single. Do you have any idea how many women would line up around the globe just to be with me? I don't know, nor do I care, I just want to know when you'll put me down. Qin Wan replied, her expression void of emotion. That be why the way, Jiang Yin. Have you forgotten something? Qin Wan reminded him softly. Forgotten what? Jiang Yin asked. I think I just saw someone taking pictures of us, she said, her face expressionless. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin halted in his tracks. He had indeed forgotten, along with the sheer madness of paparazzi in the country, that if you let me down now, we might still salvage this. Qin Wan suggested. There's indeed a chance of recovery, Jiang Yin agreed, nodding. However, just as Qin Wan anticipated that he would set her down, he abruptly hailed a cab and took her to the nearest hospital. Half an hour later, Qin Wan found herself reluctantly leaning on a crutch, assisted by Jiang Yin as they exited the hospital. Does your conscience not ache? She said flatly. That you're the one who caused this trouble. Why would my conscience hurt? Jiang Yin retorted, his tone absurdly nonchalant. That you're the one who hindered me from finding a better match. Qin Wan exclaimed through gritted teeth. Better match? You mean those rich boys? Jiang Yin teased, his mockery unmistakable. That I'm not saying there are only rich boys in the bar. Qin Wan insisted. There are two types of people in a bar, the rich boys and girls. And those seeking them, that if your ideal partner isn't a rich boy, then it must be someone seeking a princess or a rich boy, right? Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow, his words piercing her pride. Do you take such pleasure in seeing me remain single? Qin Wan asked angrily. That if you wish to think that way, I want to stop you. That I promised your father I would take good care of you. So I intend to keep my word and prevent you from making reckless decisions. That if you wish to find someone, you may do so as long as they meet my standards. That I assure you I won't interfere. As he spoke, Jiang Yin playfully patted her suddenly upright waist. Be careful. You're a crutch user now. That don't you think you're standing a bit too straight? Qin Wan was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an overwhelming urge to scream. Jiang Yin, if you keep touching me inappropriately, I swear I'll expose your true self online and ruin your image as an actor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin retorted defiantly. Who is touching you? I merely patted you. Is that such a big deal? As their conversation progressed, Jiang Yin's voice gradually softened, and he was taken aback by Qin Wan's sudden movement. His hands stiffened, his pupils dilating as he froze in place. The warmth and softness of her touch left him momentarily speechless. You really are something. Jiang Yan's affection level increased by 2, current affection level, 49. Jiang Yan's affection level decreased by 2, current affection level, 47. After fluctuating for a while, the affection levels finally stabilized on the surface. Jiang Yin remained unperturbed, but Qin Wan keenly noticed that he instinctively maintained a distance, trying to minimize contact with her. Realizing this, Qin Wan lowered her gaze, her long, curved eyelashes fluttering lightly. Throughout the remainder of their journey, Qin Wan ceased to cause a ruckus, and Jiang Yin refrained from being overly chatty. An unusual silence enveloped them. Even though Jiang Yin was prepared, that night, the paparazzi seized the opportunity and leaked a story while the actor and his public relations team were likely fast asleep. Breaking. Actor Jiang Yin and a mysterious woman rendezvous in the dead of night. Fans reacted with disbelief. Jiang Yin is my idol. Is this for real? Has my idol found someone? Jiang Yan is my husband. Am I the only one curious about what this woman looks like? I recall my husband saying his partner must match his standards in looks. Jiang Yan's little fan. Coincidentally, I also remember my husband saying something similar, and it's etched in my memory for life. Jiang Yan's beauty fan. Who could forget? Only Jiang Yan could brazenly say such shameless words. Casual bystander. Aren't you all Jiang Yan's fans? Why are fans criticizing their own idol? Jiang Yan's beauty fan. We admire his looks, not his character. Jiang Yan's little fan. Jiang Yan is such a dog. Despite his perfect looks, acting, and talent, it's hard to overlook his terrible personality. Jiang Yan's haters. Absolutely. As a hater, I just want to say that anyone who dates this man will be doomed. A group of onlookers passing by were left baffled. With Qin Wan's earlier warning in mind, Jiang Yan was prepared. Just as the gossip reporters broke the news, his fans began heated discussions, and Jiang Yan's public relations team swiftly moved to mitigate the situation. Jiang Yan's public relations team. Hear us the truth behind the rumors of a romantic relationship online. The studio released a series of photos and videos, showcasing Qin Wan leaning on crutches, gingerly walking out of the hospital with Jiang Yan's support. The images clearly depicted her leg encased in a large cast, revealing her injuries and inability to walk unaided. At the end of the video, Jiang Yan is seen cautiously assisting Qin Wan, his hand lending support in a manner that is exceedingly gentlemanly and courteous. Observing the studio's swift and efficient clarification regarding the romantic rumors, the onlookers began to indulge in their own speculations. A passerby among the spectators remarked, "The efficiency of Jiang Yingdi's studio is rather astonishing, especially at this hour of the night, that I can't shake the feeling that this might all be a self-directed performance." A hater of Jiang Yan commented, to the spectator above, "Please refrain from overthinking." As a hater of Jiang Yan and a keyboard warrior, I can assure you that such a rapid response might seem self-directed for other celebrities. But for Jiang Yan, it is absolutely normal. One merely needs to get used to it. An indifferent bystander interjected, "Are you truly a hater? Because I can't help but feel your defense of Jiang Yan surpasses that of his actual fans." The hater retorted, "It's because this man is so audaciously shameless. He doesn't even need me to criticize him, as he manages to self-deprecate quite effectively, leaving me with no grounds for disparagement." The hater continued, "If you don't believe me, check out Jiang Yan's interview videos on my profile. This shameless man is genuinely unafraid of online harassment, and his criteria for a partner are enough to make one question their own existence." The netizens, tracing the clues, went to watch the video, and to their astonishment, they found themselves at a loss for words. As a public figure and a star, Jiang Yan truly seems unaware of the concept of humility, let alone what it means to be tactful. Chapter 44. The Stunning Manager versus the Narcissistic Leading Man. 13. The two parties involved paid attention to the matter that evening, but soon cast it aside. Half a month later, The Legend of the Phoenix of the Nine Regions commenced filming. Done on the day of the shoot, everyone gathered at the set as scheduled. Upon seeing the costume on Qin Wan, Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback, and so was Song Zhe. "You, how come you're participating too?" Jiang Yan inquired, surveying her from head to toe. The screenwriter mentioned they were short an actor and asked if I could step in. "I had just resigned from my company and was feeling a bit idle, so I thought I'd come and have some fun for a few days," Qin Wan explained, engrossed in the freshly printed script without lifting her head. "Your role indeed has limited scenes," Jiang Yan remarked after a moment of contemplation. "Yes, I also checked the script. I reckon it will wrap up in about a week," she replied. Witnessing the familiarity between Qin Wan and Jiang Yan, Song Zhe's eyes flickered with intrigue, recalling the anonymous email he had received. The first day of filming primarily involved capturing everyone's character photos. Once all the styling was confirmed, the official shooting would commence the following day. Just as the crew was being occupied by the endless adjustments to costumes and makeup, a young man in a suit appeared at the entrance, holding a large bouquet of roses. "Excuse me, which one of you is Miss Qin Wan?" he inquired. Qin Wan glanced at her reflection in the mirror, then emotionlessly responded, "Qin Wan is not here. What business do you have with her?" Jiang Yan stifled a laugh. The stylist, currently adjusting Qin Wan's hair, could hardly contain his amusement, his hands trembling slightly. "There's a bouquet here that requires Miss Qin Wan's signature," the suited gentleman stated earnestly, seeing Qin Wan, a radiant beauty, engage him. He unconsciously revealed a gentle smile. Just turn left to the trash. Can no need to thank me, Qin Wan remarked. The suited gentleman's face turned awkward. Did I apologize? But the client who ordered the flowers insisted that this bouquet must be delivered directly into Miss Qin's hands. The suited gentleman looked genuinely troubled. The air seemed to hold an uncanny silence for 3 seconds. Then, ha. Jiang Yin could no longer hold back. That it dawned on him that Qin Wan was unexpectedly amusing. Song Zhe, his expression darkening, rose abruptly and exclaimed, Qin Wan, don't you think you are being a bit excessive? In response, Qin Wan looked at him with a faint smile. What I do is none of your business. Song Zhe, the damn. However, at his shout, the suited gentleman immediately grasped Qin Wan's identity and approached her with the bouquet. Miss Qin, this bouquet is from a gentleman. May I trouble you to sign for it? Observing the discomfort on the suited gentleman's face, Qin Wan chose not to make things difficult for him. She took the pen and swiftly signed her name, instructing him to place the flowers on the table to conclude the transaction. Yet, the moment the suited gentleman left, Qin Wan promptly discarded the bouquet into the trash can. Song Zhe, damn, ha. The familiar raucous laughter erupted once more. Jiang Yin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability, 49. Jiang Yin discovered that the more he interacted with her, the more he appreciated Qin Wan's character. The role she portrayed in the legend of the Phoenix of the 9 regions was that of a cold and pure goddess, the object of admiration for countless men in the story. However, due to not being the female lead, this goddess ultimately met a tragic fate. Yet, as the white moonlight of the entire production, Qin Wan's portrayal was even more exquisite and ethereal than that of the leading lady. With raven black hair and snow-white skin, her face resembled a silver plate, her eyes akin to water-hued apricots, her lips naturally rosy, and her brows gracefully defined, clad in a flowing white gown that accentuated her delicate, graceful form. She appeared as if she might take flight with the wind, embodying a beauty so dreamlike it seemed unreal. Even those in the crew who witnessed the entire makeup process found themselves captivated and unable to tear their gaze away from her during the shoot. Jiang Yin had always known of Qin Wan's beauty, but at this moment he realized that her allure transcended what he had previously observed. Jiang Yin's favorability increased by 5, current favorability, 54. It must be said that Jiang Yin's narcissism also reflected his genuine appreciation for beauty. The sight of Qin Wan was a delight to his eyes, uplifting his spirits, and thus his favorability soared as if it were without cost. Besides Jiang Yin, Song Zhe was equally astonished by the refreshed image of Qin Wan. Having known each other for 6 years and been in a relationship for 3, he had always recognized Qin Wan as the most beautiful girl among all he knew. However, that admiration had been confined to their initial acquaintance. As their relationship deepened and familiarity set in, he had grown numb to her beauty due to Qin Wan's lack of charm and her increasingly busy schedule after graduation. In contrast, he had been exposed to numerous exquisitely adorned actresses at various events. Gradually, Qin Wan's minimalistic appearance lost its allure in his eyes. Little did he expect that Qin Wan could transform into such breathtaking beauty. Before, he had been puzzled as to why the director insisted on casting Qin Wan, a newcomer with no prior works or acting experience, for the pivotal role of the moon goddess, this moment. He finally comprehended the reason. What was there to question? The moon goddess was undoubtedly the most beautiful character in this production. It would have been strange for the director to select anyone other than Qin Wan. Indeed, with her beauty, few in the entertainment industry could rival her. Following a brief moment of astonishment, the crew members could no longer contain their discussions. Qin Wan is truly stunning. I heard she studied acting in university. Why didn't she pursue a career as an actress after graduation, but instead became a manager? One curious individual inquired that I'm not quite sure. There seems to be little gossip about Qin Wan in the industry. Another staff member remarked. The moment he spoke, everyone exchanged knowing glances, and a palpable silence enveloped them. That in the entertainment industry, a place rife with gossip, the rarity of a figure like Qin Wan being devoid of chatter could only signify one thing. Qin Wan's background must be extraordinary. Chapter 45. The Stunning Manager versus the Narcissistic Leading Man, 14. Following the completion of the character photo shoot, that evening, the director hosted a dinner for the entire crew, aiming to foster familiarity ahead of the upcoming 6 months of filming. During the dinner, a male supporting actor suddenly stood to toast Qin Wan, showering her with compliments and admiration, his eyes filled with astonishment and affection. Qin Wan smiled silently. while Jiang Yin seamlessly added a piece of pork rib to her bowl, saying, "This sweet and sour pork is delicious. You should eat more." Yin overlooked supporting actor's face flushed with embarrassment. Observing this, Song Zhe quickly intervened, saying, "Qin Wan has a weak stomach and cannot drink. Perhaps I should do it on her behalf." The male actor gratefully looked at Song Zhe and promptly handed over the drink. Just as they were about to reach a pleasant agreement, Qin Wan, with an impassive expression, turned to Song Zhe and asked, "Who are you, Song Zhe?" The male actor. "Did I ever say I wanted to drink this toast? Do I have to drink whatever random toast you throw my way? Did I ever request you to drink on my behalf? Can you all stop adding drama to this? I simply want to enjoy a peaceful meal," he exclaimed. Song Zhe's expression shifted through various shades of discomfort. No matter how unwilling he was to accept it, he had to acknowledge that Qin Wan had indeed changed. She was no longer the love-struck girl who adored him unconditionally. Watching Song Zhe's captivating expressions, Jiang Yin leaned closer to Qin Wan and whispered, "Your ex-boyfriend seems off." Qin Wan cast a discreet glance at a certain individual and the intimate distance between them, as well as the wandering gazes of those around. She lowered her eyes to conceal the fleeting smile that danced within her gaze. "Today, during the shoot for the promotional photos, I beheld the same astonishment in his eyes as when we first met." Prompted by Qin Wan's observation, Jiang Yin too recalled the ethereal beauty of Qin Wan during the day that he momentarily fell silent, his visage betraying a slight frown. "Your countenance indeed possesses a deceptive allure." It was true. Even he had been momentarily captivated by her beauty during the daylight. Contemplating this, Jiang Yin found himself sitting up straight, subtly increasing the space between himself and Qin Wan upon sensing this shift. Qin Wan's eyes dimmed slightly, a flicker of displeasure surfacing beneath her calm exterior. Jiang Yin, her voice, serene yet piercing, cut through the air. "What?" Jiang Yin replied, momentarily taken aback as he turned to her, confusion etched on his face. "My patience is rather thin," Qin Wan remarked, lifting her gaze, her dark eyes seemingly brimming with unspoken emotions, yet remaining inscrutable. Jiang Yin furrowed his brow, a hint of concern lacing his tone. "Are you feeling unwell? Or has Song Zhe been bothering you again?" Qin Wan fixed her gaze upon him for several seconds before offering a light, carefree smile that, "No, you need not fret unnecessarily. Really? Are you absolutely certain?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yin still felt an unsettling anxiety. "That I assure you, there is nothing to worry about. Should he harass me, I will inform you at once." With that, Qin Wan flashed him a sweet smile. Jiang Yan's unease only deepened. Ignoring the complexities of Jiang Yan's expression, Qin Wan turned her focus to savoring her meal. During the meal, seizing the opportunity while Jiang Yin stepped away to the restroom, Qin Wan commenced her performance. She poured herself drink after drink, consuming alcohol with a fervor surpassing that of mere hydration, leaving the director, assistant director, and screenwriter in a state of alarm, hastily dialing Jiang Yin. Upon his arrival, Jiang Yin found Song Zhe, who had gravitated toward Qin Wan, showering her with unwelcome attentions. "Wan, I apologize that I know it is all my fault. I have caused you distress. You may strike or scold me as you wish. But I only hope you will cease drinking. Seeing you drown your sorrows in alcohol pains me deeply. Had I known how much you cared for me, I would never have had the heart to part ways with you." Even Jiang Yin found Song Zhe's self-pitying theatrics excessive as he observed Song Zhe reaching toward Qin Wan's face. Jiang Yan's gaze darkened, and his expression soured. Hiss! The sudden force gripping Song Zhe's wrist made him gasp in pain, and he shot an angry glare at the man beside him. Jiang the film emperor. Song Zhe's face paled as he regarded Jiang Yin, who had emerged like a knight in shining armor. "Get lost!" Jiang Yin forcefully released his grip, causing Song Zhe to stumble back several steps before finally regaining his balance. "Film Emperor Jiang, this is between Wan and me, regardless of your status. You have no right to meddle in the affairs of others' romantic relationships." Song Zhe retorted venomously. It was no wonder that the illustrious Jiang Yin had taken an interest in Qin Wan and treated her with such kindness. He had long been aware of her lineage as the daughter of the Tianjin Group's chairman. Chairman Qin had maintained his status as the wealthiest individual in Huagua for 3 consecutive years and ranked prominently on the global rich list. Marrying Qin Wan would equate to possessing the entire Tianjin Group. Realizing this, Song Zhe was engulfed in regret, wishing he had treated her with the utmost care from the beginning. Had he known of her remarkable background and striking beauty, he would have done everything in his power to win her over. Not only would he have courted her, but he would have moved heaven and earth to fulfill her every desire. As for the notion of boundaries, once he married Qin Wan and acquired the vast wealth of the Tianhe group, he could have any woman he wished, but if Qin Wan insisted on boundaries, he would simply regard her as a cherished talisman. Throughout their 3-year relationship, he had managed to navigate such constraints. Jiang Yan's cold laughter interrupted his thoughts. You think you are worthy of being her boyfriend? Songze. But what the hell? Jiang Yan, what do you mean by that? Qin Wan and I have been a couple for 3 years. What right do you, an outsider, have to interfere? Frustrated Songze, upon witnessing Qin Wan's inebriated state devoid of rationality, was determined not to let Jiang Yan take her away. Tonight, whoever could claim Qin Wan would emerge victorious. Given Qin Wan's reserved nature, should anything transpire between them tonight, reconciliation would be inevitable. No, not just reconciliation. Even an immediate engagement or marriage was within the realm of possibility. With this thought, Songze's breathing quickened, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation as he looked at Qin Wan. Observing this, Jiang Yan's patience finally waned. Get lost. As Songze continued to encroach, Jiang Yan seized a cup from the table and hurled it at him with force. The incoming cup startled Songze, causing his complexion to drain of color as he instinctively recoiled. Jiang Yan, are you out of your mind? Do you really think I won't report you for assault? Infuriated, Songze had never encountered anyone quite like Jiang Yan since entering the entertainment industry. Typically, conflicts among artists were confined to verbal sparring or behind-the-scenes maneuvering. This direct confrontation was unprecedented. Chapter 46. The Enchanting Manager versus the Self-Absorbed Film Emperor. 15. All artists relied on their appearances for their livelihoods. With schedules fully booked, should a brawl mar their features, it would result in substantial penalties for breach of contract. Bang. As Songze made yet another attempt to reach for Qin Wan, Jiang Yan could no longer contain his frustration and delivered a powerful punch to Songze's face. If you have the guts, go ahead and sue me. I have more than enough money for your medical bills. Just then, a pair of tear-filled eyes gazed at Songze with genuine concern. Songze's body trembled, and the fleeting thought of retreat vanished, replaced by newfound courage. He charged forward once more. Bang, crash. The sounds of chaos echoed around them. Witnessing the pitiful sight of Songze sprawled on the ground, Qin Wan struggled to contain her amusement, nearly bursting into laughter. Pathetic. What surprised Qin Wan the most was that Jiang Yan, after finishing off Songze, accepted a stack of cash from the manager and tossed it on to Songze. Go see a doctor. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact my manager. I will ensure a legal team is at your disposal for any follow-up matters, whether it be a lawsuit or compensation. I will do my utmost to cooperate. The cold, hard cash struck Songze's face mercilessly, and with the gazes of the spectators upon him, his mind erupted in chaos. Jiang Yan, I will not let this go. Absolutely not. In the room, know what? Jiang Yan, unable to hear clearly, furrowed his brow at the clearly inebriated Qin Wan. Don't leave me. Her faint whisper reached him, I will not leave you. I will call my assistant to take care of you. Jiang Yan sighed in resignation, gently patting her hand in a comforting gesture. No, don't leave me alone. It seemed Qin Wan was lost in a dream, shaking her head repeatedly as she murmured, her delicate features marred by an expression of helplessness and anxiety. Her grip on his hand tightening. With no other option, Jiang Yan settled beside her on the bed, silently holding her hand in an attempt to offer her strength and solace. It's all right. I haven't left you. I am here, always. Under Jiang Yan's soothing words, Qin Wan's nightmares appeared to dissipate, her furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Eventually, she drowsily opened her eyes, and upon seeing Jiang Yan beside her, she instinctively reached out to touch his face. As if still caught in a dream. You promised me you would always be by my side. Qin Wan seemed oblivious to Jiang Yan's words, lost in her own thoughts. In a flash, buried memories resurfaced. Back when they were still young, on a stormy night, Qin's mother had abandoned the young Qin and that time. Qin's father was absent, lost in his own world, and phone calls went unanswered. Qin Wan had run to his home, tearfully begging him to help her save her mother, in the hospital. Upon learning the cruel truth from the doctor, the little girl had wept inconsolably, Her sobs, unable to be contained, he had stayed with her, soothing her throughout the ordeal. She had clung to him, cautiously grasping his shirt and asking, "Jiang Yin Go, will you abandon me like my mother did?" Yet not long thereafter, they relocated overseas, and he had broken his promise. Reflecting on this, a wave of guilt washed over him. Jiang Yan's affection level 5, current affection level 59. "I am sorry. I broke my promise," Jiang Yan admitted, guilt-ridden. Qin Wan gazed at him in a daze, as if still believing she was dreaming, her eyes shimmering with hope as she softly inquired, "Will you leave me in the future?" Jiang Yan's gaze remained fixed on her, laden with unspoken implications, reminiscent of the past when he merely acted as a caring older brother to a neighbor girl. "And what of you? Do you wish for me to stay?" Their gazes locked, and as Qin Wan beheld the faint, yet unmistakable affection shimmering in Jiang Yan's eyes, she remained transfixed for a considerable time. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and threw herself into his embrace, her arms encircling his sturdy waist with fervor. "I want you to stay, that I wish for your companionship, now and forever. Jiang Yan, please do not leave again, that do not abandon me to solitude. I beg you, that I am so frightened, truly terrified, that I thought you, like mother, would forsake me deity." This, a wave of guilt washed over Jiang Yan, deepening within him. Initially, he felt a sense of rigidity as Qin Wan unexpectedly clung to him. "I am sorry, that it is my fault. All of it is on me, that I made promises I did not keep. I deceived you, that on a stormy night, much like this one, the pain of separation had driven her to flee from home, straining her relationship with Uncle Qin, that it was no wonder she harbored such an obsession with Song Zhe. The root of all her troubles lay with him." Jiang Yan's affection increased by 5. Current affection level, 64. Guilt and sorrow surged within Jiang Yan's heart. "That I promise you, this time I shall not break my word, that I will remain by your side. Even if I must depart, I will take you with me," Jiang Yan vowed earnestly. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Qin Wan's lips, her eyes sparkling with triumph. Under Jiang Yan's comforting presence, her heightened emotions gradually subsided. Time slipped away unnoticed. Jiang Yan was unaware of when Qin Wan drifted back to sleep. When he finally noticed, she lay peacefully in his arms, her previously furrowed brow now relaxed, her body curled up into a small ball, displaying her complete dependence on him. Chapter 47. The Enchanting Agent versus the Self-Absorbed Film Emperor. 16. The Legend of the Phoenix in the Nine Provinces is a grandly produced fantasy drama that narrates the tale of a phoenix's rebirth. Jiang Yan portrays the male lead, Feng Zhe, the last phoenix in existence. Before his rebirth, he was a natural-born failure, easily bullied by others. The female lead, Long Wanner, is the only woman who has ever shown him kindness. Meanwhile, Qin Wan plays the moon goddess, the one who aids Feng Zhe in his rebirth. Long Wanner and the moon goddess are the two most significant women in Feng Zhe's life, impossible for him to forsake, no matter the circumstances. Unfortunately, the moon goddess, born of noble lineage, is proud and cannot accept that Feng Zhe harbors affection for another. She cannot deign to compete with a mortal woman for a man's heart, for that would strip her of her identity. She is a revered goddess in the celestial realm, cherished by all. Feng Zhe fails to appreciate her, and thus she willingly relinquishes the bonds of love. As chaos ensues across the realms, and the threat of annihilation looms, the moon goddess sacrifices herself to avert the calamity, saving all beings. She becomes the white moonlight in Feng Zhe's heart, forever unforgettable. Long Wanner becomes the vermilion mole, accompanying him throughout his life. To be frank, Qin Wan finds the male lead, Feng Zhe, rather despicable. Yet, it seems every man harbors dreams of a white moonlight and a vermilion mole, which is why the Legend of the Phoenix in the Nine Provinces became an immense sensation online, captivating audiences everywhere. Discussions regarding whether Long Wanner or the moon goddess is the true heroine sparked endless debates and controversies. On the first day of filming, the scene depicts Feng Zhe being bullied and subsequently rescued by Long Wanner as he endures punches and kicks. On the brink of despair, the young girl appears like a ray of light piercing through his dark and hopeless existence. "Stop, you scoundrels!" Long Wanner, the eldest daughter of the Long family, endowed with exceptional talent and raised in indulgence, has a fiery temper, yet possesses a kind heart, always ready to lend a hand to those in need. "Are you all right?" Long Wanner crouches before Feng Zhe, gazing pityingly at his battered visage. How shameless are they? It is already tragic that you lack talent. They dare to bully you further. Fear not, I shall help you teach them a lesson. Rest assured, I am not foolish. I will find other excuses to deal with them without implicating you. It must be said, Long Wanner is indeed a kind-hearted and intelligent girl, leaving an almost perfect impression on Feng Zhe during their first encounter. A fiery little pepper, beautiful and born of nobility, yet with a kind heart and exceptional talent. She stands out as the envy of many, yet she singularly dotes on him. What man could resist? Click. Excellent. This scene is a success. Everyone has worked hard. Take a 10-minute break before we shoot the next scene. With the director's voice ringing out, the initial encounter between the male and female leads concluded successfully. As he gazed at the nearly flawless frame captured on camera, director Liu couldn't help but smile broadly. This is the feeling we wanted. The innocence and vivacity of the young girl contrasted sharply with the boy's wary and hostile demeanor. Break time is over. Prepare for the next scene where the male lead first meets the moon goddess to Ian, the abyssal realm, the city of four directions, the most chaotic and perilous place among the three realms. Long Wanner's favoritism towards Feng Zhe has been discovered, leading to further targeting against him. The adversaries, intent on eliminating all men around Long Wanner, do not spare even Feng Zhe, despite his perceived worthlessness. Feng Zhe is captured and thrown into the city of four directions, clearly intended to be sent to his doom. Fortunately, Feng Zhe's life is not yet forfeit. The princess of the demon realm bravely infiltrates the divine domain, and the moon goddess pursues him relentlessly to the city of four directions. The two exalted women engage in a cataclysmic battle outside the city, with Feng Zhe in a state of unconsciousness. Caught in the crossfire, upon awakening, Feng Zhe sheds his previous weakness, rapidly advancing in his training under the moon goddess's guidance. That they spend time together, coupled with the life-saving grace she bestowed upon him. Feng Zhe finds himself captivated. In response to Feng Zhe's tender care and meticulous attention, the moon goddess becomes increasingly devoted to her apprentice. Eventually, as chaos engulfs the three realms and the stakes reach a critical point, Feng Zhe risks his life to save her, and the moon goddess finds herself swayed. However, when she returns from the underworld and sees Long Wanner beside Feng Zhe, she falls silent. This is also why. Later, as the three realms descend into utter turmoil, the moon goddess chooses to sacrifice herself. She cannot deny her own feelings, yet she cannot deceive herself either. The way Feng Zhe looks at Long Wanner is all too similar to how he gazes upon her. During their initial encounter, the goddess descends from the heavens in a flowing white gown, her cool eyes revealing a flicker of surprise and wonder at the sight of him in his unconscious state. Feng Zhe senses a refreshing fragrance of lotus enveloping him, a warm current flowing through his limbs that he is of the phoenix lineage. The seal within him has been broken, awakening the phoenix bloodline. With diligent training, he is destined to restore the glory of the Phoenix clan. Once, in his youth, he owed a debt of gratitude to the Phoenix Emperor, and during the clan's demise, he had been in seclusion, unable to save them in their moment of peril. Now, the arrival of this young man fulfills his long-held wish. As Qin Wan recited this lengthy monologue, the cool demeanor on her face faded, her gaze lingering hauntingly on the distant screenwriter. Wasn't it agreed that the moon goddess would have fewer lines? Qin Wan, with an expressionless face, inquired. The screenwriter chuckled awkwardly. Well, the lines are not entirely absent. Screenwriter, did I assure you, only these few critical scenes have a bit more dialogue. Once you see the upcoming scenes, you'll find they consist primarily of changes in expression and gaze. Plus here, you merely need to stand still, without uttering a single word. And here, you simply need to look beautiful standing there, saying nothing at all. Isn't that incredibly easy and comfortable? Qin Wan remained silent, her expression unchanged, gazing intently at the screenwriter. The screenwriter, on the verge of tears, lamented. Chapter 48. The Enchanting Agent versus the Self-Absorbed Film Emperor, 17. Compared to the interactions between the female lead Long Wanner and Feng Zhe, the scenes involving Qin Wan as the moon goddess, due to their master-apprentice relationship, are decidedly more abundant. After filming one scene after another, for instance, one scene depicts her assisting Feng Zhe in breaking his seal. Another involves teaching him the true techniques of the Phoenix's heritage. Yet another showcases her instructing him on the art of rebirth. Each time, Qin Wan could not help but summon the screenwriter, brandishing the script as she posed her existential questions. Why does the moon goddess possess such extensive knowledge of the Phoenix clan's rebirth techniques? Screenwriter. That the moon goddess is, after all, a holy maiden of the divine realm, an exalted woman. That it is entirely reasonable for her to have some knowledge of the Phoenix clan's rebirth techniques. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan gazed at him intently. I recall the novel stating that the rebirth technique of the Phoenix clan is a closely guarded secret, not to be disclosed. The screenwriter, nearly in tears, replied. The audience won't scrutinize it that closely. You are being imprecise. Qin Wan admonished the screenwriter sternly. Screenwriter. That in an effort to minimize dialogue and scenes, you have also gone to great lengths. Would you like me to revise the script? Reflecting upon the several scenes just filmed, one cannot help but recall the fervent glimmer in Qin Wan's eyes as she gazed at the esteemed actor Jiang, desperately attempting to conceal her ardor. The screenwriter, striving to suppress the excitement bubbling within, cleverly feigned composure as he proposed an idea. How about we add a scene? He suggested, only to be met with a sidelong glance from Qin Wan, her expression inscrutable. Given your remarkable chemistry with Jiang and the palpable sense of a couple, the director and I were contemplating the addition of a swordsmanship training scene for you and Jiang. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan frowned, clearly disapproving. You are once again harboring notions of adding extra scenes for me. This time, it's different, the screenwriter interjected, raising his hand in a gesture of innocence. The added scene involves swordsmanship training. Swordsmanship. With someone like Feng Zhe, who is utterly inept, his first attempts with the sword will undoubtedly be clumsy and awkward. Yet the goddess of the moon is a master of all trades to A.S. Feng Zhe's mentor. She would naturally provide direct instruction. Yes, direct instruction. The screenwriter deliberately elongated his words, casting a knowing look at Qin Wan. You understand, direct instruction inevitably entails some physical contact. For instance, the goddess of the moon standing behind Feng Zhe, guiding his movements by holding his hand. Overwhelmed by the unexpected closeness of his beloved, Feng Zhe, a naive singleton, would certainly experience a rush of blood to his cheeks and a flurry of confusion. In a moment of clumsiness, he might inadvertently step on the hem of the goddess's gown and stumble into her embrace. One must admit, the screenwriter's imagination was quite vivid. Thus, Qin Wan ruthlessly interrupted his fanciful musings. A goddess being toppled by a weak disciple. The screenwriter, visibly frustrated, retorted, while your logic is sound. This is a romantic drama cloaked in the guise of an upgraded fantasy that if you insist on such strict reasoning, we might as well abandon the shoot altogether. His face darkened as he glared at Qin Wan, his eyes brimming with indignation, as if accusing her of lacking romantic sensibility. Very well, Qin Wan proposed. To maintain logical consistency, I shall suggest an additional scene to bridge this gap. How does that sound? In the end, the screenwriter, unable to resist her persistence, conceded. What shall we add? He asked earnestly. Too troublesome. I won't add anything. She replied that if you're going to add scenes, then no, that if you want to add dialogue, that too shall not happen. The screenwriter exclaimed, My lady, you are truly difficult to please. Revise the scene where the princess of the demon realm battles in the Four Corners city. He continued, to depict the princess brazenly launching a surprise attack on the goddess of the moon. Though the goddess possesses formidable power and detects the princess's treachery in time, she chooses to absorb the blow to protect Feng Zhe, a mortal of phoenix blood. During their swordsmanship lesson, the goddess's old injury flares up, leading to an unintentional fall into Feng Zhe's arms, resulting in their lips meeting. Thus, the spark of affection ignites at that moment. After perusing the revised script, Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes alight with satisfaction. Quite commendable. The writing has merit, and the logic is passable. Your imagination is indeed rich. After offering her succinct praise, she set the script aside, allowing her stylist to adjust her hair and makeup. With Qin Wan's approval, the screenwriter let out a sigh of relief and hurried off with the freshly minted script to find the director and the other lead actor. Are there any changes in the next scene? Let me see. Upon noticing the newly added kiss scene, Jiang Yin paused for a moment, his expression inscrutable. The screenwriter's heart raced, fearing that Jiang Yin might disapprove and demand alterations. However, to the screenwriter's astonishment, Jiang Yin merely set the script down without uttering a word. With trepidation, the screenwriter cautiously inquired, What do you think? Jiang Yin, with a neutral expression, glanced at him and replied, "The changes are quite good. There are no issues." The screenwriter was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "It seems he has uncovered a monumental secret." Just as the screenwriter was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, Jiang Yin suddenly turned to him. "Has Qin Wan reviewed this script? Did she express any opinions?" His dark eyes fixed intently on the screenwriter's face, searching for any sign of a reaction. "She'd have said nothing," the screenwriter replied nonchalantly. Jiang Yin appeared to ponder this, silently repeating the phrase in his mind. Jiang Yin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 66. "You're free to leave now," Jiang Yin stated coolly, casting a fleeting glance at the screenwriter. "Oh, right. I'll take my leave immediately." The screenwriter responded, mechanically turning to approach the director nearby. The sensation of being the only sober one amidst a drunken crowd was exhilarating. Chapter 49, The Captivating Agent versus the Narcissistic Actor, 18, all set. We commence filming the scene where the goddess of the moon imparts swordsmanship in 1 minute. As night fell over the serene moon palace, the goddess of the moon donned a flowing white gown that danced in the wind, while a youthful figure stood mesmerized behind her, his eyes reflecting longing and an unrecognized affection. Aze. Amidst the fluidity of her swordplay, the goddess of the moon noticed the entranced youth and gracefully landed before him. "Do you wish to learn?" Misinterpreting his dazed expression as admiration for her formidable skills, she continued. "May I learn?" the youth asked, deliberately shifting the topic. "That of course," the goddess replied, extending her sword toward him. Just as Feng Zhe grasped the sword, the goddess unexpectedly seized his wrist, demonstrating her familiar techniques before him. Each movement was a dreamlike elegance, yet the force behind each strike could shatter the hardest moonstone in the divine realm. Her techniques were as enchanting and ethereal as she herself, exuding an aura of icy beauty, yet undeniably powerful. As the sword danced through the air, the warmth of their contact was almost unbearable, complemented by the fleeting brush of her flowing sleeves that wafted past him, carrying the subtle scent of lotus, making him feel as if he were lost in a dream, unable to discern reality from illusion. In that fleeting moment, not only did Feng Zhe lose track of time, but Jiang Yin too found himself lost between the lines of performance and reality. Jiang Yin's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 71. In a daze, he felt as if something had tripped him, causing his tall frame to lurch uncontrollably toward the figure before him. In that instant, he distinctly noticed the typically composed woman subtly furrow her brow. Thud! A barely audible sound escaped his lips. The soft warmth of her lips against his was foreign, and the racing of his heart was a singular occurrence. Their eyes locked. Their lips met in her icy gaze. He saw only himself, while her eyes were entirely consumed by him. After the goddess of the moon regained her composure, he hastily released her, his handsome features flushed, avoiding her gaze for fear of perceiving disappointment or disdain in his mentor's eyes. "Master, I'm sorry, it was unintentional." Yet he added inwardly, "But I do not regret in that fleeting moment of explanation." Feng Zhe's thoughts flickered, and Jiang Yin, caught in contemplation, paused. Was that truly only Feng Zhe's sentiment? Jiang Yin's favorability increased by 5, current favorability, 76. The lingering warmth of her lips still echoed on his, and the unique scent of her lotus fragrance seemed to linger in the air. "Practice diligently," the goddess of the moon remarked before vanishing from sight. Watching her disappear, Feng Zhe fell into a prolonged silence. Cut. As the director concluded the scene, he was about to commend the two leads when the screenwriter unexpectedly erupted with enthusiasm, launching into a lengthy monologue. "Excellent. This scene was fantastic. The depth of performance from both actors is extraordinary. This encapsulates the essence of a teacher-student romance that I envisioned. You have brought to life the very best of my expectations." And I was nearly moved to tears. The suppressed affection, the naive yearning of first love, the struggle of entangled emotions. All of it was portrayed beautifully. I knew it was fiction, yet I became utterly engrossed. "You two are truly the embodiment of my envisioned moon goddess and Feng Zhe." As the screenwriter rambled on, the director grew impatient. "Are you finished? If so, please be quiet." "No, I have not finished," the screenwriter, oblivious to the director's annoyance, continued his tirade. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into his thoughts, the director signaled to the assistant director standing nearby. who promptly understood. With a swift motion, the assistant director clamped a hand over the screenwriter's mouth, who struggled against the unexpected restraint. However, the assistant director, a towering figure at nearly 2 meters, easily lifted him up, silencing his exuberant commentary. The pitiable, delicate man from the South was unceremoniously whisked away by the unrefined, robust gentleman. Observing the bumbling screenwriter's lingering reluctance, reminiscent of a heartbroken character from a melodrama, the director could hardly contain a twitch of his lips, unable to refrain from a sardonic remark. Turning his head, he noticed Qin Wan and Jiang Yin regarding him, prompting him to quickly compose his expression, recognizing the evident talent of these professional actors. Yet barely a moment passed before the director's gaze fell upon Qin Wan. Filled with a mixture of regret and confusion, that I heard you graduated from a performing arts program. Why did you choose to become a manager instead of acting? He inquired. Did Tio experience life? Qin Wan replied, a barely perceptible pause preceding her gentle smile. Understanding her background, the director realized the difference that wealth could make, that it was not uncommon for him to encounter daughters of affluent families, and he had seen many who insisted on forging their own paths. However, he had never before encountered one as strikingly beautiful as Qin Wan. Even among the entertainment industry's top beauties, she stood out, her allure untouched by the refinements that often characterize the industry as stars. Fortunately, you found your way back, the director remarked, offering advice from experience. Whatever you do, do not become a manager. It holds little promise that you'll be at the mercy of unruly artists, toiling tirelessly without a commensurate reward. Especially when they turn out to be ungrateful, it can be truly exasperating. As the director candidly shared his insights, Qin Wan listened with a polite smile, her gaze drifting towards Song Zhe, who was approaching with a bright smile. Eager to engage in conversation, Jiang Yin, sharper still, raised an eyebrow upon noticing Song Zhe's imminent arrival. That a white-eyed wolf? Where? The director instinctively turned to look, and as Song Zhe's gaze met his, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Meanwhile, Qin Wan and Jiang Yin, with their mischievous hearts, strolled away, discussing the next scene, which involved wire work. That this your first time on wires? Are you afraid? Jiang Yin suddenly asked. It shouldn't be. She replied confidently. How would you know? You've never done it before. He countered. That I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run, she quipped, recalling how often she had observed Song Zhe during his wire work. Jiang Yin's expression brightened with a realization, and he laughed, finding amusement in the comparison. That I'll teach you. I have ample experience with wire work. Isn't there a specialized instructor for that? Qin Wan retorted, catching him off guard. Qin Wan, your lack of romantic understanding will leave you unmarried. He jested. Isn't that fortuitous? I'm not seeking marriage, and you seem destined for solitude. Perhaps we could make do together, she replied with a casual demeanor devoid of any awkwardness. Jiang Yin fell silent, casting a casual glance at her, only to find her entirely unfazed. And aren't you the one who takes love seriously? Weren't you once convinced that Song Zhe was your soulmate? Why not? She replied nonchalantly. Why stay in a fire pit if you know it's dangerous? Her calmness belied the truth, portraying her as a woman who had never loved. Yet for reasons unknown, Jiang Yin felt a pang of discomfort at her indifference towards Song Zhe. And weren't you the one who insisted on being earnest in love? You once claimed he was the one for you. How can you change your heart so swiftly? As Jiang Yin's questions piled up, Qin Wan paused, regarding him with an impassive expression. That I am serious and indeed passionate. But only if the other party is worthy. Have you lost your mind today? Weren't you the one who said Song Zhe was unworthy? Who advised me to raise my standards? Flushing, he instinctively sought to clarify. I didn't mean it that way. Silence. Let me finish, she interjected, placing her delicate fingertip against his lips, effectively stifling his words. The warmth of her touch was electrifying, igniting a strange, unnameable emotion within him. My earnestness in love, when directed towards the right person, is unwavering. Directed towards a scoundrel, it becomes sheer folly. My sincerity does not equate to foolishness. That if I were to continue to be infatuated with Song Zhe, fully aware of his shortcomings, it would indicate a need for urgent intervention. Whether you agree or not, I find no fault in my actions. Now, my turn is over. You may speak. That her warm fingertip withdrew from his lips. Jiang Yin's eyes flickered, a fleeting sense of reluctance washing over him, that he realized, perhaps for the first time, that he felt a sense of loss at her departure. "What is wrong with you?" Qin Wan inquired, feigning concern as she observed his reaction. "That I'm fine, that I just remembered I have something to attend to." "Let us talk later," he stammered, retreating as though he were fleeing, watching him hastily escape. Qin Wan arched an eyebrow, a sly smile dancing at the corners of her lips, her eyes gleaming with mischief. That he panicked. He was flustered. He was smitten. As she pondered this, a new smile spread across her face. Just as her awkward conversation with the director concluded, Song Zhe caught sight of Qin Wan smiling at Jiang Yin's retreating figure. His expression darkened, frustration boiling within him. "Qin Wan, you are forcing my hand. You deceived me first. I offered you a chance, and you squandered it." With that thought, he averted his gaze, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. "Qin Wan, you will always belong to me. You can only be mine." Casting a glance towards Song Zhe's departing figure, Qin Wan smirked, her eyes glinting with a faint hint of derision, dismissing him entirely, due to Jiang Yan's sudden ailment. Qin Wan's scene was postponed while Song Zhe's was expedited. Throughout the afternoon, he filmed several scenes, all centered around him. Not only that, but it appeared he had inadvertently offended the director, as the scenes assigned to him were emotionally tumultuous and excessively demanding. One moment, he was sobbing uncontrollably, lost in despair, and the next he was required to portray boundless joy and bliss. Later, still reeling from the emotional upheaval, he was thrust into wire work, required to present a serene, ethereal demeanor as if he were a celestial being. Frustration simmered within him, yet he dared not voice his discontent, enduring the director's gentle encouragement as he was compelled to perform. Each time his emotions faltered or his portrayal seemed lacking, the familiar call of cut echoed in his ears, followed by the equally familiar command to do it again. After an exhausting afternoon, the actual time spent filming his individual scenes amounted to merely 2 hours. Yet those 2 hours had nearly driven him to madness, leaving him in a state of extreme tension, his complexion pale and pitiful, observing Song Zhe's distressing state juxtaposed with the director's cheerful demeanor. The surrounding crew members feigned ignorance, appearing utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama. "Everyone, pay close attention. The wires must be checked thoroughly at least 3 times. This is Miss Qin's first experience with wire work, and both Director Jiang and I have emphasized the need for utmost caution. Especially after the filming commences, you all must maintain your composure and exert every ounce of strength you possess. It is imperative that you do not falter. Understand?" Song Zhe, trembling and leaning against the wall, made his way to the props room, where he could hear the voices within, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "A wire harness, is it? Qin Wan, just you wait," Song Zhe thought to himself, gritting his teeth, as he continued to unsteadily approach the filming location. In the filming studio, once the cameras start rolling, she will have to showcase various aerial maneuvers, twists, leaps, and the graceful fluttering of her long sleeves. It matters not if the actions are imperfect or the shots are poorly executed. Even if her demeanor and expressions are slightly off, we have ample time. If need be, we can always reshoot. That if it proves too challenging, you may consider today merely as a chance to acclimatize, and we can always film again tomorrow or the day after. The director's gentle and considerate demeanor towards Qin Wan starkly contrasted with his previous coldness towards him. In the corner, Song Zhe witnessed the entire exchange, his expression contorted with fury. "Damn it. This is utterly inhumane. The bias against him is far too blatant." Fuming, Song Zhe called his manager, Chen Chong, demanding that he probe the director's sentiments to uncover where he had offended him. "You have not offended the director." "What?" Chen Chong, upon hearing his words, appeared entirely unfazed, his tone calm and composed. In a flash, a familiar figure flickered in Song Zhe's mind. It must be Jiang Yan, right? It certainly is him. That bastard. Yes, in Song Zhe's subconscious, he was convinced that Qin Wan still harbored feelings for him and would never wish to torment him. It was Jiang Yan, that man, who clearly had ulterior motives regarding Qin Wan, knowing she still loved him and was relentlessly toying with him. Faced with Song Zhe's agitated demeanor, Chen Chong paused for a moment, then continued, "And also Qin Wan." Song Zhe's tirade abruptly ceased. "You, who else did you just mention?" Song Zhe asked incredulously. "There's also Qin Wan." After deciding to give up on Song Zhe, Chen Chong no longer concealed the truth, speaking candidly. Upon hearing this, as someone still lost in delusion, akin to a toad clinging to a swan, Song Zhe naturally refused to accept it. That no, I don't believe it. Qin Wan would never treat me this way. She loves me so much. She cried when we broke up that I saw it clearly at that moment. Just a few days have passed. How could she possibly move on? She must still be waiting for me to reconcile with her. Chen Chong remained silent for a considerable time, nearly questioning his own hearing. Song Zhe, do you perhaps have a distorted perception of yourself? Chen Chong asked, struggling to contain his frustration. Did I need to find her and clarify things? I refused to believe she would do this to me. Immersed in his own world, Song Zhe seemed oblivious to Chen Chong's inquiries. After murmuring a few words to himself, he abruptly hung up the phone without so much as a farewell. Chen Chong. Action. When Song Zhe finally arrived on set, Qin Wan was just beginning to ascend into the air, suspended by a wire harness. Dressed in a flowing gown that danced with the wind, fragments of sunlight cascaded upon her face, enhancing her already exquisite features with an ethereal glow. At first glance, she appeared like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, breathtakingly beautiful and surreal. Everyone present, including the director and Jiang Yan, could not help but express their astonishment. This was not the first time they had seen Qin Wan in this ensemble. They had been captivated during the costume-fitting day. Yet, to their surprise, witnessing her again was equally mesmerizing. Moreover, it seemed that the atmosphere charged with anticipation heightened her allure, making her even more enchanting than during the previous shoot. Jiang Yan's favorability increased by 2, current favorability, 80. However, Song Zhe's excitement swiftly waned upon noticing the wire harness affixed to Qin Wan. Right, he had nearly forgotten. This was Qin Wan's first time using a wire harness. With this thought, his gaze instinctively shifted towards the props team. As anticipated, his eyes locked with an inconspicuous figure among the crew. Their eye contact lasted only a fleeting moment before they both averted their gazes. As Qin Wan ascended higher and higher, she remained composed, while the system could not help but grow anxious. Host, did you not know that the wire harness had been tampered with? Why not expose it? Why rush? Someone is eager to assist me. Why should I refuse? Qin Wan replied, even if the host intends to turn the tables. Isn't this height too perilous? The system inquired, filled with trepidation. This is a modern setting. It's not like a cultivation world where one can fly on swords and traverse the clouds. Nor is it an ancient world where one can practice martial arts and scale walls. This is a technological realm. Falling from such a height could result in dire consequences, jeopardizing our mission. As the elevation continued to rise, the system's voice trembled with anxiety. Fear not. If I dare to proceed, I am undoubtedly prepared for every eventuality. Almost as soon as Qin Wan finished speaking, the director called out to the props team. That's enough. No need to ascend further. This height is perfect. Camera, prepare to zoom out a bit. Let me see the frame. Pull the camera a little closer. Yes, just like that. Everyone, take your positions. We will commence filming shortly. The director called out once more. Action. That as soon as the director's words faded, Qin Wan's slender figure began to move in midair. She twirled. Her long sleeves danced. Her garments billowed elegantly. A gentle breeze caressed her, and Qin Wan's graceful form, combined with her exquisite movements, radiated an unparalleled beauty and strength. That I end the playback. It was as if Qin Wan had come to life. In that instant, the director, assistant director, and screenwriter felt as though they were witnessing a genuine celestial maiden casting her spells. That in that fleeting moment, they instinctively held their breath, fearful that even their slightest exhalation might disturb the mesmerizing scene before them. Click. Good, that scene is complete. The props master should exercise caution. When releasing the wire, be gentle and controlled, and remember not to be hasty, the director cautioned repeatedly. Chapter 52. The Alluring Agent versus the Narcissistic Star. 21. After filming concluded, while the props master continued to carefully lower the wire to ensure Qin Wan's safety, everyone else relaxed, some resting, others hydrating, and many engaged in lighthearted conversation. Only Jiang Yan and Song Zhe remained fixated on Qin Wan. One genuinely concerned, and the other tormented by anxious anticipation. As the height decreased to halfway, the system remained uneasy, incessantly nagging in Qin Wan's mind. No, it's still too high. Be cautious, host, do not jump. Suddenly, as if to affirm the system's fears, Qin Wan's slender body jolted violently during her descent. One of the props masters, noticing the anomaly, gasped, causing him to lose his grip on the wire, unintentionally screaming. Quickly, there's a problem with the wire. Everyone move swiftly to lower Qin Wan. Others, don't just stand there. Come help. And you lot, fetch more foam pads, quickly. The moment Qin Wan swayed, both Song Zhe and Jiang Yin bolted forward. The props master was doing everything possible to stabilize her descent, attempting to bring her down safely. But time was not on their side, that I in the astonished gazes of onlookers, and amidst the chaotic screams. Qin Wan's delicate figure trembled uncontrollably twice before plummeting freely to the ground. Hurry, grab the foam pads. Quickly, quickly. The director was horrified. The assistant director was similarly alarmed. The screenwriter trembled in fear, shrieking incessantly. Even Song Zhe, who had anticipated this outcome, could not help but gasp in shock upon witnessing the scene unfold. That I in that moment, his body instinctively hesitated, causing Jiang Yin to surge ahead of him. Upon realizing this, Song Zhe's expression darkened, his eyes filled with fury. Coming back to himself, he hastily sprinted forward. Yet, inexplicably, something seemed to strike his leg mid-run, causing his frail form to tremble uncontrollably before collapsing directly toward the unforgiving floor. Bang! With a resounding crash, Song Zhe fell. Almost immediately, the piercing screams intensified. Da-da! Actor Jiang, Miss Qin, are you both all right? In the final moments before Qin Wan hit the ground, Jiang Yin lunged forward, catching her. The force of their combined weight and momentum sent them crashing to the ground. Jiang Yin involuntarily groaned, a sharp pain radiating from his chest and coursing through his entire body, while Qin Wan lay pale and trembling faintly in his embrace. Upon sensing her terror, Jiang Yin, despite his pallid complexion, resolutely suppressed his pain and lifted his gaze to meet hers, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. It's all right now, it's all right. Did you hurt anywhere? Are you feeling unwell? Qin Wan, can you hear me? Under Jiang Yan's comforting presence, Qin Wan slowly opened her eyes, in that fleeting moment of their gazes locking. She looked down at Jiang Yin, feeling the strength of his powerful hand still firmly encircling her slender waist, and could not help but feel her eyes brim with tears. Before Jiang Yin could react, darkness seemed to envelop him, and warmth radiated from his neck. His body stiffened, breath caught in his throat, and his gaze dimmed uncontrollably. Jiang Yan's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 82. It's all right that you're safe now. After suppressing the fluttering emotions and tremors within, Jiang Yin endeavored to steady his breathing. Continuing to softly pat Qin Wan's back, his voice the epitome of tenderness, in the face of Jiang Yan's consolation, amidst the cacophony of concern and care from those around them. Qin Wan appeared oblivious. As if genuinely frightened, her hands clung tightly to Jiang Yan's neck, her delicate frame trembling incessantly. The dampness at her neck informed Jiang Yin that her fear was indeed genuine. A wave of self-reproach and heartache washed over him. Jiang Yan's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 84. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I should have checked multiple times. I should have tested it first. I don't blame you. It's not your fault. It was just an accident. Besides, you saved me. If it weren't for you, I might be lying on an ambulance heading to the hospital right now. As she spoke, Qin Wan seemed to recall something, her delicate body momentarily stiffening. In the next instant, she lifted her head from Jiang Yan's embrace. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? I think I heard your voice when I fell. In her flurry of words, Qin Wan hastily climbed out of his embrace. In that fleeting moment, her hand inadvertently brushed against Jiang Yan's chest. The pallor of his face turned ghostly white. The familiar grunt of discomfort resonated once more. Quick, call for an ambulance. Hurry, hurry. The director's urgent voice pierced through the chaos. Right, where's the crew's temporary doctor? Get him over here to check on Jiang Yingdi and see where he is injured. Under the director's methodical arrangements, everyone became busy. Qin Wan's eyes reddened even further as she silently gazed at Jiang Yin, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks like an unending stream. Jiang Yan's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 86. I'm fine. Despite his ashen face, he forced a faint smile, attempting to reassure her I'm sorry I've put you in danger. Qin Wan bit her lip, guilt evident in her expression. Witnessing her in such a vulnerable and pitiable state stirred a mix of tenderness and intrigue within Jiang Yin that I don't blame you to, however, that I in a bid to alleviate Qin Wan's distress. Jiang Yin pondered for a moment before earnestly suggesting, if you truly feel guilty, then until I recover, you shall be responsible for taking care of me. All right, Qin Wan replied instinctively, her agreement immediate and unwavering. In that tremor, their gazes entwined. A subtle atmosphere of intimacy enveloped them. Chapter 53. The Enchanting Agent versus the Narcissistic Movie Star. 22. Observing the rapid progression between Jiang Yin and Qin Wan. Song Zhe was consumed by jealousy, his face contorted in frustration. Despite his meticulous arrangements, he found himself merely facilitating another's romantic endeavors, and he could not abide by this outcome. Wan, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Are you feeling unwell? Even as the director attempted to intervene and the assistant director posed a hindrance, the screenwriter's piercing gaze shot daggers at him. Song Zhe stubbornly squeezed his way to Qin Wan's side. Concern etched across his face. Wan. Song Zhe was seething but had to restrain himself, forcing a gentle facade. I know you're always so strong and don't want to worry me, but that this time is different. Before he could continue, the screenwriter, unable to bear the sight, fearing that Song Zhe would disrupt this budding couple, swiftly bumped into him, forcibly moving him aside. Song Zhe. Damn! The ambulance has arrived. Make way for the medical staff to provide treatment. The screenwriter, not overly excessive, made a point to fabricate an excuse after shoving Song Zhe aside. Although this excuse was absurd, given that no one had even heard the sirens of an approaching ambulance. The medical staff's arrival seemed dubious at best. Amidst the chaos, Qin Wan's hand discreetly lingered on Jiang Yan's chest for a fleeting second. He won't die. Although she had controlled her force and momentum during her fall, she opted to check once more. After confirming Jiang Yan was not in mortal danger, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Your actions do exhibit a degree of callousness. After all, he was only injured while attempting to save you. Though the injury isn't severe, it involves a fractured rib, and a few months of bed rest are inevitable. Yet, look at the host's reaction. Heartless. Utterly heartless. Minutes later, the ambulance and medical personnel finally arrived, drawing the attention of the crowd as Jiang Yin was lifted onto a stretcher and taken to the ambulance. Naturally, Qin Wan accompanied him closely, while Song Zhe attempted to shamelessly climb aboard as well, only to be thwarted by the watchful screenwriter. Upon noticing his intentions to intrude, the screenwriter wasted no time in kicking the assistant director, signaling him to act. Assistant director. Were it not for the director's instructions, I wouldn't bother with you, you little squirt. Reluctantly, the assistant director hoisted Song Zhe aside. Song Zhe, damn, to the hospital. Jiang Yin was rushed into the emergency room, while Qin Wan was left in the corridor outside, watching the glaring red light of the emergency room. Calmly, she took a seat, retrieving her phone to contact Song Zhe. Back at the crew, just as Song Zhe prepared to hail a cab, a familiar notification tone rang out, causing him to pause and immediately check his phone. 1 minute later, Song Zhe abandoned the driver and hurried back to the crew. Half an hour later, the police arrived at the set to investigate the wire incident. The prop masters responsible for the wires were summoned for questioning, and Song Zhe exchanged relieved glances with a certain individual in the corner. Outside the emergency room, witnessing this scene, the system's delicate heart quivered. Its gaze instinctively drawn towards the emergency room, that it couldn't shake the feeling that the main deity being ensnared by Qin Wan was a tremendous misfortune, that in the pursuit of conquest. To win his affection, Qin Wan was indeed obsessively relentless, employing every means at her disposal. Host, why still help Song Zhe? Qin Wan smiled subtly. That process is too slow. With Song Zhe around, the progress can be expedited significantly. Besides, the original character and Jiang Yin have known each other since childhood. Although the recent incident has allowed Jiang Yin to realize his true feelings, given his timid and hesitant nature, it's unlikely that their relationship will change swiftly. Thus, Song Zhe must remain. For Jiang Yin needed further provocation. As she contemplated this, Qin Wan seemed to pause momentarily. Most importantly, as the mastermind behind the wire incident, Song Zhe's actions were merely an attempted crime, and his guilt was comparatively light. Even if he were apprehended this time, he wouldn't likely repent promptly. It would be better to grant him another chance to see if he could find his way back. Qin Wan spoke with a demeanor of gentle kindness. You devil, do you truly believe Song Zhe will change for the better? Are you feeling pity for him? Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with meaning. Absolutely not, definitely not. The system hurriedly shook its head. How could that be? It's impossible. It was certainly not a saint. There was no reason to feel sympathy for a scoundrel like Song Zhe. It was simply a tad bit afraid of the host. Upon realizing this, the system covertly glanced at Qin Wan before hastily averting its gaze. As long as that's the case. Qin Wan replied nonchalantly. Her presence ensured that Song Zhe would never harm the original character in this lifetime. Yet, in the original plot, the things Song Zhe did to the original character warranted him a place in hell. The original character adored him, sacrificing so much for him, and he neither cherished nor appreciated it. After the original character helped him secure the role of the second male lead in 9 Provinces Phoenix Legend, Song Zhe discovered that the original character still had some utility, feigning a reconciliation. Through repeated exploitation of the original character, Song Zhe and his White Lotus junior sister ascended in the entertainment industry, accumulating resources and accolades effortlessly. Had it only been this, Qin Wan would not have been so relentless in her pursuit of Song Zhe. When the original protagonist sensed something amiss between Song Zhe and the junior sister, Song Zhe abruptly decided to place the original protagonist in the bed of an investor. This action served 2 purposes. Firstly, to secure a script he had coveted for a long time, which had been stuck in a stalemate with several other popular male actors. Secondly, to eliminate the troublesome presence of the original protagonist. Song Zhe was acutely aware of the protagonist's conservative nature. Once she discovered the unsavory truth about him, she would undoubtedly cease to pursue any further demands. Naturally, should she insist on a breakup or create a scene, he would acquiesce. After all, by that time, he had already attained everything, sufficient wealth, fame, and status, rendering the original protagonist of little use to him. Under Song Zhe's scheming, the original protagonist nearly fell victim to a dire fate. Regrettably, with her fiery temperament, she chose to leap from a building to escape the impending harm. Yes, in the original storyline, the protagonist perished, a casualty of Song Zhe's machinations. Such a vibrant life could not possibly be repaid by Song Zhe's entire career. No. That was insufficient. It was not only Song Zhe, but also the woman who had always lurked behind him. Contemplating this, Qin Wan narrowed her eyes dangerously. Chapter 54. The Enchanting Agent versus the Narcissistic Movie Star. 23. In the hospital's VIP ward. When Jiang Yin awoke, he could distinctly feel a warm presence gently brushing against his face. First, it touched his brow, then the sensitive eyelids, the high bridge of his nose, and finally, that the faint, cool fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose made Jiang Yin realize that it was Qin Wan beside him. Her warm fingertips seemed to linger at the tip of his nose, motionless for a long moment. Just as Jiang Yin hesitated over whether he should awaken, that warm fingertip moved. The unusual sensation on his lips made it abundantly clear to Jiang Yin what Qin Wan was doing. Thump, 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 his heart raced thunderously, each beat resounding with clarity. Jiang Yan's favorability increased by 2, current favorability, 88. As Jiang Yin grappled with whether to awaken, he heard Qin Wan's soft murmurs. Jiang Yin, why did you save me? Your actions leave me quite perplexed, and I am at a loss as to what to do. Her words instinctively caused Jiang Yin to furrow his brow, perplexed by their meaning. Fortunately, Qin Wan did not allow him to ponder for long. Her ensuing soliloquy unraveled the confusion in his heart, that I just recently broke up with Song Zhe, that I could let him go because I realized he was unworthy, that he did not deserve me. But why, having only just moved on, do I find myself so quickly drawn to you? This is not right. Upon hearing Qin Wan's words and reflecting on her serious attitude towards relationships, Jiang Yin felt a rush of understanding. At that moment, he was filled with a mixture of joy and concern. Joy for her attraction to him and her acknowledgement of it. Concern because she seemed to be attempting to evade the feelings she harbored for him. It was merely because things had progressed too swiftly, and due to her recent breakup with Song Zhe, that she felt her actions were irresponsible and unfaithful. Jiang Yin instinctively wanted to refute Qin Wan. Yet the words caught in his throat. Though he did not perceive her as unfaithful or believe her actions to be problematic, he hesitated. This was primarily because he had always regarded Qin Wan as a younger sister. caring for her in that capacity. I in the moment of peril when the wire snapped. He had acted on instinct, rushing to save her without a second thought that he had no regrets about getting hurt for her, nor about realizing his feelings for her. It was just that he was momentarily at a loss on how to confront her, how to naturally transition their relationship without causing awkwardness. After all, this was Jiang Yan's first experience with infatuation. His first time liking a girl, leaving him bewildered and uncertain. Noticing the subtle stiffening of Jiang Yan's body, Qin Wan's gaze flickered, and she reluctantly withdrew her warm fingertip that had lingered on Jiang Yan's lips for an extended period. The sudden absence of warmth left Jiang Yan with an unbidden sense of loss. Jiang Yan, that if only you hadn't left back then, do you think? Had you stayed, I would never have met Song Zhe. Let alone be with him. Would things have been different between us? Qin Wan murmured a few more words, and just as Jiang Yan attempted to speak, an abrupt phone ring shattered the moment. By the floor-to-ceiling window of the hospital bed, he thought, well, his scenes could be postponed for now. If necessary, they could always find time to reshoot later. Thank you for your understanding, Director. After ending the call, Qin Wan abruptly left the room. Watching her figure vanish at the door, Jiang Yan's expression grew complex. That in the following 3 months, under Qin Wan's insistence, Jiang Yan was compelled to remain hospitalized. That he underwent regular checkups, treatments, and rest. Qin Wan paused her filming, spending each day at the hospital caring for him, preparing daily meals, brewing various nourishing soups, and accompanying him on walks to maintain his health. During this period, Song Zhe visited the hospital several times, hoping to see Jiang Yan while also catching a glimpse of Qin Wan. Unfortunately, as Jiang Yan was in a VIP ward and both of them declined to see him, Song Zhe left in frustration after several attempts. 3 months is neither long nor short, at the very least. All supporting roles in the drama 9 Provinces Phoenix Legend had completed their filming, and due to ample time, as well as the additional investments made by Qin Wan and Jiang Yan, the director, assistant director, and screenwriter had greater leeway for creativity. Consequently, the script underwent further refinement, and the post-production effects received adequate time and budget, enhancing even the supporting character storylines, not to mention the main actor scenes and Qin Wan's remarkable role as the primary supporting actress were all magnificently executed. That on the day Qin Wan and Jiang Yan returned to express their welcome and appreciation, the director, in a rare show of generosity, invited the entire crew to a grand feast. They reserved an entire floor of a hotel, and after a lavish meal, the director, in high spirits, treated everyone to a karaoke night at the most luxurious venue in Kyoto. Upon hearing the director's arrangements, Qin Wan's eyes sparkled as she exchanged a meaningful glance with the quietly seated Song Zhe in a corner. Song Zhe, having successfully encouraged the director, ceased to speak further, quietly sitting alone and attempting to minimize his presence. He notably refrained from approaching Qin Wan and Jiang Yan, seemingly not wishing to draw their attention. Gently swirling the red wine in her glass, Qin Wan took a delicate sip, the crimson liquid staining her lips, enhancing her already alluring appearance. Song Zhe struggled to control himself, striving to avert his gaze from Qin Wan, lest his hidden emotions be discovered. Yet witnessing her enchanting state while drinking, he could no longer resist. His eyes darkened, and his throat involuntarily bobbed as he fought to suppress something within. Qin Wan, once this night passes, you shall be entirely mine. From now on, no matter how deeply you and Jiang Yan may feel for each other, you are destined to be apart. You can only belong to me. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a flash of madness flickered in the depths of Song Zhe's restrained gaze. Qin Wan, keenly perceptive, caught sight of that fleeting change in Song Zhe's emotions. Her movement to swallow the red wine faltered, the rich liquid spilling over her enticing lips. That it trickled down her fair cheek, sliding down until it disappeared into the casually relaxed neckline of her attire. Fortunately, as the guests grew merrily intoxicated, the number of people paying attention to Qin Wan dwindled. Nevertheless, the 2 men who had been keenly observing her exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Song Zhe instinctively tightened his grip on the wine glass. Jiang Yan, more decisive, pressed his lips together, suddenly standing up to snatch the red wine glass from Qin Wan's hand. That in her astonished gaze, he leaned in, lowering his head. Chapter 55, The Enchanting Agent versus the Narcissistic Movie Star. 24. Jiang Yan's exquisitely handsome face continued to enlarge in her view. The distance between them closed, so much so that Qin Wan could distinctly feel Jiang Yan's warm breath on her face. At that moment, as their eyes locked, gazing at Jiang Yan's approaching visage, Qin Wan's pupils constricted sharply. The next instant, she felt darkness engulf her, followed by a warm softness on her lips. Jiang Yan's favorability increased by 2. Current favorability, 90. Thump, thump, thump. The familiar, intense heartbeat surged again. Jiang Yan's kissing technique was inexperienced, and their lips merely brushed together without progressing further. His long hand gently covered Qin Wan's eyes as they remained face to face. Their noses brushing lightly, lips touching, holding that position for a while, until Qin Wan's ruby lips parted slightly, instinctively uttering, Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, as if awakening from a dream, quickly retreated a few steps, creating distance between them. His hand also withdrew from her eyes. As clarity returned to her vision, Qin Wan gazed in bewilderment at the flustered man before her. After a brief, strange pause, she ultimately inquired with genuine concern. Are you all right? Jiang Yan. That as a man, a grown man, he boldly kissed the girl he admired, yet he was too shy to meet her gaze. This could be overlooked, but the most mortifying aspect is that the young woman being kissed at this very moment displays no shyness or embarrassment. Instead, she gazes at him with a concerned and worried expression. The mere thought of this causes Jiang Yan's countenance to darken, and his eyes, when directed at Qin Wan, reveal an oddly sinister glint of barely restrained anger. Qin Wan blinks innocently with her large, doe-like eyes in a quiet corner not far away. Songzae watches the unfolding scene with a face ashen with fury that he witnesses the entire event, powerless as Jiang Yan kisses Qin Wan. Incredulous as he observes her allowing him to act with such impunity. How can she? Did she not profess her singular love for him in this lifetime? Did she not declare that she could not live without him? How can she betray him? What a wretched creature. At the top-tier KTV, in an effort to ensure everyone enjoys themselves, the director promptly leads the group to a lavishly spacious private room. The exquisite soundproofing, superior audio quality, and supremely comfortable environment create an ambience that is impeccably suited for revelry. An array of beverages, white wine, red wine, spirits, beer, and fruit wine, fills the table, offering a plethora of choices, initially due to Jiang Yan's vigilant presence. Qin Wan's drinks and snacks are all personally attended to by him, with no one else permitted to intervene. Midway through, when Jiang Yan steps out to take a phone call, a few individuals take the opportunity to propose a toast to Qin Wan, claiming it is to welcome her and to express their apologies for the earlier mishap involving the rigging. They express relief that she is unharmed, stating that otherwise they would feel utterly ashamed. Sister Qin Wan, this drink is to you. Feel free, one of them declares before downing the glass in one gulp. Qin Wan discreetly absorbs their words and the subtle shifts in their expressions. She first raises a glass of fruit wine, her peripheral vision keenly noting the changing gazes of those around her. Observing their eyes flicker with anticipation, fixed upon her drink, she raises an eyebrow ever so slightly. In the next moment, she sets down the fruit wine and picks up a glass of red wine, which is then exchanged for a cocktail, and subsequently for a spirit, until finally, it transforms into white liquor. Regardless of her choice, a hint of veiled expectation and anxiety lingers in their eyes. Realizing this, Qin Wan understands that the drinks presented before her have been tampered with. They are indeed audacious. Not fearing the chaos that might ensue should others mistakenly consume the altered beverages. Contemplating this, she casts a languid glance at the group surrounding her. It seems that in the 3 months apart, Songzae has significantly enhanced his capabilities. His connections have evidently expanded, as he has managed to sway so many crew members to his side, a feat that is nothing short of extraordinary. With this thought, Qin Wan casually lifts her glass of red wine and takes a delicate sip. Then, amid Songzae's astonished gaze, she gently swirls her glass, allowing the wine to breathe, before, with a swift motion, she tilts her head back and drains it in one go. Songzae. Does Qin Wan know something? What is she planning? As a sense of foreboding creeps into his heart, he prepares to stride over to Qin Wan and whisk her away. Just then, Jiang Yan, who should have been detained outside the KTV, unexpectedly returns. Upon seeing Qin Wan's flushed complexion, Jiang Yan's eyes darken, and his expression turns grave. He strides forward, parting the crowd surrounding Qin Wan, and lifts her effortlessly, striding toward the exit. "What's the matter? Jiang Yin, why are you and Qin Wan leaving so soon?" The director and his companions, still under the influence of alcohol, are momentarily bewildered. Watching Jiang Yin carry Qin Wan away with puzzled expressions. What could possibly warrant such a sudden departure? The screenwriter, cradling a bottle of liquor, tilts his head in confusion, glancing at the stoic assistant director beside him. The assistant director, unamused, stares back, instinctively leaning away while placing a hand on the screenwriter's shoulder. "Could you maintain a bit of distance? I am a staunch heterosexual. I am only interested in demure and beautiful women." Initially, the screenwriter had been all ears for gossip, but upon hearing the assistant director's words, he instantly turns pale, shifting away to create space between them. The assistant director acknowledges this with a detached "oh. I didn't know." The screenwriter scoffs, expressing disdain. "If you didn't know, you should have just said so. No need to make it seem like I have ulterior motives, that it's truly frightening that as he speaks, he pats his slight chest in a gesture of relief. In the underground parking lot, just after leaving the KTV, the effects of the drug begin to take hold of Qin Wan. Jiang Yin tightly restrains her, attempting to control her increasingly erratic movements. "Qin Wan, I am taking you to the hospital immediately. Please stay calm that I feel unwell." Qin Wan instinctively murmurs that be good, that I know you're uncomfortable. Just hold on. We'll be in the car shortly. The hospital is not far. We'll be there soon. Saying this, Jiang Yin opens the car door, placing her in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt. Yet, just as he begins to straighten up, her delicate hands encircle his waist. Pulling him back down, Jiang Yin stumbles slightly but swiftly reaches for the overhead handle to steady himself. "Qin Wan, please calm down." Jiang Yin takes a deep breath, gripping her shoulders firmly, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Look into my eyes. Listen to me. I will take you to the hospital at once, that I understand you're in distress. But you must endure. Do you understand? You cannot let the drug take control of you. You are an artist, and there are countless paparazzi lurking about, ready to capture this moment, that if they were to see you like this, your fledgling career would be irreparably marred." Upon concluding his urgent plea, he notices the deep sense of grievance in her eyes and swiftly hands her a bottle of water. "Drink a few sips to calm yourself, that if you truly cannot settle, douse yourself with it." With urgency, Jiang Yin steps back, slamming the passenger door shut and locking it before entering the driver's seat, that he starts the engine, and with a swift motion, the sleek black sports car accelerates into the stream of traffic. Racing toward the hospital to end the passenger seat, the once restless Qin Wan has inexplicably quieted, no longer fidgeting. Although Jiang Yin is filled with unease, his focus remains on reaching the hospital, and he merely glances over to confirm her well-being. 10 minutes later, that they arrive at the hospital. Jiang Yin, disregarding the need to park properly, pulls over and hurriedly exits the vehicle, opening the passenger door. Inside, Qin Wan curls up, hugging her knees, her delicate form trembling. Hearing the door swing open, she cautiously lifts her head. Her face is flushed, and her eyes resemble those of a frightened little rabbit, red and timid. But more importantly, in her effort to suppress the effects of the drug, she bites her lips so hard that blood seeps from the corner of her mouth. The sight before Jiang Yin is profoundly impactful, evoking a mixture of tenderness, pity, and a visceral visual shock. As a man confronted with such an extreme temptation, his breath catches once more. "Qin Wan." Jiang Yan's voice trembles, laden with urgency. With a soft whimper, Qin Wan repeatedly apologized, her voice laced with remorse as she continued her actions. Unintentionally, her hand brushed against a sensitive spot, causing Jiang Yan's pupils to constrict sharply. He nearly lost his grip on her, almost letting her fall. "That I'm so sorry," she murmured, her head bowed in guilt, unable to meet Jiang Yan's gaze. But what was the truth? The truth was that her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled with mischief, while her delicate, almost fragile hands continued to wreak havoc on Jiang Yan's chest. A touch here, a poke there, followed by a gentle squeeze. Realizing that threats and warnings were futile, and sensing the warmth radiating from Qin Wan's body, Jiang Yin dared not delay any longer. He tightened his hold on her, attempting to secure her firmly in his embrace, determined to prevent her from becoming increasingly unruly and reckless. They hurried towards the emergency room. With the arrival of the doctors and nurses, a calming injection was administered, gradually soothing Qin Wan's trembling form. The effects of the medication clearly exhausted her. Although her complexion remained exceptionally rosy, The fatigue etched on her face was unmistakable. Jiang Yin sensed that she was genuinely worn out. He held her tightly, gently patting her back in a soothing manner, his voice tender. "It's all right, it's all over now," his words. Qin Wan nestled closer into his embrace, seeking solace, noticing her dependence and trust in him. Jiang Yan's emotions became rather complex, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or melancholy. She truly believed in him, showing no fear of what he might do. This thought caused Jiang Yan's mind to momentarily halt. Then, as if struck by a realization, a faint unease flickered in his eyes, accompanied by the slightest blush on his cheeks. Jiang Yan's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 94. To facilitate Qin Wan's rest, Jiang Yan took the liberty of arranging her hospitalization, ensuring she could recuperate at the hospital overnight. Concerned about potential side effects from the unknown medication, it was prudent for her to remain under medical supervision. Moreover, after a night of turmoil, he was utterly exhausted, not to mention the fact that Qin Wan had unknowingly fallen asleep in his arms. Jiang Yin gazed down at the peacefully slumbering Qin Wan, his expression a blend of helplessness and indulgence. Chapter 57. The Beautiful Agent versus the Narcissistic Movie Star. 26. As dawn broke, the sunlight lazily cascaded over the handsome couple resting in the hospital bed. Qin Wan lay nestled in someone's embrace, her eyes focused on Jiang Yin, who radiated charm even in slumber. "Host, you seem to be viewing him through rose-colored glasses. While it must be acknowledged that the main deity is indeed handsome, he is rather strikingly so. This woman's possessiveness was undeniably formidable to gain Jiang Yan's fans' approval and to convince netizens of the compatibility. She had exhausted her meager resources, engaging prominent social media figures and a slew of online influencers to portray herself and Jiang Yin as a couple. Upon awakening, Jiang Yin immediately sensed something amiss. Before even opening his eyes, he felt a burning gaze fixated upon him. To know it was far more than that deity felt as though something heavy was pressing down on him, making his breathing laborious and difficult. In a flash, a wild thought surged through his mind. Jiang Yin abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant of meeting Qin Wan's gaze, he saw a look of utter confusion reflected in her eyes. "You?" Faced with his astonished expression, Qin Wan innocently replied, "I just woke up." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's brain momentarily froze before springing into action. Wait, why was he on Qin Wan's hospital bed? Hadn't he merely leaned against the bedside for a moment of rest? How had he ended up in her bed? Why could he remember nothing? Had he blacked out? Or... Jiang Yin instinctively glanced toward Qin Wan, as if struck by a revelation, after just a second of eye contact. He quickly averted his gaze, subtly shaking his head to know that was impossible. Qin Wan could not possibly lift him. She could not have moved him to the bed alone. That a frail woman like her could never accomplish such a feat. With this realization, Jiang Yan's expression grew increasingly complicated. Qin Wan would never do such a thing, and neither would the doctors or nurses. The only explanation for his presence on Qin Wan's bed, without anyone moving him, was one that I've never sleepwalked before. Jiang Yin murmured, his expression laden with complexity. Hearing his soft words, a fleeting smile flickered in Qin Wan's eyes. How utterly adorable. The host was quite mischievous. Indeed. After a brief moment of existential doubt, Jiang Yin attempted to rise from the bed. However, the instant he moved, Qin Wan's delicate hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. "Don't move. I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Perhaps a side effect of the medication. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's expression shifted dramatically. "Other than dizziness, do you feel anything else?" "No, you should stay put and I'll go call a doctor." Jiang Yan was about to cause a commotion. Qin Wan hurriedly interjected, "I'm not unwell, just a bit dizzy. Please, let me lie here for a little while longer." "Just a moment, all right?" Grasping Jiang Yan's hand as he attempted to reach for the alarm button. Her eyes shimmered with hopeful anticipation, making it impossible for him to refuse. "Okay." Jiang Yan's heart fluttered, knowing he could not deny her. In the spacious hospital room, silence enveloped them as neither spoke. Jiang Yin lay rigidly, afraid to move, while Qin Wan obediently nestled against him, secretly savoring the tranquility of the moment. It was more than that. She relished the sound of someone's racing heartbeat. Thump, thump. A smile involuntarily crept upon Qin Wan's lips, rising higher and higher. How utterly charming. Jiang Yan's affection level increased by 1, current affection level 95. Jiang Yan's affection level increased by 1, Current affection, level 96. Jiang Yan's affection level increased by 1. Current affection, level 97. The affection Jiang Yan felt was spiraling out of control, much like his heartbeat. Qin Wan's smile deepened, her eyes sparkling with delight. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was caught in a whirlwind of torment, tortured by both pain and sweetness. "Are you feeling better?" Jiang Yan's voice was husky, trembling slightly as he asked. "Much better." It must be said that Qin Wan was indeed devious. Though she claimed to feel better, her body remained still. "Jiang Yan, when do you plan to get up?" Jiang Yan inquired, taking a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan hesitated imperceptibly. "I don't want to get up," she declared suddenly. Jiang Yan was taken aback. "I want to lie here like this, forever and ever, without ever getting up," Qin Wan whimsically proclaimed. "Jiang Yan, please don't speak." Qin Wan suddenly lifted her head, placing a hand over his lips. Her burning gaze bore into him. "Jiang Yan, how long will you continue to evade?" "Jiang Yan, I'm not, don't deny it. You know in your heart whether you're avoiding me," Qin Wan asserted boldly. "Jiang Yan, don't pretend to be oblivious. You know whether you like me or not better than anyone." Qin Wan spoke confidently. "Jiang Yan, I know you're too shy to confess. So you don't know how to express your feelings or transition into a romantic relationship naturally. But Jiang Yan, this one do. You are a man, a grown man. You risked your life to save me, enduring broken ribs and a 3-month hospital stay, that you've done something so brave and remarkable. How is it so hard to admit you like me?" Under Qin Wan's relentless provocation, Jiang Yan could no longer contain himself. His face, neck, and earlobes flushed crimson. He lifted his chin, defiantly stating, "Who is afraid to admit it? Who is afraid to admit it? How could I be afraid to say I like you?" I just haven't said it out loud. "I thought you were clever enough to understand without me having to say it. Who knew you were so dense that I've been so obvious?" The more Jiang Yan spoke, the more self-conscious he became, his voice dwindling, his expression increasingly awkward. Under Qin Wan's scrutinizing gaze, he countered, "You just said that I broke my ribs to save you. You have to understand, when you fell, my mind went blank. I was completely instinctive in my response. If I didn't like you to the extreme, then how could I have reacted this way?" As Jiang Yan talked, he began to turn away from her gaze once more, but Qin Wan swiftly grasped his head, preventing him from escaping. She held his face captive, compelling his eyes to meet hers, her gaze bright and unabashedly filled with affection. She gazed intently into his eyes, her scorching gaze seemingly delving deep into the very depths of his heart. Chapter 58. The Stunning Agent versus the Narcissistic Film Emperor, 27. "Then why haven't you confessed to me?" Qin Wan asked candidly. "That I have been preparing," Jiang Yan replied softly. "I've been choosing the right day for the proposal." "Choosing a day?" Qin Wan was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend his meaning. "Selecting an auspicious day for the confession," Jiang Yan clarified. Finding her momentarily lacking in wit was a refreshing novelty for him. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan smiled, a radiant smile, a sweet and delightful smile. Jiang Yan observed her in astonishment. Qin Wan wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling his head down with vigor, and swiftly pecked his thin lips. Then, with a sweet smile, she explained, "Just a little reward for you, Jiang Yan. That's somewhat enthusiastic to so. How do you plan to confess to me? Besides choosing a day, do you have any other plans or arrangements?" Qin Wan asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Jiang Yan, can I admit that your gaze makes me a little flustered and embarrassed?" Yes, he thought for a moment before nodding. He wasn't insincere in his words. Since he was capable of selecting a day for confession, it was evident that his plans for the proposal would be anything but simplistic. "I recall that you adore the sea. Hence I intend to confess by the seaside. There will be heart-shaped candles, roses, and hot air balloons. Though it may come across as a tad kitsch, I believe you would like it, wouldn't you?" As he spoke, Jiang Yan carefully assessed the changes in Qin Wan's facial expressions. For some reason, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, that he couldn't shake the feeling that if he misstepped in any way, something ominous might transpire. Despite the absurdity of that premonition. "I've also prepared for a trending topic on Weibo," Jiang Yan added after a moment's thought. This. Qin Wan's lips curled into a smile. "Why the seaside? Have you arranged for a photographer to capture the moment?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at him. "Yes," Jiang Yan affirmed with a nod. It was a given. With her asking, how could he possibly say no? Hearing this, the sweetness of her smile deepened. The next moment, that a familiar warm and soft sensation graced his thin lips. This time, armed with previous experience, Jiang Yin was somewhat prepared, maintaining a sense of calm and refrained from overreacting. "That I like you," Qin Wan sweetly declared her feelings. Meeting her gaze filled with affection, even with prior preparation, Jiang Yan's heart fluttered ever so slightly. Jiang Yan's affection level increased by 1, current affection level 98. Memories of her words during his hospitalization surfaced in his mind. Looking at the sweetly smiling, open-hearted, and boldly loving Qin Wan before him, Jiang Yin felt his heart stir once more, that he couldn't help but wonder. What had she experienced over the past 3 months? How had she come to terms with her feelings for him, allowing herself to face them with such openness? This young girl was so brave, so unreserved. Yet here he was, needing her encouragement to muster the courage to express his own feelings. This thought stirred a twinge of guilt within him. Their eyes locked. Gazing at the sweetly smiling, blissful Qin Wan in his arms, Jiang Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him, in that moment. As their lips met, they gazed unwaveringly into one another's eyes. Witnessing their reflections entirely occupy each other's gaze, an overwhelming sweetness enveloping them, in that instant, Jiang Yin could distinctly feel his heartbeat spiraling out of control. Jiang Yin's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. In the blink of an eye, Qin Wan transitioned from being passive to assertive, launching a fervent assault upon him, embarking on a conquest. Jiang Yin, that it seems she truly adores him, he thought numbly, his expression devoid of emotion, didn't know. If she, a young lady, could be so passionate and proactive, he as a man must not falter. Outside, the sun shone brightly, birds chirped melodiously, and the patients in the hospital were actively strolling, savoring the beauty of life. "Jiang Yin, I like you," Qin Wan softly whispered, gently nibbling on his earlobe. Her voice low and alluring, punctuating her words with a teasing breath that stirred the sensitive area of his ear. Jiang Yan's body stiffened. "Qin Wan, behave yourself," he warned through gritted teeth, addressing the enchanting maiden. "We are in a hospital." "Yes, I know," Qin Wan replied with a calm smile. Jiang Yin, grinding his teeth in frustration. This enchantress, after a brief, eerie silence in the ward, a familiar melodious female voice broke through the stillness. Feigning innocence as she asked, "Are you truly not uncomfortable, Qin Wan?" Jiang Yin growled through clenched teeth, calling her name. "That I'm right here, nestled in your arms," Qin Wan responded sweetly. "Jiang Yin, this woman, this devil, this enchantress." Jiang Yan's breath grew heavier with agitation, his grip around Qin Wan tightening. Indeed, he dared not loosen his hold, nor would he ever. This bold enchantress was recklessly igniting a flame, utterly unafraid of his potential loss of control. She could be willful, but he could not as an artist. And with Qin Wan now stepping into the industry, there were undoubtedly countless eyes scrutinizing their every move. He could afford to disregard his own concerns. But he could not overlook hers. She had only just entered the industry and was unaware of the lurking dangers posed by paparazzi. She was innocent, knowing nothing of the harsh realities. Thus he had to shield her. Especially after their relationship became public, the paparazzi and online trolls would surely not let her off easily. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiang Yin began to strategize their future together. Sensing his protectiveness and regard for her, Qin Wan felt as though her heart had been filled with honey, overwhelmingly sweet. Unable to resist, she lifted her head, cradled his face, and swiftly planted several tender kisses on his lips. Jiang Yin, the enchantress. After Qin Wan was discharged from the hospital, Jiang Yin promptly took her to the seaside. Just as he had promised, there were hot air balloons, heart-shaped candles, romantic red roses, and the entire crew of the Legend of the Phoenix offering their heartfelt blessings. Upon seeing the familiar faces of the director, assistant director, and screenwriters, along with the surrounding cameras capturing their moment, Qin Wan beamed with joy. She excitedly leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly, her small face buried in the crook of his neck, and bit him playfully. "Ouch, you naughty man." After teasing him, Qin Wan gently soothed his wound. Jiang Yin, startled by the surprise, felt his breath quicken uncontrollably. "Did I already love you, and you treat me so well that if you continue like this, I fear I might lose control and do something reckless with you," Qin Wan whispered softly, leaving that last sentence unspoken, fearing it might frighten him. Chapter 59, The Stunning Agent versus the Narcissistic Film Emperor, 28. Following the successful confession, Jiang Yin promptly announced their relationship on Weibo, accompanying it with a montage video of the proposal. As fans watched the handsome man and beautiful woman, along with the romantic confession, envy and jealousy swirled among them. Initially, everyone had wished to congratulate Jiang Yin on his newfound relationship, finally dispelling any doubts about his marital status or sexual orientation. Yet, Jiang Yan's happiness and sweetness ignited envy and resentment instead. Jiang Yan's fans. To be honest, I am envious. Both genders are equally jealous. Jiang Yin is my idol. Witnessing this scene brought tears of joy to this old mother, and why little darling has finally found someone who sees only him. Jiang Yan's critics. Honestly, I watched the confession video too. Although Jiang Yin was the one to confess, I felt that Qin Wan's gaze towards him was even more fervent, the love in her eyes nearly palpable. Leaving me utterly stunned. Jiang Yin is my obsession. Indeed, I can hardly recall the last time I witnessed such genuine and passionate love. Jiang Yan's critics. Speaking from the heart, I am envious and resentful. Upon reading these comments from netizens, Song Zhe, seated before his computer, felt an overwhelming wave of anger, and he seized his mouse and slammed it against the screen. Bang! With a thunderous crash. The computer screen was rendered useless. Yet Song Zhe still felt unsatisfied, lifting his laptop and hurling it to the ground. Bang! Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin. You better wait for me. I will not concede so easily. Qin Wan is mine. She can only belong to me. Just as Song Zhe was vocally expressing his unwillingness to accept defeat, a knock came at the door of his hotel room. Who is it? He shouted irritably. The knocking outside paused momentarily before a serious voice called out. Please open the door, Mr. Song. We're with the police and need your cooperation. At this. Song Zhe halted his impending kick towards the chair. His heart skipping a beat, his expression darkening considerably. Why were the police looking for him? Had his actions been discovered? Panic flooded his mind to know. That couldn't be. I was so discreet. They couldn't possibly have found out. I must not panic. Yes, I must remain composed. It should merely be a routine investigation, much like the previous incident involving the wire. There is nothing to worry about. A few minutes later, Song Zhe opened the door. Gazing with bewilderment at the several police officers standing at his threshold, "Do you require my assistance?" he inquired. The composure he had strived to maintain evaporated, and instinctively, he took a few steps back, reaching out to slam the door shut, his demeanor radiating sheer defiance that no, you are defaming me, that I have never engaged in such actions. Why should I accompany you? I will absolutely not go with you. I intend to call my lawyer. Yes, I shall have my lawyer sue you. Prior to approaching Song Zhe, the police had already amassed substantial evidence against him. The words spoken earlier were merely formalities. Yet they had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Song Zhe. Considering the evidence they possessed and witnessing Song Zhe's intense response, the officers exchanged glances and, in unison, advanced to subdue him. Mr. Song, we apologize for the intrusion. Release me. On what grounds are you apprehending me? What authority do you possess? Do you have evidence? Do you have an arrest warrant? Release me at once, or I shall ensure my lawyer sues you. I will not let this go. While Song Zhe continued to protest, one of the female officers, incensed and recalling his misdeeds, hastily seized a cloth from the room and stuffed it into his mouth. Silencing his vexing outbursts, the cacophony of his protests finally ceased, and the female officer, satisfied, relaxed her brow, casting a disdainful glance at Song Zhe before giving a cold snort. The male officers exchanged glances, none daring to speak up on Song Zhe's behalf. Thus, Song Zhe was forcibly taken to the police station, struggling and in distress. After submitting all the evidence, Qin Wan showed no mercy, hiring the nation's top attorney to handle the case. Striving earnestly to ensure the harshest penalties for Song Zhe in pursuit of this objective, Qin Wan discreetly gathered information on other unscrupulous acts perpetrated by Song Zhe, such as exploiting the naivety of aspiring actresses and deceiving fans emotionally and financially. Upon reviewing the multitude of sordid deeds, the attorney, who had initially wondered if Qin Wan was being too ruthless, fell into silence. Such a scoundrel deserves life imprisonment. Without question, Before the incident involving Song Zae was fully publicized, the official Weibo account of the Nine Provinces Phoenix Legend production team swiftly issued a statement, expelling Song Zae from the cast. The role originally belonging to him was reassigned to another second-tier actor. Moreover, Song Zae's agency followed suit with a statement, unilaterally announcing the termination of their contract with him. From this day forth, there would be no further association between Song Zae and their entertainment company. Just as netizens were left perplexed, unaware of the unfolding drama, the police from a district in Kyoto released information alleging that artist Song was implicated in attempted murder for hire, fraud, and several other offenses. Upon seeing this official announcement, Qin Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, for the sake of her reputation, Jiang Yan had spared no expense to suppress the incident where Song Zae had drugged her. The production crew, hospital staff, and even the police were all compensated handsomely by Jiang Yan, who hoped to put this matter behind them swiftly. Despite the multitude of illegal activities Song Zae had engaged in, it was simply a matter of not mentioning this particular incident to the public. Considering Qin Wan's role as a victim, coupled with Jiang Yan's significant donations for philanthropic causes, the police were naturally inclined to present him in a negative light. On the day of Song Zae's sentencing, Qin Wan encountered an unexpected figure in the courtroom. "Father," she exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the refined middle-aged man before her, "that it's been years, and you have changed quite a bit." Qin's father, accompanied by his girlfriend, scrutinized Qin Wan with a hint of surprise. "You must possess some traits that reflect your lineage." Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, dismissively responding, "Is that so?" Her father nodded in agreement, acknowledging her growth and maturity. "Have you finished speaking?" Qin Wan asked, her expression devoid of emotion. Her father paused, slightly taken aback. "After years apart, you do not wish to see me? Are you so eager to leave?" He looked disdainfully at the direction Qin Wan was gazing toward. "Have you ever considered my feelings? During my childhood, did you fulfill the responsibilities of a father?" Qin's father was rendered speechless. Qin Wan maintained her steady gaze. "Since you made your choice initially, why hesitate now?" Her father's countenance shifted, realizing the extent of her transformation. It was more than just a change. It was as though she had become an entirely different person. "Is the impact of your heartbreak truly this profound?" he inquired, though he could understand that aren't you quite familiar with this feeling. Qin Wan retorted coolly, "Rather than resembling my mother, it seems I take after you. All these years, you sought to prevent me from becoming too enmeshed in love, fearing I would be unable to extricate myself. The truth is, you have been ensnared in your own emotional turmoil for years." At these words, her father's expression shifted. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Wan cast him a dispassionate glance, choosing not to provoke him further as she brushed past him, heading towards Jiang Yan, who awaited her quietly by the roadside. "Your affairs do not concern me. Likewise, I hope you will refrain from interfering in my life." Observing Qin Wan's radiant smile as she approached Jiang Yan, her father felt a momentary haze envelop him. Once upon a time, he too had experienced such happiness. Yet that fleeting joy had been too brief and too exquisite, leaving him entrapped in its memory. "Another quarrel with your father." Jiang Yan naturally took the bag from Qin Wan's hand, intertwining their fingers as he guided her to the car. "No, I merely clarified matters with him to prevent further meddling in my life," Qin Wan explained. Jiang Yan leaned down, gently kissing her forehead in a gesture of reassurance. Before meticulously fastening her seatbelt, Song Zae had indeed ignited a minor scandal, garnering a considerable following that as soon as the news broke, numerous fans emerged online, publicly denouncing him and presenting evidence of his emotional and financial deceit. Subsequently, Song Zae's romantic involvement with a junior actress was also exposed. Insiders revealed that both Song Zae and the junior actress had long-term partners. Yet upon meeting on set, they betrayed their respective lovers and clandestinely engaged in a relationship. On Song Zae's side, Qin Wan refrained from making any public statements. However, the junior actress's boyfriend surfaced, posting a multitude of intimate photos online to solidify his position that he then unilaterally announced their breakup on social media. Curious netizens delved into the story and were astonished to discover that the junior actress's boyfriend was, in fact, a wealthy heir. This junior actress had entered the entertainment industry and secured several roles thanks to her boyfriend's influence. Yet she remained insatiable, enjoying the privileges afforded by him while simultaneously betraying him for the scoundrel Songs, and it was undeniable. These two were indeed a perfect match of scoundrel and vixen. As the revelations continued to unfold, Netizens could not contain their curiosity about the identity of Song Zhe's girlfriend. There were even some audacious commentators suggesting that since both Song Zhe's girlfriend and the junior actress's boyfriend had been wronged, they ought to unite. After all, two unfortunate souls could cherish one another while simultaneously vexing Song Zhe and the junior actress. Wouldn't that be delightful? Upon encountering such comments, Qin Wan remained largely unfazed. Yet a certain man, newly acquainted with the sweetness of love, found himself stirred with jealousy, unable to remain composed. What is wrong with these netizens? Are they so idle? Don't they have work to do? Isn't making money appealing? Isn't having a boyfriend or girlfriend satisfying? Or perhaps they find games and dramas uninspiring. Can't they find something more productive to occupy their time rather than meddling in the affairs of strangers? Watching the fury etched upon Jiang Yan's face and listening to his incessant critiques, Qin Wan could not suppress her laughter. These netizens are merely bored. We needn't pay them any mind with that. Qin Wan cupped Jiang Yan's handsome face, rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss upon his lips. Be good. Let us not dwell on this, that I adore you, that I love you. Her affectionate gesture successfully quelled Jiang Yan's anger. If you truly feel upset, I could arrange for someone to delete those comments on Weibo, Qin Wan suggested. Upon hearing this, the tension in Jiang Yan's expression eased, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. I love you. Sensing that Jiang Yan's ire had subsided, Qin Wan seized the opportunity to lean in and bestow a couple more kisses upon his lips. Jiang Yan's smile widened in response. He pretended to clear his throat, feigning restraint. Qin Wan feigned ignorance as she gazed at him. Yet, Jiang Yan pouted, glaring at Qin Wan with eyes filled with accusation. Upon hearing his words, Qin Wan smiled. Just a second before Jiang Yan's embarrassment turned to anger, she wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and initiated a kiss that it was more than that. While Jiang Yan was lost in the sweetness of this delightful kiss, Qin Wan already set her next plan in motion. Jiang Yan initially stiffened, the kiss faltering as he blinked in bewilderment at the innocent girl before him. What was going on? Qin Wan blinked her large, innocent eyes, feigning confusion as she met his gaze. What was wrong? She asked him. Jiang Yan lowered his eyes to the small hand that was freely wreaking havoc on his chest, taking deep breaths. He struggled to maintain his composure. Unable to withstand it any longer, Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Wan, exclaiming, "This is your doing, you little enchantress." With that, he swept Qin Wan into his arms and strode toward the room. Originally, he had planned to wait until after marriage, that if things progressed a bit faster, it would be after their engagement. However, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes, with Qin Wan, a young woman, being so proactive. If he continued to hold back, would he still be considered a man? Outside, the sun shone brightly, heralding the warmth of spring. Inside the room, the atmosphere was vibrant and heated, as if summer had arrived prematurely, shedding the cumbersome layers of spring. Wan. I love you, that I in a moment of overwhelming joy, Jiang Yan unexpectedly called out Qin Wan's name, even uttering the three words he had long deemed extremely shameful and difficult to articulate. Chapter 61. The Beautiful Agent versus the Narcissistic Movie Star. 30. The drama The Legend of the Phoenix in 9 Provinces had become a sensation. Qin Wan perfectly embodied the ethereal moon goddess, who appeared cold and aloof to the outside world. In contrast, she was a snow lotus blooming in the winter, enchanting and otherworldly, always by the side of the male lead, Feng Zhe, illuminating his life and radiating her beauty solely for him. The stark contrast in treatment and the blatant favoritism sent the audience into a frenzy, eliciting screams of excitement and envy. Additionally, Jiang Yan's portrayal of Feng Zhe showcased his love for 2 women. One was his mentor, who had accompanied and guided him, reshaping his life. Ultimately, however, the moon goddess sacrificed herself to save him, becoming an irreplaceable memory in Jiang Yan's heart. The other female lead, Long Wan, admired him, having saved and warmed him in his youth. After the moon goddess's departure, she remained steadfast by his side, that in the original script's conclusion, Feng Zhe eventually let go of his obsession with the moon goddess and accepted Long Wan, who had been beside him for centuries. Yet, due to Jiang Yan's insistence on altering the script, believing he could not betray Qin Wan even in acting, the final outcome of the drama was changed. Long Wan accompanied Feng Zhe for centuries, but never managed to touch his heart. Ironically, Her constant presence only served to clarify for Jiang Yin who he truly loved. That I end the grand finale. Jiang Yin rejected Long Wanner, gifting her a forgetfulness pill and wishing her true happiness. The plot changes were significant, yet astonishingly, upon airing, the audience refrained from criticizing that N01 condemned the screenwriters or the male lead Feng Zhe. Instead, they expressed sympathy for both Long Wanner and the moon goddess. The two celestial women that I nearly cried when the moon goddess perished. My white moonlight is gone. Though Qin Wan is a newcomer, her acting and beauty in The Legend of the Phoenix in 9 Provinces completely overshadowed Long Wanner. Honestly, I couldn't take my eyes off the moon goddess while watching. Not only did Long Wanner pale in comparison, but even the male lead Feng Zhe seemed to fade in her presence. Hey, you're being a bit excessive. Jiang Yin and the moon goddess are a perfect pair, both in the drama and in real life. I remember that. I thought the previous confession scene was romantic enough. But this proposal is beyond human comprehension. Wait, proposal? Didn't they just confirm their relationship 3 months ago? Isn't that a bit too fast? I think it's a little too quick as well. Jiang Yin is doing great in his career. Getting engaged and married would be a fulfilling chapter for him. But for Qin Wan, her career is just beginning, right? Isn't getting engaged now akin to sabotaging her future? Is she a bit too love-struck? After this comment, many netizens expressed agreement, although a small number contended that marrying Jiang Yin would certainly mean entering high society, that I in the presence of wealthy socialites. What did a career in entertainment matter? Long Wanner is right. This Qin Wan clearly seeks to ride on someone else's coattails, yet Jiang Yin seems blinded by her charms, that they're both greedy and lustful, a match made in heaven, ultimately leaving my Wanner to shine alone. Pure bystander. Exactly. This Qin Wan clearly used underhanded methods to rise to fame. How else could a newcomer land the role of the moon goddess? Spectator. Yes, The Legend of the Phoenix in 9 Provinces was a mega-budget production. Even established second-tier stars like Song Zhe could only manage minor roles. So how did Qin Wan get her part? Qin Wan's detractor. I can't stand women who take shortcuts. This Qin Wan clearly isn't a decent person. I begged Jiang Yin to open his eyes and not let this woman succeed. In the face of these online slanders, Qin Wan remained remarkably calm. While Jiang Yin was visibly agitated, one might think he was the one being criticized. Look, the person being scorned isn't upset. You shouldn't be either. Despite Qin Wan's attempts to console him, Jiang Yin's fury did not abate in the slightest. That I'm angry only because they insult you, he continued. It's one thing to insult me. As a man, I can take it. After years in the industry, I've grown accustomed to the toxic mentality of keyboard warriors who can't stand to see others succeed. But you are different. Just as Jiang Yin began to voice Qin Wan's various innocent attributes, the words caught in his throat. Gazing at her delicate face, meeting her enchanting, playful eyes filled with laughter. He felt a hitch in his breath, his throat instinctively tightening. Jiang Yin, you are so wonderful. Qin Wan smiled sweetly, her voice tender and alluring. After a passionate kiss, as the situation became increasingly uncontrollable, Jiang Yin, clinging to his last shred of rationality, firmly restrained Qin Wan's mischievous hands above her head. Stop fooling around. We need to get back to business. With that, a familiar anger flickered in his eyes as he reached for a tablet to defend his beloved wife on social media. However, upon glancing at the screen, Jiang Yin froze. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Yin's odd reaction, Qin Wan leaned over curiously, wrapping her arms around him from behind, her gaze fixated on the tablet in his hands. Has that old man finally had a change of heart? Qin Wan snickered. You and uncle. Jiang Yin paused, hesitating to continue. After all, this was a family matter for the Qin family. Even though he and Qin Wan were together now, she was an adult with her own thoughts and opinions. It was neither appropriate nor fitting for him to say too much that don't mind him. Let him do as he pleases, as long as he's happy. That's enough. Qin Wan replied nonchalantly. There's no debt between us. The current situation is his choice, and I willingly accept it. She appeared genuinely unaffected. Yet for some reason, Jiang Yin felt a pang in his heart. He scooped Qin Wan into his arms, leaning down for yet another fervent display of affection. Chapter 62. The Beautiful Agent versus the Narcissistic Movie Star, and Tianjin Consortium announces next successor, just moments after Qin's father posted on Weibo. The trending topic exploded. Initially, netizens found it odd. Even a change in corporate leadership shouldn't cause such a stir, right? Typically, such sensational trends occur in the entertainment industry due to the inherent traffic that stars bring, coupled with the public's insatiable curiosity. However, once they clicked on the trending topic and read its contents, the reason for the uproar became clear. The recently popular drama The Legend of the Phoenix in 9 provinces featured the moon goddess, who was actually the next heir to the Tianjin Consortium. Qin Wan was, in fact, the sole daughter of the chairman of Tianjin Consortium. Her status was astonishingly impressive. I suddenly feel like the goddess is being undervalued. With her worth, 1 Jiang Yen is simply not enough. She could easily have any number of male stars from the entertainment industry. Single woman sea king. Indeed, my dear sisters upstairs, we are in perfect harmony. I share your thoughts entirely, that I shall never forsake a whole forest for a mere tree. Qin Wan is my daughter-in-law. You all are being excessive. Although Jiang Yen can be somewhat of a rogue, he possesses many admirable qualities. First and foremost, he is undeniably handsome, with a physique that is visibly appealing. Furthermore, his status as a lifelong singleton indicates that he is loyal in love and a trustworthy, devoted man. While marrying him may not be entirely advantageous for Qin Wan, she benefits from his gentle nature and easygoing disposition. Plus, with both of them being so strikingly attractive, any offspring they produce will undoubtedly inherit those good looks. This fan's comment garnered widespread agreement, receiving countless likes and ultimately trending. What transpired next was utterly unexpected. Beneath this comment, the chairman of Tianjin Group, Chairman Qin, made his presence known with a cordial greeting. Chairman Qin of Tianjin Group, greetings, esteemed mother-in-law. Following closely was Jiang Yen, the male protagonist. Soon after, Qin Wan, the daughter-in-law, also made her appearance. Qin Wan, Annie, you may rest assured to entrust Jiang Yen to me. I will cherish and care for him well. Smiley face. Jiang Yen. Qin Wan is my daughter-in-law. Qin Wan, daughter-in-law, I leave that rascal in your capable hands that do not hesitate to reprimand him if he displeases you. If you ever feel overwhelmed, do not hesitate to call me, and I shall come to assist you in giving him a good thrashing. Qin Wan. Very well, Annie. Jiang Yen. This brief exchange between the two families ignited unprecedented enthusiasm online. The previously contentious netizens suddenly found common ground. They ceased their disputes and unanimously began to express sympathy for Jiang Yen. Jiang Yan's detractors. I can already envision the dark days of Jiang Yan's married life. Moon Goddess YYDS. I, too, feel reassured. I had feared Jiang Yen would not care for my delicate goddess, but now I am at ease. Jiang Yan's little fan. I silently sympathize with my male god for 3 seconds, then shift into an infinite mode of envy toward Qin Wan. Seeing the sustained high interest in the topic, the director and screenwriter of The Legend of the Phoenix were filled with delight. Initially, the incident involving Song Zhe brought inherent popularity and discussion to the drama. Upon the revelation of Jiang Yen and Qin Wan's relationship, The Legend of the Phoenix became their love story, instantly gaining even more attention and discourse. Now that Qin Wan's true identity has been unveiled, as her sole work and breakout role, the upcoming The Legend of the Phoenix is bound to receive immense attention and acclaim. The mere thought of The Legend of the Phoenix possibly achieving unprecedented success brought joy to the director and screenwriter. In contrast to the joy of the director and others, Jiang Yen wore a dark expression, glaring at Qin Wan, who wore a bright smile. When did you and my mother become so close? Jiang Yen questioned, filled with doubt about life, that it was just during the engagement when my mother added me on WeChat. She occasionally calls to check on our lives, and Qin Wan mischievously paused mid-sentence. What else did she say? Jiang Yan's expression grew increasingly interesting. She merely shared some of her wisdom on managing a husband. Managing a husband? Faced with Qin Wan's beaming smile, Jiang Yen felt utterly defeated. 10 minutes later. Inside the villa, someone held Qin Wan down, an expression of fierce determination on his face, as if he were intent on re-establishing the relationship dynamic. Qin Wan smiled and offered no resistance, allowing him to act as he pleased. In the end, when Jiang Yen finished everything and held her tightly in his embrace, he still made sure to remind her. Do not heed my mother's nonsense. She may act tough, but in truth, she is deeply devoted to my father, treating him better than anyone else. You see, in our family, she and my father share true love. I am merely the unintended consequence. Jiang Yen rarely played the victim, and Qin Wan cooperated with him dutifully. Rest assured, I will not follow Andy's misguided advice. I understand that one should cherish their own partner. Qin Wan gently reassured him. Ahem. Jiang Yin found warmth in the first part of her statement, feeling certain he had not loved the wrong person. As for the latter part, it felt somewhat wild. The legend of the Phoenix indeed became the phenomenon the director and screenwriter had anticipated, remaining unmatched for over a decade. Through this drama, Jiang Yin once again secured the Best Actor award at the 100 Flowers Awards. While Qin Wan received the Best Supporting Actress trophy, the director claimed the Best Director award and the screenwriter won for Best Screenplay. Yet the actress portraying the lead, Long Wan, the popular star, Su Roer, missed out on the Lead Actress trophy. Additionally, the Best Supporting Actor award also eluded them on the day of the awards. Qin Wan and Jiang Yin simultaneously announced their retirement. Upon learning this significant news, the online community erupted once more. Jiang Yin's laid-back fans could no longer hold back, flooding his Weibo with comments. Jiang Yin is a heartless man. We support you, love you. Our laid-back stance was only sustainable because you remained in the industry. Jiang Yin, you cannot be so unreasonable. Not being Jiang Yan's little fan today. Indeed, we politely adore you. You must not abandon us. Jiang Yan's ultimate detractor. This time, you have truly gone too far. Even I, a hater, can no longer tolerate it that if you retire just like this, who am I to criticize in the future? Is there anyone in the entertainment industry more handsome than you? Is there anyone more despicable than you? Is there anyone with better acting skills than you? However, regardless of the fans' reluctance, Qin Wan and Jiang Yin retired nonetheless. Yet in light of their fans' fervent and somewhat resentful affection, Jiang Yin and Qin Wan ultimately relented. Shortly after their marriage, Qin Wan's father entrusted the Tianjin Group to her, while he embarked on a global journey with his new girlfriend. Chapter 63. The Proud Sister versus the Sickly Brother. 1. Qin Wan. Could you please refrain from pursuing me any further? Awakened to a warning. Qin Wan regarded the man before her, and the woman he was fiercely protecting, with an impassive expression a complex love triangle. After the commentary concluded, Qin Wan turned to leave, her actions conveying her sentiment to the man to her surprise. He assumed her departure was due to anger and seized her hand to prevent her from leaving. Qin Wan, if you dare to harm Yaya, I will not let you off lightly. As for our engagement, do not harbor any illusions. I have confirmed my love for Yaya, and I will dissolve our engagement before formally confessing to her and being together. The man continued his tirade, while Qin Wan's impatience became evident. Are you finished? Qin Wan, what do you mean by that? Faced with the unmistakable disdain in Qin Wan's eyes, the man, experiencing such treatment for the first time, was enraged and embarrassed. With that, Qin Wan coldly broke free from the grip of the average man. Jiang Huan. System. Plot. Qin Wan urged as she walked away. Plot transmission in progress. Transmission successful. Wishing the host a pleasant conquest. Campus dimension. The original Qin Wan, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, was engaged to Jiang Huan, the eldest son of one of the 4 prominent families, as part of a business alliance. According to the normal trajectory, Qin Wan and Jiang Huan would complete their wedding after graduating from university. However, during his time at the prestigious Festin Academy, Jiang Huan encountered Su Yu, a woman who captivated him completely. After Su Yu intentionally provoked the original Qin Wan several times, leading to a confrontation witnessed by Jiang Huan, he finally confirmed his feelings and became resolute in his affection for Su Yu. Jiang Huan proposed to dissolve the engagement with the original Qin Wan, who, unwilling to let Su Yu succeed so easily, resisted. The Jiang family, looking down upon Su Yu, naturally opposed the dissolution of the engagement. In frustration, Jiang Huan ran away from home and cohabited with Su Yu. The Jiang family cut off Jiang Huan's financial support, but he endured the hardship, steadfastly choosing his love. After a painful year, when Su Yu became pregnant, the Jiang family finally relented, agreeing to the dissolution of the engagement and permitting them to be together. In the midst of the argument, Su Yu suddenly collapsed and miscarried. Su Yu's child was lost. Jiang Huan was infuriated, and the Jiang family, in their fury, allied with the other 2 prominent families to jointly suppress the Qin family. They plundered, they annexed. Ultimately, the Qin family was destroyed, and the balance of power among the 4 families was rewritten, resulting in the emergence of 3 increasingly powerful families. Having received the plot, Qin Wan expressed her disinterest with an impassive demeanor. I am more intrigued by my man. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan hesitated no longer, speeding away in the original owner's eye-catching red sports car. Qin family, a top-tier luxurious seaside villa. Upon entering the hall, Qin Wan noticed that the once cold home was rather lively today. Qin Wan's father was introducing a boy to the family. This is Liu Yao, the son of my good friend, that on the way back, Qin Wan had already learned of Ling Jue's identity in this world. Yet upon meeting him and hearing his name, she felt a slight stir within her. Yes, the original owner is 21 years old, a junior in college. Liu Yao is 19, just starting his first year. She is 2 years older than Liu Yao, which is somewhat stimulating. With that thought, Qin Wan's brows curved ever so slightly. Her master will soon be calling her sister. Just imagining that scene brought a smile to her face. The appearance of Qin Wan shattered the desolate atmosphere of the hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan seemed to remember something, and the smile on her face instantly vanished. Observing her reaction, Qin Fu appeared to deduce the cause, abandoning Liu Yao and Qin Luo to hastily pursue her. On the third floor, in Qin Wan's chamber, a series of knocks resounded, followed closely by Qin Fu's gentle voice of concern. Wan, may I come in? As soon as Qin Fu's words fell, a sound of a chair being kicked echoed from within. Understanding the implication, Qin Fu pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering, his eyes were immediately drawn to the pitiful backpack carelessly discarded on the carpet by Qin Wan. The young girl was seated on the edge of her bed, rhythmically kicking the leg of her bedside table. Qin Fu first picked up the backpack and then sat down beside Qin Wan, affectionately stroking her head. What troubles you? Is there something I might hear? Qin Wan shot him a glance, letting out a nonchalant snort. It's that Zhang Huan again, that I don't understand how the Zhang family educates their children that a man in his 20s, yet so foolish, utterly devoid of common sense. He is the heir of the Zhang family, yet lacks even the most basic discernment. That Su Yu is clearly up to no good. She presents herself as a delicate flower, pretending to be pitiful to deceive him. As her words flowed, Qin Wan could not help but shoot an irate glare at Qin Fu. It's all your fault for choosing such a dim-witted fiancé for me. Qin Fu, momentarily taken aback. He chuckled helplessly, taking Qin Wan's hand and gently patting it to soothe her. Wan, it's not that Zhang Huan is foolish. He simply chose that girl from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, the anger on Qin Wan's face abruptly faltered. You are a clever child, and you should be able to see it. Zhang Huan's favoritism is blatantly obvious, growing up together as he did with you. He must be well aware of your temperament, knowing your character, yet still choosing to believe that girl. Wan, you understand, don't you? Qin Wan fell silent. Qin Fu lovingly patted her small head, his eyes filled with concern. Perhaps that we should just annul the engagement? Our Wan is so exceptional. Surely, there are better suitors than Zhang Huan out there. In response to Qin Fu's persuasion, Qin Wan abruptly broke her silence, retorting immediately. No. Facing Qin Fu's bewildered gaze, Qin Wan stubbornly bit her lip. I want to give it another try. After all, he is the son-in-law my mother had in mind. He is the boy she chose for me before her passing. He is the candidate she favored for a son-in-law. Observing the dazed expression on Qin Wan's face, Qin Fu understood her sentiments, that a sigh of resignation escaped him as he contemplated her unwavering determination. After comforting Qin Wan, Qin Fu received a call from the company and hurriedly departed. Once he left, Qin Wan remained in her room for a considerable time. Sitting before her vanity, she touched her chest while gazing at her delicate visage in the mirror. A faint haze of confusion appearing in her eyes. The consciousness of the original owner still lingers, no longer present. That is the original owner's fixation, left for the host, hoping you can persevere a little longer. Qin Wan, that this girl is a bit foolish. She insists on forcing others to act ruthlessly before she can move on. Very well, since this is her dying wish, I shall not contemplate it, Qin Wan coldly stated. The host remains the same host, devoid of even a hint of compassion. Compassion I senti meant to be wielded in such a manner, Qin Wan reminded a certain Navi system. Her foolishness is a fixation. Even if I agree with her, she will still be unable to let go that I end her past life. Without my intervention, hadn't she already persevered to the end according to her own desires? What was the result? The disintegration of the Qin family. Moreover, what if I agree with her, and Zhang Huan becomes infatuated by my charm and refuses to annul the engagement? I certainly have no interest in such scum. With this thought, Qin Wan recalled Liu Yao downstairs, and instantly, Her eyes brightened, the corners of her lips lifting. Furthermore, I have a younger brother waiting for me. I cannot allow a scoundrel to jeopardize my lifelong happiness. Perhaps I am a bit heartless. The stairway on the second floor. Qin Luo stood with an air of arrogance, glaring at Lu Yao, blocking him from entering the second floor area. This is the Qin residence. What right does a mere Lu have to stay in our home? Lu Yao, I warn you, if you know what's good for you, pack your bags and scram. At the corner of the stairs, Qin Wan lazily leaned against the handrail, expressionless as she observed her foolish brother dangerously flirting with disaster. Indeed, at the next moment, Qin Luo, are you tired of living? Qin Fu's voice abruptly echoed, startling Qin Luo, causing him to tremble and glance around in panic. His gaze ultimately landed on the phone in Lu Yao's hand. Lu Yao, you scoundrel! Qin Luo's tirade was abruptly cut short as Lu Yao raised the phone, directing the screen towards him. That moment, Qin Fu's furious visage appeared unreservedly before Qin Luo, leaving him speechless. A minute later, Lu Yao vanished at the end of the second-floor corridor, while Qin Luo's handsome face flushed with anger. Kicking the handrail violently, a month's worth of allowance. Qin Wan's cold voice drifted over. Qin Luo's tall frame stiffened suddenly, his leg that was mid-kick abruptly pausing. Sister, let me explain. Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, a smirk dancing on her lips as she fixed her gaze on Qin Luo. Explain what? That you failed to bully someone and, in your frustration, damaged communal property. Qin Luo, but how infuriating, sister, you saw it. That Lu Yao is no simpleton. Besides, why should an outsider be allowed to reside in our home? Father is treating him so well. It's clearly suspicious. Qin Luo grumbled in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Qin Wan crossed her arms, coldly scrutinizing Qin Luo. What? Is she brainwashing you again? Are you suspecting Lu Yao is my father's illegitimate child? Qin Luo. Watching Qin Luo flee in defeat, Qin Wan leisurely descended the stairs, colliding with Dong Ro at the foot of the stairs. Miss Wan. Upon seeing Qin Wan, a flicker of trepidation flashed in Dong Ro's eyes, instinctively taking a step back, cautiously observing Qin Wan with a face full of servility. As she watched Qin Wan's retreating figure, her eyes brimmed with resentment. Qin Luo is her son. How could she harm him? It is clearly Lu Yao's fault. What sort of friend as child would earn such favor from Qin Jiang, allowing him to live in their home and even reprimanding her son for him? Xiao Luo is his biological son. If Lu Yao were innocent, why would Qin Jiang reprimand his own child for an outsider? The mere thought of Qin Jiang having another woman outside made Dong Ro's expression twist with fury. The position of Mrs. Qin is hers. Qin Jiang belongs to her alone. No one shall take him away from her. No one. Why didn't the host intervene to help Lu Yao? The system could not help but inquire. Can she admit she was so engrossed in the spectacle that she forgot? The timing is not yet right. Qin Wan feigned profundity as she replied. Mainly, she was simply thrilled at encountering someone younger than her who still calls her sister. Just the thought of it is exhilarating, stimulating. As she pondered, a smile spread across Qin Wan's face. Her mood evidently lifted. During lunchtime, under Qin Fu's repeated instructions, the aunt prepared a lavish feast to welcome Lu Yao. Qin Luo, heavily influenced by Dong Ro and emboldened by Qin Fu's absence, along with Qin Wan's usual indifference, was particularly unruly. Just an hour ago, he had been reprimanded by Qin Fu, and yet, here he was causing trouble again. Lu Yao picked up a piece of pork rib, and Qin Luo immediately reached out to snatch it. Lu Yao went for some greens, and Qin Luo continued to seize them. When Lu Yao poured soup, Qin Luo snatched the ladle from his hands. Lu Yao silently set down his bowl and chopsticks, glancing at Qin Wan, but seeing her unresponsive, he lowered his gaze slightly. The next moment, Brother Qin Luo, did I do something wrong to upset you? Lu Yao asked, his gaze lifting, his pale face reflecting fragility, his eyes red and filled with a blend of grievance and determination. Qin Luo was momentarily stunned, while Dong Ro seethed with anger, her teeth clenched as she silently cursed the shameless boy. Qin Wan paused in her eating, her gaze lingering on the pork rib for several seconds. That in act. Is my brother a method actor? Qin Wan continued to eat nonchalantly, pretending to be calm and uninterested. What is wrong with you? Why are you crying for no reason? As a grown man, how can you be so shameless? Qin Luo was rendered speechless by Lu Yao's reaction, momentarily at a loss for words. I'm not crying, Lu Yao stubbornly defended. Yet as he spoke, the tears welling in his eyes began to overflow, that a single, crystalline tear slipped from the corner of his eye, trailing down his fair cheek. Looking so pitiful, it was heart-wrenching. Qin Luo. I was utterly shocked at Lu Yao, you shameless fool. How can you, a grown man, dare to cry? Qin Luo was indeed raised in pampered circumstances, having been sheltered from the world's harsh realities since his youth. This marked his first encounter with the adversities of life. Thus, the innocent young man, while vociferously denouncing Lu Yao's shameless behavior, unceremoniously dumped all the delectable food he had pilfered into Lu Yao's bowl. Here, take it all. It's just a few pieces of meat. I'm not particularly interested in them, that it's only someone from a small place like you, who has never seen the world, that would weep over such trivialities. After emptying the dishes, Qin Luo's flustered gaze met Qin Wan's, and inexplicably, a wave of unidentifiable grievance washed over him. Observing this, Dong Ro quickly stood up and offered Qin Wan an apologetic smile. Miss, I will check on Xiao Luo. Please enjoy your meal. With the departure of the mother and son, the once bustling living room was left with only Qin Wan and Lu Yao. Sister Qin. I am sorry. I didn't mean to upset Brother Qin Lu. Lu Yao bit his lip, his expression one of helplessness, evoking sympathy. Qin Wan merely thought, what a performance. After calmly swallowing her food, she finally lifted her gaze towards Lu Yao. Lu Yao was taken aback. Is that it? No more? Following a tranquil conclusion to their meal. As Qin Wan stood to leave, she paused as if recalling something, turning to the seemingly obedient Lu Yao and casually inquiring. Are you reporting to school this afternoon? Lu Yao nodded eagerly. Acknowledging this, Qin Wan nodded in understanding, and then as she departed at Lu Yao. Then an hour later, as Lu Yao gathered his materials and prepared to leave for Foston Business School, he encountered Qin Wan at the villa's entrance, her expression betraying a hint of impatience. Qin Wan cast a glance his way, frowning. You're so slow, Lu Yao. Is she not waiting for him? This realization momentarily stunned Lu Yao. Is Sister Qin waiting for me? He cautiously asked. Forget about the car. With that, Qin Wan started the vehicle, feigning an intent to leave Lu Yao behind. Not wasting a moment, Lu Yao swiftly opened the door, climbed in, and fastened his seatbelt. When Qin Wan shot him a sidelong glance, he responded with a sweet smile. Qin Wan. Qin Wan turned her head away, attempting to hide her discomfort, observing her reaction. The amusement in Lu Yao's eyes deepened. His sister remained as charming as ever. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2, current affection level, 52. Qin Wan nearly jolted the steering wheel. This initial affection level was rather alarming. Did Lu Yao know the original host? Qin Wan questioned the system internally. Data not found. This may be unrelated to the main storyline, and thus not recorded, or it could be a bug in this dimension. Oh, useless. This is exceedingly excessive. At school. Sister Qin? Lu Yao looked at her with confusion, his eyes wide and innocent, that I dislike being seen by others. Qin Wan replied. Upon hearing this, a memory of the documents he had seen flashed through Lu Yao's mind. Was it because of Jiang Huan? Does she not really like him that much? With that thought, Lu Yao lowered his gaze, silently unfastened his seatbelt, shouldered his backpack, and stepped out of the car, watching as Qin Wan's vehicle grew increasingly distant. Ever further away, Lu Yao's gaze darkened, his lips barely parting. Jiang Han at Foston Business School. On campus, as Qin Wan parked her car and stepped out, she was immediately greeted by 2 familiar faces. Qin Wan, Su called cautiously. Qin Wan was utterly disinclined to engage with them, more than eager to avoid any interaction. Yet, recalling the original host's wishes, she resolved to provoke these 2. I was wondering why my eyelids were twitching. Turns out I didn't check the calendar before stepping out. What a stroke of misfortune. Saying this, she cast a disdainful glance at Su Yu and Jiang Huan. Su's expression almost cracked under the strain of her anger. The ever-privileged Jiang Huan was visibly enraged. Qin Wan, don't push your luck. I've tolerated you for far too long. If you bully you again, do you believe I want to retaliate? Jiang Huan spat venomous threats. Then Qin Wan, you must stop. You can't treat a Huan this way. Su, standing by, was nearly in tears, yet she made no move to assist Jiang Huan, instead watching in cold detachment as Qin Wan mercilessly trampled over him. Woo, a Huan. Didn't you say you wouldn't go easy on me? If you have the ability, then don't hold back, Qin Wan retorted, delivering a kick to the already prone Jiang Wan. Garbage. To be frank, I've tolerated you long enough. If I see you again and you dare to pester me, I won't hesitate to confront you. Jiang Wan trembled with rage, wishing to spring up and engage Qin Wan in a fierce battle. Yet every part of him ached. The thought of even rising was daunting. Once Qin Wan departed, Suyu seemed to finally regain her senses, stumbling to Jiang Huan's side. Hiss! Jiang Huan gasped sharply, unable to suppress the pain as his complexion turned a shade of green. From a distance, Qin Wan nearly burst into laughter. Was Jiang Huan's intelligence diminished? Had he fallen under a spell? Or was he genuinely bewitched by Suyu? Their inability to see the obvious and their desperate attempts to maintain a facade of gentleness were utterly ridiculous. Yu, I'm fine. It's just that you landed on my injury. Jiang Huan grimaced yet insisted he was all right. Witnessing this, Qin Wan's delight was palpable. Did these two think they were starring in a melodrama? Their performance was utterly captivating. Yu, I don't blame you. I know you didn't mean it. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, I will never allow Qin Wan to bully you again. I will ensure she pays for her arrogance. Upon witnessing this, Qin Wan scoffed softly. Did I ask that so? You think you can teach me a lesson? Just like in the original plot, teaming up with the other two families to target the Qin family? A fleeting chill crossed Qin Wan's gaze. Choosing not to linger and watch the spectacle any longer, she turned away while retrieving her phone to dial her father. Dad. Chapter 66. The Proud Sister vs. The Obsessive Brother. 4. Due to the unpleasant encounter at lunch, when Qin Wan crossed paths with Jiang Huan and Suyu during physical education class that afternoon, neither offered her a pleasant demeanor. One bore a look of reproach, while the other's eyes were filled with loathing, as if they wished to flay Qin Wan alive. Noticing this, Qin Wan seemed to crave further provocation, flashing them a radiant smile. Jiang Huan. Suyu. Hiss. The host truly knows how to play. I heard we have to warm up for 1,000 meters. Can you two handle it? Qin Wan mocked. Jiang Huan trembled with indignation. Qin Wan, don't push it too far. I've gone too far. What are you going to do about it? Give me another beating. Qin Wan raised her chin defiantly. Jiang Huan's face flushed with rage. Suyu's expression soured, but compared to Jiang Huan, she appeared to be thinking more clearly. Dada Huan. Just let it go. Suyu looked at Jiang Huan with concern, leaning in to whisper, I don't want to see her bully you again. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a picture of guilt. Jiang Huan gazed at Suyu with gratitude, embracing her tightly. Yu. Jiang Huan held her closer, but Huan at Suyu clutched Jiang Huan's shirt. Yu Dada Huan. Qin Wan. A sight too painful to behold. The system couldn't help but interject. Sister Qin? Just as the despicable couple was lost in their world, a clear and vibrant youthful voice rang out. Qin Wan, Jiang Huan, and Suyu turned in unison. Under the sun, a young man clad in a white shirt, with tousled black hair framing his forehead and captivating peach blossom eyes, approached with a bright smile. Revealing two adorable little canines in that moment, aside from Qin Wan, both Jiang Huan and Suyu were completely taken aback by Lu Yao's unexpected appearance. When did Foston Business School gain such a clean cut? Exquisite youth, and Qin Wan knew him. Sister Qin. Younger than you. Could he be a freshman? Sister Qin. Is that really you? I almost thought I was mistaken. Upon seeing Qin Wan, Lu Yao's eyes sparkled, his dark pupils seemingly oblivious to anyone else's existence. Observing this scene, Suyu's eyes flickered with jealousy. Why did Qin Wan have such good fortune? She had snatched away Jiang Huan, and now another clean, strikingly handsome youth appeared. No, it wasn't just that he was handsome. Setting aside Jiang Huan's family background, this young man's looks were evidently more refined than Jiang Huan's. His expressive peach blossom eyes conveyed far more depth. To be gazed upon by such soulful eyes would be a profound joy. With this thought, a strange gleam surfaced in Suyu's eyes. Sister Qin, are you also headed to gym class? Lu Yao spoke with familiarity, as if he and Qin Wan had been close friends for years. Qin Wan cast him a sidelong glance, responding with a nonchalant HM. Sister Qin, I'm feeling a bit parched, but I can't seem to locate the supermarket at school. Would you be so kind as to guide me there? Upon hearing this, a flicker of impatience crossed Qin Wan's face, suggesting her reluctance. Observing her reaction, Suyu hastily interjected, I can take you. Noticing Jiang Huan frowning at her, Suyu quickly clarified, coincidentally, Huan and I also need to visit the supermarket to purchase some medicinal wine and cotton swabs. At these words, Jiang Huan's expression softened noticeably. Liu Yao tilted his head in confusion, looking at Su Yu and asking, medicinal wine and cotton swabs. Are you injured? Shouldn't you just head to the school infirmary to have the school doctor bandage it up? Su Yu. But in response, Jiang Huan instinctively furrowed his brow. Although the school's general store indeed sold medicinal wine and cotton swabs, his injuries were not severe enough to warrant disinfection. What he truly needed was an assessment of the extent of his injuries. Why is it I was merely overly concerned for Huan? Su Yu blurted out, casting a frantic glance at Jiang Huan as she explained. Seeing the slight redness in her eyes, Jiang Huan's heart softened immediately. Su Yu, feeling a barely perceptible sense of relief, was interrupted by Liu Yao again. Worrying can lead to confusion, which is indeed the case. However, as he spoke halfway, Liu Yao looked at Su Yu with a perplexed expression. But, senior, if you genuinely care for this senior beside you, shouldn't you have rushed him to the infirmary at the first opportunity? Why take the detour to the supermarket with me? Why engage in this lengthy conversation? As he spoke, the look of bewilderment on Liu Yao's face deepened, genuinely unable to comprehend why Su Yu's concern seemed so different from that of an ordinary person. Qin Wan couldn't help but chuckle. The more Jiang Huan thought about it, the more uneasy he became, his expression growing increasingly grim. Su Yu, feeling an urgent frustration, lost some interest in Liu Yao but refrained from blaming him. Instead, her resentful gaze fell upon the spectating Qin Wan. Qin Wan, that this woman must have some screws loose. Why should she care about Liu Yao's remarks? Qin Wan, you have gone too far. I know you dislike me, but you cannot slander me like this. Qin Wan, that your ability to argue is indeed remarkable. Yes, the matter concerned Qin Wan. Jiang Huan's fleeting rationality dissipated entirely. Protecting the tearful and red-eyed Su Yu behind him, Jiang Huan glared at Qin Wan, the wicked woman, with a fierce expression. Indeed, this woman had become utterly obsessed with him. Previously, she had maintained a facade, feigning innocence and claiming that Yiya had set her up. Now, with her true nature exposed by him and Yiya, she had abandoned all pretense, revealing a crude and violent side. She had struck him twice already. Just the thought of it made Jiang Huan feel pain all over. Qin Wan, you should give up on this notion. The one I love will always be Yiya. I could never harbor feelings for a coarse and malicious woman like you. Even without Yiya, I would never marry you. From this day forth, there shall be no ties between us. If you dare bully Yiya again, I will certainly not. As he spoke, Jiang Huan seemed to remember something, abruptly halting mid-threat. Seeing this, Qin Wan couldn't suppress a laugh. Why have you stopped? If I were to bully Su Yu again, what would you do? You ought to clarify. How would I know whether to continue bullying her if you don't? Chapter 67. The Proud Sister versus the Sickly Brother 5. Jiang Huan's face turned ashen as he opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to finish his fierce proclamation. Yet, the words stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. Moreover, the areas where Qin Wan had struck him were uncomfortably throbbing. Watching Jiang Huan rendered speechless by Qin Wan's taunts, Su Yu seethed with frustration, and in stark contrast, Liu Yao appeared calm and gentle, radiating confidence. Su Yu found herself increasingly envious and resentful. Why did Qin Wan deserve the pursuit of such a fine man? Why was she left to contend with Jiang Huan, a dim-witted freeloader? Initially, when she had taken Jiang Huan from Qin Wan, Su Yu had felt triumphant and satisfied. However, as time passed and she discovered Jiang Huan's lack of romantic acumen, she found it rather dull and lacking in challenge. In contrast, Liu Yao appeared far more intelligent than Jiang Huan, more emotionally invested, and certainly more exquisitely handsome. Furthermore, he was younger, with skin that was fair and delicate, leaving her to wonder about his capabilities in other aspects. With this thought, Su Yu's gaze began to linger on Liu Yao with a hint of desire. Despite his youth, Liu Yao was no fool. As for Qin Wan, slap? Ah, Su Yu let out a cry, covering her face in disbelief as she stared at Qin Wan. The sudden sound of the slap left everyone present stunned. The classmates, who had been absorbed in their own activities, turned their heads to witness the unfolding scene, craning their necks with a fervor that suggested they wished to transform into giraffes to better observe. The battle has begun. Is it the main wife versus the mistress? Who do you think will win? It's obvious, isn't it? On the surface, Qin Wan would undoubtedly triumph, but in reality, The benefits would certainly accrue to Su Yu. This was not their first encounter. Indeed, it was puzzling how Jiang Xiao could be so blind. Su Yu was clearly a white lotus, hypocritical to the core. It was only Jiang Xiao who, upon seeing her, lost all sense of reason. Utterly captivated, he treated her as if she were made of glass. Afraid of breaking her, cherishing her to a fault. The whispers of the surrounding classmates filled the air, each remarking on the absurdity of the situation. Upon hearing their gossip, Su Yu trembled with rage. Casting a malevolent glare at Qin Wan, as if she wished to tear her apart. Qin Wan. Su Yu longed to rush at Qin Wan and confront her, but with Jiang Huan standing nearby. She realized that acting on her impulse would destroy the delicate image of vulnerability she had cultivated in his mind. Ultimately, Su Yu's breath quickened, and despite her overwhelming urge to unleash her fury, she managed to suppress it. A second later, her body quivered, tears streaming down her face like a torrential downpour. Qin Wan, you malicious woman, you have gone far too far, as she spoke for a fleeting moment. Jiang Huan instinctively moved towards Qin Wan. But halfway there, he seemed to recall something, and his forward momentum abruptly halted. Observing this, Qin Wan let out a derisive snort, her eyes filled with scorn. You wish to strike me? Qin Wan sneered. Jiang Huan. He indeed wished to, but he dared not. What the hell? When had this madwoman learned martial arts? They had known each other for so many years, and he had never realized that Qin Wan was so capable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more agitated he felt, ultimately resorting to glaring at Qin Wan with a fierce countenance, declaring, You better watch out. I will not let you off the hook. With that, Jiang Huan turned and pulled Su Yu away with determined strides. As they walked away, Qin Wan's eyes reflected a flicker of faint suspicion. Jiang Huan certainly seemed off. Wait. Qin Wan appeared to have recalled something. Her gaze shifting complexly toward the space above Su Yu's head. It looked plain and empty, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. System. Here? What is your command, host? Take a look at what's above Su Yu's head. Qin Wan said, her tone laden with complexity. Above her head, what's peculiar about it? As the system began to scan, it abruptly stuttered. Host, as you surmise that SUU indeed possesses the halo of a female lead. So, she's the female lead of this realm, and Jiang Huan is the male lead? Qin Wan inquired. No, the storylines I selected for the host revolve around the body that the host inhabits. So technically, the female lead of this realm is the original Qin Wan, not Su Yu. Wait a moment. SUU's halo of a female lead does not belong to this minor world. Can its source be traced? Is it the work of someone with ulterior motives, or is it a mere coincidence? Qin Wan thought of those figures from the divine realm and the demon domain, her gaze darkening involuntarily. I will try, but I cannot guarantee anything. The system replied helplessly. Fine, investigate for now, though I hold little hope, Qin Wan stated. Due to the halo of the female lead, Qin Wan found herself feeling more sympathy for Jiang Huan and disdain when she looked at him again. The poor boy was indeed rather unfortunate, uncontrollably infatuated with Su Yu under the influence of the female lead's aura. Lu Yao's favorability dropped by 2, current favorability, 50. Just as Qin Wan was lost in thought, a gaze that felt almost searing fell upon her. Instinctively, she turned to meet the captivating, clear, and charming gaze of Lu Yao. Sister Qin. What is it? Lu Yao looked at her with genuine concern. Qin Wan. Sister Qin? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? As he asked, Lu Yao unconsciously reached for his own face, his eyes remaining as clear and innocent as ever, leaving no room for any suspicion or doubt. Sister Qin, I cannot see any dirt. Could you assist me? Lu Yao inquired, leaning his face closer to Qin Wan. His sudden proximity caught Qin Wan off guard, as their eyes unexpectedly locked in an intimate gaze. Gazing at his handsome visage, the stark contrast of his dark and light eyes, and the reflection of herself in his clear pupils, Qin Wan's breath momentarily hitched. Her body stiffened, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Noticing Qin Wan's prolonged silence, Lu Yao innocently edged his face closer, asking Sister Qin, can you see clearly like this, Qin Wan? Capturing Qin Wan's adorable, dazed reaction, Lu Yao's lips subtly curled into a smile. His earlier irritation faded, replaced by a sense of delight. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2, current affection level, 52. Can you help me? Sister Qin, Lu Yao inquired once more. However, this time, he did not merely ask. He acted. Chapter 68. Sunrise Sister versus Yandere Brother 6. Qin Wan. Their brief contact was fleeting as Lu Yao released her, and Qin Wan instinctively tucked her hands behind her back, retreating 2 steps to distance herself from him. Observing her actions, Lu Yao lowered his gaze, concealing the fleeting shadow of melancholy in his eyes. Why was she avoiding him? Was she afraid of him? Yet he had done nothing to warrant such fear. Why was she afraid of him? Was she still unable to let go of Jiang Huan? Was that why she maintained distance from all men except for Jiang Huan? Yet Jiang Huan had clearly betrayed her. Why could she not move on? Why had she gazed at Jiang Huan for so long, seemingly entranced? The more Lu Yao pondered, the darker his eyes grew. With his gaze lowered, the emotions within him remained hidden, presenting only an exterior of deep sorrow. It was as if Qin Wan's rejection had wounded him. Qin Wan. But something felt amiss after several brief encounters. Her intuition grew stronger. Initially, she had thought him to be merely a wolf in sheep's clothing, a mere green tea. Yet in that moment, she had genuinely perceived something unsettling about him. That feeling bore some resemblance to her past obsession with Ling Jue. Yet it felt distinctly different. Sister Qin, I apologize. Did I offend you? I did not mean to. Noticing Qin Wan's prolonged silence, Lu Yao panicked and repeatedly expressed his remorse. Watching Qin Wan's departing figure, Lu Yao's gaze darkened suddenly. Is it that you cannot let go of Jiang Huan? He murmured. Jiang Huan, and so you had taken leave early from school. Qin Wan wandered aimlessly around this prestigious academy, simultaneously lamenting the ineptitude of the system. What good are you if you cannot uncover anything? Qin Wan scoffed. Host, apart from the revered Ling Jue, is there anyone in this world who can contend with you? Of course not. Qin Wan declared with confidence. So it is only natural that I cannot uncover matters unknown to you, is it not? The system retorted. Qin Wan, but the little waste has learned to counter. Very well, I shall meet force with force as necessary. Qin Wan thought, feeling somewhat contemplative. Had she known this predicament awaited her, she should have devoted herself to her studies in the divine realm, rather than indulging in the allure of men, wasting her time. The more she contemplated, the more regretful she became. Men have misled me. Just as she settled down, Qin Wan sensed something amiss. Glancing down, she discovered a letter, a box of milk, and a pack of cookies tucked away in the drawer. Sister Qin, I heard from Qin Luo that you often feel hungry and suffer stomach pains when starving. While at the supermarket, I picked up some milk and cookies for you just in case. Qin Wan. But this child is quite clever, employing intricate tactics. After finishing an afternoon of classes, as evening fell and school was out, Lu Yao was intercepted by a stunning senior who blocked his path. The senior presented her phone with a radiant smile. However, Lu Yao shyly shook his head, expressing his apologies. Witnessing this scene, Qin Wan pursed her lips in displeasure that he certainly was popular that on his first day. He had already attracted the attention of multiple seniors, first Suyu, and now another. With this thought, Qin Wan started her car, pressing the accelerator, her striking red sports car zooming past Lu Yao in a flash. Lu Yao. But standing there, he remained motionless, watching Qin Wan's car fade into the distance until it vanished from view. Did she truly disdain him so? Lu Yao lowered his gaze, his lips parting as he whispered. Is this how you truly feel? Lu Yao's affection level decreased by 2, current affection level 50. Qin Wan. But this man is quite pragmatic. A minute later, the car window slowly rolled down, revealing Qin Wan's proud profile. Get in the car. Her cold voice reached him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. Sister Qin, do not make me repeat myself. Qin Wan cast him an impatient glance. Hearing this, Lu Yao did not take offense. Instead, his smile brightened further. Without delay, he opened the door, hopped in, and fastened his seatbelt with fluid grace. As soon as he settled, the car shot forward with a swift roar. Lu Yao remained unbothered, gazing at Qin Wan beside him with delight. Qin Wan shot him a sidelong glance, unwilling to concede. Do not flatter yourself. It is merely a coincidence. Qin Wan's lips curled into a slight smile, her icy glare at him laden with veiled threats. Yet Lu Yao seemed oblivious, meeting her gaze with a cheerful expression, his smile deepening. Qin Wan. That no wonder Qin Luo was intimidated by him. Observing his lack of awareness, Qin Wan chose to ignore him, focusing intently on the road ahead. Sister Qin, You are truly kind to me, Lu Yao remarked, seemingly to himself. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 5. Current affection level, 55. That is all you need to know to AT the Qin residence. Qin Luo's smile abruptly stiffened. Qin Wan cast him a sidelong glance, her tone indifferent. It was merely a coincidence. A coincidence? Qin Luo was astonished that he had never anticipated that his typically proud sister would go so far as to defend an outsider like Lu Yao, even resorting to fabrications to do so. Qin Wan chose to disregard Qin Luo's exaggerated reactions, but Lu Yao, ever the instigator, seemed unable to refrain from provoking Qin Luo. It is not just a coincidence. Sister Qin specifically offered to give me a ride. As he spoke, Lu Yao's smile radiated warmth and brightness. Offering a ride, Qin Luo keenly grasped the core of Lu Yao's statement. Did your sister also take you to Foston for your enrollment this afternoon? Qin Luo questioned incredulously. Chapter 69. Sundra's sister versus Yandere brother 7. Sister, how could you treat me this way? This is profoundly unfair. I am your biological brother. Why do you treat this outsider, Lu Yao, better than your own flesh and blood? With Lu Yao's relentless teasing, Qin Luo successfully vented his frustration. Qin Luo had always held a disdain for Lu Yao, but witnessing his sister's kindness towards Lu Yao, which he had long yearned for but never received, was unbearable. Qin Luo was incensed. Sister, when I enrolled at Foston Business Academy, you never once accompanied me. You have never picked me up from school. Sister, your favoritism is blatant. I am your blood relative, while Lu Yao is merely an outsider. You have known him for less than a day. Why do you favor him over me? The more Qin Luo spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. Were it not for his status as an adult male, he might have been unable to hold back tears. Qin Wan, that the mess left behind by the original host. No, it was primarily due to the provocateur beside her. Qin Wan cast a ghostly glance at Lu Yao, who, sensing her gaze, transformed his expression into one of innocence, seemingly unaware of his misstep. Qin Wan. Haha. Qin Luo, you are an adult, not a child. You have a car and a chauffeur at home. You do not require my assistance. Qin Wan regarded Qin Luo disapprovingly, her expression akin to scolding him for being unreasonable. But that is different. You are my sister, and I care for you deeply. Qin Luo felt deeply wronged, that he had much to complain about, but upon meeting Lu Yao's smiling gaze, all his grievances were silenced. Yes, with Lu Yao present, he would never voice his complaints. He was determined to keep Lu Yao from witnessing his discomfort. Lu Yao, just wait. I shall avenge this grievance against my sister, as long as Lu Yao remained in the Qin household. The rivalry between him and Qin Luo would undoubtedly persist. With this thought, Qin Wan subconsciously furrowed her brow, a flicker of irritation crossing her features. Observing this, Lu Yao stepped closer to Qin Wan, his eyes filled with remorse. Sister Qin, did I say something wrong? I am sorry. I did not intend to upset Qin Luo. I was just so happy. You are the first person who has treated me so well throughout my life. As he spoke, Lu Yao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The first? Qin Wan was taken aback that I grew up in the countryside of my relative's home, never having seen my parents, until recently when I was brought to Kyoto and enrolled in the Foston Business School. It was only yesterday that Uncle Qin took me to the Qin family. However, my moment of astonishment was fleeting. Gazing at Lu Yao's reddened eyes, I instinctively retrieved a tissue from my pocket and offered it to her. As I beheld the delicate, fair hand reaching out before me, holding the pristine white tissue, my heart trembled ever so slightly. You care about me too, don't you? Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2. Current affection level 57. When Lu Yao accepted the tissue, his warm fingertip inadvertently brushed against Qin Wan's palm. In that fleeting moment of contact, they distinctly felt each other's searing body heat. Such intimacy brought a momentary sense of fulfillment to Lu Yao's heart. How wonderful it would be to always stay by your side, he mused. No, that is not enough. Yet, within a mere second, Lu Yao dismissed that fleeting thought. What he desired was much more. He wanted her to belong solely to him. Initially, he merely wished to see her safe and sound. However, Jiang Huan's transformation instilled fear within him. He could not entrust her to anyone else. To anyone but himself. Thank you, Sister Qin. After accepting the tissue, Lu Yao did not use it, for he had merely reddened his eyes, not truly crying, much like Qin Luo, who also had red eyes from anger. The thought of Qin Luo stirred a surge of aggression within Lu Yao that on what grounds could he demand Sister Qin to make sacrifices for him? He was merely an illegitimate child. Where was he when Sister Qin was bullied by Jiang Huan and Su Yu? Where was he when Sister Qin was the subject of gossip among her classmates? He had offered nothing to Sister Qin. So how could he dare to ask her for anything? That was all in the past. From now on, as Qin Wan's words trailed off, she seemed unaccustomed to such an emotional scene, a hint of awkwardness flickering in her eyes. Yet, seeing Lu Yao's eager expression, she gritted her teeth and suppressed that moment of discomfort that if you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao smiled, his smile particularly sincere at that moment, and his gaze towards Qin Wan grew increasingly fervent. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 5, current affection level 62. Sister Qin, you are truly wonderful. So wonderful that I find myself liking you even more. However, Lu Yao refrained from voicing that latter thought. Please, go inside, Qin Wan instructed. Lu Yao obediently nodded repeatedly. Seizing the moment, Qin Wan turned away. He discreetly tucked the hand holding the tissue into his pocket. This was the first gift Sister Qin had given him, and he vowed to treasure it dearly. With this thought, a genuine and joyful smile illuminated Lu Yao's face. At the Jiang family residence, Jiang Huan had taken the afternoon off. First, he consoled Su Yu, taking her out shopping and buying her various luxury brands to lift her spirits. Observing his parents in the living room, Jiang Huan was taken aback. Mom and Dad, what brings you both here today? Is something the matter? Jiang Huan was quite familiar with his parents. While his mother was relatively easygoing, his father was a quintessential workaholic. Rarely home, that you're not a child anymore. It's time for you to intern at the company. You can't just fritter away your days. Jiang Huan's father was evidently in a foul mood. Jiang Huan found himself unjustly receiving the brunt of his father's ire. Dad? Who upset you? Jiang Huan, noticing his father's unusual demeanor, refrained from countering and instead expressed concern. Just as his mother was about to explain, Jiang Huan's father shot her a glare, silencing her. Mind your own business, kid. Jiang Huan's father said impatiently, Duppy, by the way, have you had a quarrel with Qin Wan? Jiang Huan's father suddenly inquired, as if recalling something. The mention of Qin Wan instantly set Jiang Huan off. Dad, regardless of your stance, I intend to break off my engagement with Qin Wan. Jiang Huan raised his voice suddenly. Slap. The resounding sound of a slap echoed. Jiang Huan stared in disbelief at his father. Dad, you hit me. You hit me for Qin Wan. Jiang Huan's father, infuriated, glared at him. That, of course, it was you. I wondered why the Qin family suddenly withdrew their investment and paused the project. It turns out your foolishness has caused me trouble. As he spoke, Jiang Huan's father raised his hand to strike him again, but Jiang Huan's mother intervened, just in time. A Huan may not understand, but you've already hit him. Now that the situation has escalated, we need to find a solution rather than resorting to violence. Jiang Huan's mother shielded Jiang Huan, glaring disapprovingly at his father. Withdrawal of investment. Without Su Yu, Jiang Huan's rationality and intelligence remained intact. Within a second, Jiang Huan dismissed the concern. If they withdraw their investment, so be it. Finding an investment partner for our Jiang family's projects isn't difficult. Moreover, with the balance of power among the four prominent families, even without the Qin family, there are still the Lu and Su families that if the Qin family withdraws, then so be it. Why is it such a big deal? Dad, Jiang Huan's rebuttal only fueled his father's anger further. He seized a cup from the table and hurled it at Jiang Huan. In a critical moment, Jiang Huan's mother pulled him aside, narrowly avoiding the flying cup. Crash! The cup shattered upon hitting the ground, inciting even more fury in Jiang Huan's father. You fool! If you had any sense, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Do you think I'm unaware of the power dynamics among the four families? If you dislike Qin Wan, fine. If you don't want to marry her, you should have told me and your mother sooner. If we had been somewhat prepared, we wouldn't have been caught off guard by the Qin family's sudden withdrawal. Watching his father's livid expression and the words he had just uttered, Jiang Huan finally grasped the situation. Dad, are you implying that the Qin family's withdrawal is not as simple as it seems? Jiang Huan asked, uncertainty etched on his face. What else could it be? Would I be so angry over a mere withdrawal? That scoundrel Qin Jiang has long colluded with the Lu and Su families. And now it's not just the Qin family withdrawing. The Su and Lu families are also united against us, refusing to invest in this project. The more Jiang Huan's father pondered, the angrier he became. His disdain for Jiang Huan growing, that if only you had informed your mother and me sooner, we could have prepared, and we wouldn't have found ourselves in this situation. After grasping the intricacies of the situation, although Jiang Huan felt utterly despondent, he no longer argued back against his father. This was indeed his fault that he had not anticipated that Qin Wan would be so malicious, intent on destroying him if she could not have him. The mere thought sent chills down Jiang Huan's spine. Jiang Huan, listen to me. You need to prepare a gift immediately and accompany me to the Qin family tonight to apologize to Qin Wan. After a brief surge of anger, Jiang Huan's father quickly devised a solution that, in a way, Jiang Huan rejected without a second thought, that I like Su Yu, not Qin Wan. No matter what, I will not marry Qin Wan. I will only marry Su Yu. Infuriated by Jiang Huan's sudden fixation on love, Jiang Huan's father nearly lost his composure. In a fit of rage, he scanned the surroundings and grabbed a golf club to swing at Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but a fierce glare from his mother silenced him, and he ultimately chose to remain silent. After Jiang Huan left, Jiang Huan's father's grip on the golf club noticeably slackened. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Huan's mother snatched the club from him and threw it to the ground, glaring at him with irritation. Is it really necessary? You're beating your own son for the sake of an outsider. At her words, Jiang Huan's father seethed. Look at the foolish things he has done. The company has invested all its liquid assets into this project. If it gets paused and cannot continue, do you have any idea how much the company will lose and the predicament we will face? Jiang Huan's father bellowed in fury. Jiang Huan's mother recognized the gravity of the situation, but still found it hard to blame Jiang Huan, as he was her beloved son, born after a perilous pregnancy. After giving birth to Jiang Huan, she had suffered severe blood loss and nearly died on the operating table. She subsequently encountered complications, making it difficult for her to conceive again. This was why, no matter what mistakes Jiang Huan made throughout his life, she would always protect him. What is done is done. Beating A11T helped now that it would be better to think of other ways to salvage the situation. Jiang Huan's mother suggested. Now, the only way is for him to apologize to Qin Wan and seek her forgiveness. That I have already reached out to the Su and Lu families, but I don't know what benefits that scoundrel Qin Jiang promised them to make them side with him. Jiang Huan's father grew increasingly irate. The capital city had always been dominated by the four prominent families, with the Lu family being the strongest, effectively leading the pack. The other three families subtly banded together to counterbalance the Lu family's dominance, which was precisely why Jiang Huan and Qin Wan had been betrothed in the first place. The Qin family and Su family also had marital ties, as Qin Wan's mother was the younger sister of the Su family's head. Calm down, if it comes to that. I'll go upstairs to talk to him, help him with his studies, and persuade him to accompany us to the Qin family to apologize to Qin Wan tomorrow. Jiang Huan's mother hesitated before softening her stance. Although she felt pain for Jiang Huan and was reluctant to see him bow down to Qin Wan, she understood the necessity of the situation. However, given the pressing circumstances, there appears to be no alternative. With a cold grunt, Jiang Fu's expression darkened, indicating a reluctant agreement that on the third floor, in Jiang Huan's room, a series of knocks echoed. Jiang Huan understood that, aside from Jiang Mu, no one would seek him out at this hour, let alone knock on his door. That I am not asleep, Jiang Huan stated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu entered, observing her son sulking on the edge of his bed. She sat beside him. Are you still angry with your father? No, Jiang Huan shook his head. This matter indeed arose because of me, and I have burdened the family. Yet I refuse to sacrifice my lifelong happiness for mere gain. As he spoke, Jiang Huan cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Mu. Mother, I sincerely adore Yi and wish to spend my life with her, that I do not love Qin Wan. Previously, I had not encountered Yi and was oblivious to the essence of affection, which is why I did not refuse when you arranged my union with Qin Wan. But now, everything has changed that I have met Yi and tasted the sweetness of love. I cannot let her go. Nor can I enter into marriage with a woman I do not cherish. Mother, I can seek alternative solutions for the company matters, that I can cultivate a friendship with Su Ming, and if necessary, I can ask for his assistance. That as for the Lu family, I can approach them for help, but I absolutely refuse to meet with the Qin family or Qin Wan, Jiang Huan asserted stubbornly. Chapter 71. The Proud Sister versus the Sickly Brother. 9. The next day at the Qin residence, in the hall on the first floor, upon learning that the Jiang family intended to pay a visit, Qin Fu took a half-day leave to ensure that Qin Wan would not be mistreated. As soon as the Jiang family arrived, Qin Fu immediately donned a stern expression, his icy gaze fixed on the unwillingly entering Jiang Wan. "No one is begging you to come. If you do not wish to be here, then leave at once." Qin Fu coldly huffed, his impatience growing as he regarded Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan's face stiffened. Having been pampered all his life, it was the first time he had faced such humiliation. Had it not been for Jiang Mu's repeated warnings before their arrival, he might have stormed out in anger. "Old Qin, what are you saying? Our two families are connected by marriage. Wan is destined to marry into our family. How could we possibly be unwilling to come? As for this child, do not blame him. It seems he is in a quarrel with Wan." Jiang Fu sighed, expressing helplessness. Children often lack understanding. Jiang Huan has feelings for Wan, but struggles to voice them. If it were not for his mother's coaxing last night, he would not have been willing to admit that as he spoke. Jiang Fu elaborated on Jiang Huan's recent odd behavior, explaining that Jiang Huan had been assisting Suyu rather than Qin Wan due to a minor dispute between them, typical of young couples experiencing a quarrel. Jiang Fu further explained that Jiang Huan had intended to apologize to Qin Wan, but inadvertently witnessed a confrontation between Qin Wan and Suyu. Given that Suyu had previously aided Jiang Huan and wishing to attract Qin Wan's attention, he instinctively chose to assist Suyu. "Old Qin, rest assured, I have severely reprimanded this rascal. He is simply inexperienced in romance, having grown up alongside Wan, and is unaware of when he fell in love. This oversight nearly caused Wan distress. That must be said, Jiang Fu was truly a seasoned negotiator, spinning lies with a straight face. Everyone present understood Jiang Huan's thoughts and actions, yet Jiang Fu could brazenly speak nonsense without care for the complex expressions directed at him. After learning the full context of the situation from his mother, "We hurriedly brought him here to apologize to Wan. Their bond over the years must not be tarnished by an outsider. This splendid union must not be jeopardized, lest it provide an opportunity for an outsider to interfere." Jiang Fu's last statement was as clear as day, insinuating that Suyu was deliberately scheming against Qin Wan and Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan, sitting nearby, felt his expression darken, fists clenched tightly. He yearned to stand up and refute Qin Fu. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was captivated by Jiang Fu, Qin Wan subtly glanced at the quietly seated Lu Yao beside her before shifting her gaze back to Jiang Huan. "Huan, is that truly the case?" Qin Wan suddenly inquired. That moment, all eyes in the spacious living room converged upon Qin Wan and Jiang Huan. The way she addressed him led everyone to mistakenly believe that Qin Wan still harbored feelings for Jiang Huan and had not moved on from him. Lu Yao's favorability decreased by 2, current favorability 60. Lu Yao's body stiffened. "Host, are you intentionally provoking Lu Yao?" The system discerned the shift. "Do you think Lu Yao is easily deceived?" Qin Wan suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, the system discreetly glanced at Lu Yao and quickly shook its head. "Not easily deceived. Only Qin Luo is easily fooled." Such a back-and-forth banter nearly caused Qin Wan to smile. Therefore, in response to Lu Yao's advances, I have been carefully managing the balance. Firstly, I am unaware of the original host's past entanglements with Lu Yao. Secondly, upon my arrival in this realm, the original host was still deeply in love with Jiang Huan and had not yet resolved the jealousy stemming from Jiang Huan's defense of Suyu. With their engagement still intact, coupled with the original host's proud nature and infatuation with Jiang Huan, she had consistently rejected and repelled the advances of all other males. Given these influences, it would be impossible for me to suddenly alter my character and claim to have changed my affections. Even in acknowledging Lu Yao's proximity, I must maintain a careful distance to avoid arousing his suspicions and ensure he does not form a negative impression of me. After hearing Qin Wan's explanation, the system finally grasped why the host had shifted from the obsessive infatuation with the divine sovereign in the earlier 2 realms. That it turned out she had been suppressing her feelings all along. Realizing the system's thoughts, Qin Wan let out a soft laugh. "I have endured for thousands of years in the divine realm. Had it not been for his imminent calamity, I would never have allowed anyone to perceive my feelings for him. What she desired was, from the beginning, merely to remain by his side. Even if not as a partner, it was sufficient because, throughout her existence in the divine realm, he had been her sole companion. She had always believed they would be together for a long, long time. Little did she anticipate that the sovereign who governed the 6 realms, exalted above all, Ling Jue, would also face his own calamity. To save him, she could only, under the scrutinizing gaze of Jiang Fu, meeting the gentle and reassuring gaze of Jiang Mu, Jiang Huan gritted his teeth, reluctantly responding with a slight acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu exchanged satisfied smiles. However, Qin Fu coldly huffed, wondering if the Jiang family thought they were toying with fools. After receiving Jiang Huan's reply, Qin Wan did not break into a smile. "Then why did you kiss Su Yu?" Boom! This question from Qin Wan struck like a thunderclap, causing several individuals in the hall to freeze, their expressions turning grim. "Surely not. Wan, did you see it incorrectly? This child, Huan, is the most rule-abiding. He would never act recklessly." As he spoke, Jiang Fu shot a glare at Jiang Huan, his eyes urging him to hastily clarify matters with Qin Wan. Jiang Huan pressed his lips tightly together, remaining motionless, unwilling to explain or admit anything. Witnessing this, Jiang Fu's breathing grew increasingly labored with anger. Regardless of the truth, the situation had escalated to a point that demanded resolution. The engagement was indeed a misstep on the part of our elders. They did not consult the opinions of the 2 parties involved. Since Jiang Huan has found someone else, let us dissolve the engagement, Qin Fu declared decisively. Jiang Fu wished to voice further objections, but Qin Fu interrupted him. "Old Jiang, I will not change my mind on this matter, and you need not attempt to persuade me further. As for Jiang Huan, do not press him. It is rare for a child to meet someone he likes, and as adults, we should support them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fu's expression faltered, and he opened his mouth to explain, only to be preempted by Qin Fu, who handed him a stack of photographs. Upon seeing the images, Jiang Fu's face changed dramatically. Although still unwilling, he ultimately refrained from clinging stubbornly to the situation. Jiang Fu left in a huff, with Jiang Mu hastily following after Jiang Huan. Qin Wan stood there, lost in thought as she watched Jiang Huan's retreating figure. Observing this, Lu Yao's gaze darkened. Chapter 72. The Proud Sister versus the Sickly Brother. 10. Qin Wan was the first to rise and ascend the stairs. And after a moment's contemplation, Lu Yao followed suit to the second-floor staircase. Lu Yao was intercepted by Qin Luo. "Step aside." Lu Yao spoke in a low voice. Lu Yao, this is my home. Your disturbance is already unwelcome. The 3rd floor is my sister's domain. Aside from her and my father, no one is permitted upstairs as an outsider. Do you not have any sense of propriety? Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's gaze momentarily paused, and he suddenly fixed Qin Luo with an enigmatic look. "You cannot go up either." Upon hearing this, Qin Luo pressed his lips together, remaining silent, yet his meaning was unmistakably clear. Realizing this, Lu Yao's eyes flickered as he stared at the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. He refrained from arguing with Qin Luo, and since Qin Luo refused to let him ascend, he simply turned and headed downstairs. However, 10 minutes later, Lu Yao, come down at once. The 3rd floor is not for you. Lu Yao. Shortly after the Jiang family departed, Qin Fu hurriedly left for the company. It was precisely because Qin Fu was absent that Qin Luo dared to raise his voice so loudly. Inside her room, upon hearing the knocking at the door, Qin Wan momentarily froze, her surprise barely perceptible. After a long pause, a voice finally called from within. "Who is it?" "Qin Jie. It is I." A minute later, the door swung open. Lu Yao stood at the threshold, holding a plate of freshly washed strawberries, flashing her a smile. "Sister Qin, I heard from Qin Luo that you enjoy strawberries. These are just cleaned. Would you like to try some? I don't eat." After pausing her gaze on the strawberries for a brief moment, Qin Wan turned to Lu Yao. "Did I wish to be alone for a while?" "Did I disturb you, Sister Qin?" Lu Yao suddenly asked, his face reflecting genuine regret that no, then does Sister Qin dislike me. "Not at all. May I stay and accompany you, Sister Qin?" "Suit yourself." Faced with Lu Yao's eager gaze, Qin Wan hesitated for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Time slipped away quietly. After approximately 2 hours, Qin Wan, glancing at her phone, finally opened the door. She was taken aback to see someone squatting at her doorstep. "Why are you still here? Sister Qin, do you feel a bit better?" Lu Yao inquired as he stood up. Perhaps due to having squatted for too long, he stumbled slightly to the side. Observing this, Qin Wan quickly reached out to steady him, that fleeting moment of physical contact. A barely perceptible smile graced Lu Yao's lips. Sister Qin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Once he regained his balance, he hurriedly apologized that my leg just went a bit numb. Qin Wan scrutinized him for quite a while, her gaze eventually landing on the plate of strawberries in his hand. I feel like eating strawberries now, she suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao promptly offered her the strawberries. Here. Qin Wan shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, I don't like eating while standing. With that, she turned and walked into the adjacent lounge. Seeing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Lu Yao's eyes, he wasted no time in following her on the small balcony on the third floor. Qin Wan reclined in a lounge chair, enjoying strawberries while basking in the sun. Lu Yao quietly kept her company, refraining from any words that might disturb her, simply sitting beside her in serene companionship. After about 10 minutes of silence, Qin Wan broke the stillness. Aren't you bored? Lu Yao shook his head. Being with Sister Qin is never boring, his words. Qin Wan paused momentarily, taken aback by his sincerity. Observing the obedient demeanor on his face, she let out a light chuckle. You are indeed more clever and likable than Qin Lu. In that instant, Lu Yao appeared visibly stunned. This seemed to be the first time he had witnessed Qin Wan's smile since arriving at the Qin residence. Although it was faint, it was genuine. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2. Current affection level, 62. The girl before him began to merge with the memories he held. The shallow dimple at the corner of her mouth was both sweet and familiar. Noticing the faint daze in Lu Yao's eyes, Qin Wan's gaze flickered as she suddenly asked, Have we met before? Lu Yao was taken aback, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Why does Sister Qin ask such a question? I just feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity when I look at you, but I can't quite recall. Qin Wan explained her words, a hint of disappointment crossed Lu Yao's deep gaze. You can't remember. Am I truly so insignificant in Sister Qin's heart? Is it only Jiang Huan that can leave an impression? While Lu Yao was lost in his thoughts, Qin Wan's voice broke the silence once more. I was wondering what I lack compared to Suyu. But Jiang Huan doesn't think that way, Qin Wan said with a self-deprecating smile. I've shared over a decade of childhood friendship with him. Yet it pales in comparison to a mere 2-month acquaintance with Su Yue. She spoke. Qin Wan suddenly leaned closer to Lu Yao. In that moment of eye contact, Lu Yao's heart raced. Instinctively holding his breath, am I truly more exceptional than Suyu? Suyu is not worthy of being compared to you. Then, if it were up to you, would you choose me or Suyu? I would always choose Sister Qin. The conviction in Lu Yao's voice was undeniable. She gazed at him intently, a light laugh escaping her lips. Thank you. With that, she casually picked up a strawberry and placed it into his mouth. Lu Yao was caught off guard, the sweetness of the strawberry spreading across his palate. Sister Qin had shared her favorite strawberries with him. Reflecting on this, a smile crept onto Lu Yao's lips. His mood considerably lifted. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2. Current affection level, 64. As he watched Qin Wan's departing figure, Lu Yao hurriedly followed. Sister Qin, where are you going? Qin Wan paused in her steps. Turning to regard Lu Yao for a moment, do you have time? Yes, Lu Yao nodded obediently. Then you are responsible for keeping me company today. Without waiting for Lu Yao's agreement, Qin Wan decisively declared. You go downstairs and wait for me. I'll change into something else I'll take you out for some fun in a bit. All right. Half an hour later at the entrance of the Qin residence, Qin Wan appeared in a pink princess dress, adorned with high heels, holding a small pink heart-shaped purse. Her hair was styled into curls, tied up into a bun, and she wore a delicate, cute light makeup, looking just as exquisite as ever. Can you drive? Qin Wan glanced at Lu Yao and asked I can drive a little. Do you have a driver's license? She inquired further. I just got it. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan ceased her inquiries and casually tossed the keys into Lu Yao's arms before taking her seat in the passenger side. Seeing this, Lu Yao promptly followed suit. Just as Qin Wan placed her bag down, Lu Yao's voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Huh. Qin Wan turned in confusion, only to find Lu Yao leaning closer to her. Chapter 73. The Proud Sister versus the Delicate Brother 11. The warmth emanating from the boy enveloped her completely. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. With a soft click, Lu Yao straightened up, beaming brightly at Qin Wan. Sister Qin, you forgot to fasten your seatbelt. This. Qin Wan feigned discomfort and diverted her gaze. She was deliberately not fastening it, giving him a chance to showcase his abilities. Qin Wan mused inwardly. Observing her reaction, Lu Yao's smile deepened. Starting the car, he pressed down on the accelerator, while Lu Yao focused on driving. Qin Wan watched his blurred figure through the window's reflection, the amusement park. It must be said that Qin Wan adeptly embodied the original character's proud demeanor, infusing it with liveliness and charm. Lu Yao's attention remained fixated on her. He missed not a single one of her movements. Noticing Qin Wan's slight awkwardness, Lu Yao smiled and approached, purchasing a stuffed toy to present to her. "What are you doing?" Qin Wan frowned at him. "I thought this toy was quite adorable and suited Sister Qin well. I was wondering if you'd like it." Hearing this, Qin Wan shot him a reluctant glance. Her prideful demeanor surfacing. Only children play with such things. Without waiting for Lu Yao to respond, she took the toy from his hands, adding, "But since it's a gift from you, I suppose I'll reluctantly accept it." Lu Yao couldn't help but chuckle at her words, his gaze growing softer. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2, current affection level, 66. Armed with the experience from earlier, Lu Yao resolved to buy anything that captured Qin Wan's attention during their outing. Initially, she would politely decline his offers, but as time passed and he showered her with gifts, she seemed to grasp his intentions and stopped feigning indifference. Cotton candy, candied hawthorn, ice cream, plush toys, and cat ear headbands. These were all items Qin Wan would typically avoid. Yet today, she indulged in them all, savoring every bite, claiming each item as her own. Lu Yao even pulled her on rides like the carousel, roller coaster, drop tower, and Ferris wheel. As they exited the amusement park, a smile graced Qin Wan's lips. However, when Lu Yao's gaze fell upon her, she quickly masked her joy, adopting a haughty tone. It was rather entertaining to this. Lu Yao nearly burst into laughter. "So adorable. Where else would you like to go?" "Sister Qin, let us find a place to eat first. I bought tickets for a movie at 7. We can head straight to the cinema afterward, and the timing should align perfectly." "All right," Lu Yao replied with a smile. "Are we watching a movie?" Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Has anything good been recently released?" "I'm not sure. I just bought them on a whim. It's my first time watching, so I'm not too clear on the details." Qin Wan casually responded. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao raised an eyebrow knowingly. "Oh, it's true. Sister Qin has never watched a movie before." Feigning ignorance, he asked, "Is that so?" Qin Wan's expression subtly shifted in surprise. "My dad was busy and couldn't accompany me. I invited Jiang Huan, but he turned me down. As for Qin Luo, due to Dong Ro, we aren't close. At this point." Qin Wan paused slightly, then continued with an air of pride. "Primarily, I have a cinema at home, which is far more comfortable and quiet than those public theaters, so I naturally don't have to endure any discomfort outside." Qin Wan, that this child seems to have a touch of mischief. She shot Lu Yao an exasperated glare, feigning defiance. "I enjoy it. It's none of your business." "Indeed, Sister Qin makes a valid point." Lu Yao nodded in agreement. Qin Wan, that a couples-themed restaurant awaited them. The moment they arrived at the restaurant, Lu Yao was taken aback by the romantic roses and camelot red wine adorning the table. "Sister Qin, what is this? Don't ask so many questions. Just enjoy your meal." Qin Wan replied, handing him the menu. Suppressing his curiosity, Lu Yao ordered the same dish as Qin Wan. The dim yellow lighting, the melodious piano music, accompanied by the rose wine and a sumptuous steak, made for a perfectly arranged camelot dinner. As soon as they finished dining, Qin Wan hurriedly pulled Lu Yao towards the cinema in the dimly lit theater. The lead couple on the screen gazed deeply into each other's eyes, while surrounding couples either embraced or held hands affectionately, some even daring to steal kisses. Yet, Qin Wan wore a subtle expression of distraction. "Sister Qin?" Just as Lu Yao turned to look at her, a delicate, fair hand suddenly covered his eyes, blocking his view. "Focus on the movie. I'll tell you after it's over," Qin Wan said. "All right." After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Yao obediently agreed. In the darkness, he redirected his gaze back to the large screen. Yet neither he nor Qin Wan could recall what the film was truly about. "I've been engaged to Jiang Huan for 2 years. Yet we've never dated like a normal couple." Qin Wan suddenly spoke. "I thought he simply disliked these so-called rituals until last month, when I accidentally stumbled upon him on a date with Suyu. From amusement parks to candlelit dinners, to the cinema, and roses. It was only then I realized that what he disliked wasn't the ritual itself, but rather me." Just as Lu Yao's worried gaze shifted towards her, he noticed a flicker of relief in Qin Wan's eyes. When I saw him coming to apologize earlier today, all the grievances and indignation in my heart seemed to vanish at that moment. Watching him bow his head due to pressure from his parents and his company, I suddenly felt a sense of release. Turns out this man is nothing extraordinary. His affection for Suyu is equally trivial. The obsession I've harbored for so long seemed to dissipate in that instant. At this point, Qin Wan paused, turning to face Lu Yao. Though I've seen through the worldly affairs and let go of Jiang Huan, I still owe you my gratitude for accompanying me through all of this, allowing me to avoid feelings of regret and bitterness. After awkwardly thanking Lu Yao, Qin Wan raised her chin with a touch of pride. However, you should feel honored. After all, a girl as exceptional as I am has countless suitors vying for a date with me. You should take delight in having this opportunity. Sister Qin makes a valid point. Lu Yao nodded in agreement. Following their brief heart-to-heart, Qin Wan's demeanor towards Lu Yao seemed to have shifted, yet remained unchanged in a way that the staircase of the Qin residence, as they were about to part ways. Qin Wan suddenly called out to Lu Yao, "Sister Qin, what is wrong?" Lu Yao looked at her with innocent eyes. "Come here." Qin Wan beckoned. Without suspicion, Lu Yao obediently stepped forward to stand before her. Qin Wan gazed deeply into his eyes, took a deep breath, and just as Lu Yao felt puzzled, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around him. Lu Yao's body stiffened. "Thank you for tonight, Lu Yao." Watching her hurriedly retreating figure, he reflected on the warmth of her embrace, still lingering with the faint fragrance that belonged to her. Lu Yao's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 68. "Sister Qin, if you continue like this, then I will find it increasingly difficult to let you go," Lu Yao murmured. In the shadows, Qin Luo observed the interaction between Lu Yao and Qin Wan, gritting his teeth in anger, yet refraining from confronting Lu Yao due to Qin Wan's presence. Lu Yao, I knew you had ulterior motives. You are indeed coveting my sister. Qin Luo swore through clenched fists. The following morning, in the dining hall of the Qin residence, Qin Wan descended the stairs to find an unusual atmosphere between Qin Luo and Lu Yao. She glanced at the two, but did not inquire further. However, once everyone was seated for breakfast, it became evident that something was amiss between the two without her needing to ask. As Lu Yao picked up a fried dumpling, Qin Luo reached out to snatch it away. When Lu Yao grabbed a youtiao, Qin Luo attempted to seize it as well. And when Lu Yao poured milk, Qin Luo again reached for it. Qin Wan admonished him in a stern voice to not go too far. After being reprimanded by Qin Wan, Qin Luo felt even more aggrieved. "Qin Wan, I am your biological brother." "Sister, it's fine, I'm not hungry," Lu Yao, pretending to be strong, explained to Qin Wan. Seeing his demeanor only fueled Qin Luo's frustration. He snatched the utensils from in front of Lu Yao, declaring that if he was not hungry, he should not waste food. This, Qin Wan could no longer sit idly by. She stood up, grabbed her bag, and headed towards the door. Witnessing this, Qin Luo felt utterly wronged. Just as Qin Wan reached the entrance, she suddenly paused and turned back to the dining hall. This, Qin Luo instinctively held his breath. Gazing at Qin Wan with anticipation, Lu Yao, "I'm leaving." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao smiled, while Qin Luo kicked his chair in frustration. "Coming, Sister Qin." Lu Yao took his bag with a beaming smile, chasing after Qin Wan. Seeing this, Qin Luo tossed aside the plate in his hands and hurried after them, grabbing a nearby bag at the entrance of the villa. As the red sports car started, Qin Wan hadn't even had the chance to accelerate before a tall figure suddenly opened the back seat door and jumped in. "Qin Luo, don't you have your own car?" Qin Wan frowned at the boy in the rearview mirror. "It broke down." Qin Luo lied without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan chose not to press the matter further and drove towards the location of Farston Business School. Along the way, whenever Lu Yao attempted to speak to Qin Wan, Qin Luo would interject abruptly to eliminate any conversation between Lu Yao and Qin Wan. Qin Luo initiated a chat with Lu Yao. "Lu Yao, since your surname is Lu, are you related to the Lu family?" Qin Luo asked suddenly. Hearing this, Lu Yao's expression dimmed slightly, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. "No, how could I possibly be related to the Lu family?" "Indeed," Qin Luo nodded in agreement, "that if you were truly connected, you wouldn't need to live in our house. Why do you think your life is so unfortunate?" With the same surname, Lu Jiao was born into the esteemed Lu family as their young lady. "And look at you." Qin Luo, Qin Wan's displeased voice suddenly interrupted, halting Qin Luo's words that if you say another word, you're getting out of the car. Sister, what exactly do you see in this Lu Yao? I am your biological brother. Once again reprimanded by Qin Wan, and yet again due to Lu Yao, Qin Luo felt utterly exasperated, feeling a profound sense of injustice. That is no excuse for bullying. Qin Wan glared at Qin Luo. Contrary to the usual antics that provoked Qin Luo, Lu Yao remained peculiarly silent in the passenger seat. Qin Wan shot a glance at Lu Yao, noticing the inscrutable depths of his eyes. And a fleeting glimmer flashed in her own. Why was he acting so out of character? Was it because of the mention of the Lu family? Pondering this, Qin Wan silently noted the matter in her heart. Before long, the car arrived at Farston Business School. Due to Lu Yao's distracted demeanor, Qin Luo found it difficult to stir up any mischief on his own. After a distracted farewell to Qin Wan, Lu Yao headed towards his classroom. Watching Lu Yao's retreating figure, Qin Wan took out her phone and dialed her father's number. Dad, I need to ask you something. It's about Lu Yao. Although she had anticipated the answer. The moment she learned the truth from her father, Qin Wan couldn't help but internally scoff at the melodrama. Lu Yao was indeed a member of the Lu family, specifically the illegitimate son of the current head of the Lu family. Though it wasn't exactly accurate to label him as such. The head of the Lu family had been romantically involved with Lu Yao's mother first, but unfortunately, he was then courted by Su Ruru. The daughter of the Su family, Lu Yao's mother came from an ordinary middle-class background and could not compare to the daughter of the Su family, At that time. The Lu family was not yet one of the four prominent families. The previous head of the Lu family pressured Lu Yao's mother to break up with the head of the Lu family to strengthen their clan. After a series of events, Lu Yao's mother was forced to leave and only later discovered she was pregnant. The head of the Lu family sought to reconnect with his first love to understand why she had left him, only to find that she had passed away many years prior, leaving behind only Lu Yao as her son. Due to the complicated circumstances surrounding the Lu family and Lu Yao's reluctance to accept him, the head of the Lu family, out of necessity, had entrusted Lu Yao to the Qin family for temporary care. As for why Lu Yao had not resisted staying with the Qin family, that it was related to her. Have I met Lu Yao? Qin Wan inquired in surprise. You have a poor memory, and it was 10 years ago. It's normal that you wouldn't remember, her father explained with a light chuckle. Qin Wan. That no wonder Lu Yao harbored such an obsession for her. Chapter 75. Sundara Sister versus Yandere Brother, 13. I thought I must have misread the situation. You even managed to get yourself admitted to the Farston Business School. Are you planning to compete with me for the Lu family's legacy? Observing Lu Yao's silent demeanor, resembling a pitiful victim, Qin Wan couldn't shake off the feeling that he was merely putting on an act. She even suspected that his encounter with Lu Jiao and being caught by her were orchestrated by Lu Yao himself. Lu Yao, you ought to possess a modicum of self-awareness. Do you really think you can contest with me? Do you believe you are worthy? As she spoke, Lu Jiao narrowed her eyes and raised her hand, aiming a slap at Lu Yao's face. Although she suspected this might be part of Lu Yao's ploy for sympathy, Qin Wan intervened just in time, seizing Lu Jiao's hand. This is not the Lu residence. It is not a place where you can act recklessly, Qin Wan declared, positioning herself protectively behind Lu Yao, her brows knitted with cold resolve. Sister Qin, I'm fine. Lu Yao gently tugged at Qin Wan's sleeve, attempting to appear strong as he gazed up at her. Don't speak. Just stand behind me obediently. Qin Wan shot him an exasperated glare. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately fell silent, obediently standing behind her. Witnessing this exchange, Lu Jiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Qin Wan, don't tell me you've taken a liking to this illegitimate child. What's this? Jiang Huan no longer wants you, so you willingly choose to lower yourself and settle for an illegitimate son? Slap. As soon as Lu Jiao's words fell, a resounding slap echoed through the AI. Lu Jiao covered her face, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Qin Wan. You dare hit me? You crazy woman! You actually dare to strike the esteemed eldest daughter of the Lu family for the sake of an illegitimate child? As the confrontation escalated, Lu Jiao's expression darkened, and she lunged at Qin Wan, attempting to claw at her. Slap. Another sharp slap resounded. Gazing at the marks left on Lu Jiao's cheeks, Lu Yao silently mused about the situation. Qin Wan, I'll fight you with that. Lu Jiao recklessly began to grapple with Qin Wan. However, despite her relentless shouting and struggling, She couldn't even touch the fabric of Qin Wan's clothing. Each time she approached, Qin Wan was either quick enough to pull Lu Yao aside or would preemptively strike her face with slap after slap. Lu Jiao was driven to madness, especially with a group of classmates watching the spectacle unfold. Under their scrutiny, coupled with the stinging pain on her face, Lu Jiao's composure shattered completely. She charged at Qin Wan without a second thought. Seemingly losing her patience, Qin Wan first pulled Lu Yao aside to evade Lu Jiao's advance. Then, taking advantage of Lu Jiao's moment of vulnerability, she delivered a fierce kick to her. Boom! Lu Jiao crashed to the ground. Qin Wan, Lu Jiao's roar reverberated throughout the entire academic building. Yet, Qin Wan paid her no heed, taking Lu Yao by the hand and striding towards the freshman building. "Are you hurt?" Qin Wan inquired with concern. "Did you come to find me?" she asked again. Yes, yes, Lu Yao nodded vigorously, then pulled out a necklace from his pocket, offering it to Qin Wan. "Sister Qin, do you remember this?" Under the sunlight, the diamond on the necklace sparkled with dazzling brilliance. Upon seeing the necklace, Qin Wan felt no stirrings within her heart. The original owner's memories remained unresponsive. Indeed, the original owner had completely forgotten about it. Noticing Qin Wan's silence and her expression of forgetfulness, Lu Yao lowered his gaze to hide the turmoil brewing within him. Just as Qin Wan was about to speak, Lu Yao suddenly beamed. "Sister, do you think this necklace is beautiful?" "It's lovely," Qin Wan replied with a nod. "Then may I gift it to you?" Lu Yao asked earnestly. Yes, their eyes met. Gazing into Lu Yao's gentle eyes, Qin Wan inexplicably felt a twinge of unease. "Do you not like it, Sister Qin?" Lu Yao suddenly asked, his expression dimming. "No, then allow me to put it on for you." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yao swiftly moved closer. "All right," Lu Yao stepped forward, wrapping his hands around Qin Wan's delicate neck. The moment the necklace rested against her skin, its cool touch made Qin Wan involuntarily shiver. Seeing this, Lu Yao hesitated, his gaze burning into Qin Wan's. "Sister, what is wrong?" He feigned ignorance. "Nothing, just hurry and put it on for me," Qin Wan said, fully aware of his mischief. "Is sister really all right?" As he continued fastening the clasp, Lu Yao's eyes remained fixed on her, unwavering. "Sister has forgotten about me, hasn't she?" "How could you forget me? You promised to always remember me." As he pondered, Lu Yao's fingers struggled with the clasp, his warm touch occasionally brushing against Qin Wan's sensitive neck. "Lu Yao, is it done?" Qin Wan's voice trembled slightly as she asked. His rough fingertips glided against her skin, sending a shiver down her spine, making her feel uneasy and tense. "Oh, this clasp is troublesome to fasten," Lu Yao muttered dismissively. Just as she moved, he suddenly pulled her slender waist closer, restraining her movements. "Sister, don't move. It will be done shortly." "Qin Wan, I don't believe you, you rascal, that you're clearly doing this on purpose." With his hand resting on her waist, Qin Wan stood frozen, too wary to make a move. "Is it ready?" "Almost. Not yet. Just a moment." Lu Yao. "Done." Just as Qin Wan was about to push him away once more, Lu Yao finally secured the clasp, reluctantly releasing her. Once the necklace was in place, Qin Wan instinctively took a step back, creating distance between her and Lu Yao. Observing her retreat, Lu Yao's gaze dimmed. Chapter 76. Sundra's sister versus Yandere brother 14. Is Sister Qin bothered by my status as an illegitimate child? Lu Yao suddenly inquired. His words. Qin Wan's expression shifted to one of surprise as she instinctively retorted, "Of course not." "Then why do you avoid me so?" Lu Yao pressed further. "Why would I avoid you? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" Lu Yao was well aware of the reasons behind Qin Wan's avoidance, yet her silence and refusal to explain cast a shadow over his heart. "Has Sister Qin grown weary of even coaxing me?" Qin Wan was taken aback. Watching Lu Yao's retreating figure, she instinctively frowned. She couldn't shake the feeling that this mischievous boy was plotting something. "Host, why didn't you explain earlier?" His actions were too slow. Without a little provocation, when would his affection for her increase? When would he shatter the facade of their sibling relationship? "I cannot take the initiative. I must provoke him into acting first." In the following days, Lu Yao became unusually docile, refraining from any actions that would put Qin Wan in a difficult position. During this time, only Qin Luo retained his usual energetic demeanor. Given Lu Yao's newfound self-awareness, Qin Luo found him considerably more agreeable. Every day, Qin Luo devised various ways to win Qin Wan's favor that to prevent Lu Yao from once again forgetting his identity. Qin Luo would ensure that Lu Yao was present whenever he engaged in these antics, or would specifically summon him to witness the events firsthand. Miraculously, under Qin Luo's multiple provocations, Lu Yao's affection for Qin Wan showed no signs of diminishing. A week passed in the blink of an eye. With Qin Fu occupied with business trips, the grand household was left with only Qin Wan and Lu Yao. Before leaving, Qin Luo had made several attempts to stay, but was met with stern refusals from Dong Ro. During breakfast and lunch, Lu Yao joined Qin Wan at the table as usual. Observing the house shrouded in darkness, Qin Wan couldn't help but frown. "What is going on, miss? It seems the house's wiring has malfunctioned. We've already contacted the property management for repairs." "Understood." Qin Wan nodded in acknowledgement. Glancing around the dining area, her eyes fell upon the lavish spread laid out on the table, and a flicker of surprise crossed her features. "Where's Lu Yao? Is he not joining us for dinner?" Young Master Lu said he has no appetite. The housekeeper hesitated mid-sentence, her expression faltering, that I can't quite put my finger on it, but I feel as though young Master Lu's voice sounded a bit off. "I wonder if he is unwell." Upon hearing this, Qin Wan's expression shifted slightly, that I'll go check on him. On the second floor, at the end of the corridor, lay Lu Yao's room. She knocked on the door. "Lu Yao, are you in there?" Boom! The response to Qin Wan was the thunderous roar of the storm outside, that Lu Yao. Boom! Seeing this, Qin Wan didn't even bother to search for her keys. She simply climbed over from the balcony of the adjacent living room on the second floor. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed through the room. With a creaking noise, the sliding door of the window was opened, and then promptly shut again, that a click resounded as the light within the room flickered to life. Qin Wan scanned the room, but found no trace of Lu Yao. The bathroom that empty, the cloakroom that still vacant. Wait a moment, that a faint rustling sound emanating from the cabinet caught Qin Wan's attention. With a swift motion, she flung open the cabinet door and instantly laid eyes on Lu Yao, curled up within that Lu Yao. "What are you doing here?" she inquired, tentatively reaching out to touch him. However, the moment her fingers brushed his shoulder, his body stiffened abruptly before beginning to tremble. Lu Yao. "What's wrong?" Noticing something amiss, Qin Wan crouched down, hesitating to touch him again. That Lu Yao. Still, he remained unresponsive. Gritting her teeth, Qin Wan could no longer resist and cautiously wrapped her arms around him. At that moment, Lu Yao suddenly pushed her away with force, causing her to stumble against the cabinet door. That it was then that the diamond necklace around her neck caught the light, casting shimmering reflections. He looked up at Qin Wan, confusion etched on his face, and tentatively called out, "Qin, that's sister. It's me, Lu Yao." Seeing a glimmer of recognition return to his eyes, Qin Wan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly moved closer. She reached out her hand toward him tentatively. That Lu Yao glanced at her hand, then at the necklace around her neck, finally allowing his gaze to linger on her face for what felt like an eternity. In that moment of eye contact, Qin Wan clearly saw a sudden surge of dependence in Lu Yao's eyes. Just as she was about to voice her concern, Lu Yao unexpectedly lunged at her. Catching her off guard, Qin Wan was enveloped in his embrace, her body stiffening instantly. Lu Yao's arms were remarkably strong, holding her tightly, refusing to let go, his face buried deep in the crook of her neck. His warm breath and feverish cheek pressed closely against her sensitive skin. Through the contact of their bodies, she felt him whisper, "Sister Qin, don't leave me. Please, that I've been waiting for you, that I miss you." So much that as he spoke, Qin Wan felt a warm tear slide down her neck. That Lu Yao was crying. Despite the emotional weight of the moment, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within Qin Wan. If her memory served her right, it seemed she had employed this very tactic before. Noticing her unresponsiveness, a fleeting shadow of ambiguity flickered across Lu Yao's deep black eyes. Chapter 77. The Proud Sister Versus. The Sickly Brother 15. In the instant their lips met, Qin Wan's pupils constricted sharply. That Lu Yao pressed against her lips almost uncontrollably, yet it was merely a touch. His entire being trembled, even his lips quivered. "Qin, sister," he seemed to be in a daze, yet somehow still aware. With a sudden push, Lu Yao's weakened body collided heavily against the wardrobe, producing a loud thud. That Lu Yao groaned in pain. He looked up at Qin Wan. Confusion plastered across his face. "Qin, that's sister. What are you doing here?" As he spoke, Lu Yao glanced around, his bewilderment deepening. Where is this? What happened? What did you crash into? Qin Wan blurted out. Crash. Lu Yao's face displayed a hint of confusion. Yet his body instinctively reached out to Qin Wan, revealing a painful-looking arm. The glaring red on his skin made Qin Wan's heart skip a beat. Unexpectedly, she swiftly grasped his arm, halting his movement. Lu Yao, come with me, she commanded sternly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao instinctively opened his mouth to explain. Silence. Qin Wan shot him a glare, her voice icy. Under her feigned fierce gaze, Lu Yao obediently fell silent. Not daring to utter another word, I in the second-floor living room. After retrieving the medical kit, Qin Wan first disinfected Lu Yao's wound with iodine, sprinkled on some hemostatic powder, and then bandaged it. Throughout the process, Lu Yao cooperated dutifully, completely devoid of the chaotic demeanor he had exhibited moments earlier. As Lu Yao's mood lifted, the thunderstorm outside began to subside. Once the wound was tended to, Lu Yao smiled gratefully at Qin Wan. Thank you, Sister Qin. Just then, his gaze lingered on her face. What is wrong? Qin Wan asked, puzzled. Sister Qin, your mouth. Lu Yao hesitated. Qin Wan. She had sensed something amiss, while it was one thing for him to act foolishly and kiss her. Why had he also bitten her hard? He had been waiting for her here. Lu Yao, you little green tea. Cunning boy. Yes, after being kissed forcefully, Qin Wan had initially intended to indulge a little longer, to relish the rare initiative he had displayed. Yet, in a moment of distraction, Lu Yao had bitten her fiercely, in pain. She had instinctively pushed him away with considerable force. Reflecting on this, Qin Wan furrowed her brow and reached for Lu Yao's shirt. Lu Yao's pupils trembled, his body instinctively tensing, yet he pretended to shield himself with his hands. Qin, sister, what are you going to do? Take off your shirt, Qin Wan stated, startling him. Lu Yao's fair face turned crimson in an instant. His eyes filled with panic. Disbelief washed over his features. Qin, sister. You did it at this moment. Lu Yao could hardly form a complete sentence. Observing his performance, Qin Wan felt a mix of complexity and nostalgia. Indeed, experience triumphed over youth. She had to admit, Ling Jue was worthy of being her mentor. In the presence of this seasoned actor, her own skills paled in comparison. I accidentally pushed you a bit, and it seems you bumped your shoulder. Let me check. Qin Wan explained. No, that's unnecessary. Lu Yao instinctively clutched his shirt, retreating slightly, appearing like a startled little bride. Are you going to take it off or not? Qin Wan demanded, her expression stern. I really don't need to. Lu Yao stammered, his voice trembling. I'll ask you one more time. Will you take it off yourself, or do you want me to help you? Qin Wan's tone was laced with impatience. Resembling a domineering figure. Sister Qin. I really don't need. Lu Yao continued to hesitate. Seeing this, Qin Wan's last shred of patience evaporated. She ceased the verbal sparring and approached him, extending her hand toward his trembling form. Qin, sister, no, please. Sister Qin, no, don't. I can manage it myself. Lu Yao's panicked please echoed throughout the second floor. Qin Wan listened, her expression darkening. The staircase. A tardy Qin Luo froze, disbelief etched across his delicate features. How could this be? How could his sister possibly have feelings for Lu Yao? It was inconceivable. No, it was absolutely impossible. His sister was not that kind of person. It must surely be Lu Yao, the shameless scoundrel who had seduced her. Yes, that had to be it. With that thought, Qin Luo dashed away. He would not allow Lu Yao's schemes to succeed. He would never acknowledge Lu Yao as his brother-in-law. Lu Yao could never marry into their Qin family. He was utterly unworthy of his sister, regardless of the age difference. With that, Qin Luo rushed to the entrance of the second-floor living room. Witnessing the unfolding drama, he exclaimed incredulously, "What are you two doing?" His shout halted the entire scene in the living room. Both Lu Yao and Qin Wan froze, turning simultaneously towards the entrance upon seeing Qin Luo. Lu Yao's pupils contracted, his tall frame trembling slightly. As for Qin Wan, upon noticing Qin Luo, she remained composed and unfazed, exhibiting no shame of being caught in a compromising situation. Not only that, but she seized the opportunity while Lu Yao's attention was diverted. Pulling his shirt with force, with a tearing sound, Lu Yao's white shirt was ripped apart by Qin Wan's bare hands. This sight, Qin Luo's mind went blank, utterly overwhelmed. Witnessing the exaggerated reactions of the two men, Qin Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. Chapter 78. The Proud Sister versus the Sickly Brother. 16. Under the glaring fluorescent lights, Lu Yao lay on the sofa, his shirt wide open. Appearing weak and vulnerable, Qin Wan, his proud sister, now seemed to take on the role of a domineering figure, pressing down upon Lu Yao. The delicate hands, which appeared so frail and boneless on ordinary days, had transformed into claws of malevolence, inching ominously toward Lu Yao. Witnessing this scene, Qin Luo felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him, his long-held beliefs shattered in an instant. In that moment, he was engulfed by a profound sense of bewilderment. What had been the purpose of their fierce rivalry and jealousy over the past few days? He regarded Lu Yao as a rival in love. While Lu Yao seemed intent on becoming his brother-in-law, no, that wasn't he quite right. He viewed Lu Yao as an adversary seeking to usurp his sister, while his sister aimed to transform Lu Yao into her husband. Just as Qin Luo strained to devise a means to prevent Qin Wan from making further mistakes, unexpectedly, before he could act, Qin Wan had risen of her own accord, distancing herself from Lu Yao's alluring form. Stunned, Qin Luo wondered if his sister had changed her mind. Yet again, the next moment, he saw her retrieve a bottle of medicinal liquor from the medicine cabinet and approach Lu Yao. What new trick was this? His mind momentarily befuddled, Qin Luo couldn't help but ponder. Wait, that medicinal liquor? As he watched Qin Wan pour the liquor in her palm and place her hand against Lu Yao's bruised shoulder, Qin Luo's sluggish brain finally resumed its function. It turned out he had misunderstood, that it was merely that his sister wished to assist Lu Yao with his injuries, not what he had initially imagined. The realization caused Qin Luo's fair and handsome face to flush crimson. How could he have so misjudged his sister? She was such an exceptional and beautiful young woman. How could she possibly engage in such reckless behavior? Especially towards Lu Yao? What was so admirable about Lu Yao? What made him worthy of Qin Wan's potential transgressions? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Qin Luo began to scrutinize Lu Yao with newfound seriousness. Well, he had slightly fairer skin, that he was just a touch more handsome than him, that he was a bit taller. And that physique, that was rather unexpected. Lost in thought, Qin Luo's gaze lingered on Lu Yao's bare upper body for a couple of seconds, his mind murmuring in surprise. Though he appeared so thin and fragile, he hadn't anticipated that he would possess such muscle when stripped of his clothing. It was indeed quite astonishing that he continued to ponder. His gaze fell once more upon Lu Yao's shoulder. Observing Qin Wan meticulously tending to Lu Yao's bruises, a pang of bitterness welled up within Qin Luo that he was her biological brother. They had lived together for many years. Yet Qin Wan had never shown him such kindness. The deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more discomfort he felt. Just as he was consumed by resentment, Qin Wan had finished treating Lu Yao's bruises and stood up to create distance between them. "Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" she inquired with concern at Lu Yao. His face flushed, shyly shook his head. No more. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan scrutinized him once more, ensuring he exhibited no other signs of distress before turning to tidy up the medicine cabinet. Observing this, Lu Yao hastily rose and grasped Qin Wan's delicate, fair hand. "What's wrong?" Qin Wan turned, puzzled by his sudden action. "Sister Qin, your lip hasn't been treated," Lu Yao suddenly remarked. At his words, Qin Wan froze, and Qin Luo's entire being jolted. Her lip? What was wrong with her lip? In that instant, Qin Luo's gaze fixated on the unusually red area of Qin Wan's lower lip. That was with this thought. Qin Luo hastily directed his gaze towards Lu Yao's mouth. Lu Yao's lips appeared unscathed. Wait a moment. What was that faint trace of red at the corner of Lu Yao's mouth? Was that blood, his sister and Lu Yao? His sister and Lu Yao had truly crossed a line. Qin Luo felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body immobilized. Qin Wan touched her lip, and her gaze toward Lu Yao grew exceedingly complex. "I'm fine. It's merely a scratch," she stated, attempting to maintain her composure when faced with Lu Yao's clear, earnest eyes. Observing this, Lu Yao instinctively began to follow her. However, the moment he moved, he was obstructed by Qin Lu. "Oh, Lu Yao, we need to talk." Almost as soon as Qin Luo's words fell, Qin Wan returned abruptly, interrupting him. "Lu Yao, come up, I need to discuss something with you." "Sister?" Noticing Qin Wan's protective demeanor toward Lu Yao, Qin Luo felt a surge of frustration. Qin Wan cast a cool glance at Qin Luo, the warning in her eyes igniting a fire of anger within him. On the third floor, once Lu Yao was summoned, Qin Wan found herself uncertain of what to say next. "You don't remember what happened just now?" she queried hesitantly after a prolonged silence. What just happened? Lu Yao replied, his expression one of confusion. Qin Wan. That eventually, he seemed genuinely unable to recall, feigning distress as he said, every time it storms, I seem to feel a bit unwell. That Lu Yao hesitated, casting cautious glances at Qin Wan, as though fearing her reaction to his words, concerned she might shun him or distance herself from him in the future. Why? Qin Wan instinctively asked, her inquiry. Lu Yao bit his lip tightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, his expression contorting with pain, and a look of struggle and despair began to surface in his eyes that at just then, perhaps in an effort to synchronize with Lu Yao's mood. Despite the rain having ceased outside, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a resounding crash that in the next instant, Qin Wan realized that Lu Yao had become immersed in his role. The previously docile boy now charged toward her with unexpected ferocity. Unlike the previous scene's vulnerability, Lu Yao's demeanor had abruptly shifted to one of dominance, that he pushed Qin Wan back against the sofa, pinning her down, his hands firmly gripping her shoulders, rendering her immobile. His gaze locked onto hers, his lips parted as he murmured questions. You promised you would always be by my side. Why do you go back on your word? Witnessing this, eager to conclude this scene and assist Lu Yao, Qin Wan complied unexpectedly to Lu Yao. Please calm down and allow me to explain. When I was a child, I suffered a high fever, and since then, my recollection of earlier memories has become quite hazy. Chapter 79. The Proud Sister versus the Sickly Brother 17. High fever? Lu Yao was taken aback. Qin Wan appeared to recall a troubling memory, her expression darkening. Sister Qin, perhaps that it's best to let it go. Why mother passed away when I was very young. Before I could form any memories that as a child, I believed Dong Ro was my biological mother. Often feeling envious of Qin Luo, thinking that Dong Ro favored him over me, that it wasn't until that year of the high fever that I accidentally overheard Dong Ro revealing the truth to the still naive Qin Luo. Dong Ro instructed Qin Luo not to get too close to me, saying I was not her child, that I was not Qin Luo's biological sister, urging him to be wary of me, as I would one day contend for the family inheritance against him. That as she spoke, Qin Wan forced a sardonic smile. If it hadn't been for Dong Ro's words, the original owner would have remained ensnared in the beautiful illusion spun by Qin father. Upon eavesdropping on this so-called truth, I was reluctant to believe it, and ran away from home to seek out my father, attempting to clarify the matter with him, that it was dark by then. And since I typically relied on a chauffeur for transportation, it was no surprise that I lost my way. Soon, the rain began to pour, and then came the thunder and lightning, by the time my father found me. I was curled up, dazed, under the eaves of a stranger's house. That high fever lasted a full day and night. When I regained consciousness, I had forgotten many previous memories. The only thing that remained etched in my mind was the significance of that memory was all too clear. Hearing this, Lu Yao instinctively grasped Qin Wan's hand, his eyes filled with compassion. Sister Qin, please, don't say any more. That Lu Yao attempted to interrupt her, observing the concern etched in Lu Yao's expression. Qin Wan smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. It's been over a decade. I've long since come to terms with it. That as she spoke, Qin Wan suddenly shifted the subject. Qin Luo may not understand. So please be a bit more forgiving. He is innocent in this matter. He has always been attached to me, and no amount of obstruction from Dong Ro could deter him. After my high fever, I harbored resentment and distanced myself from him. His quarrels with you are also due to my influence. I apologize on his behalf. That Lu Yao quickly shook his head. Sister Qin, I harbor no resentment toward him. I understand. He is merely young and does not comprehend. I have not taken it to heart. Watching Lu Yao earnestly label Qin Luo, who was of the same age, as young and naive, Qin Wan nearly succumbed to laughter. He was truly quite adorable. Well, I've finished speaking. Now it's your turn, Qin Wan declared, abruptly changing the subject. Me? Lu Yao was taken aback, looking at her in confusion, as if he did not grasp her meaning. Without further preamble, Qin Wan seized his hand and turned it over, exposing the cut on his wrist without reservation to their gazes. Care to explain? Qin Wan said sternly. Lu Yao. Sister Qin, if I say this was an accidental cut, would you believe me? Lu Yao asked, his expression one of frustration. Qin Wan crossed her arms and tilted her chin, regarding Lu Yao with a sidelong glance, scoffing lightly. Do you think I'm a fool? Lu Yao. that witnessing Qin Wan's hypocritical demeanor, the system could not help but silently scorn. These two drama queens, shameless, utterly shameless, they both know what the other will say, yet they still put on a show. After hearing the system's scornful thoughts, Qin Wan couldn't help but retort in her heart. What do you know? This is how normal interpersonal relationships function. Do you understand? I am not human, hence I truly do not comprehend. The system, unusually bold, countered Qin Wan. Qin Wan, I am the illegitimate child of the Liu family. I believe Sister Qin is already aware of this, the Liu Yao said with a look of helplessness. Birth is not something we can choose. Qin Wan comforted him. Thank you. Sister Qin. One cannot deny that Liu Yao truly possesses a remarkable ability. Despite his own emotional turmoil, he still remembers to express gratitude toward her. If this child were even slightly psychologically normal, he could effortlessly pursue romance to no, with just his face. All the girls would flock to him. That my mother discovered she was pregnant only after leaving the capital. Because of her profound love for that man, she chose to leave me behind, deciding to bear everything alone. Unfortunately, she fell into depression during her pregnancy and suffered severe complications during my birth. The medical resources in the countryside were limited, and she passed away. That I was raised by my grandparents, and not long after I began to remember things, they also passed away due to their old age. As Liu Yao spoke, his voice began to quiver, and Qin Wan quickly grasped his hand, interrupting him. Enough, let's leave it at that. It's all in the past. That Liu Yao raised his tearful eyes to look at her. Sister Qin, you were there during that time to me. Qin Wan was taken aback. Yes, that Liu Yao nodded earnestly. My grandparents had just passed, and I had just been taken to my uncle and aunt's house. They did not like me, and my younger cousin also disliked me. Every time I made a mistake, I was always blamed. That my uncle and aunt knew he was lying but pretended to be deaf and mute. When I went 2 days without food, it was Sister Qin who secretly brought me food. When they beat me with sticks, it was Sister Qin who rushed in to protect me, pulling me away. Sister Qin even helped bandage my wounds, saying she would always protect me. With each word Liu Yao spoke, his eyes grew redder. Then to what happened afterward? Qin Wan did not lie. The original owner truly forgot much of her childhood due to a high fever, including everything related to Liu Yao. Had it not been for Qin's father mentioning it that day, Qin Wan would have never remembered that later. Liu Yao seemed to recall something, and his complexion paled slightly. What happened afterward is no longer important. Liu Yao abruptly changed the subject, unwilling to continue as he attempted to divert his gaze. Qin Wan suddenly grasped his hand, forcing him to meet her gaze. Even if you don't say it, I can roughly guess that I broke my promise, didn't I? I abandoned you, Qin Wan asserted with certainty. Chapter 80, Sunder's sister versus sickly younger brother. 18. Under Qin Wan's unwavering gaze, Liu Yao met her eyes with calmness. His expression was clear. That I shall not deceive Sister Qin. Previously, I thought you despised me, which is why you abandoned me. However, after hearing you speak just now, I understand that it was not intentional. And my heart feels lighter, that he lived with a clarity, that he understood that Qin Wan was only 2 years older than he, and at that time, she was merely a child as well. What felt burdensome to him was equally so for Qin Wan. Whether it was to take him away or to stay and accompany him, neither was realistic. That he waited and hoped, only to be met with disappointment time and again. From beginning to end, Qin Wan never returned nor reached out to him. It was he who refused to give up, tracing his lineage through the relics left by his mother, contacting the Liu family, which eventually led him to the capital and to Qin Wan. That day, I originally intended to take you with me. That time, I was still unaware that Dong Ro was not my biological mother. Before I could seek out my father, Dong Ro took advantage of my slumber to leave with me and Qin Luo under the cover of night. Indeed, Dong Ro's hometown was in the same village as Liu Yao's uncle. After returning to the capital, the young Qin Wan had mentioned this matter to Qin's father. Afterwards, the original owner learned of her lineage and subsequently forgot everything due to a high fever. Before Qin Wan could continue, Liu Yao suddenly embraced her. Qin Wan stiffened, instinctively wanting to struggle. Just for a moment, just a brief moment, Liu Yao's tone bore a distinct plea to his words. Qin Wan appeared to relent, ceasing her struggles, though her body remained somewhat tense. Thank you, Sister Qin. Thank you for revealing the truth to me. Knowing that you too are not at fault and do not despise me brings me satisfaction. As he spoke, a hint of barely suppressed sobbing laced Liu Yao's voice. Qin Wan, Such acting skills are truly wasted if not pursued in the entertainment industry. Qin Wan believed Lu Yao's words. Yet, she only half-trusted his emotions. One could tell from Lu Yao's behavior upon arriving at the Qin household that he had mastered control over his feelings. How could such a stoic person appear so fragile, so vulnerable, so helpless, and so pitiable in her presence? She could hardly trust him. That night, Qin Wan and Lu Yao conversed for an extended period, but no one knew what they discussed at the staircase on the second floor. Qin Luo anxiously awaited. Yet Lu Yao did not descend from the third floor. Due to the taboos surrounding Qin father and Qin Wan, and because of what he had previously witnessed in the living room on the second floor, he hesitated to ascend the stairs. Indeed, he feared that Qin Wan might truly do something to Lu Yao, and he did not wish to interrupt inappropriately. The mere thought of that scene left Qin Luo in a state of agitation. His sister was excellent in every regard, except her taste in men seemed to worsen with each passing moment. First, she was enamored with the scoundrel Jiang Huan. Just as Jiang Huan's true colors were revealed, he thought she might finally escape the fire pit, only for another Lu Yao to emerge. That in his view, Lu Yao was not much better than Jiang Huan. Perhaps he was not a scoundrel. But Lu Yao was young and unreliable, not to mention being an illegitimate child of the Lu family. Who could say whether Lu Yao's intentions in approaching his sister were genuine? What if Lu Yao sought to compete with Lu Jiao for the Lu family inheritance, and was deliberately getting close to Qin Wan to gain the support of the Qin family? As the saying goes, one must be wary of others. The thought of this made Qin Luo's head throb. He could not comprehend why Qin Wan, who was older than both him and Lu Yao, remained so naive. Although she appeared to be a proud young lady, it caused those who did not know her to believe she was unapproachable. Even Su Yu's schemes against her had garnered some belief. Reflecting on this, Qin Luo felt a mix of anger and amusement. Who was Qin Wan? She was the kindest and most soft-hearted girl Qin Luo knew. Each month, she donated her pocket money, and during her holidays, as long as there were no pressing matters, she would either volunteer at a kindergarten or a nursing home. She would even buy various necessities, stationery, and extracurricular books to send to remote mountainous areas. The thought of all the good deeds Qin Wan did in secret pained Qin Luo immensely. Resolving this, Qin Luo clenched his teeth, deciding to take action. At the staircase on the third floor, Qin Wan and Lu Yao were just about to descend when they encountered Qin Luo. Surprised to see him, Qin Wan exclaimed, "What are you doing up here?" Qin Luo instinctively explained, "I didn't mean to intrude. I came to bring you something." As he spoke, Qin Luo handed the leather bag in his hand to Qin Wan. "This is what I just received today. Take a look." Qin Wan suspiciously opened the bag, retrieving the photos and DNA test results within. Suu is the illegitimate daughter of the Su family. Qin Wan exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, I just found out as well. My father likely doesn't know about this. The Su family has kept it tightly under wraps," Qin Luo said with a grim expression. "Moreover, the private investigator I hired captured some photos of Su Hao and Su Yu meeting in secret. The private investigator also uncovered something. Before Su Hao found Su Yu, she had a childhood sweetheart. After Su Hao located her, Su Yu suddenly broke up with her boyfriend, and later, coincidentally, she was rescued by Jiang Huan at a bar. Subsequently, they fortuitously reunited at Fostan Business Academy. At this point, Qin Luo seemed to recall something, abruptly pausing. "You know Su Hao's character, sister. I'm not trying to slander him, that I know he is a person driven by profit." Qin Wan grimaced, completing the unspoken words for Qin Luo. Glancing at the stack of photos and the DNA results in her hand, Qin Wan closed her eyes briefly, as if to adjust her mindset to accept this harsh truth. "I will discuss this with Dad," Qin Wan said, putting away the photos and DNA results before turning to descend the stairs. Lu Yao instinctively followed, but Qin Luo blocked his path. "This is our family matter. Can you allow my sister some time to calm down?" Lu Yao narrowed his eyes, glaring dangerously at Qin Luo. In that moment, Qin Luo felt a jolt of alarm. An inexplicable sense of impending danger washed over him, leaving him instinctively frozen in place. By the time he hurriedly chased after them, Qin Wan and Lu Yao had already driven away, leaving only the fading silhouette of their car at the end of the road. Lu Yao. Qin Luo clenched his teeth in anger. He would never allow Lu Yao to get close to his sister. After all, what was a man? There were plenty of men in this world, since his sister had poor judgment. He would personally help her choose a few suitable candidates. Chapter 81. The proud sister versus the sickly younger brother, 19, at the Tianyue International Hotel, in a certain VIP room. After reviewing the photographs and DNA test results contained within the leather bag, Qin's father's expression darkened. Your uncle has always aimed to elevate the Su family. Back in the day, in pursuit of benefits through a union with the Qin and Lu families, he colluded with Lu Cheng's parents to orchestrate the breakup between Lu Cheng and his first love, driving her away from the capital. Pausing at this point, Qin's father turned his gaze towards Lu Yao. What about your parents? Qin Wan suddenly interjected, diverting Qin's father's attention. Your mother and I were fortunate. We met in university and were each other's first love, so Su Hao did not have to waste his efforts scheming against us. While your mother was alive, to spare her any distress, I indeed provided Su Hao with considerable conveniences and benefits. Even amidst the balance of power among the four prominent families, there exists a hierarchy. Some are stronger than others. The Su family, engaged in the beauty industry, has always lagged domestically in comparison to its foreign counterparts. To ensure the Su family did not fall behind the other three families, and to help elevate their status, Su Hao resorted to marrying off Su family women to forge alliances for the family's benefit. Whether it be Qin Wan's biological mother, Su Fei, or Su Ruru. Initially, after your mother passed away, the relationship between the Su and Qin families was still relatively amicable, until one day, when Su Hao brought you to the Su family. I had left work early to pick you up and unexpectedly stumbled upon you being bullied by that little brat. Su Ming did that moment. Su Hao was sitting right on the adjacent sofa, watching without intervening. He even urged Su Ming to be cautious not to leave any traces. It was then that I realized the extent of Su Hao's cold-bloodedness. From that point onward, the Qin family gradually reduced business dealings with the Su family and ceased to offer them unreciprocated assistance. Su Hao is a clever man. He quickly sensed something was amiss. However, at that time, he did not understand the reasons behind it and merely assumed that your mother's death had led to my diminishing ties with the Su family. In order to maintain the familial bond and continue benefiting the Su family, Su Hao selected a girl from the collateral branch of the Su family. His cousin, he brought her to the Qin family, claiming that since she was a member of the Su family, she would surely regard you as her own. Upon hearing Su Hao's hypocritical words, I was both amused and infuriated that if this uncle didn't regard you as family, how could one expect a mere cousin to? The education in the Su family has its issues. Very few are normal, including Su Ruru. Reflecting on this, Qin's father thought of Su Fei, who was a rare exception in the Su family. Growing up in such a toxic educational environment, Su Fei's rebellious nature branded her as an unfilial daughter in the eyes of the Su family. Yet in truth, she simply dared to love and hate. Refusing to indulge the Su family's endless demands and control, as Qin's father spoke, Qin Wan found herself thinking of Dong Ruru. Qin Luo was merely 2 years younger than her, since her memories began. Dong Ruru had already been in the Qin household. Meeting Qin Wan's peculiar gaze, perhaps through a kind of spiritual connection between father and daughter, Qin's father seemed to guess what she was pondering. My relationship with Dong Ruru was an accident. Dong Ruru was my temporary assistant, responsible for taking care of you and handling some trivial matters unrelated to work. One thing led to another. And after a night of drinking, Qin Luo was conceived. Qin's father was surprisingly candid. He had no feelings for Dong Ruru. His heart had always belonged to Su Fei. However, since he had established a relationship with Dong Ruru and had Qin Luo, coupled with the fact that Dong Ruru had taken good care of Qin Wan, he tacitly accepted her existence as his girlfriend. Later, when Su Hao attempted to introduce other women to him, he simply promoted Dong Ruru to a legitimate status, effectively thwarting Su Hao's intentions. After hearing Qin's father's explanation, Qin Wan was left with a singular thought. The entanglements among these wealthy families were indeed numerous, and the schemes were genuinely intricate. You must be intentionally getting close to Jiang Huan. After listening to her father's romantic history, Qin Wan brought the conversation back to the present, given Su Hao's character. This possibility is too great. Qin's father nodded in agreement. They discussed. A thought struck Qin Wan. Dad, how did you manage to persuade Su Hao regarding the isolation of the Jiang family? At her words, Qin's father cast a surprised glance at Qin Wan, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Your reaction is quite swift. Su Hao's motivations have always revolved around profit. I withdrew from the Jiang family's project and presented a larger, more enticing project as bait. As he spoke, Qin's father's gaze shifted towards Lu Yao. Due to Lu Yao's involvement and the allure of this project, Lu Cheng was the first to choose me. With Lu Cheng's participation and the appeal of the benefits, it was not surprising that Su Hao decided to stand by my side. After all, Su Ruru is still alive, and the union between the Su and Lu families remains quite solid. Furthermore, among the four prominent families, the Lu family has significantly outpaced the other three in recent years due to their engagement in the technology sector. Conversely, the Jiang family, where Su Yu is merely an illegitimate daughter, has not fully embraced her, despite Jiang Huan being smitten with her. The Jiang parents have yet to recognize her, and the Su family may very well turn against her. Qin Wan seemed to have an epiphany and boldly stated, "Upon reflection, with Lu Cheng's presence, Su Hao should not act rashly." That Qin's father frowned instinctively. "No, he will," Qin Wan asserted resolutely. Noting her father's skepticism, she continued, "Dad, you always operate with caution, but Su Hao's character is rife with uncertainties. I suspect there must be someone you've placed within the Su family keeping an eye on things." Indeed, Qin Wan's astuteness left Qin's father momentarily speechless. Hearing this, she smiled, mentally calculating the time, since her father's withdrawal from the Jiang family's venture was coldly rejected. Wouldn't it be better to call and inquire now? Half convinced, Qin's father dialed the contact number. "Has the Su family truly withdrawn their investment?" "Yes, Mr. Qin, the company has just received the news and has yet to reach out to you. We didn't expect you to call so soon." Qin's father set his phone to speaker mode, and both Qin Wan and Lu Yao listened attentively to the brief exchange. After concluding the call, Qin's father turned to Qin Wan with a grim expression. Wan, how did you know Su Hao would withdraw his investment?" Qin Wan pointed to the photographs and DNA test results on the table. "What we can uncover, the Jiang family can as well." Chapter 82. The proud sister versus the sickly younger brother. 20. Su Hao's profit-driven nature is known not only to us, but also to the Jiang family. The Jiang family is being targeted, and to turn the tide and avoid being swallowed, they must seek allies. Uncle Lu is a man of conviction. Once he decides on a course of action, he will not waver. Su Hao, however, presents an excellent opportunity. Upon discovering Su Yu's identity, the Jiang family can naturally deduce Su Hao's intentions. Moreover, since my engagement with Jiang Huan has long been dissolved, the Jiang family can simply go along with Su Hao's wishes, promising sufficient benefits, thereby solidifying Su Hao's switch in allegiance to At this point. Qin Wan paused, glancing at Lu Yao beside her. Their eyes met, and Lu Yao smiled obediently at Qin Wan. Lu Yao's identity and existence should not be a secret. If Lu Jiao knows, then Su Ruru certainly does, and Su Hao goes without saying. With Lu Yao's presence, the alliance between the Su and Lu families is no longer unbreakable. In fact, the Lu family has become a significant and uncontrollable entity for the Su family, fraught with uncertainty. Conversely, Jiang Huan's infatuation with Su Yu and our adversarial relationship with the Jiang family provides Su Hao with considerable advantages that if I were Su Hao, I would also choose the Jiang family over the Qin and Lu families. Qin Wan asserted firmly. Upon hearing her words, Qin's father regarded her with utmost satisfaction. Wan is grown up. Not only Qin's father, but also Lu Yao, observing Qin Wan, regarded her with a glimmer of admiration. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 5, current affection level 73. In that instant, Lu Yao acutely sensed the shift in his feelings towards Qin Wan. Initially, his pursuit of her stemmed from years of obsession, devoid of any romantic undertones. At the beginning of their reunion, his feelings were merely sibling affection, a sense of admiration for his sister. Yet, as he spent more time with Qin Wan, he became increasingly aware of his growing possessiveness. Finding it harder to look away from her, now, he had already firmly acknowledged her as his own. But in this moment, as he witnessed her remarkable intelligence, he felt a blend of surprise, delight, and immense pride. "Look, this is my sister, the girl I cherish. Intelligent, kind, beautiful, gentle, and so incredibly good to me." With this thought, Lu Yao's expression softened unconsciously. Even as Qin Wan and Qin's father discussed the Lu family, his emotions remained remarkably undisturbed, exhibiting no signs of fluctuation. What did the Lu family matter to him? What he desired, what he cared for, was solely her, having come to terms with his innermost thoughts. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yao's gaze towards Qin Wan underwent a subtle change. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 75. Having witnessed his loss of control, she did not fear or despise him, but instead treated him as she always had, No, she actually treated him even better. He cherished her, relishing her tolerance, indulgence, and care for him. Rest assured, Father will handle this matter well. All right, Father. After bidding farewell to Uncle Qin, Qin Wan and Lu Yao departed together. However, neither of them anticipated that just as they exited the hotel and had yet to reach their vehicle, they encountered Jiang Huan and Su Yu, who approached them with sweet smiles that, "Oh, is that not our esteemed Miss Qin?" Jiang Huan sneered softly, his gaze towards Qin Wan laden with malice, in light of the Qin family's relentless pressure on the Jiang family in recent days, and the stifling atmosphere at home along with the company's dire straits. Jiang Huan's loathing and hatred for Qin Wan surged dramatically. Qin Wan cast a dispassionate glance at the two, grasped Lu Yao's hand, and prepared to leave. Indeed, she had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Jiang Huan, a mere senseless man devoid of reason, that a waste of time, especially since he was hardly to her liking. Conversing with him was simply a squander of moments. Why the hurry to leave? Jiang Huan stepped forward, blocking Qin Wan and Lu Yao's path. Under Qin Wan's watchful gaze, Jiang Huan took Su Yu's hand and displayed the ring on her fourth finger for her to see. "Do you see? Su Yu and I are about to become engaged. Well then, did I wish you both a pleasant parting?" Qin Wan raised an eyebrow, her words dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Huan's expression darkened. "Qin Wan, do not push your luck," in response. Qin Wan chuckled lightly. "Is this not a consequence of your own making? Each encounter between us has been a battle of wits, a struggle for survival, knowing full well that conversing with me would yield no favorable outcome. You still insist on obstructing my way. Tell me, do you not have any sense? If you wish to be engaged to Su Yu, then do so. What concern is it of mine?" As she spoke, Qin Wan regarded Jiang Huan with mockery. "Do not forget, Jiang Huan, you are the man I, Qin Wan, have no desire for." Jiang Huan's expression stiffened, his gaze filled with malice as he stared into Qin Wan's dark eyes. "What? Have you already forgotten the days when your entire family came to my home begging for my forgiveness? Jiang Huan, what is there for you to be proud of? Why come before me to gloat? Who gave you the confidence and audacity?" Su Yu. At this moment, Su Yu, who had been fixated on the entwined hands of Qin Wan and Lu Yao, was suddenly called out by Qin Wan. A flicker of anger flashed in her eyes, quickly extinguished. The next second, she donned her familiar, pitiful expression. "Cousin, Qin Wan, did you take the wrong medicine?" Qin Wan looked at Su Yu with evident disdain. "Who are you calling cousin? Who is your cousin? Misidentifying relatives is a grave mistake. Please do not give up on treatment, that if necessary, I can assist you in calling for emergency help or refer you to a specialist." Su Yu's face contorted momentarily in anger. Yet it was only for an instant, as she quickly composed herself, that the illegitimate daughter of Su Hao. Su Yu possessed no remarkable talents, her greatest skill being her ability to endure. Her successful acknowledgment by Su Hao was built on her patience. Her ability to win Jiang Huan's affection relied on her capacity for humiliation and endurance. Time and again, she provoked Qin Wan, suffered her bullying, and endured pain, all while feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy, affection, and infatuation from Jiang Huan. Qin Wan humiliating her. It mattered not. Such moments were merely temporary, that a gentleman's revenge is best served cold. And the same applies to women. Enduring a moment's humiliation in exchange for decades of future wealth and a life of high status is a wise trade indeed. "Cousin, I am Su Yu, the biological daughter of your uncle Su Hao. Should you doubt me, feel free to call my father." As she spoke, Su Yu inched closer to Qin Wan, attempting to grasp her hand. Qin Wan's gaze darkened, a strong sense of aversion flashing in her eyes as she prepared to act, only to be preempted. Su Yu's pained scream echoed. Chapter 83. The Proud Sister versus the Sickly Brother. 21. Get lost. Lu Yao's icy voice pierced the air that Su Yu was caught off guard by the sudden force, stumbling and crashing to the ground. Jiang Huan, shocked by the unexpected turn of events, momentarily failed to react, thus missing the chance to play the hero. Her arm struck the cold, hard marble with a jarring impact, sending waves of pain coursing through her, intensifying the hatred in her eyes. "Qin Wan, Lu Yao, I will not let you get away with this. Just wait. I will ensure you suffer endlessly." As Su Yu raised her head, tears cascaded down her delicate face, making her appear utterly heart-wrenching. "Huan, it hurts so much. Huan, why? I merely wish to speak with my cousin. Why must you treat me this way? That Su's demeanor was one of extreme grievance. Yeah, this is not your fault. It is Qin Wan and her cohort who have gone too far. Get up. I will not allow them to bully you, Jiang Huan said, carefully lifting Su Yu and placing her in a safe spot. Once Su Yu was settled, Jiang Huan's furious gaze finally fell upon Lu Yao and Qin Wan. Ye is my woman. To bully her is to challenge me. Today, I shall make it clear that our Jiang family is not to be trifled with. With that declaration, Jiang Huan charged toward Lu Yao. Fists raised, Lu Yao's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. Bang. Alongside Jiang Huan's cry of pain was the sound of fists striking flesh. Lu Yao unleashed a barrage of blows upon Jiang Huan, his peripheral vision keenly observing Qin Wan's emotional response. Sister Qin did not fear him, nor did she despise him. How wonderful. Seeing that Qin Wan showed no signs of compassion or pity for Jiang Huan, Lu Yao was elated. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2. Current affection level, 77. After a thorough beating, Jiang Huan knelt on one knee, clutching his chest in agony. Observing this, Su Yu's eyes flashed with deep resentment. Yet, no matter how begrudging she felt, she had to help Jiang Huan to his feet. Huan, are you all right, cousin? How can you treat Huan this way? Regardless of the circumstances, you and Huan were once engaged. Although you have since broken off the engagement, must you truly be so unfeeling? As Su Yu lamented, she kept a close watch on Lu Yao's reaction. Yes, she was intentionally tarnishing Qin Wan's reputation, attempting to expose her true nature to Lu Yao and sow discord between them. However, Su Yu's efforts were met with disappointment that in response to her accusations against Qin Wan. Not only did Qin Wan remain unmoved, but Lu Yao was equally indifferent. Remember this lesson. Next time you see me, you better turn around and leave that. Su glared at the retreating figures of Qin Wan and Lu Yao, her gaze filled with twisted hatred. While her words continued to feign sympathy for Jiang Huan. Huan, how could she treat you this way? It is all my fault. You are the innocent one, but moreover, you and cousin have known each other since childhood. Having been childhood sweethearts for over a decade. How can she be so heartless? Lu Yao's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, his brow furrowed with anger. Qin Wan held his hand firmly, gazing at him with warmth, gently shaking her head. There is no need to pay her any mind. It is not worth our emotions to be upset over such trash. She does not deserve it. Our feelings are precious. They should be reserved for those who truly matter. Then I will heed Sister Qin's words. Their eyes met. In that moment, as he found himself ensnared in her gaze, Lu Yao's heart trembled uncontrollably. When Qin Wan averted her gaze, Lu Yao's expression fell. As he glanced down, his eyes landed on their still joined hands, which seemed to have forgotten to part, and the corners of his mouth gradually lifted. The delicate warmth in his grasp spoke volumes, conveying a simple truth. Qin Wan did not reject him. She might even harbor feelings for him. This elation, however, was swiftly crushed by another thought that emerged within Lu Yao's heart. It seemed that Sister Qin merely regarded him as a brother, just like Qin Luo. But what he desired was never that of a brother. The bond of siblings could not satisfy his current yearning. How could one abstain from what was so deeply ingrained? With this thought, Lu Yao subtly tightened his grip on Qin Wan's hand, the possessiveness and obsession in his gaze intensifying. Sister Qin, you are mine, and only mine. In this life I am determined to be with you, in life and death. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2. Current affection level, 79. In the days that followed, Jiang Huan and Su Yu hastily organized their engagement ceremony. Due to the rushed timeline and the need for Su Yu, as an illegitimate daughter, to maintain a low profile, the ceremony was rather subdued, almost excessively so, considering the stature of the Su and Jiang families. Once the engagement concluded, Su Hao invested in the Jiang family, injecting a significant sum into a project that had nearly ground to a halt. The Su and Jiang families, along with the Qin and Lu families, began to form 2 opposing factions, entering into a competitive struggle. Meanwhile, on the Lu family side, Su Rou and Lu Jiao were making quite a fuss, trying every means to persuade Lu Cheng to change his mind and abandon the Qin family alliance, disrupting the peace daily. Unable to locate Lu Cheng, Su Ruru and her daughter Lu Jiao began to create trouble for Lu Yao. The mother and daughter were united in their firm belief that Lu Yao was the pivotal factor behind Lu Cheng's change of heart. They were convinced that as long as Lu Yao was willing to make an appearance, and as long as he did not side with the Qin family, Lu Cheng would undoubtedly cease to assist the Qin family in their dealings with the Su family. At the entrance of Foston Business School, as Lu Yao approached, Qin Wan casually tossed her backpack to him that Lu Yao, as always, received it with a gentle smile that in Lu Yao's presence, Qin Wan felt free to be herself, revealing her most authentic self along with her emotions. She was willful, and Lu Yao was more than willing to indulge her. She was proud and defiant, and he readily played along. She stubbornly insisted on taking on the role of an older sister to care for him. And Lu Yao would smile sweetly, affectionately calling her Sister Qin, fully embracing the tender care she offered him. "Where does Sister Qin wish to go today?" Lu Yao inquired obediently, his mind quietly selecting delightful spots in the capital suitable for a date with Qin Wan. However, it seemed the day's plans were likely to be thwarted. Qin Wan's slightly helpless voice reached his ears. "What?" Lu Yao was taken aback. Before Qin Wan could respond, a sharp, malicious female voice suddenly cut through the air. "Are you Lu Yao?" Dressed in an elegant beige gown complemented by a pristine makeup look, Su Ruru's exquisite features were on full display. With a delicate, soft oval face, her appearance was quite charming, if only her gaze weren't so aggressively invasive. Upon seeing Su Ruru, Lu Yao maintained an indifferent demeanor, not even sparing her a glance, as though he were entirely unfamiliar with her. Observing this, Su Ruru's eyes flashed with a flicker of malice. How dare this illegitimate child adopt such an attitude towards her? "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you," she commanded. Having been MRS at LU for many years, Su Ruru was accustomed to the elevated status of being revered. Thus, even though she now found herself in need of Lu Yao, her demeanor remained haughty, and she continued to regard him with disdain, "that he has no time for you." Qin Wan interjected, pulling Lu Yao closer. Assuming a protective stance, the collusion between the Qin and Lu families against the Su family had fueled Su Ruru's disdain for the Qin family, and she had initially wished to disregard Qin Wan. "Qin Wan, is there a place for you to speak here?" Su Ruru glared at her with evident disgust. "You truly are amusing, Su Ruru." Qin Wan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Who do you think you are? You think just because you say Lu Yao should come with you, he has to comply? This is neither the Lu family nor the Su family, and this is not a place where you can flaunt your power. I was wondering why you suddenly decided to meddle. Qin Wan, that it seems this illegitimate child must possess some remarkable abilities to make you, the proud young lady of the Qin family, disregard your status and associate with him. What is the matter? Jiang Huan doesn't want you, and you resort to lowering yourself to be with an illegitimate child." As soon as Su Ruru's words fell, Lu Yao hurled the backpack from his hands. "Ah, you wild child," Su Ruru exclaimed, panic-stricken, as she instinctively raised her hands to shield her face and stumbled backward. Qin Wan, uninterested in further banter, seized Lu Yao and climbed into the car, immediately following him into the driver's seat. "Ah, Qin Wan, you shameless woman!" The poised and elegant image of the noble woman vanished in an instant, but Su Ruru frantically ran, evading the relentless pursuit of the speeding car behind her, her eyes glinting with fury. She vowed not to let them escape. Never! In her hasty retreat, Su Ruru accidentally twisted her ankle, and her frail body plummeted towards the unforgiving ground. Behind her, the speeding car did not halt, hurtling directly towards her. "Da-da!" Terrified, Su Ruru trembled, instinctively raising her hands before her eyes, unable to bear looking. Suddenly, the screech of tires pierced the air, freezing her breath in her throat. Trembling, Su Ruru lowered her hands. Her vision clearing, revealing Qin Wan's face, brimming with mockery. "That Su Ruru, not everyone will allow you to bully them. You are not someone anyone can trifle with. That Lu Yao is a member of our Qin family, not a mere wild child you can trample upon at will." While Su Ruru was about to unleash a tirade, but Qin Wan narrowed her eyes, and in an instant, Su Ruru seemed to be pressed on pause. Silenced, with a scoff, Qin Wan dismissed her, turned the steering wheel, and accelerated away. Watching the red sports car vanish from sight, Su Ruru's beautiful features twisted in rage. "Qin Wan, you shameless harlot. Lu Yao, wild child, just you wait. I will not let you off." In that moment, all thoughts of the Su family's interests were cast aside, consumed solely by a desire for vengeance against Qin Wan and Lu Yao. Inside the quiet car, Lu Yao wore a complex expression, glancing at Qin Wan, hesitating to speak that if you have something to say, just say it. Qin Wan prompted, noticing his reluctance. Sister Qin, why did you do that just now? Lu Yao mustered his courage. His earnest gaze fixed intently on her, filled with an overwhelming expectation. There is no particular reason. Qin Wan replied, at her words. Lu Yao's eyes dimmed. Does that mean, if it were someone else being bullied, you would still act the same? Hearing this, Lu Yao froze. That I don't like to meddle. Qin Wan clarified that it's because of you. Because it's you, I would protect you. Because it's you, I would meddle. The implication that he held a special place in her heart, that he was different, dawned on him. With this thought, Lu Yao smiled, his eyes curving into crescent moons, a faint glow illuminating his dark irises. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2, current affection level, 81. Ever since Su Ruru's appearance, the following days in Qin Wan and Lu Yao's lives had been anything but tranquil. First, someone exposed Lu Yao's status as an illegitimate child on the school forum. Soon after, news broke about Qin Wan's broken engagement with the Jiang family, revealing the high society truths surrounding Jiang Huan's abandonment. There were whispers that, despite Lu Yao's seemingly polished exterior, he was merely a small-time thug, a lowly person emerging from the mountains. Rumors circulated that Lu Yao did not gain admission to Foston Business School through merit, but rather through selling himself to curry favor with Qin Wan. Exploiting the Qin family's connections to secure his place at IT was also said that while they were ostensibly siblings, their relationship was far more ambiguous, having long been entangled as a result of these so-called revelations. For the next several days, Qin Wan and Lu Yao found themselves the subjects of whispered gossip, receiving strange glances from their peers. Some even dared to confront them openly. Qin Wan, you filthy woman. I truly regret ever knowing you. The mere thought of having had an engagement with you makes me nauseous. Bang! Lu Yao, you wild child, as Lu Yao pinned Jiang Huan beneath him, rendering him powerless to resist. Qin Wan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. This charade had dragged on for too long. She was wearied, and it was time to bring it to an end. With this thought, Qin Wan pulled out her phone and dialed the police. An hour later, representatives from the Jiang, Su, Qin, and Lu families congregated at the police station. Upon seeing Jiang Huan's bruised face, Jiang's mother rushed forward, raising her hand to slap Lu Yao smack. Qin Wan suddenly stood, seizing her hand before she could react and delivering a sharp slap to Jiang's mother's face. Feeling calm now? If not, I wouldn't mind assisting you further. Qin Wan's voice was frigid. After speaking, she coldly released her grip, causing Jiang's mother to stumble and crash into a nearby table, the violent impact momentarily contorting her expression with pain. Qin Wan, this is the police station. You publicly struck my mother. We can sue you and have the police detain you. Jiang Huan threatened, supporting his pained mother. Jiang Huan, publicly assaulting. Are you sure? Qin Wan chuckled lightly, mocking him. There are so many witnesses here. I wasn't the one who initiated the violence. Besides, I didn't hit her. I merely pushed her away in self-defense. Just ask these officers. Her words echoed in the silence. The atmosphere thickened. Everyone present had witnessed what transpired. They all knew who had made the first move and whether Qin Wan had struck Jiang's mother. With the crowd silent, Qin Wan continued, as long as you can provide evidence, I welcome you to sue me. With the crowd silence, the matter was reluctantly concluded. While they couldn't pin any wrongdoing on Qin Wan, the incident of Lu Yao assaulting Jiang Huan was indisputable, witnessed by many students at Foston. The Jiang and Su families seized this point to stir up trouble, strangely, in the face of their uproar and threats. Both the Qin and Lu families remained eerily calm, that we will sue Lu Yao. The Jiang and Su families concluded after deliberation that Su Hao smiled at Lu Cheng, Cheng, while our families are related by marriage and should not be so calculating. Lu Yao's behavior has indeed been a bit excessive, that Huan merely spoke out of turn, lacking understanding. How could one so young act with such severity? After Su Hao finished speaking, Lu Cheng cast him a cold glance. Ignoring him entirely that moment, Qin Wan interjected. Uncle Lu, may I have a moment of your time? Lu Cheng's gaze lingered on Qin Wan for a brief second, just a heartbeat, before he perceived a familiar, burning gaze directed at him. Lu Cheng. This little rascal, Lu Cheng nodded. Uncle, given how things have unfolded, there is truly no need for us to waste our breath here. The law will justly determine who is right or wrong, and who deserves punishment. Upon hearing Qin Wan address him as uncle, a glimmer of interest flashed in Su Hao's eyes that he feigned affection as he regarded Qin Wan. You are becoming more and more like your mother. Qin Wan offered a polite smile, choosing not to engage with Su Hao's remark. Amidst the puzzled gazes of Su Hao and others, Qin Wan handed her phone to the police and retrieved an envelope from her backpack. Half an hour later, lawyers from both the Qin and Lu families arrived simultaneously, engaging in discussions with the police. Jiang Huan, Su Yu, and Su Ro were temporarily detained at the police station for questioning, as they were said to be assisting with the investigation. Just as Su Hao and Zhang's father were preparing to interrogate, several unfamiliar individuals in formal attire appeared, though we have received a report that the Su group is suspected of tax evasion. We kindly request that M.R.Su accompany us for further investigation. Su Hao's eyes flickered, yet he maintained a facade of composure. You must be mistaken. I, Su Hao, am known for my integrity and could never engage in such unlawful activities that harm national interests. This is clearly an act of commercial rivalry, with someone attempting to slander me. I implore you to handle this matter impartially and not be swayed by ulterior motives. Su Hao struggled. The attitude of the officials grew subtly firm, rather less than courteous. Being astute, Su Hao sensed the gravity of their demeanor and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Soon after, he was taken away. Jiang Huan, Su Yu, and Su Ro were also escorted for questioning. The Su family, preoccupied with the turmoil surrounding Su Hao, naturally turned a blind eye to Su Yu, the illegitimate daughter, for Su Ro. Due to her actions, Lu Qing offered her no assistance. The Su family was too embroiled in their own issues to attend to her. For a time, only the Jiang family was actively seeking ways to exonerate Jiang Huan. Before departing, with the help of her lawyer, Qin Wan met Jiang Huan once more. Qin Wan, what do you seek this time? Upon seeing her, malice surged uncontrollably in Jiang Huan's eyes. I am here to enlighten you. What? Do you not wish to know? Qin Wan chuckled softly, leisurely sipping from her glass of water. What do you mean? Are you not curious? Qin Wan smiled. During our recent encounters, no matter how you and Su Yu provoked me, I never retaliated. I didn't even bring bodyguards. Don't you find that peculiar? At her words, Jiang Huan's expression shifted. A strong sense of foreboding enveloped him. You did this on purpose? Jiang Huan exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. You possess some wit. It seems that in truth, I had long witnessed you and Su Yu embracing, that I could have ended our engagement and severed ties, yet I chose to feign ignorance. I allowed Su Yu to ensnare me time and again and tolerated your outbursts and attempts to strike me, for I was waiting for the perfect moment to utterly ruin you. You have seen those photos and videos, have you not? What do you think? Were the angles not expertly chosen? Is the clarity not exceptional? Observing the ashen and livid expression on Jiang Huan's face, the corners of Qin Wan's lips curled into a deeper smile. Do you like the gift I bestowed upon you? Qin Wan, you vile creature. Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed throughout the visitation room. Watching Jiang Huan's stunned reaction, Qin Wan smirked. I have long wished to strike you. Had it not been for the purpose of gathering those videos and photos, I would not have waited until now. With that, she appraised Jiang Huan. I wonder what gives you the confidence. With your lack of accomplishments beyond your family background, why would I entangle myself with you? Do you truly believe I would compete with Su Yu for your affections? You? How dare you? Jiang Huan trembled with rage, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Qin Wan. Yet, she felt it was not enough, and continued. Let me be frank. Without me, Qin Wan, you are nothing. Among the four prominent families, your Jiang family is the weakest. Over the years, your father has exploited our engagement for his own gain, siphoning countless benefits from the Qin family, which has led to your Jiang family's current status. Do you truly believe that Su Yu harbors genuine feelings for you, or that Su Hao sincerely wishes to ally with your Jiang family? Jiang Huan, among the younger generations of the four great families, you are the most foolish and brainless. Had it not been for my father and me shielding you, you would have long been devoured by others, leaving not a bone behind. Lu Jiao looks down on you. Su Ming's willingness to befriend you is due to me. Su Hao has been eager to mend relations with our Qin family, and he only tolerates your foolishness because of his desire to get closer to me. Su Yu approaches you not out of affection for you, but for the benefits that come with your status as the heir of the Jiang family. Chapter 86. The Proud Sister Versus. The Delicate Brother 24. That day, Qin Wan filed a defamation lawsuit against Jiang Huan, Su Yu, and Su Ro. The explosive news swiftly circulated on the campus forum of Foston Business School. Not only that, the school administration issued a public statement regarding the matter. Qin Wan is innocent. The various so-called exposés circulating on the forum in recent days have been a deliberate smear campaign orchestrated by Jiang Huan, Su Yu, and Su Ro. Now, Qin Wan has gathered evidence to sue the three of them. The Su family, embroiled in turmoil due to Su Hao and the investigation into the Su group, found themselves in dire straits that in no time. The Su family became preoccupied with their own survival, and to preempt any issues, they withheld the promised funds from the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family had resumed work on their projects, the investment funds had yet to arrive. Thinking of Su Hao's detention, Jiang's father's expression darkened as he hastily reached out to the Su family. Indeed, the Su family continued to evade communication, providing no answers as for Su Ro. With the Su family neglecting her, she was left with no choice but to reach out to Lu Cheng and Lu Jiao for assistance. To her dismay, Lu Cheng hung up the phone, and instead of receiving help from him, she was met with Lu Jiao bearing the divorce agreement from Lu Cheng. He must be dreaming. I will never divorce him, even if it kills me. Faced with Su Ro's hysterics, Lu Jiao's eyes flashed with impatience. Mom, Dad said that if you agree to the divorce, a portion of the Lu family's assets will be mine. At this, Su Ro's fury escalated, and she screamed in frustration to Lu Cheng, "You bastard! Mom, as long as we have the mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood if I am cast out of the Lu family. Then that little bastard Lu Yao will truly seize it all." In response to Lu Jiao's persuasion, Su Ro appeared momentarily swayed, yet she still did not relent, having clung to her obsession with Lu Cheng for many years. She had been the lady of the Lu family for over 2 decades, yet she had never captured that man's heart. She refused to be resigned to divorce, to relinquish her position in the Lu family, and to lose her rightful claim to that man. Mom, I will leave this divorce agreement here. Please think it over carefully. For your sake, and for mine. At this point, Lu Jiao seemed to recall something and added, "Uncle is under investigation, and from what I know, the situation seems rather grim. The Su family's tax evasion." Upon hearing this, Su Ro's expression shifted drastically. She was acutely aware of what Su Hao had done. If the allegations of tax evasion against the Su group were substantiated, the Su family would be utterly ruined. At that point, no one will be able to save her. I will sign. Faced with Su Ro's outrageous demands, even Lu Jiao could not suppress a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Half of the Lu family's assets? Her mother certainly had the audacity to ask. Such a huge appetite, and she was not afraid of bursting. Mom, this divorce agreement was given to me by Dad. You should open it and take a look. It contains detailed clauses regarding her claim of half the assets. Lu Jiao added, "Let's discuss that after you read the agreement." Su Ro, filled with suspicion, opened the divorce agreement in her hands, only to widen her eyes in disbelief after reading its contents. I never signed such a contract. This contract is fake. It is absolutely fake. In response to Su Ro's hysteria, Lu Jiao spoke to clarify. You did sign it. I had this agreement authenticated, or else I wouldn't have brought your father's divorce agreement to you today. The handwriting on this prenuptial agreement indeed belongs to you, and even the fingerprints are yours. They ask for why you do not recall it. That is a question for your uncle. After years of mother-daughter companionship, Lu Jiao can discern that Su Ru is not lying. Given that Su Ru was unaware, yet the handwriting and fingerprints undeniably belonged to her, it can only imply one thing. Her mother was duped into signing the agreement without her knowledge. It is evident who could orchestrate such a deceit. Without a doubt, it is her avaricious uncle, Su Hao. It must be him. No wonder he always urged me to endure whenever I quarreled with Lu Cheng. Wang, Ba Dan. After Su Ru vented her frustrations, Lu Jiao, with the signed divorce agreement in hand, left the visitation room with an air of indifference. Behind her, Su Ru, with reddened eyes, gazed at Lu Jiao's retreating figure. It was only at that moment that she realized how similar she and Lu Jiao truly were, to both so selfish and self-serving. After all, Lu Jiao was raised by her and Su Hao. It was hardly surprising that she would not be a good person. In the Lu family, The hall let a flicker of a shadow pass through Lu Jiao's eyes as she silently ascended the stairs, heading straight for her father's study. Noticing Lu Jiao's departure, Qin Wan nudged Lu Yao with her elbow, cautioning him, "Be careful. Lu Jiao is unlikely to coexist with you peacefully." However, Lu Yao feigned disinterest, responding, "Sister Qin, what do you wish to eat for lunch?" Qin Wan, with a stern expression, replied, "I am speaking seriously. I care only for Sister Qin," Lu Yao said, gazing at her with profound meaning. Qin Wan retorted, "Lu Yao, you." Seeing that he was unwilling to address their relationship directly, she did not press him further. "They're all quite well. They are handsome and charming." That as she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, causing her to pause. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao chuckled lightly, seemingly nonchalant. "So, Sister Qin thinks so too? Qin Luo? Does Sister Qin like them?" Lu Yao suddenly inquired. "They are all rather endearing." Qin Wan nodded in agreement. "You nodded that you even praised their cuteness. Sister Qin is admitting to liking them, correct? How can Sister Qin be so fickle? You have already professed your affection for me. Why must you also like others? If Sister Qin's affections wander, what am I to do? Sister Qin, how should I handle you?" As Lu Yao's gaze shifted unpredictably, Qin Wan's phone rang. An incoming call from Qin Luo. "Qin Luo? What is it? What do you want me to wait for?" Qin Wan asked, frowning. "Today is my birthday. We agreed to go out for dinner and karaoke. You absolutely must come," Qin Luo insisted. Chapter 87. Sundara Sister vs. Sickly Brother 25, in the back street, at the bar. The lights were dazzling, and the dance floor was alive with noise. That be why the time Qin Wan and Lu Yao arrived at the private room, Qin Luo and his companions were already drinking and having fun. Upon seeing Qin Wan, Qin Luo's eyes lit up momentarily. However, the instant his gaze fell upon the familiar figure beside Qin Wan, a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. "Sis, why did you bring him along?" Qin Luo approached Qin Wan, casting an irritated glance at Lu Yao. "Qin Luo, mind your manners," Qin Wan admonished, glaring at him. "Knowing it is your birthday. Lu Yao specifically came to celebrate with you, and he even brought you a gift." Qin Luo pouted, wanting nothing more than to send Lu Yao away, but he ultimately restrained himself due to Qin Wan's presence. "Sis, let us hurry over. My classmates have been waiting for you for quite some time." With that, Qin Luo eagerly dragged Qin Wan towards a group of boys. That Lu Yao's eyes darkened, a fleeting glimmer passing through them. "Sister, allow me to introduce you. This is my best buddy, Guokai." Coincidentally, Guokai is also 19 this year, born in the same month as Lu Yao. As he spoke, Qin Luo couldn't help but provoke Lu Yao with a challenging look. "Hello, Sister Qin, I'm Guokai. It's a pleasure to meet you," Guokai said, and the moment he opened his mouth, Lu Yao's expression soured, casting an unfriendly glare in their direction. "Sister Qin, does he even measure up?" "Hello," Qin Wan replied coolly. Seeing this, neither Qin Luo nor Guokai took offense. After all, Qin Wan's reputation as the proud heiress of the Foston Business School had long preceded her. Moreover, everyone present was well acquainted with Qin Luo. Over the last few days, Qin Luo had often complained about how his sister ignored him, favoring a certain little green tea instead. "Sis, let me introduce you to another friend. This is Zhou Yi, who has visited our home before. Long time no see," Qin Wan acknowledged with a slight nod. "Hello, Sister Qin, another Sister Qin. And this is Liao Zhijie. He is the youngest among us, just turned 18, 3 years younger than you." 3 years, does this mean that older women can bring fortune? Is that what Qin Luo is trying to imply? "Sister Qin, you are truly beautiful," Liao Zhijie remarked with a sweet smile, his 2 little canine teeth gleaming, looking quite endearing. For that reason, Qin Wan's gaze lingered on his face for a brief moment. Unfortunately, that fleeting pause was captured by someone that "So, you prefer younger ones, that perhaps you are fond of these so-called sweet little pups." Lu Yao stood in the corner, staring fixedly at Qin Luo as he introduced Qin Wan to one charming younger brother after another. With such an array of younger brothers, each differing in type, she must be overwhelmed by the choices that obedient, sunny, refined, shy, lively, and even athletic types that in his efforts to please Qin Wan and to oppose him. Qin Luo was indeed going to great lengths. As Lu Yao pondered, a faint smile escaped his lips. "Sister, girls should refrain from drinking. This is juice I poured for you, sister. I heard from Qin Luo that you enjoy strawberries. I specially picked these fresh from the strawberry field before coming here. They are guaranteed to be fresh and fragrant. Sister, this is a small gift I brought for you. I hope you like it. As soon as Qin Wan sat down, several boys, prompted by Qin Luo's subtle hints, rushed toward her. Sister Qin, Sister Qin, Sister Qin, Sister Qin. That Liu Yao's lips parted slightly, silently uttering the endearing title he had called her countless times before. Once, he thought he was the only one who addressed her this way. Liu Yao lowered his gaze, concealing the turbulent emotions within, while the air around him grew increasingly oppressive. In the dim corner of the private room, Liu Yao's already fair complexion appeared even paler for some unknown reason. Surrounded by these young boys, Qin Wan found herself momentarily unable to extricate herself. Of course, she had no genuine desire to escape. She was waiting for an opportunity to provoke Liu Yao. Only then would he take the initiative to break through that barrier. Only then would his stagnant feelings begin to rise. This was also why, despite knowing Qin Luo had ulterior motives, she still brought Liu Yao to this birthday celebration. She had not acknowledged him for a minute. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. She drank the juice that Liao Zhijie had offered her, the very one from the boy with the 2 sweet canine teeth. She accepted the gift Guokai had brought for her. She savored the strawberries that Zhou Yi had specially bought for her. It turned out he was not irreplaceable. Indeed, how could she, being so kind-hearted, bear to refuse these adorable, sweet, charming younger brothers? Liu Yao's affection level decreased by 10. Current affection level, 71. Liu Yao's affection level increased by 20. Current affection level, 91. Liu Yao's affection level decreased by 10. Current affection level, 81. In just a few short breaths, with 3 notifications regarding affection levels, it became evident to Qin Wan how vividly tumultuous Liu Yao's inner turmoil was at that moment. With each glass of cold liquor consumed, the intensity of madness in his eyes grew ever more pronounced. His dark gaze fixated on Qin Wan and the boys surrounding her, observing their every word and gesture. The empty bottles before him multiplied, one after another. At some point, his vision began to blur. Yet his mind remained extraordinarily clear, sharpened to the utmost. Bang! Clatter, that as everyone was engrossed in their conversations, a sudden loud noise erupted. Turning to look, they realized that Liu Yao had smashed a bottled tea that moment. His handsome face was flushed, holding a newly opened bottle of red wine, his tall frame swaying as he approached them. Was he not drunk? Qin Luo was momentarily stunned. How could he not be intoxicated? Just look at the pile of empty bottles before him. He must have consumed at least 2 cases of wine. As he spoke, Guokai's gaze fell upon Liu Yao's flushed face. I wonder how he manages to hold so much alcohol. Qin Luo remarked in astonishment. In the midst of their chatter, Liu Yao stepped in front of Liao Zhijie. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he abruptly snatched the wine glass from Liao Zhijie's hand and, without hesitation, splashed it onto his own chest. Sister Qin, he bullied me. He splashed red wine on me. Qin Wan. Qin Luo, that damn, Liao Zhijie, that dumbfounded, Guokai, that astonished, Zhou Yi. Utterly bewildered. The onlookers, that exhilarating. Chapter 88. The Proud Sister Versus. The Sickly Brother, 26, Liu Yao. You are drunk. Qin Wan gazed at Liu Yao with a sense of helplessness. No, I am not drunk. Liu Yao stubbornly retorted. You are drunk. Qin Wan sighed softly. I am not drunk. You are, I am not. He had just been splashed with wine and bullied. Yet Qin Wan remained unmoved. This woman was utterly indifferent. Thinking this, Liu Yao cast a resentful glance at Qin Wan. The next moment, Liu Yao suddenly kicked Guokai's leg. What are you doing? Liu Yao took a step forward, colliding his calf against the leg Guokai had extended towards him. Liu Yao cried out, his tall frame collapsing softly to the ground. He looked up, his eyes slightly red, his lips pouting skillfully. Sister Qin, he also bullied me. He tripped me, causing me to fall. Qin Wan. But the audacity was blatant, utterly arrogant. Guokai. Speechless. Liao Zhijie. In a daze. Zhou. I was terrified at that moment. Surely, it would be his turn next, right? Damn. Qin Luo could no longer endure it. He stood up and angered. He didn't want to be angry, but this shameless little green tea. Liu Yao was actually tarnishing his brother's reputation. The surrounding spectators. Not too thrilling. Liu Yao was clearly a spoiled brat. Zhou Yi, Liao Zhijie, and Guokai were no match for him. They lacked Liu Yao's handsomeness, physique, and were far less daring in personality. Sister Qin. That tone of grievance, That pitiful demeanor rendered all the men present utterly helpless. Goodness, if this were a girl, they would have rushed over to embrace her and shower her with comfort and care. Qin Wan, after all, was merely human. She eventually couldn't hold back and stood up, walking towards Liu Yao, helplessly assisting him to his feet. Sister Qin is so kind that Liu Yao's face immediately lit up, all grievances vanishing in an instant. The crowd, but this change of expression was faster than flipping a page in a book. Liu Yao, you are not allowed to drink again next time, Qin Wan admonished. Sister Qin, I am not drunk. Liu Yao insisted stubbornly. All right, you are not drunk. We are the ones who are drunk. Qin Wan's tone was filled with helplessness and affection that Liu Yao pouted, muttering in complaint. Sister Qin is so mean. Qin Wan. This brat is too cunning. Qin Luo. Damn, Liu Yao is simply a master of green tea. Liao Jijia. So it turns out boys can also act spoiled. Joey. I have learned something new today. The crowd. But how could anyone not love such a boy? How could anyone not like him? In the underground parking lot, due to Liu Yao's drunkenness, Qin Wan initially intended for him to lie in the back seat to rest. However, at Liu Yao's insistence, she reluctantly agreed to let him sit in the front passenger's seat. Just as she settled into the driver's seat, she immediately heard a click. Turning her head, she discovered that Liu Yao had unbuckled his seatbelt. Liu Yao, be good, stop messing around. Saying this, Qin Wan leaned over to help him fasten the seatbelt again. As she drew closer, her faint, enchanting fragrance enveloped him, lingering at his nostrils, intoxicating him, captivating him, and making him yearn for more. Click! Before Qin Wan could sit down, the buckle she had just fastened was undone by Liu Yao again. Liu Yao. Qin Wan feigned anger, her face stern. Sister Qin, I am here. Liu Yao smiled sweetly, obediently responding. Qin Wan. Taking a deep breath, she helplessly helped him fasten his seatbelt once more. Clicked at Liu Yao. I am here. Liu Yao flashed another sweet smile. Click, Liu Yao. Liu Yao seemed to be having the time of his life. His brows arched, his eyes filled with mirth and joy. Qin Wan. That's so infuriating. Sister Qin, you are truly beautiful. Liu Yao suddenly gazed at her intently, his eyes brimming with infatuation. Qin Wan's gaze flickered, feigning avoidance. Liu Yao. You are drunk. I am not. Liu Yao countered. I speak from the heart. If you don't believe me, Sister Qin, you can feel that his words fell. In Qin Wan's bewildered gaze, Liu Yao suddenly took her delicate hand and pressed it against his chest. Sister Qin, can you feel it? I am not lying, but your heart is racing. Isn't that a sign of lying and guilt? Qin Wan's gaze trembled, her hand stiffening, unable to move. It is not guilt, Liu Yao corrected. Then, what is it? Qin Wan instinctively looked at him. In that moment of eye contact, she could clearly see the tumultuous emotions swirling in Liu Yao's gaze. It is a racing heartbeat, Liu Yao said earnestly and solemnly. Qin Wan was taken aback. It is a heartbeat of affection. It beats quickly because I see Sister Qin. It is for you that it races. Sister Qin, do you understand what I mean? At this moment, Liu Yao was reckless, obsessively fervent. He fixed his gaze on Qin Wan, afraid to miss any subtle change in her expressions or emotions, that he wanted to know how she truly felt about him. What her thoughts were, what her intentions were. He no longer wished to torment himself, that he no longer wanted to cling to her in ambiguity, nor did he want to see other men approaching her. Getting close to her, he wanted her. He wanted her to belong entirely to him, only to him. He wanted to hide her away. Liu Yao, you are drunk. Qin Wan flusteredly averted her gaze, appearing flustered and at a loss. Seeing this, Liu Yao suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Qin Wan's wide-eyed, incredulous stare, Liu Yao's handsome face suddenly drew near her. His handsome features loomed larger in her eyes as he approached. Qin Wan could distinctly feel his warm breath brushing against her face. Beneath her palm, his heartbeat seemed to quicken, thundering like a storm. She felt rigid, seemingly forgetting how to react, until the warm sensation arrived from his lips. Liu Yao's affection level increased by 5, current affection level 86. He finally kissed her. Finally, in that instant, the madness hidden within Liu Yao's gaze intensified, his breath, his lips seeming to burn even hotter. Chapter 89. The Proud Sister versus the Sickly Brother. 27. Sister Qin, I like you very much, so much that when I see you smile at others, I feel uneasy. Sister Qin, can you feel it? Amidst the press of their lips. Lu Yao's faint murmurs, his whispers were muddled and unclear. You are drunk, Qin Wan said, her eyes darting in a panic. She did not refuse him, nor did she push him away. She merely stated that he was drunk. Did this not imply that Sister Qin also had feelings for him? Thinking this, a wave of excitement surged within Lu Yao. Sister Qin must like him too, right? She must certainly like him. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2. Current affection level 88. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 2. Current affection level 90. Just the continuous rise in affection levels was enough to indicate how tumultuous Lu Yao's emotions were at this moment. Sister Qin, I am not drunk. Really, I am not, that Lu Yao suddenly explained eagerly. After speaking, fearing that Qin Wan would not believe him, he took her hand, which had unknowingly slipped away, and pressed it firmly against his left chest. Sister Qin, feel it. I am sincere. Lu Yao liked Qin Wan very much. If Sister Qin did not believe him, he could prove it. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Yao, and he spoke with deep significance. Prove. Qin Wan was taken aback. Seemingly not understanding his meaning, Qin Wan's puzzled gaze. Lu Yao led her hand inside his shirt. Qin Wan's pupils constricted violently, her entire being thrown into disarray. She hastily withdrew her hand from Lu Yao's grip. Her face filled with panic as she exclaimed, Lu Yao, you are truly drunk. Qin Wan's surprise. The mischievous Lu Yao, who had just been causing a ruckus, now appeared oddly well-behaved that he no longer unbuckled the seatbelt. Nor did he pester her. Seeing him like this, Qin Wan felt a surge of doubt. Lu Yao, Sister Qin, I am here. Lu Yao immediately sat up straight, turning to her with an obedient expression, his eyes sparkling, looking very joyful and excited. Qin Wan, why are you not speaking? Qin Wan tentatively asked. Prove that I am not drunk. Lu Yao gazed at her earnestly, his gaze intense. Qin Wan, in order to prove he was not intoxicated, he refrained from causing a disturbance or making a scene. Demonstrate that his earlier confession was sincere and not mere rambling. He felt compelled to be obedient and not annoy Sister Qin, nor pressure her. Observing Lu Yao's serious demeanor, seemingly oblivious as he expressed his innermost thoughts, Qin Wan's emotions became quite complex. She was certain that Lu Yao was deliberately behaving this way. Throughout the journey, Qin Wan remained silent, and true to his word, Lu Yao was well-behaved, causing no trouble. That if Qin Wan did not call out to him, he would simply sit there, gazing at her with longing. Thus, Lu Yao's unwavering gaze followed her until the car finally arrived at Qin's residence. We're home, let's get out, Qin Wan stated. All right, Sister Qin. With a click, Lu Yao unfastened his seatbelt and exited the vehicle, dutifully trailing behind Qin Wan. However, he suddenly appeared aggrieved. He abruptly stopped in his tracks. Qin Wan turned, puzzled. What's wrong? Lu Yao, his handsome face flushed, looked at her with a hint of accusation and earnestly declared, I'm drunk. Qin Wan, didn't you just say you weren't drunk? How can you suddenly be drunk now? The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Because you ignored me and didn't wait for me. Lu Yao pouted, his voice tinged with grievance as he accused Qin Wan of being heartless. Qin Wan, why don't you just go to the heavens? Relying on the excuse of being drunk to act so recklessly. First, it was Liao Jijia and Guakai. Now it was her turn. Wasn't it? Qin Wan gritted her teeth. A minute later, Lu Yao, with a radiant smile, took Qin Wan's hand, obediently allowing her to lead him inside, his eyes filled with tender sweetness as he gazed at her unblinkingly. Witnessing the triumphant smile on his face, Qin Wan could not help but twitch her lips. This fellow was truly boastful. On the second floor, in Lu Yao's room, as the door swung open and he took in the familiar furnishings, especially the sight of that well-known large bed, a fleeting expression of grievance crossed Lu Yao's face. How did we arrive so quickly that I can't bear to part with her? What to do? Just as Lu Yao was lost in thought, pondering how to continue his playful antics, suddenly, it seemed he accidentally tripped over something beneath his feet. In the next moment, his tall figure lunged straight toward Qin Wan. Qin Wan was caught off guard, her body uncontrollably falling backward onto the soft mattress. Their eyes locked. Their lips met. Thump. 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 In that instant, Lu Yao distinctly heard the frantic beating of his own heart. Looking down at Qin Wan, noticing her dazed expression, he felt a rush of heat flood his mind. Sister Qin, let us be together. Qin Wan was momentarily stunned, staring at him in bewilderment. You that I'm not drunk." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yao preemptively cut her off that I am very sober, more so than ever. Including tonight, I intentionally drank so much to make you feel sorry for me. Lu Yao's words were unexpectedly candid, revealing his deepest feelings and intentions that I like you, Sister Qin, and it pains me to see you talking and laughing with other boys, sitting close to them. Yet, I am too afraid to disturb you. Fearing that you might come to dislike me, I could only resort to drinking, using this childish method to draw your attention, that I know that tonight I was willful, immature, and unreasonable, but everything I did was out of my affection for you. I harmed no one, especially not you, that I cannot bear to hurt you, so I could only resort to harming myself repeatedly, hoping that you would soften towards me, feel pity for me, that it was a high-stakes gamble. Fortunately, he had won. Yes, Lu Yao was acutely aware that his obsessive feelings for Qin Wan bordered on unhealthy. Yet he simply loved her and yearned to be with her. He could not stand the thought of other men getting close to her. He envied those men who could approach her openly and with legitimacy. Meanwhile, he could only disguise himself, posing as her nominal younger brother to draw near to her, to gain her care and attention. He had considered confessing his feelings but was terrified. Terrified that upon learning of his feelings, Qin Wan would evade him, would shun him, and would never allow him to come close again, that he could not accept. Nor could he bear such an outcome. All he desired was to be with her, to see her at all times, to protect her, to cling to her. Chapter 90. The proud sister versus the possessive younger brother. 28. Seeing Qin Wan remain silent. A flicker of hurt crossed Lu Yao's dark eyes. Sister Qin, do you truly not like me? Not even a hint of affection? Qin Wan looked at him, her gaze complex. Sister Qin, even if you do not agree to be with me, I will not give up, that I will continue to like you, to pursue you. As he spoke, seemingly fearing that he would leave a bad impression on Qin Wan, he hastily added, "Rest assured, Sister Qin, I will not interfere with your life. Nor will I cause you any trouble. At most, I might neglect taking care of myself, taking cold showers in winter, and then end up with a high fever, lying in bed waiting for you to notice I'm unwell and care for me. Qin Wan, that next time, when you drink with others, I want to act so childishly as I did tonight. I will quietly sit alone in a corner and drink to the point of gastric bleeding, to the extent of being taken away by an ambulance, sent to the emergency room." Qin Wan interjected, filling in the unspoken thoughts. Hearing this, Lu Yao looked up in surprise, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded Qin Wan, seemingly taken aback by how well she understood him. "Qin Wan, Lu Yao, how old are you? Why are you still so immature? If being mature could win Sister Qin's affection, then I could be mature too. Qin Wan, that as long as Sister Qin likes me, I can adopt any personality. Qin Wan." That in the face of Lu Yao's incredulous gaze, Qin Wan suddenly reached out and embraced his neck. Pulling his head down, their lips met, eyes locked, meeting Lu Yao's dazed gaze. Qin Wan sighed softly. "Pursuing someone is not like this. Then, that how should it be done?" Lu Yao murmured, "Do you truly like me this much?" "Yes, I like you, to the point of wanting you to be mine in this lifetime." Lu Yao asserted resolutely. "Aren't you afraid that I still have feelings for Jiang Huan?" Qin Wan inquired again. "Not afraid," Lu Yao replied, his expression unwavering. "That I believe in Sister Qin, that I also have confidence that I can completely erase Jiang Huan from your life." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Qin Wan's lips, a light laugh escaping her. "Then why the lack of confidence in thinking I wouldn't like you?" Meeting Qin Wan's gentle, smiling eyes, Lu Yao's gaze burned with intensity and focus. "Sister Qin, do you think I truly lack confidence?" Lu Yao suddenly challenged her. Their eyes locked, and as he observed the sweet joy in Lu Yao's eyes, Qin Wan momentarily froze. "I chose to harm myself. What was I betting on? Then why would Sister Qin soften towards me?" Lu Yao questioned further. "You." Qin Wan's pupils dilated slightly. "Because of affection, because of liking, because of pity, because of care. That is why I softened." But after softening, a gradual retreat, an increasing indulgence, until in the end, she was completely consumed by him. Watching the delight in his eyes, Qin Wan felt a surge of frustration, pushing at him to break free. Lu Yao, seizing the moment, flipped over, and as Qin Wan attempted to rise, he swiftly pulled her back into his embrace. Qin Wan found herself pressed against his chest, her hands pushing against Lu Yao. "Let go. I'm not angry. I admit my mistakes, that I should not have deceived Sister Qin. I was disobedient. I was wrong. As long as Sister Qin can calm down, I will allow myself to be beaten and scolded. If only Sister Qin can forgive me and agree to be with me in the days to come, I will let Sister Qin bully me in any way she likes, and I will not resist. Lu Yao's words seemed to carry deeper meaning, yet also seemed superficial. Hearing this, Qin Wan's cheeks flushed, her eyes revealing a hint of shyness. Lu Yao, get up. Qin Wan pushed him away, pretending to be annoyed. Lu Yao, Qin Wan exclaimed in exasperation, I'm here. Sister Qin, are you feeling shy and embarrassed? How about I help you think of a way? Observing the mischievous grin on Lu Yao's face, Qin Wan felt her frustration peak. Sister Qin, give me a kiss, and I will take it as your agreement to be with me. Qin Wan, infuriated, turned her head away from him, ignoring him. Seeing this, Lu Yao let out a helpless sigh, realizing that Sister Qin likely wouldn't kiss him. Then, just as he was about to continue, Lu Yao suddenly dropped a hint. Qin Wan turned to look at him in confusion, and the next second, her pupils constricted. Suddenly, Lu Yao had approached her without her noticing, his handsome face magnifying in her view, growing larger and larger. The warm sensation of his lips clearly conveyed to Qin Wan what Lu Yao was doing. I know that Sister Qin is a girl, and shyness is her nature. Therefore, I shall take it upon myself to initiate this kiss, that if Sister Qin does not retreat, I shall consider it an acceptance. With that, Lu Yao kissed Qin Wan, neither advancing further nor withdrawing. The two simply gazed into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Qin Wan moved. She lowered her head and kissed Lu Yao, gently nibbling on his thin lips. Tenderly intertwining, in that fleeting moment, it seemed Lu Yao understood something. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 5, current affection level 95. Good, their lips and teeth met. Qin Wan softly uttered a word of approval. Lu Yao heard her, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. In that instant, it felt as if honey had been poured into his heart. Sweet beyond measure, he had won the gamble. Lu Yao's affection level increased by 5, current affection level 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. His confessions were a series of tests, testing her tolerance for him, gauging her capacity for acceptance, and assessing his significance in her heart. More importantly, he wished for her to see him clearly, to understand the depth of his feelings for her. He did not want her to fall for the facade of the obedient younger brother he had crafted. What he desired was her. Once they were together, he would reveal an even stronger possessiveness and obsession. Thus, he needed to first explore her attitude, acceptance, and tolerance to determine the pace and manner in which he would gradually invade her heart. Sister Qin, I am quite fond of you. After the kiss, Lu Yao buried his face deeply in Qin Wan's neck, his warm breath cascading over her sensitive skin. Qin Wan allowed him to embrace her, weakly resting against him as she gasped for breath, trying to regain her composure. Minutes later, once Qin Wan had composed herself, she gently pushed Lu Yao, signaling him to release his tight hold around her waist. I am reluctant, Lu Yao, with a face full of grievance, withdrew from her neck, his eyes filled with reproach as he looked at Qin Wan. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan sighed softly and wrapped her arms around his head, quickly pecking his thin lips. Is this sufficient now? Not enough. Qin Wan, with a look of helplessness, leaned down for another kiss. More. Lu Yao murmured. After the kiss, Qin Wan stated, All right, let go more. Qin Wan, after another kiss. One more. The very last one. Lu Yao. Qin Wan said through gritted teeth. Truly the last one. Lu Yao looked sincere. Qin Wan, I believe your nonsense. The following day, early in the morning, at the dining table, Lu Yao thoughtfully poured milk for Qin Wan, handed her a tissue, and peeled an egg. Qin Luo increasingly sensed something amiss, his ominous premonition growing stronger. After breakfast, seizing the opportunity while Qin Wan was off to drive, Qin Luo confronted Lu Yao, who was about to leave. What exactly did you do to my sister? The normally cold Lu Yao towards Qin Luo was acting quite uncharacteristically today. You would not believe anything I say. Rather than ask me, you might as well inquire with her. Sister Qin isn't even calling me anymore. That little green tea is acting unusually today, and that radiant smile on her face makes him feel uneasy. I warn you, Sister Qin. Before Qin Luo could finish his threatening words, Lu Yao sidestepped him and dashed straight towards Qin Wan outside. Qin Luo, but how frustrating. reflecting on Lu Yao's meaningful words from earlier. Qin Luo couldn't help but grab his backpack and chase after him. Qin Wan had long grown accustomed to the tense exchanges between the two, so when she saw Qin Luo follow her into the car, she said nothing. Throughout the journey, Qin Luo was filled with anxiety, wanting to ask but too afraid to do so. However, observing Lu Yao in the passenger seat, whose smile had not faded since the morning, made Qin Luo's unease and foreboding intensify. Sister. It wasn't until they arrived at Feiston Business School that he witnessed Qin Wan disembark from the vehicle, and Lu Yao naturally took her hand. Their fingers entwined. Qin Luo could no longer hold back. Sister. You and Lu Yao. Qin Luo exclaimed in disbelief, fixating on their joined hands. Qin Wan cast him a glance and remarked, speaking of which, he should thank you for your support last night. Qin Luo. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao smiled at Qin Luo. Thank you, Qin Luo. Qin Luo. Sister Qin, class is starting soon. We should hurry along. All right. Watching Qin Wan and Lu Yao depart together, Qin Luo was left in a daze. Until that Lu Yao suddenly turned around, flashing a provocative smile at him. Qin Luo, a Lu Yao scoundrel. As Lu Yao and Qin Wan's relationship blossomed, the collaboration between the Qin and Lu families grew increasingly solid. The two families launched a fierce offensive against the Jiang and Su families, with irrefutable evidence of tax evasion against Su Hao and the Su group. Su Hao was temporarily detained, and the Su family was warned to repay all evaded taxes. Late fees and fines within 3 days in an instant. The Su family's liquidity faced severe issues, and several ongoing projects were abruptly halted. Not only that, several collaborations between the Su family with the Qin and Lu families were suddenly put on hold. The Qin and Lu families abruptly withdrew their investments, and the news of Su Hao's detention was leaked online by those with ulterior motives. Soon, investors doing business with the Su family began to withdraw their investments, and banks started to demand repayment from the Su group for previous loans. Additionally, various suppliers, fearing the Su group might file for bankruptcy and they would be unable to receive their payments, began to besiege the Su Group's and Su family's villa. The Su Group's stock plummeted, and major shareholders began to cause a ruckus. The collateral branches of the Su family, those who had long harbored grievances against Su Hao, began to stir, clamoring that Su Hao was dragging down the Su group, demanding that the Su family patriarch strip him of his position and force him to relinquish company shares. In a flash, the once mighty Su family found itself engulfed in turmoil. With the Su family in decline, the union between Su Yu and Jiang Huan naturally fell apart. The Su family was in dire straits. But the Jiang family was similarly overwhelmed. The Su family's withdrawal of investments forced the Jiang family's largest project of the year to come to a standstill once more in a bid to secure new investments. Jiang's father had no choice but to seek help everywhere. However, with the Qin and Lu families obstructing him, none of those who typically maintained good relations with the Jiang family were willing to lend a hand during this critical juncture. Jiang's father, in despair, found solace in the announcement that the marriage between Jiang Huan and Su Yu had been called off to attract investments. Jiang's father once again put a price on Jiang Huan's marriage. Jiang Huan was forced into an engagement with the Chen family's eldest daughter, who had long admired him. Qinjia? Qin Wan suddenly inquired. Yes, I never expected you to remember her, sister. Qin Luo replied with a mischievous grin. She that anyone who has met her surely cannot forget. Qin Wan remarked with a complex expression. Almost as soon as her words fell, two familiar figures burst into their view. Sister, look quickly, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. At the hotel entrance, the handsome Jiang Huan was accompanied by a companion who was 2 sizes larger than him. The plump girl, Qinjia, was in high spirits, her small eyes squinted into slits as she chatted merrily with her friends. Meanwhile, Jiang Huan, forced to accompany her, wore an expression of deep resentment. How could Jiang Huan agree to this? Qin Wan asked curiously. It is said that Su Yu is pregnant. Qin Luo whispered, glancing around. The Jiang family patriarch is coercing Jiang Huan to comply using Su Yu and her unborn child as leverage. It is rumored that if Jiang Huan does not agree to the marriage, Su Yu will be taken to the hospital for an abortion, and she will be sent to a place from which Jiang Huan will never find her. However, if Jiang Huan consents to the marriage, the Jiang family will allow Su Yu to give birth and promise to take good care of her and the child, permitting Jiang Huan to support Su Yu outside. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan was even more astonished. Isn't the Jiang family afraid that the Qin family would cause a ruckus? The Qin family has consented to this matter. Speaking of this, a complex expression crossed Qin Luo's face. Qin Jiao was a premature baby with poor health, and due to excessive hormone medication, she had become overweight and unable to lose weight. Overweight individuals are prone to high blood pressure and other ailments. And Qin Jia fell victim to all of them. She was diagnosed early on with the inability to conceive, making the child in Su Yu's womb the Jiang family's future hope. Qin Jia was the only child of her parents, who cherished her like a treasure, and as long as she lived happily, they cared little for anything else. Hearing this, Qin Wan seemed to grasp something. So, Jiang Huan was sold to the Qin family. It could be considered as entering the family, though Jiang Huan, the party involved, seemed unaware that Liu Yao appeared to have realized something. Chuckling softly, Qin Wan, that ha, I can hardly breathe from laughing. A marriage by purchase sold off. What era is this? Moreover, Jiang Huan, a manly figure, has fallen to such a fate. Truly a tragic plight for a man. Thus, the Jiang family has been deceiving Jiang Huan. They would never dream of terminating Su Yu's pregnancy. That child represents the future hope of the Jiang family. Once Su Yu gives birth, the Jiang family will certainly not allow her to remain with Jiang Huan. After all, Jiang Huan has been sold into the Qin family. If the Jiang family were to support a mistress for him, and the Qin family found out, it would undoubtedly tarnish the partnership between the two families. Qin Luo nodded in agreement, confirming that the Jiang family had promised the Qin family that once Su Yu delivered the child, they would have to send her abroad to hide, ensuring that she and Jiang Huan would have no opportunity for rekindling old feelings. At this thought, a glimmer of wicked amusement flickered in Qin Wan's eyes. You seem to know about the transaction between the Jiang and Qin families. It must not be a secret, right? Qin Wan suddenly remarked. At least the members of the four great families are aware that this. Qin Luo paused, contemplating before adding. In fact, some families allied with the four great families also know, as the Qin family has never intended to shield the Jiang family from embarrassment, nor to preserve Jiang Huan's dignity. This is all due to Jiang Huan's exceedingly poor treatment of Qin Jia when she was infatuated with him. His disdain for her obsession led him to mock and threaten Qin Jia and her family. One must admit, the Qin family has executed this turnaround quite spectacularly. Chapter 92. The Proud Sister versus the Delicate Brother, 30, Jiang Huan. With a face full of disdain, Jiang Huan trailed closely behind Qin Jia until he heard a familiar call. Upon seeing Qin Wan, he felt a surreal sense of dislocation. Qin Wan appeared, just as he remembered, exquisitely beautiful, with that familiar air of arrogance in her eyes that he should have loathed Qin Wan. Had it not been for the aggressive pursuits of the Qin and Lu families, the Jiang family would not have fallen to such depths, nor would he have been compelled to marry Qin Jia. Yet at this moment, faced with what seemed to be universal betrayal, Qin Wan was still willing to approach him and speak. In that instant, Jiang Huan's emotions were profoundly complicated. He could not articulate the sensation, but he sensed a pang of regret. Compared to the rotund and intimidating Qin Jia, the elegant and beautiful Qin Wan before him could easily be likened to a celestial being descending to earth. Yet, in such a simple dilemma, he had made the wrong choice. Rejecting Qin Wan angered the Qin family, jeopardizing the Jiang group, and led him, the illustrious heir of the Jiang family, to a forced union with a corpulent woman. Qin Wan. Jiang Huan gazed at her, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of guilt, regret, and a hint of nostalgia and reluctance. Observing this, Qin Wan could not suppress a smile. The cycle of cause and effect. Seeing this scene, the original owner must have found solace. You sought me out. Jiang Huan hesitated, embodying some of Su Yu's mannerisms that I'm not here to reminisce. Qin Wan replied with a calm smile that I simply wish to spare you the anguish of ignorance, considering our past acquaintance. What do you mean? A wave of ominous premonition washed over Jiang Huan that I too just heard discussions regarding this matter, that a marriage by purchase. Qin Jia cannot conceive. Her father is searching for a girl with high fertility. Observing Jiang Huan's stunned expression as if struck by lightning, Qin Wan smiled with satisfaction. After all, we are acquainted. I do not wish for you to remain in the dark. Jiang Huan, you must take care of yourself. Although our fates are not entwined, I still hope you find your own happiness. After leaving those two tea-flavored remarks, Qin Wan turned away contentedly towards Liu Yao. You are not to see him again. Liu Yao declared with a face full of jealousy, jealous for no reason. Qin Wan shot him a glare, indignantly protesting. You know very well why I sought him out, yet you feign jealousy, that I am indeed jealous. I dislike the way he looks at you. Thinking of your childhood together, even having once been betrothed, and nearly stepping into marriage, I am driven to madness with jealousy, that as he spoke, Lu Yao tightened his embrace around her, as if to confine Qin Wan deeply and permanently within his hold. All right, that is all in the past. Now, you are the one dating me, and you are the one I am betrothed to. Soon, we will also step into marriage, forever accompanying one another and sharing our lives together. Under Qin Wan's soothing words, Lu Yao's emotions appeared to calm considerably, yet in a place hidden from her sight. The tumultuous emotions in his dark eyes remained unquenched that a couple of days later. Qin Wan learned from Qin Luo that Jiang Huan was in trouble. It was said that Jiang Huan and Suyu were caught in a clandestine meeting by Chen Jia. It was rumored that Suyu had been sent abroad ahead of time, with the Jiang family assigning someone to keep an eye on her, claiming they would take her away as soon as she gave birth. Indifferent to whether Suyu lived or died, that Jiang's father had not pinned all his hopes on Suyu. He himself was secretly dating girls with high fertility. Jiang Huan had been under constant surveillance from the Chen family's arrangements. How could he manage to meet Suyu in secrecy? During the inquiry, Qin Wan subtly glanced at Lu Yao beside her. But I don't know. I heard that someone helped Jiang Huan evade the Chen family's assigned bodyguards. The Chen family is also investigating this matter, but they suspect the Jiang family is secretly playing tricks, especially since Jiang Huan's mother has always doted on him. That I asked that so. Qin Wan replied with apparent indifference. How could a woman who agreed to marry her son into the Chen family suddenly show concern for him? Jiang's mother had clearly placed her hopes on the grandson in Suyu's womb. How could she suddenly help Jiang Huan escape and provoke the Chen family? Especially now that the Jiang group's crisis had not yet fully abated, angering the Chen family would be detrimental to the Jiang family. How grave is the situation? Qin Wan inquired with curiosity. It is said that Chen Jia had previously shown pity for Jiang Huan, not forcing him, but this time the clandestine meeting with Suyu infuriated her. As he spoke, Qin Luo paused awkwardly before explaining with a hint of discomfort. I only heard about it and not sure if it's true. Did Chen Jia force herself upon him? Qin Wan exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's handsome face flushed, looking at Qin Wan in disbelief. Sister, you are a girl. Can you not be so unreserved, Qin Wan? But this young man is rather innocent. Chen Jia truly is a formidable woman. Qin Wan remarked with genuine admiration. Indeed, it is said that Jiang Huan's cries of anguish echoed throughout the entire villa. Even the servants of the Chen family heard it. Qin Luo remarked with a gossipy tone. Qin Wan, but how do you know this? Naturally, it was the servants of the Chen family who spread the word. Remember that Zhou I took you to meet last time. His family lives next to the Chen family. I specifically asked him if he heard any commotion that day. So, did he hear it? Qin Wan suddenly asked that no, after all, they are all standalone villas which have been specially soundproofed. Only the servants of the Chen family heard it. Qin Luo replied with a hint of regret. Yes, although the servants of the Chen family claim to have heard Jiang Huan's cries, it remains hearsay, mere rumor. However, if Zhou Yi heard it, that would be different. It would be akin to receiving confirmation. Hearing this, Qin Wan suddenly turned to Lu Yao beside her and asked, Is it true? Lu Yao was taken aback, but their gazes met, and seeing the curiosity and gossip in Qin Wan's eyes. Lu Yao blinked innocently. Stop pretending. Just tell me. Qin Wan urged, pushing him slightly. Qin sister, I don't understand what you were saying. Did Lu Yao feign confusion? Observing this, Qin Wan wasted no time and swiftly pecked his lips. Be good, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me that Lu Yao. Qin Luo. That could you please consider the feelings of this single dog from birth? Chapter 93. The proud sister versus the delicate brother. And, under Qin Wan's eager gaze. Lu Yao sighed helplessly. Qin sister, you have become wicked, that I learned it from you. Qin Wan replied without hesitation. Lu Yao. That Chen Jia still has feelings for Jiang Huan, Lu Yao remarked, but given Jiang Huan's character. Even if Chen Jia is reluctant to mistreat him, he cannot overcome his own mental barriers. Moreover, considering Chen Jia's physique and weight, her massive form and astonishing weight alone would be enough to make Jiang Huan cry out in agony. Even if she does not mistreat him, and no need for Lu Yao to finish his sentence. Both Qin Wan and Qin Luo understood instantly that I believe the original owner should have found complete closure. Qin Wan suddenly reflected inwardly. I think so too. The system replied with a complex expression. It did not expect the divine being to be so mischievous. Wait, Lu Yao. How do you know all of this? Qin Luo suddenly inquired. Lu Yao cast him a dismissive glance, choosing not to respond. Seeing this, Qin Wan interjected, given how widespread Jiang Huan's situation has become, it would be hard not to know. Moreover, Lu Yao is the eldest son of the Lu family, and my relationship with Jiang Huan is well known. Now, I am also betrothed to Lu Yao. Numerous individuals eager to curry favor with Lu Yao and the Lu family would rush to inform the truth about Jiang Huan and the Jiang family's misfortunes, perhaps even embellishing the tale. Indeed, it is as one might expect. Qin Luo curled his lip, his expression betraying a sense of discontent. His efforts to gather intelligence on Jiang Huan were solely aimed at surpassing Lu Yao in front of Qin Wan. Little did he anticipate that, despite his endeavors, he would still fall short of Lu Yao, especially since his sister had just kissed Lu Yao right before his eyes. That kiss from his sister rendered all his efforts utterly futile. Given that today was destined not to be his victory over Lu Yao, why should he remain to endure the torment of unrequited affection? Sister Qin, you have misunderstood me. Jiang Huan's predicament has nothing to do with me. Lu Yao said, feigning innocence. Is it not related to you that he escaped under the watchful eyes of the Chun family's bodyguards? Qin Wan crossed her arms, her face reflecting skepticism. Lu Yao replied, I merely helped him divert those bodyguards. I certainly did not compel him to meet Su Yu. Under Qin Wan's piercing gaze, Lu Yao shrugged. How did Qin Jia receive the news? Qin Wan inquired with a smile. Lu Yao responded, This cannot be blamed on me. He was simply dawdling, and even for a brief meeting, he lingered far too long. Whom can we hold responsible? Besides, given Qin Jia's affection for him, if he had merely uttered a few sweet words after being caught, would he have faced such a fate? He has married Qin Jia and integrated into the Qin family. He ought to maintain some dignity instead of needing Qin Jia to placate him. If he wishes to play both roles, he can only blame himself for his downfall. Observing the look of grievance in Lu Yao's eyes, Qin Wan could not help but chuckle softly. Fine, I do not hold you to blame. I do not believe you, Lu Yao pouted, still wearing a pitiful expression, unless you give me a kiss. Qin Wan replied, You truly do not miss any opportunity to take advantage. Noticing Qin Wan's hesitation, Lu Yao was undeterred that if the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. If the enemy does not move, I shall take action. If Qin Wan would not kiss him, he could kiss her instead. With that thought, Lu Yao swiftly wrapped his arms around Qin Wan's slender waist, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. Qin Wan shot him an exasperated glare. He lowered his head to capture her slightly parted lips. Sister Qin, I love you. Let us marry. Lu Yao's whispering voice resonated as their lips brushed together. All right. A hint of mischief flickered in Qin Wan's eyes. Following a fervent kiss, Lu Yao took Qin Wan by the hand, gathering the necessary documents as they hurried towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Observing the scene, Qin Wan did not deter him, instead watching with a knowing smile as he acted foolishly. An hour later, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, I am sorry, Mr. Lu, but you have not yet reached the legal marriage age at Lu Yao. Ha ha ha. The laughter that Qin Wan had been suppressing finally burst forth. Lu Yao turned to her, his expression filled with sorrow. Sister Qin, you anticipated this, did you not? Indeed. Otherwise, why would I have agreed? Qin Wan replied, grinning mischievously. Lu Yao, that the scandal of Zhang's father secretly meeting other women eventually reached Zhang's mother. In a fit of rage, she created a scene, and to suppress Zhang's father, she sold her shares in the company to other shareholders. Consequently, the second largest shareholder's holdings surpassed Zhang's father's. Several major shareholders united to dismiss Zhang's father from his position as chairman, resulting in a change of ownership of the Zhang group. Enraged, Zhang's father physically assaulted Zhang's mother, and after months of conflict, their relationship culminated in divorce. Following the separation, Zhang's mother hurried abroad to be with Su Yu and her soon-to-be-born grandchild, while Zhang's father became engrossed in entrepreneurship and fatherhood. Jiang Huan found himself deeply enmeshed in the Qin family, suffering under Qin Jia's torment. The Su family, although they managed to settle the taxes, late fees, and fines, saw Su Hao imprisoned due to his grievous actions. The Su family's fortunes dwindled significantly due to this setback. The long-standing balance of power among the four prominent families in the capital was disrupted. leaving only the Qin and Lu families in a position of dominance. Moreover, with the union of Qin Wan and Lu Yao, the Qin and Lu families became firmly intertwined, that for Lu Jiao. She had contemplated contesting for control of the Lu family and had engaged in various schemes and conflicts. However, her solitary strength proved insufficient, and she ultimately faced defeat, departing the Lu family with a portion of assets bestowed upon her by Lu's father to pursue her own entrepreneurial endeavors. Although Lu Yao had yet to reach the legal marriage age, he hastily arranged for their wedding as soon as he turned 20, while he had not yet graduated. Qin Wan, on the other hand, had already begun familiarizing herself with the operations of the Qin family business, that on the day of their wedding, under the envious and resentful gaze of Qin Luo, Lu Yao boldly relocated to the third floor, where Qin Wan resided. Observing Lu Yao's elated demeanor, Lu's father remained silent for a long while. After all, a son must not be kept at home, that Lu's father sighed heavily. In contrast, Qin's father beamed with joy, expressing his gratitude for having acquired such an excellent son-in-law. Lu Yao is a well-mannered, considerate, and attentive young man, treating me as father-in-law with more care than his own father, that Lu's father. Is that truly how you speak? In the grand hall on the first floor, amidst the clinking of glasses and the mingling of elegantly dressed guests celebrating the occasion, the new couple on the third floor had embarked on another joyous celebration. Lu Yao, please don't, that a woman's voice implored softly. Sister Qin, I love you, that the man gasped, his voice husky. Chapter 94. The Zenflower Girl versus the Imagined Film Emperor 1. In a secluded villa on the outskirts, a reality dating show was being filmed. 6 single celebrity artists gathered in unison. Upon opening her eyes, Qin Wan saw a pure-looking girl gazing at her with warmth. Wan, I recall you mentioned you would prepare your signature dish for us tonight. Correct? As when Xian spoke, the other male and female guests turned their attention towards Qin Wan in unison. Under their scrutiny, Qin Wan calmly extended her hand, saying, "Look." The others exchanged puzzled glances at her hand, seemingly failing to grasp her meaning. What she means is that she cannot cook, Huijin chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Qin Wan looked at Huijin, her eyes filled with gratitude that I have never lifted a finger in the kitchen. At this point, Qin Wan turned to Xian with a puzzled expression. Did you perhaps mistake me for someone else? I absolutely cannot cook. Where would my signature dish come from? Xian's eyes flickered momentarily, and she smiled awkwardly. Wan, I apologize. I may have genuinely mixed you up. Qin Wan chuckled, unfazed. It's all right, Sister Xian. After all, you are older, and it's normal to have a poor memory. Xian, Huijin's favorability increased by 2. Current favorability, 22. The other guests. That it's only the first day, and the atmosphere is already so charged. Though I cannot cook, if anyone needs assistance, I can lend a hand, and of course if everyone is quite tired. I believe we could order takeout or hire a chef team to help us out. The other guests. Aren't we here to work? Huijin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability, 24. I have no objections. Huijin suddenly smiled at Qin Wan. Xian, that implying the one who pays is the boss, the guest present. But that makes so much sense, I find myself unable to refute it. Huijin's favorability increased by 2. Current favorability, 26. Xian looked at Qin Wan disapprovingly, as if to say that Qin Wan was being rather inconsiderate, that no Xian's expression stiffened, that no due to the camera's filming, Xian had been straining to manage her facial expressions. Then how have I violated any rules? Qin Wan asked, looking genuinely puzzled. Xian, Huijin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability, 28. The other guests, that makes so much sense. An hour later, the group gathered around a table laden with a sumptuous feast, all sporting expressions of bliss. Meanwhile, Qin Wan seized the opportunity to contemplate the narrative of this world. The original character, Qin Wan, was a once prominent star in the entertainment industry. Indeed, once prominent, as the original character was too laid-back, too passive, and lacked ambition. The 6 single male and female artists would reside in the same villa, aiming to kindle sparks of love through a month of interaction. The 3 female guests included Qin Wan, Xian, and Su Xiao. The original character, Qin Wan, was an innocent and passive girl. Su Xiao was a sweet and gentle young lady, while Xian was an ambitious woman focused on her career and relationships. The 3 male guests were Huijin, Gu Xiangnan, and Yin Yu. Huijin was the aloof film emperor, holding the highest status in the entertainment industry among the 6 guests, with numerous awards. Substantial wealth and commendable experience, the Jiu Xiangnan was the warm-hearted gentleman, known for playing the second male lead in various popular dramas, a heartthrob and a master of emotional performances, garnering countless accolades for his portrayal of devoted second leads. Yin Yu was the popular young star, a younger brother figure, a multi-talented artist excelling in film, television, and music, a sunny youth, and an endearing little wolf dog. However, the animosity between Wen Xian and the original character had begun during their university years. Upon entering the industry, they both signed with the same film company. The original character was prioritized for promotion, leaving Wen Xian to fend for herself that Wenxin's desired role in the script was given to the original owner. The man Wenxin admired harbored affections for the original owner, that I in short. Wenxin and the original owner were fierce rivals. Yet, the original owner paid no heed to these matters and remained blissfully unaware of Wenxin's existence. Aware of the original owner's reclusive and taciturn nature, Wenxin deliberately devised schemes to ensnare her, compelling her to cook and forcibly imposing a more expressive persona upon her. During moments of camaraderie and heartfelt conversation, Wenxin outwardly portrayed herself as a close sister from the same company, while subtly insinuating that the original owner was usurping her resources and vying for her affections, among other things. Moreover, Wenxin orchestrated online exposés, claiming that the original owner had been neglecting her studies in university, frequently taking leave to shoot films and join production crews, labeling her as a slacker. She further alleged that the original owner's private life was chaotic, filled with various social gatherings where she aggressively seized others' resources. Initially, the company favored Qin Wan due to her striking beauty, far surpassing Wenxin's allure, as she embodied the quintessential mixed-race beauty, dazzling in comparison to the more demure and understated Wenxin. With the backing of Gu Xiangnan, the heir to the second-largest film and television company in the entertainment industry, Jiangnan Film Company, the company dared not offend Wenxin, allowing public opinion to spiral out of control. As Wenxin ascended the ranks in the entertainment world, she ultimately secured the Best Actress award, becoming a goddess and a memory for an entire generation. The original owner, however, harbored no aspirations and sought no vengeance against Qin Wan, holding no grievances or animosity toward Wenxin. Thus, all Qin Wan needed to do was to focus on wooing Huijin and diligently complete her tasks that asked for Wenxin. If she refrained from provoking her, Qin Wan naturally had no interest in engaging with her. After absorbing the plot, Qin Wan propped her chin in contemplation, gazing at Su Xiaoxiao across from her. Wan, what is the matter? Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Xiaoxiao inquired, her sweet smile accompanied by an innocent touch to her own face. Qin Wan's gaze turned profound. That there is nothing on your face, but you seem to conceal a system within. Chapter 95. The Zen Flower Girl versus the Imaginative Film Emperor 2. Wan, Xiaoxiao is young. Even if she says something to offend you, you should be magnanimous and not hold it against a little girl. Wenxin remarked, her tone dripping with insincerity. Qin Wan, bewildered, turned to Wenxin. Did I not say something? No, Wenxin frowned, her heart racing with an ominous premonition that I merely thought she was adorable, and couldn't help but look at her a bit longer. What misstep? What grievances? I truly do not comprehend what you mean, Sister Wenxin, Qin Wan said, her delicate brows furrowed in genuine confusion. Wenxin, wretched woman. After several attempts to ensnare Qin Wan, Wenxin seethed internally, yet found herself powerless to refute or defend. Ah, yes, I apologize. I misunderstood that I noticed you kept staring at Xiaoxiao, Wenxin awkwardly explained. She is indeed quite cute. I naturally wanted to steal a few more glances, Qin Wan instinctively defended. Haha, Xiaoxiao is indeed adorable, especially those 2 little dimples. They're so sweet and charming that I can't help but want to hug her when I see her. Wenxin endeavored to salvage her dignity and ease the awkward atmosphere. Qin Wan nodded in agreement, Sister Wenxin. If you wish to embrace her, you could simply ask Xiaoxiao if she agrees that Su Xiaoxiao. Wenxin, she was merely being polite. Ultimately, due to Qin Wan, Su Xiaoxiao and Wenxin were reluctantly compelled to rise and embrace each other for the sake of their feigned sisterhood, observing the fury in Wenxin's eyes and the slightly forced smile on Su Xiaoxiao's face. Qin Wan grinned with satisfaction. Wenxin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability, 30. Since entering the narrative, Wenxin had silently observed the unfolding drama, gaining 10 points in favorability. Huijin's relentless efforts to assert his presence finally succeeded in capturing Qin Wan's attention. Does the film emperor wish to have this chicken wing? Qin Wan asked, proactively pushing the Orleans chicken wings towards Huijin. Gazing at the delectable wings before him, Huijin felt an ignoble flutter of desire. His gaze towards Qin Wan now held a hint of satisfaction. She knows I enjoy chicken wings. Compared to the affected and verbose Qin Wan was evidently much quieter and more obedient, appearing far more pleasing to the eye. With this thought, Huijin rarely bestowed upon Qin Wan a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Thank you. Huijin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability, 32. Huijin's generosity further enhanced Qin Wan's favorable impression of him. The two exchanged a smile. The camera captured the moment flawlessly when Qin, sharp-eyed, noticed and was immediately infuriated. Witnessing this scene, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered, Jiyu Xiangnan's expression darkened, his lips pressed thin, revealing unmistakable displeasure. Yin, however, was wholly engrossed in consuming the delicious food before him. Entirely indifferent to the peculiar atmosphere at the table that in the grand scheme of things. Dining was paramount, that in front of the television. Huijin's agent glowered at the screen, watching his defiant artist indulge in chicken wings. Breaking his diet a minute later, Huijin's agent privately messaged Qin Wan's manager via WeChat. Gold Star Manager, can you rein in your artist? Don't let her lead our Huijin astray. He is on a diet. He cannot consume meat, especially not those calorie-laden Orleans wings. Silver Star Manager, if our Qin Wan were to decline, I fear she would be subjected to a torrent of online harassment from your Huijin's fans. Gold Star Manager, that you make a compelling point. I find myself unable to counter. Silver Star Manager, rather than lamenting to me, you should call your Huijin and remind him not to indulge. Gold Star Manager, do you think I don't want to? The issue is whether he will heed my words. In this world, no one has managed to keep Huijin under control. Upon hearing Chun Zhe's woeful complaint, Qin Wan's manager, Sun Yan, nearly burst into laughter. However, this smile faded within a second. Sun Yan contemplated Qin Wan, another disobedient artist, going barefaced, wearing loungewear, eating fried chicken with gloves. Avoiding interaction with male guests was one thing, but staring at female guests in a daze. She had witnessed errant artists before, but never one quite like this. Did she not fear being mercilessly criticized by netizens? By her logic, would she also hire a maid to come and clean? Fortunately, Qin Wan remained oblivious to Sun Yan's thoughts, where she would likely have remarked that such an idea was excellent. After their meal, everyone pitched in to clear away the takeout boxes and trash, with Qin Wan and Gu Xiangnan, originally responsible for cooking, stepping out to dispose of the garbage together. However, just as they got up, Huijin unexpectedly stood as well. Film Emperor, do you need something? Qin Wan inquired, looking at Huijin, who had suddenly positioned himself before her. That I'm full. I thought I might take a stroll, he replied, standing beside her without budging. Qin Wan, that observing this, Gu Xiangnan's expression darkened. Film Emperor, it would be better to walk in the yard. Qin Wan and I still need to take out the trash. Huijin cast him a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent. I'm coming with you to Jiyu Xiangnan. That in response, Qin Wan immediately seized the opportunity, handing 2 bags of garbage to Huijin, that if the Film Emperor wished to assist, they would graciously accept his help. Huijin shot her a glance, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his features. Witnessing this, Qin hastily stood up to join. Let me help as well. There are quite a few garbage bags, and it wouldn't be easy for the 3 of you to carry them. Share 2 with me, Qin said, eagerly looking at Huijin. Huijin glanced at her, then discreetly hid the garbage bags he was holding behind him. These were given to him by Qin Wan. Qin's smile faltered. That noticing this, Qin Wan struggled to suppress her laughter. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Gu Xiangnan handed 2 garbage bags to Qin. Thank you, Xiangnan, Qin said sweetly, as she accepted them. Thus, what was originally intended as a duo became a quartet. Qin walked alongside Gu Xiangnan, while Huijin strolled beside Qin Wan. Observing the 4 depart, Su Xiaoxiao on the sofa's eyes sparkled, her lips curving into a knowing smile. Chapter 96. The Zenflower Girl vs. the Imaginative Film Emperor 3. Outside the villa, on the path, Qin instinctively walked beside Huijin. However, upon noticing her approach, Huijin immediately shifted from Qin Wan's left side to her right, unabashedly revealing his aversion to Qin. Witnessing this, Qin Wan's eyes softened. How endearing that when Qin's eyes momentarily froze, but she quickly masked her reaction. She shot a glance at Huijin, her eyes reflecting hurt. Unexpectedly, Huijin dismissed her entirely. When Qin, that observing this, Qin Wan smirked. How obedient. After disposing of the garbage, Gu Xiangnan turned to Qin Wan, suggesting, "Shall we head to the supermarket? Since it's our first day at the Love Nest, we might still need some daily necessities and ingredients for tomorrow's meal." Qin Wan and Gu Xiangnan exchanged glances. She feigned ignorance of the subtle hints and deeper meanings in his gaze and turned to Huijin beside her. "Would you like to join us for a stroll?" Huijin's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of reluctance that "I'll buy you chicken wings and drumsticks." Qin Wan leaned closer to Huijin, whispering in a tone only they could hear. Upon hearing this, Huijin's eyes brightened, and he nodded without hesitation. "Let us go." Huijin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability, 34. Observing the faint glimmer of delight in Huijin's eyes, Qin Wan couldn't help but curl her lips into a subtle smile. It seems she truly guessed correctly. "Then I shall accompany you. I also need to procure some daily necessities and snacks, and I can assist in carrying the items," when Exine declared, raising her hand in agreement. Gu Xiangnan had been fixated on Qin Wan, watching her engage in intimate conversation with Huijin, noting how a mere word from her could coax a smile from him, causing his brows to unfurl in sheer joy. A flicker of indignation brewed in Gu Xiangnan's gaze. She treats him with such indifference, yet is exceedingly warm towards Huijin. Whatever, he coldly muttered, his eyes trained intently on Qin Wan, urging her, "Let us depart." Qin Wan turned her gaze to Huijin, who met her look in kind. After a brief moment of mutual understanding, they set off towards the supermarket, with the lagging when Exine gritting her teeth as she hurried to catch up. In the supermarket, Gu Xiangnan perused the ingredients section, selecting meats and vegetables for tomorrow's meal. Meanwhile, Huijin and Qin Wan leisurely wandered through the snack and deli areas. "That Orleans chicken leg looks delightful," Qin Wan remarked, observing Huijin's subtle facial expressions. Huijin's eyes lingered for a heartbeat. Not hesitating for a moment, Qin Wan waved her hand and began her extravagant ordering that "I'll take a pair of those chicken wings. And that braised pig schrotter, and those chicken feet, and that spicy crayfish, and that fragrant crab, and let us not forget." Huijin's favorability increased by 5, current favorability, 39. Watching Qin Wan return triumphantly with her bounty, Huijin, the aloof film emperor, finally allowed a rare smile to grace his lips, forming the faintest arc yet. The crux of the matter was that he even extended his hand towards Qin Wan. She, not one to be polite, generously thrust the 2 hefty bags of meat into his grasp. Huijin accepted them with pleasure, the fleeting sensation of their fingertips brushing past each other escaping his notice. Witnessing this exchange, when Xian's eyes brightened, as if she had come to a realization that on the other side, after selecting his ingredients, Gu Xiangnan did not rush to the checkout, but instead sought out Qin Wan. "Let us see what dishes you'd like for tomorrow," he said with a gentle gaze directed at her. "I am not picky. Anything edible will suffice," she replied, not sparing him a glance as she remained focused on the snack shelves, diligently choosing packaged meats for Huijin. Facing her icy demeanor, Gu Xiangnan's eyes darkened, and his expression cooled slightly. "Let us go together. Even if you are not picky, you should consider Huijin, shouldn't you?" His words dripped with a hint of frost as his gaze swept over Huijin. Indeed, Huijin relished meat. However, these prepackaged and braised items were not freshly made. Consuming them excessively could be detrimental to one's health and lead to weight gain. With this thought, Qin Wan finally shifted her attention from the snack aisle to Huijin beside her. "Then let us go together." Huijin regarded her with a faint throughout the entire exchange. Neither of them cast a glance at Gu Xiangnan, the Gu Xiangnan. In the ingredient section, he asked, "Do you not like Gu Xiangnan? Do you prefer when Exine?" Qin Wan shot him a sidelong glance in response. At this, a flicker of irritation crossed Huijin's eyes that "I detest her." He did not conceal his disdain to "she's unclean," Huijin added suddenly. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan paused momentarily, taken aback. The implication of unclean. However, at that moment, the photographer approached, and Huijin discreetly put distance between them, leaving Qin Wan to suppress her impending inquiries. The 3 of them worked in harmony and quickly selected the necessary ingredients for tomorrow's meal. During checkout, they seamlessly forgot the fact that they had originally set out as a party of 4. Consequently, when Xin finished her shopping and sought them out, she discovered that Qin Wan and the others had long since vanished. Wen Xian's face momentarily contorted in anger, but she swiftly composed herself upon catching sight of the nearby camera. Where could Qin Wan and the others be? Did they go upstairs to browse? "I'll go look for them," she declared, beginning her act as she tirelessly searched the 7 floors of the supermarket. 2 hours later. "I thought you went upstairs. I've searched the entire supermarket." Wen Xian's eyes brimmed with reproach. Qin Wan, confronted with her accusation, appeared bewildered. "Huh. Did Gu Xiaonan not call you?" "Gu Xiaonan? What does it have to do with him? Wasn't she supposed to be accompanying you to the supermarket?" Hu Jin interjected. Glancing at Gu Xiaonan, but the two exchanged an awkward glance. Gu Xiaonan suppressing his anger as he blandly offered an apology that it's nothing that it was my wandering that led to my being separated. "It has nothing to do with you," when Xian hastily waved away her grievances. Then, realizing that Qin Wan and Hu Jin had already resumed watching the movie, Gu Xiaonan too returned to the film. Ignoring her further, meanwhile Su Xiaoxiao, sitting nearby, smiled warmly at her when she glanced over, exuding friendliness, while Yin remained engrossed in the film, oblivious to her presence, not affording her a single glance. Chapter 97. The Zen Flower Versus. The imaginative film emperor for Hu Jin. When Xian called out, Hu Jin hesitated for a moment, conscious of the camera capturing their interaction. After a brief contemplation, he turned to face her. "Did I ask there's something you need?" When Xian gazed at him with eager anticipation. "Could you step outside for a moment?" "Can I say no?" Hu Jin instinctively retorted. When Xian, that at his words, Qin Wan nearly burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking slightly as she stifled her mirth. 1 minute later, reluctantly, Hu Jin exited the screening room, and as when Xian instinctively moved closer to him, he reflexively stepped back 3 paces. This distance felt safer. "Just speak your mind," he urged. When Xian's expression stiffened momentarily, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes before vanishing without a trace, unnoticed. "Hu Jin, I bought you some snacks. I hope you like them," as she spoke, when Xian revealed her palms, marked by red lines from carrying the bags. Attempting to elicit Hu Jin's sympathy or remorse. "The result that I am on a diet. I do not consume snacks," Hu Jin replied without hesitation. When Xian, "But I clearly saw you and Qin Wan buying plenty of snacks." She instinctively countered. "That was Qin Wan's doing. That it has nothing to do with me. Besides, I never said I would eat them. That if anything, I can simply hide away when I do indulge, ensuring this woman does not see." He mused that if she pressed him, he could always claim it was Qin Wan who had eaten them. This plan was perfect. With this thought, Hu Jin allowed a pleased smile to grace his features. The displeasure from being summoned dissipating. Hu Jin's favorability increased by 1, current favorability, 40. Out of a twinge of guilt for slandering Qin Wan, Hu Jin generously raised her favorability by a point. "You keep them for yourself. That you're quite thin," he remarked, casting a glance at Wen Xian, offering a well-meaning warning. Wen Xian, did he find her too thin? In that instant, images of Qin Wan's curvaceous figure flashed uncontrollably through Wen Xian's mind. Clenching the plastic bag tightly, her fingers dug into her palm as a surge of malice coursed through her. In truth, Hu Jin had not contemplated the matter as deeply as she assumed. He simply needed a reason to decline her snacks without offending her. Thus, he had thought of the word thin. In the entertainment industry, stars, regardless of gender, seem to relish compliments on their slimness due to the need for camera appeal. The thinner one is, the better they appear on screen. A favorable appearance translates to a good rapport with the audience, leading to more fans. More fans mean greater popularity. Increased popularity means higher pay and the potential for wealth. Therefore, complimenting someone on their slimness equates to suggesting that person is on the verge of becoming immensely successful. Thus, Hu Jin felt that his attitude towards Wen Xian had been exceedingly generous. Despite his dislike for her and recognizing that she had approached him with ulterior motives by offering snacks, he had still coldly rejected her in front of the camera, under the scrutiny of countless viewers. Being a girl, Wen Xian would undoubtedly feel a twinge of sadness. Hence, driven by a faint sense of guilt, Hu Jin decided to offer her a compliment about her thinness, but he would stop there. Yes, while he had complimented Wen Xian, it did not alter his disdain for her. Upon entering the screening room, Hu Jin found Gu Xiaonan had unknowingly claimed his seat, attempting to cozy up to Qin Wan with conversation. Seeing Hu Jin's arrival, Gu Xiangnan offered an embarrassed smile, explaining, "Sorry, Huijin, I took your spot. Qin Wan and I were discussing what dishes to prepare for tomorrow," the implication being that he had no intention of relinquishing the seat. Huijin understood this and chose to ignore Gu Xiangnan, redirecting his gaze to Qin Wan. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Wan promptly turned her gaze towards Gu Xiangnan and remarked, "I am not picky. I will eat whatever you prepare. However," after a brief pause, as if lost in thought, she subtly hesitated. Gu Xiangnan then noticed her glance towards Huijin and added, "Since Huijin enjoys meat, perhaps you could prepare a few more meat dishes tomorrow." Gu Xiangnan. Huijin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 42. Haha, this female lead is truly entertaining. The male lead is amusing as well, that Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably in her heart. "Host, could you please take your task seriously? Your mission is to disrupt the couple and prevent them from being together. Your task is not merely to watch the drama unfold." The CP disrupting system was infuriated by Su Xiaoxiao's lack of ambition. Merely eating without contributing. How am I not fulfilling my task? When Xin is precisely the person I assigned, she is already making considerable efforts to separate the couple. Su Xiaoxiao felt aggrieved. The system was utterly detestable. She had been diligently and earnestly working on her task, yet the useless system was nitpicking. Isn't it enough that someone is sabotaging the couple? Why must she personally intervene? What a joke. She, Su Xiaoxiao, had a certain status and could never lower herself to engage in the foolish acts typical of a cannon fodder character. With that thought, Su Xiaoxiao popped a piece of watermelon into her mouth and leisurely continued to watch the unfolding drama. As for the grumbling system, that IT was promptly blocked without hesitation. After advising Gu Xiangnan to prepare more meat dishes, Qin Wan eagerly looked at him and asked, "Are we done discussing?" Gu Xiangnan was momentarily ensnared by Qin Wan's expectant gaze. Momentarily perplexed by her meaning. "Can you get up now?" Qin Wan inquired sincerely, her eyes fixed on him, indicating Huijin's seat to Gu Xiangnan. "Ha, I'm dying of laughter. These two leads are incredibly amusing. Did you see that?" System? Gu Xiangnan was livid, his face turning an ominous shade, completely unable to contain himself. Even with the camera still recording, Su Xiaoxiao was in stitches that a minute later, Su Xiaoxiao finally realized that she had inadvertently blocked the system. It has a crucial MMP that must be voiced. The CP disrupting system, confined in a small dark room, was bouncing around angrily, cursing incessantly. Ignoring Gu Xiangnan's furious departure, as soon as he left, Qin Wan joyfully patted the seat beside her and called out to Huijin, "Come sit over here." Huijin approached with a cheerful demeanor. At that moment, a languid and nonchalant voice emerged that Gu Xiangnan was quite vengeful. Chapter 98. The Zen Little Flower versus the Imaginative Film Emperor 5. No one expected that Yu would be the one to speak. This popular young star had been solitary since entering the romantic abode, possessing a reclusive personality and a penchant for silence. When Xin and Gu Xiangnan had attempted to converse with him multiple times, but he remained cold and indifferent. This was his first time initiating a conversation. "Do you know him?" Qin Wan inquired curiously. Yu cast a brief glance at Qin Wan, his gaze lingering on her face for a fleeting second before he replied nonchalantly, "That I must have offended him in numerous ways," Qin Wan suddenly stated. Hearing this, Yu looked at her again, suggesting, "If you are willing, he may not hold it against you that I suppose I will continue to offend him." Qin Wan replied that displaying commendable courage. Yu regarded her with a deep gaze. At that moment, Huijin suddenly turned to Qin Wan, and after a moment of silence, he declared, "If he gives you trouble, I will assist you," observing the serious and earnest promise on Huijin's face. Qin Wan couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, if he troubles me, I will seek your help." Qin Wan readily agreed, showing no signs of hesitation. Her forthrightness brought great delight to Huijin. Yes, this was the first time he had actively extended goodwill to someone without rejection, and the experience was quite pleasant at AS for this Qin Wan. Her personality was undeniably to his liking. Huijin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 44. Watching the subtle smile at the corners of Huijin's mouth, Yu suddenly asked, "How many times can you help her?" Gu Xiangnan was relentless in pursuing his goals, vowing not to relent until he succeeded. One cannot assist her just once and expect to be her lifelong ally. Upon hearing this, Huijin furrowed his brows, genuinely contemplating the matter. Witnessing his adorably earnest expression, Qin Wan couldn't help but smile at Su Xiaoxiao, who was nearby, was also thoroughly entertained. Observing Huijin's serious demeanor, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected, "I heard that Gu Xiangnan has a penchant for stunning beauties. Why not find someone even more beautiful than Qin Wan to try?" As soon as Su Xiaoxiao's words left her mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the screening room for 3 seconds. Then, Huijin turned to Qin Wan and solemnly declared, "There is no one more beautiful than her in the entertainment industry." After Huijin spoke, Inu also glanced at Qin Wan and surprisingly nodded in agreement that Su Xiaoxiao. That Su Xiaoxiao surveyed Qin Wan's exquisitely near-perfect proportions and facial features. With a round face, perfectly sculpted bone structure, alluring fox-like eyes paired with uniquely amber pupils, deep-set brows, a delicate upturned nose, full lips, and naturally fair skin, she shone in any crowd, as if she were illuminated by her own spotlight. Actually, there is another method that Su Xiaoxiao seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly adopting a mysteriously enigmatic expression that Su Xiaoxiao began to act foolishly. The CP disrupting system in the dark room was furiously bouncing around. Cursing endlessly, IT desperately wanted to remind Su Xiaoxiao, but alas, she had blocked it and could not hear its voice. "Speak." Huijin directed her succinctly to Su Xiaoxiao scanned the surroundings, her gaze halting for a fleeting moment on the camera in the corner. Observing her, Inu reassured her, "Don't worry. It will be edited out. They wouldn't dare to air IT to AT this." Su Xiaoxiao smiled with relief. "I heard that Gu Xiangnan has always harbored a white moonlight in his heart. If we could find this white moonlight and have her appear before Gu Xiangnan, he would surely not make things difficult for Qin Wan." Upon hearing this, both Huijin and Inu found the idea quite reasonable. Only Qin Wan, upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao's suggestion, seemed to change her expression. "Who is his white moonlight?" Huijin inquired, turning to Su Xiaoxiao. "I have no idea. I just heard it," Su Xiaoxiao replied irresponsibly, shrugging her shoulders. Huijin frowned at her, seriously admonishing, "Next time, refrain from spreading hearsay. It's easy to be deceived, Su Xiaoxiao. If you don't believe it, that's fine." Su Xiaoxiao pouted. Huijin turned to Qin Wan, stating, "I will help you find someone." Su Xiaoxiao, "That this male lead is truly remarkable." Inu also glanced at Qin Wan, adding, "I can inquire as well." Just as the group was about to reach a consensus, Qin Wan, looking somewhat uneasy, interjected, "No need." "What?" Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Huijin and Inu simultaneously turned to her, their expressions filled with confusion. "I said, there's no need to trouble yourselves." Qin Wan reiterated. "Why?" Su Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Qin Wan. After a brief silence, Qin Wan, appearing somewhat awkward, confessed, "I am acquainted with Gu Xiangnan." The three stared at her in bewilderment. That moment, Huijin seemed to recall something, his pupils widening slightly. "You?" Huijin queried. Qin Wan. "I am not certain." Huijin. "That Inu." That at this, Su Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself, her heart racing with excitement. "System. Did you see that? This realm is utterly fascinating and thrilling. I never expected that Gu Xiangnan's white moonlight would be the female lead." Qin Wan. "How delightful, truly delightful." "System, you may speak now," Su Xiaoxiao reminded. "The system has perished." The previously irate system, confined in the dark room, lost all motivation upon discovering that Qin Wan was Gu Xiangnan's white moonlight. The Gu Xiangnan's resolve to pursue Qin Wan was unyielding. As long as he harbored feelings for Qin Wan, he would undoubtedly devise ways to win her over, thus giving hope to the disruption of her relationship with Huijin. With this thought, the system was less inclined to engage with Su Xiaoxiao, who bore no sense of responsibility. Women. After casting a deep glance at Qin Wan, Huijin turned and left. Only Su Xiaoxiao, feeling ignored by the system and left without conversation, directed her attention to Qin Wan. "Sister, don't worry. Where there is a will, there is a way. You must believe in yourself. If all else fails, considering giving up the struggle is also an option. The Gu Xiangnan may be a bit fickle, but he is quite handsome, has a decent physique, and, most importantly, he is wealthy. At worst, you could each pursue your own interests. If he is unfaithful, then use his money to support a young lover. Let us see who plays the game better." As Su Xiaoxiao spoke with fervor, she suddenly turned to find Qin Wan had vanished. The system remarked that the female protagonist possessed many admirable qualities. Yet there was one flaw. The smile that graced Su Xiaoxiao's lips faded as she gazed wistfully at the exit of the cinema hall. "What flaw?" Curiosity piqued, the system instinctively inquired. Not enough excitement. Chapter 99. The Zenflower Girl versus the Imaginative Film Emperor 6. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the girls' dormitory, Qin Wan, Wen Xin, and Su Xiaoxiao sat together, idly fiddling with their phones. Ding dong. Qin Wan's phone chimed. Tomorrow, I wish to have cola chicken wings. Upon reading the message, Qin Wan couldn't help but chuckle. It was undeniably adorable. Ding dong. The phone chimed again. You are the reason I believe in love at first sight. Will you grant me a chance? Gu Xiangnan. Ding dong. Su Xiaoxiao's phone buzzed. To be honest, she was taken aback upon seeing the message pop up on her screen. How could this bystander, merely observing the drama unfold, receive a romantic text? Shall we go to the supermarket to buy watermelons together tomorrow? Reading this message, Su Xiaoxiao fell into a prolonged silence. Was Yin Yu suggesting they share some juicy gossip and enjoy the show together tomorrow? Surely she couldn't be mistaken. Oh my. This male supporting character truly had an eye for talent. He had discerned her clandestine identity as an observer of the drama. Quite impressive indeed. She would bring him along for the fun. He. Unable to contain her amusement, Su Xiaoxiao let out a laugh. Instantly, two piercing gazes fell upon her. Looking up, Qin Wan's eyes sparkled with playful teasing, while Wen Xin's gaze concealed jealousy and a hint of malice. Though she still managed to offer Su Xiaoxiao a friendly smile on the surface, in the boys' dormitory. Ding dong. Hu Jin's phone chimed. Tomorrow, I shall personally cook some meat dishes for you. Upon reading this message, Hu Jin's brows relaxed, and the corners of his sensuous lips curled slightly. Hu Jin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability. 46. Ding dong. Hu Jin's phone chimed again. You are the radiant moonlight at the edge of the horizon. The object of my heart's desire for many years. Hu Jin. That was somewhat nauseating. Frowning, Hu Jin pursed his lips, the atmosphere around him becoming noticeably heavier. Ding dong. Hu Jin's phone chimed once more. Pleasure to meet you. A simple statement, but it was clear the sender was Su Xiaoxiao. To silence the incessant critiques of the annoying system, Su Xiaoxiao decided to forward this message to Hu Jin. Hu Jin's phone buzzed thrice. Gu Xiangnan's expression darkened, while Yin Yu remained unfazed, lazily rising from the sofa to head towards the large bed in the room. Well, it's quite late. I will retire for the night. Good night, brothers. Gu Xiangnan stood up and left without a word. The following day, early in the morning, in the kitchen of the romantic cottage, when Qin Wan entered the kitchen, Gu Xiangnan was already busy at work. Upon seeing her, he offered her a gentle smile as if nothing had happened. Good morning. After exchanging simple greetings, Qin Wan glanced at the food Gu Xiangnan had prepared. Sandwiches, milk, vegetable salad, soy milk, and lean meat porridge. I made beef sandwiches, pork chops, and egg and bacon sandwiches. Is there anything else you need? Qin Wan. That this man truly goes all out to please her. He even endeavors to charm the man she fancies. Enough, Qin Wan declared. With so much breakfast, did you labor for a long time? Why didn't you call me to help? Gu Xiangnan replied, these breakfasts are quite simple. They can be prepared in no time. I thought you might want to sleep a little longer, so I didn't call you. With that, Gu Xiangnan flashed her another warm smile, his gaze aflame with intensity. Qin Wan lowered her eyes to avoid his gaze. I will handle the cleanup after we eat. I'll help you, Gu Xiangnan insisted. Hearing this, Qin Wan ceased her argument and turned to leave the kitchen to wake everyone for breakfast, upon seeing the lavish spread laid out before them. Especially the numerous meat dishes that were his favorites, Hu Jin's brows relaxed, and he felt a wave of joy wash over him in the early hours. Hu Jin's favorability increased by 2. Current favorability, 48. Upon hearing the notification of increased favorability, Qin Wan paused mid-bite of her sandwich, glancing at Hu Jin, thinking, this guy probably believes this breakfast was specially prepared for him. Qin Wan chose not to elaborate. After all, if it weren't for her, Gu Xiangnan wouldn't have prepared so many meat dishes, and thus Hu Jin would not have had the chance to indulge. Therefore, she felt no guilt. She stood firm in her reasoning. Once breakfast concluded, they embarked on their morning blind date selection, drawing lots to determine who would date whom. Observing the lottery container before him, Gu Xiangnan's lips curled into a knowing smile. Who will go first? Wen Xin inquired. How about I draw first? Gu Xiangnan suggested. Together, Hu Jin added that I concur. Together, Qin Wan echoed. Ultimately, the majority prevailed, and they all drew lots together, just as Gu Xiangnan was about to reach for the container. A delicate, fair hand swooped in first. Qin Wan and Jin simultaneously revealed their cards and exchanged glances. Their eyes met, sharing a knowing smile. Jin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 50. Jin thought to himself. Going on a date with Qin Wan means he would get to enjoy delicious food. Qin Wan, on the other hand, cast a significant glance at the visibly displeased Gu Xiangnan and Wenxin. Don't think for a moment that she was unaware of the rigged cards. Wenxin and Gu Xiangnan exchanged glances, their expressions grim. In the end, the drawing results left everyone satisfied. Qin Wan was paired with Jin, Gu Xiangnan with Wenxin, and the gossiping duo of Yin and Su Xiaoxiao were also perfectly matched at the seaside, climbing mountains, or visiting an amusement park. 3 options presented themselves. Where would you like to go? Gu Xiangnan inquired, placing the cards on the table, his gaze fixed on Qin Wan. Qin Wan turned to Jin. The seaside offers seafood, while hiking is less crowded, allowing us to have a picnic and barbecue. Upon hearing this, Jin's eyes lit up, having been torn between choices. The foodie in him leaned towards the seaside, for it promised abundant seafood. However, the thought of the crowd made him reluctant. He did not wish to become a mere spectacle, nor did he want to be observed. Hiking, although less populated, lacked culinary delights, and the amusement park, despite its array of snacks, was too crowded for Jin's liking. As soon as Jin finished speaking, Qin Wan unhesitatingly reached for the hiking card. The remaining 2 cards caught Yinyu's attention, and Su Xiaoxiao promptly chose the amusement park. The seaside was not her scene. She had no interest in showing off her figure in a bikini. Such opportunities were better left for Wenxin. The amusement park was more suited for her to enjoy the festivities alongside Yinyu. Chapter 100. The Zenflower Girl versus the Imaginative Film Emperor. 7. At the foot of the mountain. Jin suddenly grasped the situation that he looked at Qin Wan. A picnic? Yes. Qin Wan nodded. Jin glanced around, realizing they were both unprepared. What will we use for the picnic? Did I not inform you? Qin Wan feigned surprise that I called ahead and reserved a barbecue restaurant. Reserved? Jin appeared puzzled that I booked the entire place and asked them to prepare the equipment at the mountaintop for us. After all, it was evident that they were both inept at carrying heavy loads, and the tools required for a picnic were numerous. Relying solely on the 2 of them would be quite a challenge. Jin. No, he could carry things. He could manage. Jin longed to refute Qin Wan's assertion, but after a moment's deliberation, he chose to concede. Although he could, he simply didn't want to. It was not a matter of capability, but rather sheer laziness. The car has arrived, Qin Wan suddenly announced. What car? Jin was taken aback a minute later. Jin, Qin Wan, and the accompanying cameraman all boarded the sightseeing vehicle. Jin and the cameraman exchanged silent glances. How did you persuade the director's team to agree? Jin inquired with curiosity. Why would I need their approval? Qin Wan retorted, puzzled. Jin, that her reasoning was quite sound. Jin, that indeed it was Jin. Jin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 52. Clever, insightful. He made a decision. For the next few months of filming, he would stick by Qin Wan's side. Being with Qin Wan meant he would enjoy sumptuous meals. Accompanying Qin Wan would ensure a life of luxury. And since he wouldn't have to endure hardship, Jin found himself free to appreciate the scenery and take photographs. Half an hour later, they successfully arrived at the mountaintop. As soon as they disembarked, a tantalizing aroma of barbecue wafted through the air, causing Jin's eyes to brighten as he leapt out of the vehicle. Following the mouth-watering scent, Qin Wan hurried after him. Click, 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 click. After a flurry of photos, Jin excitedly shared the pictures in the Romantic Cottages WeChat group, spreading his joy among the others. Aren't you supposed to be hiking? Gu Xiaonan questioned. A barbecue grill? How did you manage to bring that up here? Wenxin chimed in. Yinyu, do you require assistance with food services? Su Xiaoxiao. Qin Wan is truly outstanding. Jin. Indeed, Qin Wan has booked a barbecue restaurant and secured a sightseeing vehicle to Jiyu Xiangnan. Wen Xian. Yinyu. That impressive Su Xiaoxiao, as expected of Qin Wan. Jin sent several photos showcasing the breathtaking scenery from the mountain peak. A mysterious corner beneath the sheer cliffs, the bustling barbecue stall, and an array of delectable skewers that tantalize the senses to Jiyu Xiangnan. Wen Xian. Is it really appropriate to barbecue on the mountain? The smoke might harm the forest environment, right? Are safety measures in place? Yinyu. It does seem a bit excessive. Su Xiaoxiao. Qin Wan, would you mind if a couple more joined for a bite? Qin Wan. Su Xiao Xiao. Welcome. An hour later, a group photo of the four, each holding skewers, appeared in the WeChat group. Gu Xiongnan. That the image depicted the director, assistant director, and cameraman gathered around the barbecue stall, joyfully indulging in the culinary delights. Gu Xiongnan. That when Xin. That an hour later, when Xin also shared a table laden with seafood in the group. That I in the photo, Huijin, Qin Wan, Yin and Su Xiao Xiao were engrossed in a card game. Upon seeing the picture, when Xion's gaze dimmed, when Xion, as public figures, our gathering to gamble carries poor implications. Qin Wan, it's merely for entertainment, not gambling. After saying this, Qin Wan sent another photo, featuring 4 plates of skewers. Each plate bore a small flag with the names of Qin Wan, Huijin, Yin and Su Xiao Xiao inscribed upon it. The number of skewers on each plate varied. Clearly, the skewers were used as rewards and penalties for their wins and losses. When Xin continued to ramble on. However, after her lengthy monologue was posted, no one in the group paid her any mind. Another hour later, when Gu Xiongnan and when Xin arrived at the foot of the mountain, they discovered that Qin Wan, Huijin, Yin and Su Xiao Xiao were just disembarking from the sightseeing vehicle. What brings you here? Qin Wan asked in surprise. Why did you come down? Gu Xiongnan inquired of Qin Wan. The director instructed us to switch locations, stating that they needed to capture some editing material. Qin Wan replied. Did you not film anything on the mountain? Gu Xiongnan questioned. Director Chen saw us enjoying ourselves and couldn't resist joining the assistant director and cameraman in a card game. So the latter half was not filmed, and we lack sufficient material to Gu Xiongnan. That when Xin. That after saying this, Qin Wan seemed to recall something and turned her gaze to when Xin. When Xion's expression was not favorable, she forced a smile. But that's good. I end the evening, due to insufficient footage from the 2 groups of Qin Wan and Huijin, as well as Yin and Su Xiao Xiao. The director's team brought them to a romantic seaside night market. Amidst the throngs of people in the bustling night market, the 4 donned masks and appeared at different intersections. Their first task was to locate their respective date partners within an hour. The second task was to engage in an intimate interaction with their date partners without explicitly stating the task. Huijin's intimate task was to hold hands. Qin Wan's intimate task was to embrace. Yinyu's intimate task was to give a gentle head pat. Su Xiao Zhao's intimate task was to maintain eye contact for 10 seconds. The Gu Xiongnan intimate task was to elicit the words I like you from when Xin. When Xion's intimate task was to have Gu Xiongnan initiate a hug. Chapter 101. The Zenflower Girl versus the Overthinking Film Emperor. 8. In the crowded night market, Qin Wan surveyed the crowd, assessing her surroundings and the various shops. 20 minutes later, Qin Wan successfully located Huijin at a braised meat stall where he was buying a late-night snack. Outside the stall, Huijin held 2 bags of braised meat, blinking his innocent, wide eyes at Qin Wan, who had appeared before him unbeknownst to him. You. Huijin momentarily froze. How did you find me? Qin Wan pointed to the sign above his head. This braised meat shop is the most famous in the area. Huijin, how did you know I would definitely come to this shop? Because we rushed down the mountain without dinner, and it's nearly 9 o'clock now. You must be hungry, Qin Wan explained. Huijin, the 2 gazed at each other for a while until Huijin finally spoke. Are you hungry? A little. Qin Wan nodded. 10 minutes later, in a secluded corner of the street, Qin Wan and Huijin found a long bench to sit on, donned disposable gloves, and began to relish their meal. Not far off, the cameraman filming them was captivated, the aroma of the braised meat lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. The director, seated in front of the monitor, felt a sense of helplessness and disbelief. How did I not notice before that the film emperor has such a passion for food? Perhaps no one had spoiled him before, the assistant director mused. When the show first began filming, the film emperor was not as carefree as he is now. He personally witnessed how Qin Wan gradually coaxed the film emperor into this state of abandon. Half an hour later, they finished their meal and began a post-dinner stroll, yet delayed in completing their second task. The director grew anxious. Perhaps they simply forgot, the assistant director pondered. The main concern lies with the film emperor and Qin Wan. They both seem somewhat forgetful and rather muddled. However, their chemistry as a couple is undeniably strong. Before the love nest, the 4 looked around the villa, but found no sign of Huijin and Qin Wan. They silently agreed to wait in the villa's yard. In less than 10 minutes, 2 familiar figures appeared in the sight of the 4, just as Gu Xiongnan was about to step forward. An unexpected scene unfolded. Qin Wan. Huijin suddenly spoke. What is it? Qin Wan halted, looking at him in confusion. Huijin looked at her seriously and explained, I need to do something now that may come off as a bit intrusive and abrupt. Qin Wan's expression was one of bewilderment, though internally she found Huijin's adorable reaction amusing. What is it? As their eyes met, Huijin hesitated for a long moment before ultimately not taking direct action. Instead, he earnestly asked Qin Wan, May I hold your hand? Qin Wan was initially taken aback, then broke into a soft laugh, extending her hand toward him and taking his hand in hers. Did I ask this all right? Qin Wan inquired, but he hesitated for a moment. Then, inexplicably, he opened his fingers, intertwining them with hers. The warmth and softness of her palms stirred within Huijin a subtle, unrecognizable sensation, causing his heartbeat to slow imperceptibly. The instant he released Qin Wan's hand, an unexpected flicker of reluctance coursed through him, a sentiment he had not even realized he felt. Huijin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 54. Her hand is so small, so fair, so beautiful. Seeing the intimate moment of their hand-holding, Gu Xiangnan's expression darkened, his large hand clenched into a fist, and a flash of fury crossed his deep, dark eyes. When Xin seethed with jealousy, her gaze towards Qin Wan brimming with malice. Why must she compete with her? The title of school belle, the affections of the school prince, the company's favoritism post-graduation, the resources she has her eyes on. It seems that whatever she desires, Qin Wan must always vie for it. Observing Huijin and Qin Wan gazing at each other with such affection, when Xin quickly interjected, Huijin and Qin Wan simultaneously turned to look at her. Upon seeing the four watching them from the yard, a hint of discomfort flickered in Huijin's eyes. However, Qin Wan remained calm and composed, smiling as she approached the four. Suddenly, Qin Wan let out a shriek. Huijin, who had been walking beside her, instinctively reached out to catch her in his arms. Qin Wan collided directly into Huijin's embrace. Task of the hug completed. A hint of amusement flashed in Qin Wan's eyes. Are you all right? Huijin inquired, lowering his head with concern. Qin Wan, blushing, lifted her gaze from his embrace. And in that moment of eye contact, an air of awkwardness crossed her face. That I'm fine. Qin Wan shook her head. Are you truly fine? Huijin seemed skeptical that I just accidentally stepped on a stone and twisted my ankle. Qin Wan clarified. Please take a step for me to see. As he spoke, Huijin released Qin Wan. She complied, but the moment her delicate foot touched the ground, her slender frame fell abruptly towards the cold, hard floored. In a critical moment, Huijin rushed forward to catch her. However, for some reason, Qin Wan's fall was unusually forceful, causing Huijin to trip over something. And then bang! A loud crash ensued. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped from the man. Both Huijin and Qin Wan tumbled to the ground, with Huijin beneath and Qin Wan sprawled atop him. What was most unexpected was that despite their significant height difference, Qin Wan's lips inadvertently brushed against Huijin's fair, firm chin. Huijin, when Xin, Gu Xiangnan. After witnessing this scene, Yin Yu's action of eating melon came to a halt. Her small mouth slightly agape, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Su Xiaoxiao's excited eyes sparkled, her lips curving upwards uncontrollably, rising, and rising again. Oh my goodness, system, look quickly. How thrilling. I dare say the female lead must have done it intentionally. I just saw it. Her foot suddenly stretched out beneath Huijin. Otherwise, he would never have fallen. What a pity she didn't directly kiss Huijin on the lips. Alas, this female lead is still not bold enough, nor wild enough. The CP dismantling system looked on in despair at the exhilarated Su Xiaoxiao. Not only did she refrain from intervening or stopping the situation, but she also appeared utterly thrilled and delighted. Useless host, such a lack of responsibility. Thump, thump, thump. Within her chest, her heartbeat raced uncontrollably for reasons unknown. Huijin stared blankly at the figure of Qin Wan pressing down on him. Qin Wan propped herself up slightly, equally dazed as she gazed at him. Chapter 102. Zen Little Flower Versus. Imaginative Film Emperor 9. Their eyes met. Observing the flustered helplessness in Qin Wan's eyes, Huijin's previous discomfort vanished instantly. Are you all right? Huijin half raised himself, inquiring with concern for Qin Wan. No. Qin Wan shook her head. Hastily getting up, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Can I explain it to you later? Qin Wan seemed to recall something, a flicker of regret and guilt flashing in her eyes that it's just a fall. It's nothing serious. Watching Qin Wan's panicked and flustered demeanor, Huijin instinctively sought to comfort her. Are you all right? Huijin, did you hurt yourself? Qin Wan, how could you be so careless? When Xian's sudden voice interrupted the exchange between Qin Wan and Huijin. When Xian hurriedly rushed to Huijin's side, reaching out to assist him, only for Huijin to dodge away. When Xian's hand froze midair, her expression of concern and worry solidifying on her face. In just a second, she composed herself, looking at Huijin with a wounded expression. I was just worried about you. Can your foot still walk? Just as Qin Wan was about to speak, Huijin interjected once more. No lying. Qin Wan hesitated for a moment, shaking her head. It hurts a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly lifted off the ground. Startled, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Huijin's neck. Gazing at him in panic, that I'm carrying you inside. No, that's unnecessary. Qin Wan's face flushed slightly, her eyes brimming with anxiety. Huijin ignored her refusal, striding into the villa while holding her. Behind them, Gu Xiangnan and Wen Xian wore synchronized grim expressions. With Wen Xian's emotional management slightly faltering, jealousy glaring in her eyes. Nearby, Su Xiaoxiao and Yin Yu were synchronously enjoying sunflower seeds while watching the drama unfold. That I fear tonight will not be quiet. Su Xiaoxiao remarked that it will never be quiet again. Yin Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao paused her seed-cracking action, turning to give Yin Yu a silent thumbs up, still a brother who sees through to the heart of the matter. I bet the one who can't hold back tonight will be Wen Xian first. With that, Su Xiaoxiao shook her wristwatch. Care to wager? Yin Yu shot her a glance, seriously stating, we are public figures and must be mindful of our every word and action. Gambling will corrupt societal norms, and we should not engage in such activities. Su Xiaoxiao. I did not expect you to be such a pedantic traditionalist, Yin Yu. Clearly a trend-setting idol and rising star. Yet your mindset is so archaic. Su Xiaoxiao. That in the living room, as Gu Xiangnan and Wen Xian entered, Huijin was seated on the sofa, using medicinal alcohol to massage Qin Wan's sprained ankle. Wen Xian, how dare she? Has Huijin lost his mind? The esteemed film emperor personally tending to a second- or third-tier actress's ankle. Wen Xian, fuming, rushed forward to interrupt. Why is Wan's ankle so severely swollen? Shouldn't we take her to the hospital? It's nothing, just a slight twist. It's quite late now, and the hospital is closed. Let's discuss it tomorrow, Qin Wan stated. Huijin, however, completely disregarded Wen Xian at that moment. Gu Xiangnan stepped forward, suddenly grasping Huijin's hand. Huijin turned to him. That I've already contacted the family doctor. He will arrive in 10 minutes. That we really don't know what we're doing. It's best not to move too much. In case we hurt Qin Wan again. Gu Xiangnan's implication was clear. Huijin understood but did not comply with Gu Xiangnan's wishes to let go. I've studied this, Huijin suddenly said. What? Gu Xiangnan was taken aback. Qin Wan has only a mild sprain. It looks alarming but is not serious. With timely application of medicinal alcohol and rest for 3 to 4 days, it will reduce swelling and allow normal walking. But you are not a real doctor. Gu Xiangnan knew that it was inappropriate to say more at this moment. Yet he couldn't help himself. He couldn't bear to see any further intimate interactions between Huijin and Qin Wan, particularly the physical contact, which he found utterly unacceptable. Having harbored feelings for Qin Wan for so many years, how could Huijin, the newcomer, surpass him? For all these years, Qin Wan had always treated him coldly. Why should Huijin be the exception? It's useful that that moment, Qin Wan suddenly spoke. You didn't see it when you came in late. My foot is actually not as swollen as before. Huijin's technique is truly remarkable, Qin Wan explained. Hearing this, Gu Xiangnan wished to say something further, but the words caught in his throat. He could only watch helplessly as Huijin and Qin Wan interacted as if no one else were present. Observing the continuous change in Qin Wan's attitude towards Huijin, this cannot be allowed to continue. Gu Xiangnan seemed to have thought of something, his gaze darkening. Meanwhile, Wen Xian beside him couldn't help but chime in. Wan, do be careful in the future. You tripped on such a flat path. What will you do if you go to the mountains to film, facing those rugged trails? Although Wen Xian appeared to be advising and worrying about Qin Wan, the underlying implication was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence. Qin Wan had initially intended to explain privately to Huijin, but since Wen Xian had taken things this far, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Thus, as soon as when Xin finished speaking, she noticed Qin Wan's expression of guilt and regret, that I'm sorry. This was the second time Qin Wan had apologized to him. Recalling Qin Wan's hesitant demeanor earlier in the yard, alongside his intimate mission, Huijin understood that I don't blame you. Huijin suddenly said, so, what is your intimate mission? Huijin asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. It wouldn't be to pull me down with you, would it? Huijin jested at his words. Qin Wan hurriedly shook her head, denying, no, it is not a hug, because I can't tell you I initially intended to pretend to trip and fall into your arms, which would count as completing the task, but I didn't expect. Halfway through her words, Qin Wan seemed to recall something difficult to articulate, her face filled with annoyance and regret. But you didn't anticipate that you would actually sprain your ankle. Huijin chuckled lightly, finishing her thought. Qin Wan, that if I said it was intentional, would you believe me? Chapter 103. Zen Little Flower vs. Imaginative Film Emperor 10. Observing the look of frustration on Qin Wan's face. Huijin found her incredibly endearing. Huijin's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 56. Qin Wan's candid and genuine demeanor, devoid of pretense, brought Huijin, who had long been entrenched in the entertainment industry and accustomed to its machinations, a sense of comfort, at least compared to when Xion's every word laced with ulterior motives. Qin Wan was refreshingly sincere and straightforward. She could have kept it to herself. She could have spoken to him privately. Yet, she did not. She openly admitted her mistake. She graciously apologized to him. Next time, just hug me directly, Huijin suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan froze. What? Huijin lifted his gaze to her, reiterating, next time you encounter such a task, just hug me. I've agreed. Qin Wan was left speechless. When Xion's jealousy intensified. Huijin, you are too kind. When Xion suppressed her jealousy, her words dripping with acidity, clever. Huijin praised her with a smile. Because you are a girl, and I am a boy. If I were to take your hand directly, it would be too abrupt and offensive that it would also make one feel I was taking advantage of you. Therefore, I must seek your consent. But you are different. You are a girl, and I am a boy. If you wish to hug me, you need not feel that it is abrupt or offensive. Besides, it is an honor to be embraced by such a beautiful and outstanding girl like you. Undoubtedly, Huijin was exceptionally eloquent that as he spoke, Qin Wan felt his affection for her shining brightly. All right, Qin Wan agreed, observing the two of them unabashedly displaying their affection, when Qin interjected with a hint of jealousy. Remarking on how exceptionally kind Emperor Hua is to girls that not to Qin Wan. What is Wenxin subtly implying? Qin Wan lifted her gaze to glance at her, just in time to catch a fleeting glimmer of insight in Wenxin's eyes. Realizing this, Qin Wan lowered her eyes to conceal the momentary flicker of derision within them. Jiyu Xiangnan stood behind the two, his gaze shifting unpredictably as he took in the scene before him. He could no longer afford to wait. It was only the second day, yet the rapport between Qin Wan and Huijin had already progressed so swiftly that if he did not intervene soon, the feelings he had harbored for years would amount to nothing. Moments later, the family doctor Gu Xiangnan had contacted arrived. After examining Qin Wan, the family doctor delivered the same verdict as Huijin had earlier. Only after confirming that Qin Wan was indeed fine did Gu Xiangnan's expression ease somewhat. Qin Wan. That instinctively, she lifted her eyes towards Huijin. Coincidentally, Huijin had also heard Gu Xiangnan's inquiry and turned his gaze towards her. Their eyes met, and noticing the confusion in Qin Wan's gaze alongside the unabashed possessiveness in Gu Xiangnan's eyes, Huijin subtly furrowed his brow. Allow me to take the lead. Typically averse to competition, Huijin took an unusually bold step forward to confront Gu Xiangnan. Huijin's initiative brought an immediate sense of ease and naturalness to Qin Wan's expression. Without a hint of hesitation, she flashed an apologetic smile at Gu Xiangnan, saying, Xiangnan, today you are Wenxin's partner. I cannot engage in such a transgression. With that, Qin Wan extended her hand towards Huijin, allowing him to lift her up. Gu Xiangnan's hand froze in midair. Watching their departing figures, Gu Xiangnan's hand gradually clenched into a fist at that moment. When Qin appeared behind him, the Jiyu Xiangnan, let us collaborate. Half an hour later, ding-dong. Once again, Qin Wan's phone chimed. Get some rest. There will be a surprise tomorrow morning. Ding-dong. That was still Qin Wan's phone. Once, I thought you were a dream I could never touch in this lifetime, until the moment you stood before me. I realize that as long as I do not give up, there is still hope. Undoubtedly, these messages were from Gu Xiangnan. Ding dong. Good night. Su Xiao Xiao. But this man, Yin is somewhat dismissive, given that their exchanged messages would be broadcasted for the audience to see. Couldn't he be a little more considerate? As Su Xiao Xiao pondered this, she stowed away her phone and climbed into bed, contemplating whether she was assisting Wenxin or Qin Wan. On one side was a task. On the other, a lively CP event. Ugh, such a difficult choice. Late at night, the camera in the girls' room was suddenly obscured by a black cloth. The same scene unfolded in the boys' room. The assistant director monitoring the feed immediately sensed something was amiss. Upon seeing the last two faces on the screen, a wave of foreboding washed over him. What to do? An hour later, the black cloth covering the cameras in both rooms was simultaneously removed. The following morning, Su Xiao Xiao and Yin wandered in the kitchen, exchanging silent glances. Yin, I cannot cook. Su Xiao Xiao. What a coincidence. Neither can I. An eerie silence enveloped them for 3 seconds. Yin inquired, what shall we have for breakfast? Su Xiao Xiao. The director seemed to have specifically instructed against ordering takeout yesterday. Yin, the Su Xiao Xiao, that the two exchanged glances. 10 minutes later. When Qin Wan and Huijin appeared in the kitchen, they fell into a prolonged silence upon seeing 6 containers of instant noodles on the dining table. You two, we did our best, Su Xiao Xiao said, throwing her hands up in a gesture of resignation. Indeed, Yin nodded in agreement. Qin Wan, the Huijin. But ultimately, the instant noodles were relegated to a corner, as Qin Wan and Huijin donned aprons and set to work. Half an hour later, warm milk, white porridge, side dishes, and fried eggs constituted a simple yet satisfying breakfast. After surveying the dining area, Qin Wan and Huijin exchanged looks and spoke in unison. Wenxin hasn't come down yet. What about Gu Xiangnan? Yes, it's rather peculiar that they're still asleep, isn't it? I recall Gu Xiangnan rising quite early yesterday, Su Xiao Xiao remarked, almost as soon as she finished speaking, the CP dismantling system. Having grown weary of her foolishness, transmitted the events that transpired after she fell asleep the previous night directly into her mind. Su Xiao Xiao. What the heck? Qin Wan, Huijin, and Yin turned simultaneously to stare at the suddenly exclaiming Su Xiao Xiao. Su Xiao Xiao. That a major social faux pas. Fortunately, just then, Gu Xiangnan's entrance shattered the tense atmosphere in the dining room. No, not just Gu Xiangnan. Wenxin followed closely behind him. Chapter 104. The Zen Flower Versus. The imaginative Emperor Hua 11, Wenxin's charming eyes and slightly upturned lashes exuded an air of allure as she strolled in, yawning and leaning lazily against the doorframe, looking utterly exhausted upon witnessing this. Qin Wan raised an eyebrow. It appears she had a delightful night. Keep your distance from them. A sudden notification in her ear startled Qin Wan. She turned to see Huijin leaning closer, wearing a serious expression as he admonished her. Qin Wan feigned ignorance and asked, why? Huijin was momentarily taken aback by her question, then scrutinized her with suspicion. You'd have never been in a relationship. Qin Wan innocently shook her head and instinctively countered, what about you? Huijin, what an intriguing question. How coincidental. I haven't either. However, being older than you, I naturally possess a bit more insight. Let me tell you. Steer clear of Wenxin. Moreover, regarding Gu Xiangnan, although your previous demeanor made it clear you do not favor him, starting today, your stance must be even more resolute, understood? Observing Huijin's solemn expression, Qin Wan unexpectedly blurted out. Is it because they slept together? Huijin, Yin, Su Xiao Xiao. Huijin blinked, his wide eyes filled with confusion as he gazed at Qin Wan. How did you know? Yin looked over with curiosity, while Su Xiao Xiao stared at her in anticipation. Huijin maintained his serious demeanor as he awaited her response. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the three, Qin Wan remained unflustered. Last night, I was thirsty and went downstairs for water, and happened to see them in the movie hall on the first floor. Huijin, Yin, exciting, Su Xiao Xiao. Undoubtedly, wherever the female lead is, there is bound to be a story. Did you see it? Huijin pressed, his lips pressed together, regarding her with intensity. That I accidentally caught a glimpse. Qin Wan hastily clarified. That means you did see it. What was their physique like? Su Xiao Xiao suddenly asked boldly. Yin, Qin Wan and Huijin all turned to stare at her. Please don't look at me like that. That it's creepy. Su Xiao Xiao instinctively took a step back. That I was just a bit curious upon hearing this. Su Xiaoxiao appeared dejected. What a pity. Huijin, that he knew. That, however, the commotion was quite loud, and Wen Xin's voice was equally pronounced, indicating her stamina must be commendable. Qin Wan made another startling remark. Huijin. Inu. Cough, cough, cough. Upon realizing this, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she looked at Qin Wan. No wonder Wen Xin is still asleep. She looks utterly drained. Indeed, usually she would have eagerly come to help by now. Qin Wan agreed with a nod. Huijin. I knew. But the conversation between Qin Wan and Su Xiaoxiao left Huijin and Yin enveloped in a prolonged silence and skepticism. Nevertheless, how could they be so audacious? Cameras are everywhere in the villa, Su Xiaoxiao mused. Those cameras were all covered with black cloth last night. Qin Wan replied that that's true, Su Xiaoxiao conceded, with Gu Xiangnan standing. The director wouldn't dare offend him. Their act of obscuring the cameras must have been entirely above board, that Gu Xiangnan is fond of. Yin queried, his eyes filled with curiosity as he turned to Qin Wan. Noticing this, Su Xiaoxiao interjected, her expression laden with meaning as she patted Yin on the shoulder. Dear brother, you are still too young that a man's heart and body can be separate. Affection is one thing, and physical needs do not contradict the feelings in his heart. Yin. That witnessing Su Xiaoxiao's air of experienced wisdom, Yin's emotions were quite complex. Huijin did not expect that after Su Xiaoxiao spoke. Qin Wan would also nod in agreement, that it is indeed so that Gu Xiangnan has never lacked for women over the years. Yet he has not relinquished that to disturb me. That is just how men are. Su Xiaoxiao sighed with emotion. Yin replied, I am the exception. Huijin pressed his thin lips together, his expression serious as he defended his innocence. Upon witnessing this, Yin quickly interjected, I have no interest in women. At these words, Qin Wan and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged meaningful glances, immediately turning their attention towards him. Not to mention Huijin's complex gaze, as he unconsciously shifted 2 steps closer to Qin Wan. Yin, but that's not what I meant. That a flicker of annoyance flashed in Yin's eyes as he hastily clarified that no need to explain. Little brother, did I, as an older sister, have been through it all and understand completely. As she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao feigned encouragement, giving Yin a fist pump. Little brother, keep it up. Don't be confined by societal norms. Your happiness is what matters most. Yin, that this is too much, observing the 4 of them engaged in their lively chatter. Gu Xiangnan felt his previously adjusted emotions collapse, once more enough that Gu Xiangnan commanded in a low voice. Wan, I apologize that I caught a chill last night, and woke up late today due to a slight cold. I didn't have time to help you prepare breakfast. You won't hold it against me, will you? Qin Wan ignored Wen Xian's insincere tone, furrowing her brow as she glared at Wen Xian's grip on her hand. You're holding my hand too tightly, today. As soon as these words left Qin Wan's mouth, all eyes in the room turned to Wen Xian. Wen Xian's face stiffened. She was seething inside, but could only suppress her anger. Forcing a remorseful facade to apologize to Qin Wan, I'm so sorry, Wan. Are you all right? I just saw you so excited that I didn't use much strength at all. The last part of her statement was delivered in a softer tone, tinged with faint regret and confusion, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. It seemed she could not comprehend why, despite her gentle touch, Qin Wan had cried out in pain, just as when Xian was feigning innocence. Qin Wan furrowed her brow and rolled up her sleeves, revealing the red imprints of 5 fingers on her delicate, fair arm. Staring at the marks, when Xian was left speechless, Su Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Yin subtly furrowed his brow, and Gu Xiangnan's expression darkened abruptly. Huijin immediately stepped forward, pulling Qin Wan behind him protectively, casting a warning glare at Wen Xian before turning to Qin Wan. Does it hurt? Huijin asked. Qin Wan gently shook her head, replying, It's fine. My skin is just too fair, which makes it look alarming. Wen Xian, that's quite excessive. Throughout their brief interactions over the past few days, Su Xiaoxiao's fondness for Qin Wan had greatly increased, and she had come to accept Qin Wan as a friend. Out of loyalty to her friend, Su Xiaoxiao decided to momentarily set aside her mission. Forgetting that Wen Xian was on her side, and began to verbally confront Wen Xian that I clearly didn't use any force. Staring at the 5 fingerprints on Qin Wan's arm, Wen Xian was also taken aback. Although she despised Qin Wan and resented her constant dominance, she wasn't foolish enough to act out of line. That's enough. Gu Xiangnan reprimanded coldly. Apologize to Qin Wan. Gu Xiangnan's icy gaze bore down on her menacingly. When Exin trembled in fear, her heart boiling with rage, yet she could only look at Qin Wan with a pitiful expression. Wan, I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean it. Did I really didn't mean it to boohoo did she spoke. When Exin felt genuinely wronged, the Jiu Xiangnan is such a coward. I gave myself to him last night, and now he treats me like a stranger. How heartless. It's alright, I don't blame you, it's just that my skin is too fair. Even a light touch can leave red marks. Perhaps you should keep your distance in the future to avoid further misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, when Xian's anger surged, are you refusing to forgive me? Wan, I really didn't mean to. Silence. Gu Xiangnan's cold gaze turned back to Wen Xian, seething with rage, she turned on her heel and stormed off. Once she left, Qin Wan wasted no time in rolling down her sleeves. Enthusiastically inviting Huijin, Su Xiaoxiao, and Yin Yu to join her for breakfast, that I asked for Gu Xiangnan that I'm sorry my eyesight is poor. I didn't see you there. Faced with Qin Wan's blatant rejection and avoidance, Gu Xiangnan's eyes darkened, that he stepped forward to sit on either side of Qin Wan, flanking her with Huijin. Qin Wan turned to Huijin, asking, may I switch places with you? Seeing the hope in her eyes, Huijin stood up without hesitation. That Jiu Xiangnan looked at Qin Wan, wounded. However, Qin Wan didn't spare him a glance as she swiftly exchanged seats with Huijin. Su Xiaoxiao, holding a glass of milk, leaned closer to Yin Yu and whispered, they are so arrogant. Yin Yu glanced at her and corrected, this is called being true to oneself. That Su Xiaoxiao pouted dismissively. If you want to be cowardly, just admit it. No need to sugarcoat it. After witnessing Yin Yu peeling an egg for Su Xiaoxiao, Huijin paused, about to eat an egg himself. The next moment, Qin Wan, who was drinking milk, halted as a smooth, peeled egg entered her line of sight. Would you like some? Huijin inquired. You peeled this for me? Qin Wan asked, slightly taken aback. Yes, thank you. Observing this interaction, Su Xiaoxiao wore a motherly smile. These two are truly a match. They complement each other in looks, personality, and status. I wonder what the system is thinking. They are a perfect pair, yet it insists on tearing them apart. As the saying goes, it's better to destroy 10 temples than to break one marriage. Why does the system force me to do such a wicked thing? It's outrageous. You pathetic host with no professional integrity. After a breakfast filled with tension, Gu Xiangnan remained sullen, not eating a single bite. The negative emotions he had just released surged once more. Step aside. Qin Wan frowned, looking at him displeased. Why not me? Gu Xiangnan protested stubbornly. There's no reason. Qin Wan took a step back, increasing the distance between them. Even without Huijin, it could never be you. Qin Wan's words were clear, decisive, and devoid of compassion. Gu Xiangnan's frustration deepened. What is wrong with me? Qin Wan, do you lack a heart? I've liked you for so many years, treated you so well. Why can't you even look at me? Upon hearing this, Qin Wan let out a soft laugh. You like me? You like me while dating other girls? You like me while being ambiguous with several girls? You like me while being engaged to someone else? You like me while sleeping with one ex? And with each statement, the corners of her mouth curled upwards, the sarcasm in her eyes becoming increasingly evident. Jiu Xiangnan, your affection is something I cannot accept. Besides, there's no rule stating that just because you like me, I must return those feelings that I, Qin Wan, have never liked you, do not like you now, and will never like you in the future. There are no reasons, no justifications. Disliking you is simply that. Have I made myself clear enough? Can you leave now? Qin Wan was genuinely irritated by Gu Xiangnan. Although the original character was laid back and lacked ambition, she had a genuine passion for acting, considering the industry her family was involved in. Qin Wan's expression darkened slightly. No, she refused to become a mere housekeeper. Qin Wan, I've liked you for so many years. You can only be mine. No one is allowed to take you away from me. After delivering this grandiose declaration, Gu Xiangnan's gaze darkened, and he stepped closer to Qin Wan, preparing to enact a forceful kiss against the wall. But then bang! Qin Wan's leg, which had just left the ground, froze. Seeing the tall figure suddenly appear before her, Qin Wan calmly lowered her long, slender leg as Huijin turned to look at her. Gratitude evident in her expression. Are you all right? Huijin asked, concern etched on his face. Qin Wan shook her head, slightly pale, replying, I'm fine. Your timely arrival saved me from having to deal with him, as long as you're okay. Hu Jin scrutinized her carefully, ensuring she was unharmed, though a trace of fear lingered in his gaze. After reassuring Qin Wan, Hu Jin approached Gu Xiangnan. Bang! Crash! The sounds of violent collisions and heavy objects falling echoed throughout the villa. On the third floor at the staircase, Su Xiaoxiao and Yin Yu leaned over the railing, munching on sunflower seeds while eagerly watching the two in the living room below, engaged in a fierce exchange. Who do you think will win? I bet on Hu Jin, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly. What a coincidence. Also choose Hu Jin. Our bet is off, Yin Yu replied, his expression unchanging. Su Xiaoxiao pouted, muttering under her breath. Boring man. Chapter 106. The Zen Flower Girl versus the Imaginative Movie King 13. Host, are you not going to go up and stop them? As Qin Wan remained passive while watching the performance. The system could not help but inquire. Was not its host deeply enamored with the divine being? Why, upon witnessing the deity fighting on her behalf, did she remain unmoved? Why should she intervene? Gu Xiangnan could not possibly match him. It was indeed beneficial for him to impart a lasting lesson to Gu Xiangnan. And moreover, that had Hu Jin not intervened today, she had intended to emulate when exquisite, seeking a moonless night to invite Gu Xiangnan for a profound exchange. One could not provoke, nor could one retaliate, for the act of violence was cloaked in such grandiloquence that it invited fanciful interpretations. With my presence, you need not worry. Qin Wan chuckled softly, raising her phone. The system, following her cue, scanned the device. Without a plot, am I to be rendered helpless? Just because I am apart from you does not imply my demise. It is I who cannot part from the host. The system reluctantly acknowledged this harsh truth. Its very essence of existence relied solely on Qin Wan. She was its sky, its earth, its fated destiny. Qin Wan. That Su Xiaoxiao gazed enviously at Qin Wan, who was engrossed in her phone. Indeed, beautiful women are accustomed to grand spectacles. In such a situation, to remain so composed while engaging with her device, entirely unfazed, her resilient mindset is worthy of emulation. System, behold how exceptional the female lead is. While the male lead and the supporting male are fighting for her, she remains engrossed in her phone. Such a formidable heroine. Are you certain I can compete? I know you relish motivating me. But must you elevate me to such heights only to undermine my potential? As a mere rice bug, devoid of ambition and merely consuming, how can you place such hope upon me? Self-awareness is a virtue. Do not strip away my earthly clarity and brainwash me into becoming an average woman. Understand? While Su Xiaoxiao continued her incessant chatter, the system, now exasperated, leapt into a figurative black box, seeking refuge from her incessant voice. Just as Su Xiaoxiao rambled on, her phone abruptly chimed, ding-dash-dong, Su Xiaoxiao froze, perplexed. Observing the chat interface that had popped up on her phone, she blinked her innocent, wide eyes in confusion. Glancing down towards the second floor where Qin Wan was situated, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, Su Xiaoxiao received Qin Wan's friendly smile. Did I trouble you? Qin Wan silently communicated, even waving her phone at her. Su Xiaoxiao. It was neither an unfounded claim nor alarmism. This female lead was indeed perilous. 3 minutes later, Su Xiaoxiao, with a complex expression, stood before the director, resembling a debt collector, her face contorted as she extended a hand for the hard drive. The director regarded her quizzically, handing over the hard drive with a degree of skepticism. Before she departed, he called out to her, inquiring, "When did you become so close with Qin Wan? She trusts you so much. Such an important item has been entrusted to you. Were you acquainted with Qin Wan previously? Could it be that you are also a tenant of hers? What compensation are you receiving for running errands for Qin Wan? Is it a lavish apartment, or perhaps a villa?" Su Xiaoxiao. Faced with the director, whose persona had collapsed and was devoid of any dignity, Su Xiaoxiao stared at him in bewilderment for a considerable time. Eventually, she managed to utter, "What is your compensation?" "A lavish apartment." Without a moment's hesitation, the director divulged the exorbitant benefits he had received in exchange for sharing information with Su Xiaoxiao. A lavish apartment. At the very least, it must be worth several million, right? If situated in an excellent location, it could easily surpass 10 million. Is Qin Wan truly so affluent? Hu Jin is indeed fortunate. Su Xiaoxiao mused. I suddenly feel envious of him. Would you consider a trip to Thailand? Yin Yu asked expressionlessly. Su Xiaoxiao. Is that a reasonable question? She merely expressed envy towards Hu Jin. She never claimed to be in love with Qin Wan. Even if she did develop feelings for Qin Wan, she could easily sway her affections. Why would she go to Thailand and inflict such hardship upon herself? With that thought, Su Xiaoxiao could not help but roll her eyes at Inu. I have no interest in Thailand. If you wish to go, I can provide financial support as a gesture of our friendship. Just when Su Xiaoxiao anticipated a retort from Inu, unexpectedly, Inu calmly agreed. Fine. When I decide to go, I will contact you in advance for the funds. Su Xiaoxiao. Gazing at Inu's impassive and unflappable visage, Su Xiaoxiao's mind was in a state of shock. Goodness, is this man truly so nonchalant? 10 minutes later. Here, the hard drive you requested. Qin Wan flashed her a gentle smile. Thank you. Watching Qin Wan swiftly connect the hard drive to her computer, Su Xiaoxiao's expression turned complex as she inquired. What is my compensation? Compensation? Qin Wan raised an eyebrow. Looking at her, I heard the director mention that you provided him with a lavish apartment. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan chuckled softly. How about I introduce Inu to you? I believe you two would make a fine match. Did I tee this? Su Xiaoxiao immediately recalled Inu's earlier mention of considering a trip to Thailand. Her face darkening. I have no interest in unique individuals. Unique individuals? Qin Wan raised an eyebrow. Her interest peaked as she gazed at Su Xiaoxiao. Enough with the matchmaking. There is no possibility between Inu and me. With that, Su Xiaoxiao lamented. I shall merely become a legend of the realm. I shall not linger for any as she spoke. Su Xiaoxiao felt compelled to add. Although Inu is indeed quite handsome, with an excellent physique, a delightful singing voice, remarkable acting skills, and a particularly enticing net worth. His character is also quite appealing to me. As she continued to praise him, Su Xiaoxiao found it increasingly difficult to contain her admiration. Given his merits, why not consider him? Qin Wan raised an eyebrow. Smiling as she asked, he is pursuing you, and I am merely a bystander. With that thought, Su Xiaoxiao felt a wave of sentiment. Indeed, the men surrounding the female lead are merely supporting characters in her narrative. Chapter 107. Zen-like young star versus overactive imagination movie Emperor 14. Knowing his intentions, I cannot believe you failed to recognize that his feelings towards me are solely of gratitude. Qin Wan chuckled, unaffected by Su Xiaoxiao's words. Regardless, nothing could develop between us. Su Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, observing the usually cheerful Su Xiaoxiao suddenly become reticent. Qin Wan smiled softly, choosing not to tease further. I was once like you, reluctant to trust anyone and even more hesitant to become an actor in this play. However, I have come to realize that trying it out can be quite rewarding. Otherwise, watching from the sidelines forever can become tiresome, leading to a sense of confusion and questioning the very meaning of one's existence that we are no less than anyone else. Why should we fear? Is there a lack of confidence within you? Su Xiaoxiao regarded Qin Wan, her gaze complicated. Do you know something? Not only that, she tossed the hard drive into a nearby water-filled basin. That if you feel something, give it a try. A word of advice from someone who has been there. Well, Ho Jin is on his way. You should leave promptly. Su Xiaoxiao. Your actions are somewhat inconsiderate. She had assisted her for free, albeit by merely running an errand to retrieve a hard drive. Yet, did Qin Wan truly need to sever ties so swiftly? Qin Wan, do you not think you are being excessive? Su Xiaoxiao said gently. You did provide the director with an entire lavish apartment. I assisted you for free, and yet you treat me so callously. Do you not feel you are being rather inconsiderate? Friendship is invaluable, but love is even more precious. Rest assured, I shall remember your kindness. When you come to your senses and wish to pursue Inu, I will certainly assist you in winning his heart as a reward for this occasion. With that, Qin Wan could not help but give Su Xiaoxiao's sweet and endearing round face a playful pinch. The sensation is delightful. I would love to keep you in this realm to play together. That way, I would not be lonely. We could frequently meet for escapades. With this thought, Qin Wan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Xiaoxiao. That I must admit, I find your gaze somewhat unnerving. In the end, before Qin Wan could urge her to leave, Su Xiaoxiao, feeling a sense of danger in the room, hastily departed. Yes, she was afraid. Afraid that if she lingered, she would be brainwashed by Qin Wan. Afraid that if she stayed any longer, Qin Wan might become infatuated, leading to something indescribable. With such thoughts, Su Xiaoxiao made her way downstairs, finding Inu in the courtyard, indulging in snacks while watching the performance. How did you find such a discreet spot? I located it with my eyes. Yin Yu replied, expressionless to Su Xiaoxiao. But this man appears to be somewhat destined for solitude. That I in the kitchen, Gu Xiangnan was preparing sweet treats. And it was evident he was doing so for Qin Wan. When Xin embraced him from behind, her hands lingering around Gu Xiangnan's waist, her body unconsciously rubbing against his back, did I in that fleeting moment. Su Xiaoxiao keenly observed that Gu Xiangnan, who was preparing desserts, momentarily paused, his throat visibly bobbing several times, and his gaze appeared to shift subtly. Yin Yu, rarely in agreement with her, acknowledged the difficulty of the situation. With a group of utterly unrestrained individuals, just imagine the chaos during the editing process, Su Xiaoxiao inquired. The editor might end up bald, Yin Yu quipped coldly, though he might indeed lose his hair. I believe the director will certainly reward him handsomely, Su Xiaoxiao responded. After all, the director had acquired a luxurious penthouse from Qin Wan. It was evident that the director's temperament was not one to hoard for himself. Lost in thought, Su Xiaoxiao instinctively extended her hand. The warm sensation beneath her fingertips made her pause abruptly, and in that instant, her heart inexplicably fluttered as she turned her head. Her gaze collided with Yin Yu's penetrating stare. The seeds are gone. If you wish to eat, you must procure them yourself, Yin Yu remarked, rather inappropriately, that as he spoke. Yin Yu evaded her touch. The fragile atmosphere of intimacy was consequently shattered. Yin Yu stared in surprise. When did you hide this? The secrets of the universe must remain undisclosed, Su Xiaoxiao replied with a mysterious smile. Yin Yu. But behind the two, the cameraman was at a loss, observing the peculiar dynamic between them. Simultaneously, he was also mindful of selecting angles to capture the chemistry between Yin Yu and Su Xiaoxiao, striving to render the visuals as picturesque and romantic as possible for the scandalous topics they discussed. Those would undoubtedly be edited out later, leaving only the beautiful imagery for the audience to interpret at their leisure. On the second floor, after Qin Wan tended to Huijin's wrist injuries, she suddenly spoke. Huijin. Huijin lifted his gaze to meet hers. Qin Wan's intense gaze was fixed upon him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you. Witnessing her sincere appreciation and locking eyes with her clear, beautiful orbs, Huijin momentarily lost his focus. That it was merely a trivial matter, he replied. Would you like to hear a story? Noticing Huijin's intent to evade, a fleeting smile flitted across Qin Wan's eyes. Barely perceptible. What story? Huijin asked, puzzled. The tale of Gu Xiangnan and me, Qin Wan disclosed. Huijin regarded her for a second before responding. He was not typically a person driven by curiosity, but considering Qin Wan's eagerness to share, he was willing to listen. After all, Gu Xiangnan was indeed quite bothersome, and it was undoubtedly distressing for her to be entangled with such a man. With that thought in mind, Huijin poured a glass of water for Qin Wan, signaling her to begin her narrative. Qin Wan. But this man exhibited a degree of disingenuousness. While presenting an outward facade of indifference, his actions betrayed a sense of eagerness. That he poured her water, opened a nearby bag of chips, and leisurely munched while fixating his gaze on her, embodying the role of an eager spectator. Gu Xiangnan and I were high school classmates. Qin Wan sighed inwardly as she slowly recounted the original protagonist's acquaintance. Understanding and bond with Gu Xiangnan. Chapter 108. The easygoing little star versus the overly imaginative leading man. 15. The legitimate wife bore 2 legitimate daughters, while the mistress outside had 2 illegitimate daughters. And in recent years, a 4th mistress appeared, also giving birth to a daughter. The legitimate wife maintained a dual facade, while the 2 half-sisters mirrored her duplicity. Thus, in the face of Gu Xiangnan's bullying, the head of the Gu family chose to turn a blind eye. Qin Wan, the original protagonist, fortuitously witnessed Gu Xiangnan being bullied and spoke up to defend him. Upon learning of Gu Xiangnan's background and experiences, the original protagonist assisted him. She introduced him to job opportunities, taught him how to manage a company, even hiring a mentor to guide him, and arranged for Gu Xiangnan to practice at a subsidiary of the Qin Group. As Gu Xiangnan grew increasingly capable and distinguished himself, the head of the Gu family, aging and without hope of producing a son, finally placed his hopes on Gu Xiang. Gu Xiangnan rose to prominence, becoming the current head of the Gu family. During his ascent, the original protagonist went abroad. The Gu Xiangnan harbored an obsession for the original protagonist that it can be said that he owed a significant part of his current success to her. However, at that time, he lacked confidence and felt unworthy of her. Thus he endured silently. Only after he fully took over the Gu group and wielded absolute authority did he feel deserving of her and dare to approach Qin Wan. In truth, my interactions with him were quite limited. We weren't particularly close. Qin Wan continued. Initially helping him was mere coincidence. Afterward, I didn't think much of it, only perceiving the Gu family as a perilous pit. If the head of the Gu family successfully bore a son, he would likely struggle to find his footing within the family. Hence, I helped him secure a job, believing that even if he left the Gu family, he could sustain himself. However, the original protagonist never anticipated that Gu Xiangnan would develop an obsession with her. After Qin Wan finished, Huijin offered his perspective. If he weren't such a scoundrel, he could be a decent choice. Unfortunately, Gu Xiangnan is too much of a rogue, inherently similar to the previous head of the Gu family, believing that wealth grants him the right to act as he pleases, to toy with emotions without regard. Even though Qin Wan occupies a significant place in his heart, he lacks the self-awareness to remain virtuous for her sake. The Dou genuinely believe he is a good choice. Qin Wan suddenly inquired. Huijin was taken aback, his gaze meeting hers. The seriousness in her eyes stirred an odd emotion within him that I meant if he weren't a scoundrel. Huijin instinctively explained. Qin Wan remained silent. Simply observing him, I in the next moment that I don't believe he is a good choice. Huijin spoke candidly, a strong desire to survive prompting him, even though he was unsure why he felt this way. Noticing Qin Wan still silent, Huijin furrowed his brows, thoughtfully adding, upon serious reflection, I believe that even if Gu Xiangnan were not a rogue, he still wouldn't be a good choice. His feelings for you are not genuine. His affection stems from gratitude, not true love. Therefore, you must steadfastly uphold your current convictions. Never allow Gu Xiangnan to deceive you, and certainly do not let him lead you astray. Qin Wan. But are you still upset? Huijin asked again. Qin Wan pursed her lips. I am not angry. Then are you still unhappy? Huijin pondered for a moment before rephrasing his question. Qin Wan. The girls tend to be more subtle, disliking the admission of their small grievances or the acknowledgement of being petty. Thus, will you still buy me meat in the future? Huijin asked earnestly. This question was of great importance to in his eyes. Qin Wan was a wonderful friend, one who would not only allow him to indulge in meat, but would even take the initiative to treat him. She was far superior to his manager, Chinzei. Qin Wan rose in silence, preparing to leave. Upon seeing this, Huijin was taken aback. He instinctively grasped Qin Wan's hand. I was wrong that I will never speak carelessly again. Will you still buy me meat in the future? If she was willing to continue buying him meat, it would signify that she was indeed not angry, or perhaps that she had already forgiven him. Alternatively, it might indicate that she still wished to remain friends and continue their camaraderie. Bye. Qin Wan's gaze was fixed intently upon him as she forced the word out between clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Huijin's tension finally eased somewhat. Although, Qin Wan's expression did not appear particularly joyful. Nonetheless, her agreement indicated that she was still willing to be friends with him, willing to maintain their rapport in that case. Even if she was still somewhat displeased, it suggested that this displeasure was manageable. With this thought, Huijin flashed a smile. Huijin's affection increased by 4, current affection level, 60. Qin Wan was kind-hearted and easy to talk to, which greatly pleased Huijin, making him feel grateful that he had not chosen the wrong friends. Indeed, how could a girl who willingly treats him to meat be anything but kind? Thus, driven by this sentiment, Huijin generously increased Qin Wan's affection level by 4 points for the first time. Can I let go now? Qin Wan glared at him coldly. Where are you going? Huijin's first instinct was not to release Qin Wan's hand, but to inquire about her destination, that I told you. I am not angry. Qin Wan shot back, her tone laced with a hint of irritation. Huijin, that can I say I don't believe you? Look at your expression. It's as if you want to devour me. Look at your tone. It sounds like you want to consume me whole. Look at your face. It's all dark and gloomy, and no matter how I see it, you appear to be upset, yet you stubbornly refuse to admit it. I dare not retort. After all, the one who provoked your ire is none other than me. Chapter 109. The easygoing little star versus the overly imaginative leading man, 16. I have never comforted anyone. Huijin gazed at her with longing. Qin Wan maintained her impassive expression. So what? Teach me. If you would that I must say, Huijin truly possesses a talent. You claim you are not angry, and I choose to believe you. I have misspoken. Could you please enlighten me on how to appease you? Under the scrutinizing gaze of Qin Wan, Huijin let out a gentle sigh, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. I am not deceiving you. I genuinely have never comforted anyone before. It has always been others who have comforted me. This is the first time that he has actively sought to console someone. Unfortunately, he lacks the ability to do so. Qin Wan, that your current demeanor has already rendered me utterly soft-hearted. I do not wish to hear you speak of other men being well-suited for me. Although Qin Wan maintained a stern expression, her tightly pressed lips belied her softening attitude. Really? Qin Wan feigned disbelief. That I swear to the heavens. As he spoke, Huijin raised 2 fingers, vowing to the sky, observing the tension etched on his handsome face. Qin Wan nearly succumbed to a faint smile. Then that if other men pursue me, will you help me drive them away? I shall certainly assist in sending away anyone you dislike. Huijin, noticeably slow to respond, had yet to grasp the underlying tension. That it's a promise, then. With that, Qin Wan extended her pinky finger, mimicking a gesture of sealing a pact. So childish. Huijin murmured under his breath, voicing his distaste, yet his body moved in earnest. Huijin's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 62. The shifting expression on Qin Wan's face, from cloudy to clear, finally allowed Huijin to breathe a sigh of relief, at the same time. Qin Wan's gentle consolation left a favorable impression on Huijin. It turns out that only 2 simple actions were needed to prevent her from being upset. She was far easier to placate than those female celebrities he was accustomed to. As he pondered this, Huijin suddenly wondered who in the future would be fortunate enough to have Qin Wan as a girlfriend or wife. Lost in thought, Huijin's mind began to drift further away. What would you like to eat for lunch? Qin Wan suddenly inquired. Is there anything else? Qin Wan asked again. Certainly, I shall make a call to arrange it to as she spoke. Qin Wan took out her phone. Huijin felt an inexplicable emptiness in his palm. Her hand was soft, quite comforting. Being with her was as pleasant as her presence. Huijin's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 64. 2 hours later, at the restaurant. Gazing at the familiar steak on the table, Huijin was momentarily taken aback. She truly accomplished it. Huijin's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 66. Where did you source this? I recall that due to natural disasters abroad, the domestic supply of top-quality beef has been quite scarce this year. Taste it and see if it meets your satisfaction. Qin Wan pulled out a chair, gesturing for Huijin to sit down. Did you make this? The instant the beef touched his palate, Huijin regretted asking that question. The precision in the meat's cooking was simply exquisite. It was evident that this was not within Qin Wan's capabilities. This was undoubtedly the work of a top-tier chef. With that thought, Huijin instinctively scanned the kitchen, his gaze ultimately landing on the apron tied around Qin Wan. Then his gaze froze that he looked up at Qin Wan in bewilderment. This steak that you made it. Qin Wan smiled and nodded. Huijin, a treasure of a girl. Huijin's affection level increased by 2, current affection level 68. Have you trained in cooking? Huijin inquired again. Huijin, may I be your forever good friend? Huijin suddenly asked. If you remain silent, I shall take that as your agreement. Immersed in the culinary delight, Huijin momentarily failed to notice the profound gaze that Qin Wan cast upon him. Moving forward is not out of the question. Qin Wan spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan smiled, a satisfied smile. Not far away, Su Xiaoxiao and Yin Yu, who had appeared at the kitchen door at some point, regarded Huijin's innocent demeanor with a complex expression. How foolish, Su Xiaoxiao remarked. Yin Yu shot her a glance and said, He is only foolish with Qin Wan. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. That much was indeed true, that he is already quite popular. Yin Yu remarked curiously, Have you not seen the online buzz? No, Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, that I have been too busy enjoying the view at the villa these past few days to check Weibo. During the day, I still have to interact with the male guests, and I also have to keep up with the gossip, enduring the endless complaints from the dreadful system. They have only released the first episode. But the response has been fantastic, and the director is thrilled. For instance, the incident of Qin Wan and Huijin monopolizing the entire barbecue restaurant while hiking was something the director chose to overlook. After listening to Yin Yu's words, Su Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her curiosity and opened Weibo. Upon seeing that the trending topics were filled with CP fans of Huijin and Qin Wan, Su Xiaoxiao instantly felt relieved. The male and female leads are indeed a natural pair, exuding chemistry. The fans of Qin Wan and Gu Xiangnan are few and far between, while those supporting Gu Xiangnan and Wen Xin are practically non-existent. However, surprisingly, there are quite a number of CP fans supporting her, and in Yuas, she scrolled through the discussions of these CP fans. Su Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of complexity in her emotions. They merely shared a moment of enjoyment together. How could the cameraman be so skilled? He managed to capture their backs in such a romantic and beautiful way. Even she, the involved party, found it hard to recognize herself when viewing the photos and trailer. Questioning her very existence, did I ask this truly her and Inu? Had they merely leaned in to share secrets and enjoy gossip? How had it transformed into a romantic gaze filled with deep affection? Had her memory faltered? Su Xiaoxiao succumbed to prolonged self-doubt. At that moment, Inu, noticing her engrossed gaze at her phone, could not help but feel curious and followed her line of sight. Chapter 110. The Zen Flower Girl vs. The Overthinking Movie Emperor 17. The shots are quite good. Inu remarked at Su Xiaoxiao. Do you know who the people in this photo are? Inu glanced at her, a look of confusion in his eyes. We doubt if you have recognized it. Do you not find it peculiar? Su Xiaoxiao questioned. What peculiarity? Inu asked. When did we ever share such a harmonious and strange atmosphere? Su Xiaoxiao expressed her doubts about life. There is no atmosphere between us. Inu replied flatly as he glanced at the photo, then began to analyze that it is a matter of angle, enhanced by filters, a candid shot designed to mislead. Upon hearing this, Inu regarded her with an odd expression. Su Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable under his gaze and could not help but ask, Why are you looking at me like that? Your memory seems rather poor. Inu sincerely commented that Su Xiaoxiao. That is a personal attack. Not at all. I am merely stating the facts. Inu replied expressionlessly that Su Xiaoxiao. How infuriating. After that, Inu glanced at Su Xiaoxiao's phone again, stating, This is a normal situation. There is nothing wrong. Moreover, the cameraman's skills are indeed impressive. Inu praised once more that Su Xiaoxiao, that she had grown weary of conversing with him, opting for silence, especially with Inu. Capturing the two of us, who were so engrossed in gossip, in such a manner is no small feat under the skilled hand of Photoshop. The gleam of gossip in our eyes is transformed into deep affection, which is truly remarkable. Su Xiaoxiao. Enraged, Su Xiaoxiao tossed a sunflower seed into Inu's hand, shooting him an irritable glare. You can continue watching your show and enjoying your gossip. Observing Su Xiaoxiao's hasty departure, Inu curled his lips slightly, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. In the kitchen. Moving forward is that a male best friend. For some reason, the term floated into Huijin's mind unbidden. Hearing this, Qin Wan smiled. I do not require a male best friend. Although he found the notion of a male best friend difficult to accept, upon realizing that he could not advance further with Qin Wan, he'd had decided that being friends for life was acceptable. After some contemplation, Huijin said earnestly, Is your friendship with me rooted in my culinary skills? Qin Wan suddenly inquired. That is part of it. Huijin hesitated for a fleeting moment. Is it truly solely about the cuisine? In reality, there are not many occasions where one could enjoy the dishes I personally prepare. Huijin looked at her in confusion. Is she rejecting him? Does she not wish to be friends? We are both artists, especially as we are both on the rise in our careers. Constantly busy with various engagements, our schedules packed to the brim. Even a good night's sleep is a luxury. How often can we find the time to cook and create culinary delights? Huijin, that you make a compelling argument that it is acceptable if I cannot savor gourmet food. What I truly desire is to be your friend. Upon hearing this, a fleeting smile of satisfaction crossed Qin Wan's eyes. Under her guidance, Huijin's attitude shifted noticeably. He was no longer lost, gradually uncovering his truest feelings. Previously, he had spoken only of food. Even his attempts to comfort her were for the sake of indulging in meat. Now, it had evolved into a desire for friendship beyond culinary delights. In truth, I genuinely enjoy cooking in my spare time. After all, the food bought from outside simply pales in comparison to what one can prepare at home, particularly since I am quite selective about my palate. Noticing Huijin gazing at her with eager anticipation, yet still seemingly oblivious, Qin Wan sighed softly and decided to drop the pretense. Huijin, I have quite a fondness for you. Huijin was taken aback. You might not have realized it, but you likely feel something for me as well. Huijin was momentarily stunned. Perhaps you should give it some thought. As she spoke, Qin Wan handed Huijin a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Even if we may not have arrived here of our own volition, life is long, and inevitably, we will choose a suitable companion to accompany us. It just so happens that we cross paths, and we seem to get along splendidly, even harmoniously. Moreover, we share a mutual fondness for one another. Rather than let this moment slip away, why not take the time to consider each other seriously, seizing the opportunity while they were still in the cozy atmosphere of the romantic venue? She suggested they get to know one another better through dating. At this point, Qin Wan seemed to remember something, pausing imperceptibly, and her brilliant eyes sparkled with a hint of starlight. That if we truly end up together, you needn't worry about culinary delights anymore. I can whip up a plethora of delectable dishes. With that, she lifted her chin slightly, pride radiating from her exquisitely beautiful face. As for Huijin, he was somewhat at a loss. Feeling quite bewildered, he indeed harbored feelings for Qin Wan and had genuinely enjoyed their time together. Coincidentally, he had recently had some free time, and the director had asked him to assist with this dating reality show. Hence his presence. Yet, Qin Wan's unexpected arrival left him feeling disoriented. Holding hands, embracing, dating, and caring for one another, it seemed he truly felt differently towards Qin Wan. Was this what it felt like to be in love? Huijin raised his gaze, looking earnestly at Qin Wan. I need time to think it over. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan smiled. All right, I'll wait for you. Thus, the two of them inexplicably reached a peculiar agreement. In front of the screen, the director watched the unfolding scene with excitement. Thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. If this moment could be aired, it would surely create a massive sensation. Not just a minor buzz, but the prelude to something monumental. The director grew increasingly exhilarated, his enthusiasm bubbling over. Observing this, the assistant director couldn't help but interject. Let us not forget, General Gu is watching closely. The director fell silent, contemplating the fleeting nature of blissful moments. If this scene were mishandled, it could easily be exploited by those with ulterior motives to tarnish Qin Wan's reputation. Do you think Qin Wan and her manager would agree to us airing this? The assistant director's words struck a nerve. The director shot a resentful look at the assistant director. That if you keep silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. I swear. Chapter 111. The Zen Flower Actress versus the imaginative movie King 18. By the way, I have a surprise for you. Huijin abruptly changed the subject. Qin Wan looked at him with curiosity in her eyes. Huijin swiftly polished off the last bite of steak on his plate, elegantly wiping his mouth and hands before standing up to tidy his dining area. That he instructed Qin Wan to wait for him and hurriedly departed. 3 minutes later, Huijin returned, pushing a fully automatic wheelchair. A broad smile illuminating his face as he stood before Qin Wan. Do you like it? Qin Wan was taken aback. She merely sprained her ankle. She hasn't lost a leg. Did you buy this? She regarded him with a look of incredulity. Yes, I ordered it last night. After all, your sprained ankle is partly my fault. He presented the wheelchair as a token of his apology, adding, you should take good care of yourself these days. Qin Wan, trembling slightly, stood up from her chair and hopped on one foot towards the exit, using the wall for support. Where are you going? Huijin anxiously called after her. Wait, your foot is still injured. Don't jump around. He hurried to her side, offering to assist her into the wheelchair, explaining how to control it so she could go wherever she pleased. Huijin pushed the wheelchair after her. Hearing the commotion behind her, Qin Wan hopped even faster. The cameraman followed closely, struggling to stifle his laughter as he captured the amusing scene. Huijin is simply adorable, and so is Qin Wan. She is really quite charming. Qin Wan, be careful